You stand. At Discotheques, Hotel Chargaz, 11:52 p.m. Americans, British, and French dominated the room, some Japanese and other Asians. Europeans in the majority, many, many more men than women, their ages ranging between 25 and 45. The Gulf expat workforce had to be young, strong, preferably unmarried, to survive the hard, celibate life. A few drunks, some noisy. Ugly and not so ugly, overweight and not so overweight, most of them lean, frustrated and volcanic. A few Chargazi and others of the Gulf, but only the rich, the westernized, the sophisticated, and men. Most of these sat on the upper level, drinking soft drinks and ogling, and the few who danced on the small floor below danced with European women. Secretaries, embassy personnel, airline staff, nurses or other hotel staff, partners at a premium. No Chargazi or Arabian women were here. Paula danced with Shandor Petrofi, Jenny with Scragger, and Johnny Hogg was cheek to cheek with the girl who had been deep in conversation on the terrace, swaying at half-tempo.
"How long are you staying, Alexandra?"
he murmured.
"Next week, only until next week. Then I must join my husband in Rio." "Oh, but you're so young to be married. You're all alone till then?" "Yes, alone, Johnny. It's sad, no?"
He did not reply, just held her a little tighter and blessed his luck that he had picked up the book she had dropped in the lobby. The strobe lights dazzled him for a moment. Then he noticed Gavalin on the upper level, standing at the rail, grave and lost in thought, and again felt sorry for him. Earlier he had reluctantly arranged tomorrow's night flight to London for him, trying to persuade him to rest over a day.
"I know how jet lag plays hell with you, sir."
"No problem, Johnny, thanks. Our takeoff for Tehran still at 10 a.m.?
"Yes, sir. Our clearance is still priority, and the charter onward to Tabriz."
"Let's hope that goes smoothly, just there and straight back." John Hogg felt the girl's loins against him.
"Will you have dinner tomorrow? I should be back 6-ish. "Perhaps, but not before 9.
"Perfect." Gavalin was looking down on the dancers, hardly seeing them, then turned and went down the stairs and outside onto the ground-floor terrace. The night was lovely, moon huge, no clouds. Around were acres of delicately floodlit, beautifully kept gardens within the encircling walls, some of the sprinklers on. The Chargaz was the biggest hotel in the Sheikhdom. On one side the sea, the other the desert, its tower 18 stories, with 5 restaurants, 3 bars, cocktail lounge, coffee shop, the disco, 2 swimming pools, saunas, steam rooms, tennis courts, health centre, shopping mall with a dozen boutiques and antiques, an Aran carpet shop, hairdressing salons, video library, bakery, electronics, telex office, typing pool with, like all the modern European hotels, all rooms and suites air-conditioned, bathrooms and bidets en suite, 24-hour room service, mostly smiling Pakistanis, same-day cleaners, instant pressing, a colour TV in every room, in-house movies, stock market channel, and satellite distant dialing to every capital in the world. True, Gavalin thought, but still a ghetto. And though the rulers of Al-Chargaz and Dubai and Sharjah are liberal and tolerant so expats can drink in the hotels, can even buy liquor, though God help you if you resell any to a Muslim, our women can drive and shop and walk about, that's no guarantee it'll last. A few 100 yards away, Chargazi are living as they've lived for centuries. A few miles away over the border, liquor's forbidden. A woman can't drive or be on the streets alone and has to cover her hair and arms and shoulders and wear loose pants. And over there in the real desert, people exist on a stratum of life that's pitiless. A few years ago he had taken a Range Rover and a guide and, together with MacIver and Jenny and his new wife Maureen, had gone out into the desert to spend the night in one of the oases on the edge of Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. It had been a perfect spring day. Within minutes of their passing the airport, the road became a track that quickly petered out, and they were grinding over the stony expanse under the bowl of sky. Picnic lunch, then on again, sometimes sandy, sometimes rocky, detouring in the wilderness where it never rained and nothing grew. Nothing. On again. When they stopped and turned the engine off, the silence came at them like a physical presence. The sun bore down, and space enveloped them. That night was blue-black, stars enormous, tents fine and carpets soft, and even greater silence, greater space, so much space inconceivable.
"I hate it, Andy," Maureen had whispered. "It frightens me to death."
"Me too. Don't know why, but it does." Around the palm trees of the oasis, the desert went to every horizon, taunting and unearthly. The immensity seems to suck the life out of you. Imagine what it's like in summer. She trembled. "It makes me feel less than a grain of sand. It's crushing me. Somehow it's taken my balance away. Och, aye, laddie, once is enough for me. It's me for Scotland, London at a pinch, and never again." And she had never come back. Like Scragg's Nell, he thought. Don't blame them. It's tough enough in the Gulf for men, but for women. He glanced around. Jenny was coming out of the French windows, fanning herself, looking much younger than in Tehran.
"Hello, Andy. You're the wise one. It's so stuffy in there, and the smoke. Ugh."
"Never was much of a dancer."
"The only time I get to dance is when Duncan's not with me. He's such a stick in the mud."
She hesitated.
"On tomorrow's flight, do you think I could—"
"No," he said kindly. "Not yet. In a week or so. Let the dust settle." She nodded, not hiding her disappointment.
"What did Scragg say?"
"Yes, if the others are in and it's feasible. We had a good talk, and we're having breakfast." Gavalan put his arm around her and gave her a hug. "Don't worry about Mac. I'll make sure he's all right."
"I've another bottle of whiskey for him. You don't mind, do you?"
"I'll put it in my briefcase. We're on notice by IATC not to have any booze as aircraft stores. No problem. I'll hand-carry it."
"Then perhaps you'd better not this time."
She found his gravity unsettling, so unusual in him. Poor Andy. Anyone can see he's beside himself with worry.
"Andy, can I make a suggestion?"
"Of course, Jenny."
"Use this Colonel and Armstrong, the VIPs you've got to ferry to Tabriz. Why not ask them to route you back through Coes? Say you need to pick up some engines for repair, eh? Then you can talk to Duke directly."
"Very good idea. Go to the top of the class." She reached up and gave him a sisterly kiss.
"You're not bad yourself." "Well, it's me back to the fray. Haven't been so popular since the war."
She laughed, and so did he.
"Night, Andy."
Gavalan went back to his hotel that was just down the road. He did not notice the men tailing him, nor that his room had been searched, his papers read, nor that now the room was bugged and the phone tapped. Saturday, February the 24th. Chapter 46. At Tehran International Airport, 11:58 a.m. The cabin door of the 125 closed behind Robert Armstrong and Colonel Hashemi Fazir. From the cockpit, John Hogg gave Gavalan and McIver, who stood on the tarmac beside his car, a thumbs up and taxied away, outward bound for Tabriz. Gavalan had just arrived from Al-Shagaz, and this was the first moment he and McIver had been alone. "What's up, Mac?" he said, the chill wind tugging at their winter clothes and billowing the snow around them. "Trouble, Andy." "I know that. Tell it to me quickly." McIver leaned closer. "I've just heard we've barely a week before we're grounded pending nationalization."
"What?"
Gavalan was suddenly numb.
"Talbot told you?"
"No, Armstrong. A few minutes ago, when the Colonel was in the loo and we were alone." McIver's face twisted. "The bastard told me with his smooth, put-on politeness. I wouldn't bet on more than 10 days if I were you. A week'd be safe. And don't forget, Mr. McIver, a closed mouth catches no flies." "My God, does he know we are planning something?" A gust speckled them with powdered snow. "I don't know. I just don't know, Andy." "What about HBC? Did he mention her?" "No. When I asked about the papers, all he said was, "They're safe." Did he say when we're to meet today? MacIver shook his head. If I'm back in time, I'll be in touch. Bastard. He jerked his car door open. In turmoil, Clavell brushed off the excess snow and slid into the warmth. The windows were fogged up. MacIver switched the defrost and fan to maximum, heat already at maximum, then pushed the music cassette home, jacked the sound up, turned it down again, cursing. "What else is up, Mac?" "Just about everything," MacIver blurted out. "Erke's been kidnapped by Soviets or the KGB, and he's somewhere up near the Turkish border with his 212 doing Christ knows what. Noga thinks he's being forced to help them clean out secret US radar sites. Noga, Azadeh, 2 of our mechanics, and a British captain barely escaped from Tabriz with their lives. They got back yesterday, and they're at my place at the moment. At least they were when I left this morning. My God, Andy, you should have seen the state they were in when they arrived. The captain was the same one who saved Charlie at Doshan Tepe, and whom Charlie dropped off at Bandar-e-Pahlavi." "He what?" "It was a secret op. He's a captain in the Gurkhas. Name's Ross, John Ross. He and Azadeh were both pretty incoherent. Noga, too, was pretty excited, and at least they're safe now, but—" MacIver's voice became brittle. "Sorry to tell you, we've lost a mechanic at Zagros, Effa Jordan. He was shot, and Jesus Christ! Old Effa dead?" Yes, I'm afraid so, and your son was nicked. Not badly," MacIver added hastily as Clavell blanched. "Scott's all right. He's okay, and how badly?" "Bullet through the fleshy part of the right shoulder. No bones touched, just a flesh wound. Jean-Luc said they've penicillin, a medic. The wound's clean. Scott won't be able to ferry the 212 out tomorrow to Al-Shagaz, so I asked Jean-Luc to do it and take Scott with him, then come back to Tehran on the next 1:25 flight, and we'll get him back to Kois." "What the hell happened?" "I don't know exactly. I got a relayed message from Stark this morning, who'd just picked it up from Jean-Luc. It seems that terrorists are operating in the Zagros, I suppose the same bunch that attacked Bellissima and Rosa. They must have been hiding in ambush in the forests around our base. Effa Jordan and Scott were loading spares into the 212 just after dawn this morning and got sprayed. Poor old Effa got most of the bullets, and Scott just one." Again MacIver added hurriedly, seeing Clavell's face. "Jean-Luc assured me Scott's all right, Andy. Honest to God." "I wasn't thinking just about Scott," Clavell said heavily. "Effa's been with us damn nearly since we started. Hasn't he got 3 kids?" Yes, he has. Terrible." MacIver let in the clutch and eased the car through the snow, back toward their office. "They're all still at school, I think. I'll do something about them as soon as I get back. Go on about Zagros." "Nothing much more. Tom Lockhart wasn't there. He had to stay overnight at Kois Friday. Jean-Luc said they didn't see any of the attackers. No one did. The shots just came out of the forest. The base is in chaos anyway, what with our birds working overtime, bringing men from all the outlying rigs and ferrying them in batches to Shiraz, everyone pitching in to clear out before the deadline tomorrow at sunset." "Will they make it?" "More or less. We'll get out all our oilers and our chaps, most of our valuable spares, and all choppers to Kois. The rig support equipment will have to be left, but that's not our responsibility. God knows what'll happen to the base and rigs without servicing. It'll all go back to wilderness." "I agree. Bloody stupid waste. Bloody stupid. I asked Colonel Fazir if there was anything he could do. The bastard just smiled his thin, rotten smile and said it was hard enough to find out what the hell was going on at the office next door in Tehran, let alone so far south. I asked him what about the Comités at the airport. Could they help? He said no, that Comités have almost no liaison with anyone else, even in Tehran. To quote him, "Up in the Zagros among the half-civilized nomads and tribesmen, unless you've guns, you're Iranian, preferably an Ayatollah, you'd best do what they say." MacIver coughed and blew his nose irritably. "The bastard wasn't laughing at us, Andy. Even so, he wasn't unhappy either." Clavell was in dismay. So many questions to ask and to be answered, everything in jeopardy, here and at home. A week to doomsday. Thank God that Scott— poor old Effa— Christ almighty, Scott shot. Gloomily he looked out of the windshield and saw they were nearing the freight area. "Stop the car for a minute, Mac. Better to talk in private, eh?" "Sorry, yes. I'm not thinking too clearly." "You're all right. I mean your health." "Oh, that's fine, if I get rid of this cough. It's just that I'm afraid." McIver said it flat, but the admission spiked through Gavalan. "I'm out of control. I've already lost one man. There's HBC still hanging over us. Old Erky's in danger. We're all in danger. SG and everything we've worked for." He fiddled with the wheel. "Jen's fine?" Yes, she is," Gavalan said patiently, concerned for him. This was the second time he had answered that question. McIver had asked him the moment he had come down the steps of the 125. "Jen is fine, Mac," he said, repeating what he had said earlier. "I've mail from her. She's talked to both Hamish and Sarah. Both families are fine, and young Angus has his first tooth. Everyone's well at home, all in good shape, and I've a bottle of Loch Vey in my briefcase from her. She tried to talk her way past Johnny Hogg onto the 125, to stow away in the loo, even after I'd said no, so sorry." For the first time he saw a glimmer of a smile on McIver. "Jen's ornery, no doubt about it. Glad she's there and not here. Very glad. Curious, though, how you miss 'em." McIver stared ahead. "Thanks, Andy." "Nothing." Gavalan thought a moment. "Why get Jean-Luc to take the 212? Why not Tom Lockhart? Wouldn't it be better to have him out?" "Of course, but he won't leave Iran without Shahrazad. There's another problem." The music on the tape went out, and he turned it over and started it again. "I can't track her down. Tom was worried about her, asked me to go to her family's home near the bazaar, which I did. Couldn't get an answer. Didn't seem to be anyone there. Tom's sure she was on the women's protest march. Christ! We heard about the riots and arrests on the BBC, and attacks by nutters on some of the women. You think she's in jail?" "I hope to God she isn't. You heard about her father?" "Oh, of course, I told you myself last time you were here, didn't I?" McIver wiped the windshield absently. "What would you like to do? Wait here until the bird comes back?" "No, let's go into Tehran. Do we have time?" Gavalan glanced at his watch. It read 12:25. "Oh, yes. We've got a load of redundant stores to put aboard. We'll have time if we leave now." "Good. I'd like to see Azadeh and Nogger and this man Ross, and particularly Talbot. We could go past the Bakravan house on the off-chance, eh?" "Good idea. I'm glad you're here, Andy. Very glad." He eased in the clutch, the wheels skidding. "So am I, Mac. Actually, I've never been so down either." McIver coughed and cleared his throat. "Home news is lousy?" "Yes." Idly, Gavalan wiped away the condensation from his side window with the back of his glove. "There's a special board meeting of Struan's Monday. I'll have to come up with answers about Iran. Damned nuisance." "Will Linbar be there?" "Yes. That bugger's going to ruin the Noble House before he's through. Stupid to expand into South America when China's on the threshold of opening up." McIver frowned at the new edge to Gavalan's voice, but said nothing. For many years he had known of their rivalry and hatred, the circumstances of David McStruan's death and everyone's surprise in Hong Kong that Linbar had achieved the top job. He still had many friends in the colony who sent him clippings of the latest piece of gossip or rumour, the lifeblood of Hong Kong, about the Noble House and their rivals. But he never discussed them with his old friend. "Sorry, Mac," Gavalan had said gruffly. "Don't want to discuss those sort of things, or what goes on with Ian, Quillen, Linbar, or anyone else connected with Struan's. Officially, I'm no longer with the Noble House. Let's leave it at that." Fair enough, McIver had thought at the time, and had continued to hold his peace. He glanced across at Gavalan. "The years have been kind to Andy," he told himself. "He's still as grand a-looking man as ever, even with all the troubles. Not to worry, Andy. Nothing you can't do.
I wish I believed that right now, Mac. 7 days presents an enormous problem, doesn't it?
That's the understatement of the year. McIver noticed his fuel gauge was on empty, and he exploded. Someone must have siphoned my tank while she was parked. He stopped and got out a moment and came back and slammed the door. Bloody bastard broke the sodding lock. I'll have to fill up. Fortunately, we've still got a few 5-gallon drums left, and the underground tank's still half full of chopper fuel for emergencies. He lapsed into silence, his mind beset with Jordan and Zagros and HBC and 7 days. Who do we lose next? Silently he began to curse, and then he heard Jenny's voice saying, "We can do it if we want to. I know we can. I know we can." Gavalan was thinking about his son. "I won't rest easily until I see him with my own eyes. Tomorrow, with any luck. If Scott's not back before my plane to London, I'll cancel and go Sunday. And somehow I've got to see Talbot. Maybe he can give me some help. My God, only 7 days." It took McIver no time to refuel, then he swung out of the airport into the traffic. A big USAF jet transport came low overhead in the landing pattern. "They're servicing about 5 jumbos a day, still with military controllers and supervising green bands, everyone giving orders, countermanding them, and no one listening anyway," McIver said. "BA's promised me 3 seats on every one of their flights for our nationals, with baggage. They hope to get a jumbo in every other day." "What do they want in return?" "The crown jewels," McIver said, trying to lighten their depression, but the joke sounded flat. "No, nothing, Andy. The BA manager, Bill Shoesmith, is a great chap and doing a great job." He swung around the burned-out wreck of a bus that was on its side half across the road as though it were neatly parked. "The women are marching again today. Rumour has it they are going to go on and on until Khomeini relents. If they stick together, he'll have to. I don't know what to think these days." McIver drove on a while, then jerked a thumb out of the window at the pedestrians walking this way and that. "They seem to know all's well in the world. The mosques are packed, marches in support of Khomeini are multitudes, green bands are fighting the leftists fearlessly, who fight back equally fearlessly." He coughed wheezily. "Our employees, well, they just give me the usual Iranian flattery and politeness, and you never know what they're really thinking. Except you're sure they want us OUT. He swerved onto the sidewalk to avoid a head-on collision with an oncoming car that was on the wrong side of the road, horn blaring, going much too fast for the snow conditions, then drove on again. "Bloody twit," he said. "If it wasn't for the fact I love old Lulu, I'd swap her for a beat-up half-track and have at the bloody lot of them." He glanced at Gavalan and smiled. "Andy, I'm so glad you're here. Thanks. I feel better now. Sorry." "No problem," Gavalan said calmly, but inside he was churning. "What about Whirlwind?" he asked, not able to bottle it any longer. "Well, whether it's 7 days or 70. McIver swerved to avoid another accident neatly, returned the obscene gesture, and drove on again. "Let's pretend we're all agreed, and we could push the button if we wanted on D-Day in 7 days. No, Armstrong said best not to count on more than a week, so let's make it 6 days. 6 days from today, Friday next. A Friday'd be best anyway, right? Because it's their holy day, yes, my thought too. Then, adapting what we've come up with, Charlie and me, Phase 1, from today on we send out every expat and spare we can, every way we can, by the 125, by truck out to Iraq or Turkey, or as baggage and excess baggage by BA. Somehow I'll get Bill Shoesmith to increase our seat reservations and get priority of freight space. We've already got 2 of our 212s out for repair, and the Zagros one's due off tomorrow. We've 5 birds left here in Tehran, 1 212, 2 206s, and 2 Alouettes. We send the 212 and the Alouettes to Coes, ostensibly to service Hotshot's request for choppers, though why he wants them, God only knows. Duke says his birds are not all employed as it is. Anyway, we leave our 206s here as camouflage. Leave them? There's no way we get all our choppers out, Andy, whatever our lead time. Now, on D-2, next Wednesday, the last of our headquarters staff, Charlie, Nogger, our remaining pilots and mechanics, and me, we get on the 125 Wednesday and flit the coupe to Al-Shagaz, unless, of course, we can get some of them out beforehand by BA. Don't forget, we're supposed to be up to strength, one in for one out. Next, what about papers, exit permits? I'll try to get blanks from Ali Kiar. I'll need some blank Swiss checks. He understands Pishkesh, but he's also a member of the board, very clever, hot and hungry, but not anxious to risk his skin. If we can't, then we'll just Pishkesh our way onto the 125. Our excuse to the partners, Kiar or whomever, when they discover we've gone, is that you've called an urgent conference at Al-Shagaz. It's a lame excuse, but that's beside the point. That ends Phase 1. If we're prevented from going, then that ends Whirlwind, because we'd be used as hostages for the return of all birds, and I know you won't agree to expend us. Phase 2, we set up shop. What about all your household things? And all those of the chaps who have apartments or houses in Tehran? The company'll have to pay fair compensation. That should be part of Whirlwind's profit and loss. Agreed? What'll that add up to, Mac? Not a lot. We've no option but to pay compensation. Yes, I agree. Phase 2. We set up shop at Al-Shagaz, by which time several things have happened. You've arranged for the 747 jumbo freighters to arrive at Al-Shagaz the afternoon of D-1. By then, Stark somehow has secretly cached enough 40-gallon drums on the shore to carry them across the Gulf. Someone else has cached more fuel on some godforsaken island off Saudi or the Emirates for Stark if he needs them, and for Rudy and his lads from Bandar Delam, who definitely will. Scrag has no fuel problems. Meanwhile, you've arranged British registry for all birds we plan to export, and you've got permission to fly through Kuwait, Saudi, and Emirates airspace. I'm in charge of Whirlwind's actual operation. At dawn on D-Day, you say to me, go or no-go. If it's no-go, that's final. If it's go, I can abort the go order if I think it's prudent. Then that becomes final too. Agreed? With two provisos, Mac. You consult with me before you abort, as I'll consult with you before go or no-go. And second, if we can't make D-Day, we try again D+1 and D+2. All right. MacIver took a deep breath. Phase 3. At dawn on D-Day, or D+1 or D+2, 3 days is the maximum. I think we could sweat it out. We radio a code message which says, go. The 3 bases acknowledge, and at once all escaping birds get airborne and head for Al-Shagaz. There's likely to be a 4-hour difference between Scrag's arrivals and the last ones, probably Duke's, if everything goes well. The moment the birds land anywhere outside Iran, we replace the Iranian registry numbers with British ones, and that makes us partially legal. The moment they land at Al-Shagaz, the 747s are loaded and take off into the wild blue with everyone aboard. MacIver exhaled. Simple. Gavalan did not reply at once, sifting the plan, seeing the holes, the vast expanse of dangers. It's good, Mac. It isn't, Andy. It isn't good at all. I saw Scrag yesterday, and we had a long talk. He says Whirlwind's possible for him, and he's in if it's a go. He said he'd sound out the others over the weekend and let me know, but he was sure on the right day he could get his birds and lads out. MacIver nodded, but said nothing more, just drove on, the roads icy and dangerous, twisting through the narrow streets to avoid the main highways he knew would be congested. We're not far from the bazaar now. Scrag said he might be able to get into Bandar Delam in the next few days and see Rudy and sound him out. Letters are too risky. By the way, he gave me a note for you. What's it say, Andy? Gavalan reached into the back for his briefcase. He found the envelope and put on reading glasses. It's addressed D.D. Captain MacIver, Esquire. I'll give him what for one day with his bloody dirty Duncan, MacIver said. Read it out." Clavell opened the envelope, pulled out the paper with another attached to it, and grunted. "The letter just says, 'Get stuffed.' Clipped to it's a medical report." He peered at it. "Signed by Dr. G. Gurnin, Australian Consulate, Al-Shargaz. The old bastard's ringed cholesterol normal, blood pressure 130/85, sugar normal. Everything's bloody normal. And there's a P.S. in Scragg's writing, 'I'm going to buzz you on me effing 73rd birthday, old cock.' I hope he does, the bugger, but he won't. Time's not on his side. He'll McIver braked cautiously. The street led out onto the square in front of the Bazaar Mosque, but the exit was blocked by shouting men, many waving guns. There was no way to turn aside or detour, so McIver slowed and stopped. "It's the women again," he said, catching sight of the surging demonstration beyond, cries and counter-cries growing in violence. Traffic on both sides of the street piled up with great suddenness, horns blaring angrily. There were no sidewalks, just the usual muck-filled tubes and banked snow, a few street stalls and pedestrians. They were hemmed in on all sides. Bystanders began to join those ahead, pressing into the roadway around the cars and trucks. Among them were urchins and youths, and one made a rude sign at Clavell through his side window. Another of them kicked the fender, then another, and they all ran off, laughing. "Rotten little bastards!" McIver could see them in the rear-view mirror, other youths collecting around them. More men pushed past, more hostile looks, and a couple banged the sides carelessly with their firearms. Ahead, the main part of the marching women, "Allahu Akbar," dominating, were passing the junction. A sudden crash startled them, as a stone slammed against the car, narrowly missing the window. Then the whole car began to rock, as urchins and youths swarmed around it, jumping on and off the bumpers, making more obscene gestures. McIver's rage exploded, and he tore the door open, sending a couple of the youths sprawling, then jumped out and ripped into the pack that scattered at once. Clavell got out equally fast to charge those trying to overturn the car at the rear. He belted one and sent him flying. Most of the others retreated, slipping and shouting, amid curses from pedestrians, but two of the bigger youths rushed Clavell from behind. He saw them coming and smashed one in the chest, slammed the other against a truck, stunning him, and the truck driver laughed and thumped the side of his cabin. McIver was breathing hard. On his side, the youths were out of range, shouting obscenities. "Look out, Mac!" McIver ducked. The stone narrowly missed his head and smashed into the side of a truck, and the youths, 10 or 12 of them, surged forward. There was nowhere for McIver to go, so he stood his ground by the hood, and Clavell put his back to the car, also at bay. One of the youths darted at Clavell with a piece of wood raised as a club, while 3 others came at him from the side. He twisted away, but the club caught the edge of his shoulder, and he gasped, lunged at the youth, hit him in the face off balance, slipped, and sprawled in the snow. The rest came in for the kill. Suddenly he was not on the snow, surrounded by hacking feet, but being helped up. An armed green band was helping him, the youths cowering against the wall under the levelled gun of another, an elderly mullah nearby shouting at them in rage, pedestrians encircling them all. Blankly, he saw McIver was also more or less unhurt near the front of the car. Then the mullah came back to him and spoke to him in Farsi. "Man zabane shoma rakub nami danam, aga." "Sorry, I don't speak your language, Excellency," Clavell croaked, his chest hurting him. The mullah, an old man with white beard and white turban and black robes, turned and shouted above the din at the watchers and people in other cars. Reluctantly, a driver nearby got out and came over and greeted the mullah deferentially, listened to him, then spoke to Clavell in good, though stilted, English. "The mullah informs you that the youths were wrong to attack you, Aga, and have broken the law, and that clearly you were not breaking a law or provoking them." Again he listened to the mullah a moment, then once more turned to Clavell and McIver. "He wishes you to know that the Islamic Republic is obedient to the immutable laws of God. The youths broke the law which forbids attacking unarmed strangers peacefully going about their business." The man, bearded, middle-aged, his clothes threadbare, turned back to the mullah, who now loudly addressed the crowd and the youths, and there was widespread approval and agreement. "You are to witness that the law is upheld, the guilty punished, and justice done at once. The punishment is 50 lashes, but first the youths will beg your forgiveness and the forgiveness of all others here." In the midst of the uproar from the nearby demonstration, the terrified youths were shoved and kicked in front of McIver and Gavalan, where they went down on their knees and abjectly begged forgiveness. Then they were herded back against the wall and thrashed with mule scourges readily offered by the interested and jeering crowd. The mullah, the 2 green bands, and others selected by the mullah enforced the law, pitilessly. "My God," Gavalan muttered, sickened. The driver-translator said sharply, "This is Islam. Islam has one law for all people, one punishment for each crime, and justice immediate. The law is God's law, untouchable, everlasting, not like in your corrupt West, where laws can be twisted and justice twisted, and delayed for the benefit of lawyers who fatten on the twistings and corruptions and vilenesses or misfortunes of others." Screams of some of the youths interrupted him. "Those sons of dogs have no pride," the man said contemptuously, going back to his car. When the punishment was over, the mullah gently admonished those youths who were still conscious, then dismissed them and went forward with his green bands. The crowd drifted away, leaving McIver and Gavalan beside the car. Their attackers were now pathetic bundles of inert, blood-stained rags or moaning youths trying to drag themselves to their feet. Gavalan went forward to help one of them, but the youth scrambled away petrified, so he stopped, then came back. The fenders were dented. There were deep scratches in the paintwork from stones the youths had used maliciously. McIver looked older than before. "Can't say they didn't deserve it, I suppose," Gavalan said. "We'd have been trampled and very bloody hurt if the mullah hadn't come along," McIver said throatily, so glad that Jenny had not been here. She'd have been punished by every lash they got, he thought, his chest and back aching from the blows. He pulled his eyes off his car, eased his shoulders painfully. Then he noticed the man who had translated for them in a nearby car still in the traffic jam, and trudged painfully across the snow to him. "Thanks for helping us, Aga," he said to him, shouting through the window and above the noise. The car was old and bent, and 4 other men were crammed into the other seats. The man rolled down the window. "The mullah asked for a translator. I was helping him, not you," he said, his lips curling. "If you had not come to Iran, those young fools would not have been tempted by your disgusting display of material wealth. Sorry, I just wanted to and if it wasn't for your equally disgusting films and television that glorify your godless street gangs and rebellious classrooms that the Shah imported at the behest of his masters to corrupt our youth, my own son and own pupils included, those poor fools would be all correctly law-abiding. Better for you to leave before you too are caught breaking the law." He rolled down the window and angrily jabbed the horn. At Lockhart's apartment, 2:37 p.m. Her knuckles rapped a short code on the penthouse door. She was wearing a veil and dirt-stained chador. A series of knocks answered her. Again she tapped 4 rapid and 1 slow. At once the door swung open a crack. Timur was there with a gun in her face, and she laughed. "Don't you trust anyone, my darling?" she said in Arabic, Palestinian dialect. "No, Sayada, not even you," he replied. And when he was sure she truly was Sayada Bertolin, and alone, he opened the door wider, and she pulled away her veil and scarf and went into his arms. He kicked the door shut and relocked it. "Not even you." Then they kissed hungrily. "You're late." "On time. You're early." Again she laughed, and broke away and handed him the bag. "About half's there. I'll bring the rest tomorrow." "Where did you leave the rest?" "In a locker at the French Club." Sayada Bertolin put her chador aside and was transformed. She wore a padded ski jacket and warm cashmere turtleneck sweater and tartan skirt and thick socks and high fur boots, all of it couturier. "Where are the others?" she asked. His eyes smiled. I sent them out.
Ah, love in the afternoon. When do they return?
Sunset.
Perfect. First a shower. The water still hot?
Oh, yes, and central heating's on, and the electric blanket. Such luxury. Lockhart and his wife knew how to live. This is a veritable pasha's— what's the French word? Ah, yes, garçonnière. Her laugh warmed him.
You've no idea what a pishkesh, a hot shower, is, my darling. So much nicer than a bath, let alone the rest.
She sat on a chair to slip off her boots.
But it was old lecher Jared Bakravan, not Lockhart, who knew how to live. Originally this apartment was for a mistress.
You? He asked without malice.
No, my darling. He required them young, very young. I'm mistress to no one, not even my husband. Shahrazad told me. Old Jared knew how to live. A pity he didn't have more luck in his dying.
He had served his purpose.
That was no way for such a man. Stupid.
He was a notorious usurer and Shah supporter, even though he gave to Khomeini lavishly. He had offended the laws of God and
the laws of zealots, my darling, zealots, as you and I break all sorts of laws, eh?
She got up and kissed him lightly, walked down the corridor on the lovely carpets, and went into Shahrazad and Lockhart's bedroom, across it into the luxurious mirrored bathroom, and turned on the shower, and stood there, waiting for the water to heat up.
I always loved this apartment.
He leaned against the doorway. My superiors thank you for suggesting it. How was the march?
Awful. Iranians are such animals, hurling abuse and filth at us, waving their penises at us, all because we want to be a little equal, want to dress as we want, to try to be beautiful for such a little time. We're young, such a little time.
Again she put her hand under the water, testing it.
Your Khomeini will have to relent.
He laughed. Never. That's his strength. And only some are animals, Sayada. The rest know no better. Where's your civilized Palestinian tolerance?
Your men here have put it all into a squatting hole, Temur. If you were a woman, you'd understand.
She tried the water again and felt the heat beginning.
It's time I went back to Beirut. I never feel clean here. I haven't felt clean in months.
I'll be glad to get back too. The war here is over, but not in Palestine, Lebanon, or Jordan. They need trained fighters there. There are Jews to kill, the curse of Zion to cast out, and holy places to recapture.
I'm glad you'll be back in Beirut, she said, her eyes inviting. I've been told to go home too in a couple of weeks, which suits me perfectly. Then I can still be a martyr. The protest planned for Thursday's going to be the biggest ever.
I don't understand why you bother. Iran's not your problem, and all your marches and protest meetings will achieve nothing.
You're wrong. Khomeini's not a fool. I take part in the marches for the same reason I work for the PLO, for our home, for equality, equality for the women of Palestine, and yes, and for women everywhere.
Her brown eyes were suddenly fiery, and he had never seen her more beautiful.
Women are on the march, my darling, and by God of the Copts, the one God, and by your Marxist Lenin you secretly admire, the day of man's dominance is over.
I agree, he said at once, and laughed. Abruptly, she laughed with him.
You're a chauvinist, you who know differently.
The temperature of the water was perfect. She took off her ski jacket.
Let's shower together.
Good. Tell me about the papers.
Afterward.
She undressed without shame, and so did he, both aroused but patient, for they were confident lovers, lovers of 3 years in Lebanon and Palestine and here in Tehran, and he soaped her and she soaped him, and they toyed one with another, their playing gradually more intimate and more sensuous and more erotic until she cried out and cried again, and then, the instant he was within, they melded perfectly, ever more urgent now, one with another, imploding together. Then, later, at peace together, lying in the bed, the electric blanket warming them.
"What's the time?"
she said sleepily, with a great sigh. Time for love. Quietly she reached over, and he jerked, unprepared, and retreated, protesting, then caught her hand and held her closely.
"Not yet, not even you, my love," she said, content in his arms.
5 minutes.
"Not for 5 hours, Temur."
1 hour.
2 hours, she said, smiling. "In 2 you'll be ready again, but by then I won't be here. You'll have to bed one of your soldier whores."
She stifled a yawn, then stretched as a cat would stretch.
"Oh, Temur, you're a wonderful lover, wonderful."
Then her ears caught a sound.
"Is that the shower?"
"Yes, I left it running. What luxury, eh?"
Yes, it is, but a waste."
She slid out of bed and closed the bathroom door, used the bidet, then went into the shower and sang to herself as she washed her hair, then wrapped a fine towel around herself, dried her hair with an electric dryer, and when she came back she expected to find him contentedly asleep, but he wasn't. He was lying in bed with his throat cut. The blanket that half covered him was soaked with blood, his severed genitals were neatly on the pillow beside him, and 2 men stood there watching her. Both were armed, their revolvers fitted with silencers. Through the open bedroom door she saw another man by the front door, on guard. "Where are the rest of the papers?" one of the men said in a curiously accented English, the revolver pointed at her.
At the French Club."
"Where at the French Club?"
"In a locker."
She had been too many years in the PLO undercover and too versed in life to panic. Her heartbeat was slow, and she was trying to decide what to do before she died. There was a knife in her handbag, but she had left the handbag on the bedside table, and now it was on the bed, the contents spilled out, and there was no knife. No weapon near at hand to help her. Nothing but time. At sunset the others came back. It was nowhere near sunset.
"In the ladies' section," she added.
"Which locker?"
"I don't know. There are no numbers, and it's the custom to give whatever you want kept safely to the woman attendant. You sign your name in the book, which she initials, and she will give you whatever it is back to you once you ask for it, but only to you."
The man glanced at the other one, who nodded briefly. Both men were dark-haired and dark-eyed, moustached, and she could not place the accent. They could be Iranian, Arab, or Jew, and from anywhere, from Egypt to Syria or south to Yemen. "Get dressed. If you try anything, you will not go to hell painlessly like this man. We did not wake him first. Clear?"
"Yes."
Sayadaw went back and began to dress. She did not try to hide. The man stood at the doorway and watched carefully, not her body, but her hands.
"They're professionals," she thought, sickened.
"Where did you get the papers?"
"From someone called Ali. I've never seen him before."
"Stop." The word cut like a razor, though it was softly said. "The next time you lie to us, I will slice off that beautiful nipple and make you eat it, Sayadaw Bertolin. One lie to experiment is forgiven. Never again. Go on." Fear now gushed through her.
"The man's name was Abdullah bin Ali Sabah, and this morning he went with me to the old tenement near the university. He led the way to the apartment, and we searched where we had been told."
"Who told you?"
The voice on the phone. I only know him as a voice. From time to time he calls me with special instructions."
"How do you recognize him?"
"By his voice, and there is always a code."
She pulled her sweater over her head, and now she was dressed except for her boots. The automatic with the silencer had never wavered.
"The code is that he always mentions the previous day in some way or another in the first few minutes, whatever the day is."
"Go on."
"We searched under the floorboards and found the material, letters, files, and some books. I put them into my bag and went to the French Club, and then, because the strap on the bag broke, I left half and came here."
"When did you meet the man, Dmitri Yazernov?"
"I never have. I was just told to go there with Abdullah and to make sure that no one was watching, to find the papers and give them to Temur."
"Why Temur?"
"I did not ask. I never ask."
"Wise. What did Temur do?"
I don't know exactly, other than he was an Iranian, trained as a freedom fighter by the PLO, she said.
Which branch?
I don't know.
Beyond the man she could see into the bedroom, but she kept her eyes away from the bed and on this man, who knew too much. From the questioning, they could be agents of Savoir, KGB, CIA, MI6, Israel, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, even one of the PLO extremist groups who did not acknowledge Arafat as leader, all of whom would like possession of the contents of the U.S. ambassador's safe. When does the Frenchman, your lover, return?
I don't know,
she said at once, allowing her surprise to show. Where is he now?
At his base in the Zagros. It's called Zagros 3.
Where is the pilot, Lockhart?
I think also at Zagros.
When does he return here?
You mean here? This apartment? I don't think he'll ever return here.
To Tehran? Her eyes strayed to the bedroom as much as she tried to resist, and she saw Temur. Her stomach revolted, she groped for the toilet and was violently sick. The man watched without emotion, satisfied that one of her barriers was broken. He was used to bodies reacting of their own volition to terror. Even so, his gun covered her, and he watched carefully in case of a trick. When the spasm had passed, she cleaned her mouth with a little water, trying to dominate her nausea, cursing Temur for being so stupid as to send the others away. Stupid, she wanted to shriek. Stupid when you're surrounded by enemies on the right, or the left, or in the center. Did it ever bother me before to make love when others were around, so long as the door was closed? She leaned back against the basin, facing her nemesis. First we go to the French club, he said. You will get the rest of the material and give it to me. Clear?
Yes.
From now on you will work for us. Secretly. You will work for us. Agreed?
Do I have a choice?
Yes. You can die. Badly. The man's lips thinned even more, and his eyes became reptilian. After you have died, a child by the name of Yasser Bialik will receive attention. All color left her face. Ah, good. Then you remember your little son who lives with your uncle's family in Beirut, Street of the Flower Merchants? The man stared at her, then demanded, Well, do you?
Yes, of course, she said, barely able to talk. Impossible for them to know about my darling Yasser. Even my husband doesn't know.
What happened to the boy's father?
He was killed. He was killed.
Where?
In the Golan Heights.
Sad to lose a young husband just a few months married, the man said thinly. How old were you then?
17.
Your memory does not fail you. Good. Now, if you choose to work for us, you and your son and uncle and his family are safe. If you do not obey us perfectly, or if you try to betray us or commit suicide, the boy Yasser will cease to be a man and cease to see. Clear? Helplessly she nodded, her face ashen. If we die, others will make sure we are avenged. Do not doubt it. Now, what's your choice?
I will serve you, and make my son safe and be avenged, but how? How?
Good. On the eyes and balls and cock of your son you will serve us?
Yes. Please, who do I serve?
Both men smiled, without humor. Never ask again or try to find out. We will tell you when it is necessary, if it is necessary. Clear?
Yes.
The man with the gun unscrewed the silencer and put it and the gun into his pocket. We want to know immediately when either the Frenchman or Lockhart return. You will make it your duty to find out. Also how many helicopters they have here in Tehran and where. Clear?
Yes. How do I get in touch with you, please?
You will be given a phone number. The eyes flattened even more. For yourself alone. Clear?
Yes.
Where does Armstrong live? Robert Armstrong?
I don't know.
Warning signals rushed through her. Rumor had it that Armstrong was a trained assassin employed by MI6. Who is George Talbot?
Talbot, he's an official in the British Embassy.
What official? What's his job?
I don't know, just an official.
Are either of them your lovers?
No, they go to the French club sometimes, acquaintances.
You will become Armstrong's mistress. Clear?
I will try.
You have 2 weeks. Where is Lockhart's wife?
I think at the Bakravan family house near the bazaar.
You will make sure, and get a key to the front door. The man saw her eyes flicker and hid his amusement. If that goes against your scruples, he thought, never mind. Soon you'll be eating shit with great joy if we wish it. Get your coat, we go at once. Her knees were weak as she went across the bedroom, heading for the front door. Wait! The man stuffed the contents back into her handbag and then, as an afterthought, carelessly wrapped that which was on the pillow in one of her paper tissues and put that also into the handbag. To remind you to obey.
No, please.
Her tears flooded.
I can't. Not that.
The man shoved the handbag into her hands. Then get rid of it. In misery, she staggered back to the bathroom and threw it into the squatter and was very sick again, more than before. Hurry up! When she could make her legs work, she faced him.
When they come back and find, if I'm not here, they will know that I'm a part of those who did this, and—
Of course. Do you think we're fools? Do you think we're alone? The moment the 4 of them return, they're dead, and this place conflagrated. At McIver's apartment, 4:20 p.m. Ross said, I don't know, Mr. Gavalan. I don't remember much after I left Azadeh on the hill and went into the base, more or less up to the time we got here. He was wearing one of Petikin's uniform shirts and a black sweater and black trousers and black shoes, and was shaved and neat, but his face showed his utter exhaustion. But before that, everything happened as I told you. Terrible, Gavalan said. But thank God for you, Captain. But for you, the others would be dead. Without you, they'd all be lost. Let's have a drink. It's so damned cold. We've some whiskey. He motioned to Petikin. Charlie? Petikin went to the sideboard.
Sure, Andy.
I won't, thanks, Mr. McIver, Ross said. I'm afraid I will, and the sun's not over the yardarm, McIver said. So will I, Gavalan said. The 2 of them had arrived not long ago, still shaken from their almost disaster and worried because at the Bakravan house they had used the iron door knocker again and again, but to no avail. Then they had come here. Ross, dozing on the sofa, had almost leapt out of sleep when the front door opened, kukri threateningly in his hand. Sorry, he had said shakily, sheathing the weapon. That's all right, Gavalan had pretended, not over his fright. I'm Andrew Gavalan. Hi, Charlie. Where's Azadeh? She's still asleep in the spare bedroom, Petikin answered. Sorry to make you jump, Gavalan had said. What happened, Captain, at Tabriz? So Ross had told them, disjointedly, jumping back and forth until he had finished. Exploding out of heavy sleep had disoriented him. His head ached, everything ached, but he was glad to be telling what had happened, reconstructing everything, gradually filling in the blank parts, putting the pieces into place. Except Azadeh. No, I can't put her in place yet. This morning, when he had come out of a malevolent wake-sleep dream, he had been terrified, everything mixed up, jet engines and guns and stones and explosions and cold, and staring at his hands to make sure what was dream and what was real. Then he had seen a man peering at him and had cried out, "Where's Azadeh?" "She's still asleep, Captain Ross. She's in the spare room down the hall," Petikin had told him, calming him. "Remember me? Charlie Petikin. Doshan Tepe?" Searching his memory. Things coming back slowly, hideous things. Big blanks, very big. Doshan Tepe? What about Doshan Tepe? Going there to hitch a chopper ride and— "Ah, yes, Captain. How are you? Good to see you."
She's asleep? Yes, like a baby. Best thing for her to sleep, he had said, his brain still not working easily. First a cuppa, then a bath and shave, and I'll fix you up with some clothes and shaving gear. You're about my size. You hungry? With eggs and some bread. The bread's a bit stale. Oh, thanks. No, I'm not hungry. You're very kind. I owe you one. No, at least 10. I'm damned pleased to see you. Listen, much as I'd like to know what happened, well, MacIver's gone to the airport to pick up our boss, Andy Gavallan. They'll be back shortly. You'll have to tell them so I can find out then. So no questions till then. You must be exhausted. Thanks. Yes, it's still all a bit. I can remember leaving Azadeh on the hill, then almost nothing, just flashes, dreamlike, until I woke a moment ago. How long have I been asleep? You've been out for about 16 hours. That's Nogga and our 2 mechs, half carried you both in here, and then you both passed out. We put you and Azadeh to bed like babies, Mac and I. We undressed you, washed part of the muck off, carried you to bed, not too gently, by the way, but you never woke up, either of you. She's all right, Azadeh? Oh, yes. I checked her a couple of times, but she's still flat out. Sorry, no questions. First, a shave and bath. Afraid the water's barely warm, but I've put the electric heater in the bathroom. It's not too bad. Now Ross was watching Pettikin, who was handing the whiskey to MacIver and to Gavallan. Sure you won't, Captain? No, thanks. Without noticing it, he felt his right wrist and rubbed it. His energy level was ebbing fast. Gavallan saw the man's tiredness and knew there was not much time. About Erki. You can't remember anything else to give us an idea where he might be? Not any more than I've told you. Azadeh may be able to help. The Soviet's name was something like Sertaga, the man Erki was forced to work with up by the border. As I said, they were using her as a threat, and there was some complication about her father and a trip they were going to make together. Sorry, I can't remember exactly. The other man, the one who was friends with Abdullah Khan, was called Mazitrik, Peter Alyek. That reminded Ross about Vian Rosemont's code message for the Khan, but he decided that was none of Gavallan's business, nor about all the killing, nor about shoving the old man in front of the truck on the hill, nor that one day he would go back to the village and hack off the head of the butcher and the Kalandar who, but for the grace of God or the spirits of the highland, would have stoned her and mutilated her. He would do that after the debriefing when he saw Armstrong, or Talbot, or the American colonel. But before that, he would ask them who had betrayed the operation at Mecca. Someone had. For a moment, the thought of Rosemont and Tenzing and Gweng blinded him. When the mist cleared, he saw the clock on the mantelpiece. I have to go to a building near the British Embassy. Is that far from here? No, we could take you if you like. Could that be now? Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll pass out again if I don't get with it. Gavallan glanced at MacIver. Mac, let's go now. Perhaps I can catch Talbot. We'll still have time to come back to see Azadeh, and Nogga if he's here. Good idea. Gavallan got up and put on his heavy coat. Pettikin said to Ross, I'll lend you a coat and some gloves. He saw his eyes stray down the corridor. Would you like me to wake Azadeh? No, thanks. I'll just look in. It's the second door on the left. They watched him go along the corridor, his walk noiseless and cat-like, open the door noiselessly and stand there a moment and close it again. He collected his assault rifle and the 2 kukris, his and Gweng's. He thought a moment, then put his on the mantelpiece. In case I don't get back, he said. Tell her this is a gift for Erki and her. Chapter 47. At the Palace of the Khan, 5:19 p.m. The Kalandar of Abu Mad was on his knees and petrified. No, Highness. I swear it was the Mullah Mahmud who told us to— He's not a real mullah, you son of a dog.
Everyone knows that. By God, you were going to stone my daughter?"
the Khan shrieked, his face mottled, his breath coming in great pants.
You decided you were going to stone my daughter." "It was him, Highness," the Kalandar whimpered. "It was the mullah who decided after questioning her, and her admitting adultery with the saboteur." "You son of a dog! You aided and abetted that false mullah! Liar! Ahmed told me what happened."
The Khan propped himself on his bedpillows, a guard behind him, Ahmed and other guards close to the Kalandar in front of him. Najud, his eldest daughter, and Aisha, his young wife, seated to one side, trying to hide their terror at his rage and petrified that he would turn on them. Kneeling beside the door, still in his travel-stained clothes and filled with dread, was Hakim, Azadeh's brother, who had just arrived and had been rushed here under guard in response to the Khan's summons, and who had listened with equal rage to Ahmed relating what had happened at the village.
"You son of a dog!"
the Khan shouted again, his mouth salivating.
You let the dog of a saboteur escape. You let him drag my daughter off with him. You harbor the saboteur, and then you dare to judge one of my family and would stone without seeking my approval."
"It was the mullah,"
the Kalandar cried out, repeating it again and again.
"Shut him up!"
Ahmed hit him hard on one of his ears, momentarily stunning him, then dragged him roughly back onto his knees and hissed, "Say one more word and I'll cut your tongue out." The Khan was trying to catch his breath.
"Aisha, give me one of those pills."
She scurried over, still on her knees, opened the bottle and put a pill into his mouth and wiped it for him. The Khan kept the pill under his tongue as the doctor had told him, and in a moment the spasm passed, the thundering in his ears lessened, and the room stopped weaving. His bloodshot eyes went back onto the old man, who was whimpering and shaking uncontrollably.
"You son of a dog! So you dare to bite the hand that owns you! You, your butcher, and your festering village! Ibrahim," the Khan said to one of the guards, "take him back to Abu Mard and stone him. Have the villagers stone him, then cut off the hands of the butcher."
Ibrahim and another guard pulled the howling man to his feet, smashed him into silence, and opened the door, stopped, as Hakim said harshly, "Then burn the village." The Khan looked at him, his eyes narrowed.
"Yes, then burn the village,"
he echoed, and kept his eyes on Hakim, who looked back at him, trying to be brave. The door closed, and now the quiet heightened, broken only by Abdullah's laboured breathing.
"Najud, Aisha, leave," he said.
Najud hesitated, wanting to stay, wanting to hear sentence pronounced on Hakim, gloating that Azadeh had been caught in her adultery and was therefore due punishment whenever she was recaptured. Good, good, good. With Azadeh they both perish, Hakim and the redhead of the knife. "I will be within instant call, Highness," she said.
"You can go back to your quarters. Aisha, you wait at the end of the corridor."
Both women left. Ahmed closed the door contentedly, everything going as planned. The other two guards waited in silence. The Khan shifted painfully, motioning to them.
"Wait outside. Ahmed, you stay."
When they had gone, and there were just the three of them in the big, cold room, he turned his gaze back to Hakim.
"Burn the village, you said. A good idea, but that doesn't excuse your treachery, or your sister's."
"Nothing excuses treachery against a father, Highness. But neither Azadeh nor I have betrayed you or plotted against you."
"Liar! You heard Ahmed. She admitted fornicating with the saboteur. She admitted it."
"She admitted loving him, Highness, years and years ago. She swore before God she had never committed adultery or betrayed her husband. Never. In front of those dogs and sons of dogs and worse, that mullah of the left hand What should the daughter of a Khan say? Didn't she try to protect your name in front of that godless mob of shit?
Still twisting words, still protecting the whore she became?
Hakim's face went ashen. Azadeh fell in love as mother fell in love. If she's a whore, then you whored my mother. Blood surged back into the Khan's face.
How dare you say such a thing?
It's true. You lay with her before you were married. Because she loved you, she let you secretly into her bedroom, and so risked death. She risked death because she loved you, and you begged her. Didn't our mother persuade her father to accept you, and persuade your father to allow you to marry her, instead of your older brother who wanted her as a second wife for himself? Hakim's voice broke, remembering her in her dying, hymn 7, Azadeh 6, not understanding very much, only that she was in terrible pain from something called tumour, and outside, in the courtyard, their father Abdullah beset with grief. Didn't she always stand up for you, against your father and your older brother? And then, when your brother was killed and you became heir, didn't she heal the breach with your father?
You can't know such things. You were too young.
Old Nanny Fatima told us. She told us before she died. She told us everything she could remember. The Khan was hardly listening, remembering too, remembering his brother's hunting accident he had so deftly engineered. Old Nanny might have known about that too, and if she did, then Hakim knows and Azadeh knows, all the more reason to silence them. Remembering too all the magic times he had had with Naphtali the Fair, before and after marriage, and during all the days until the beginning of the pain. They had been married not even 1 year when Hakim was born, 2 when Azadeh appeared. Naphtali just 16 then, tiny, physically a pattern of Aisha, but 1,000 times more beautiful, her long hair like spun gold. 5 more heavenly years, no more children, but that never mattered. Hadn't he a son at long last, strong and upright, where his 3 sons from his first wife had all been born sickly, soon to die, his 4 daughters ugly and squabbling? Wasn't his wife still only 22, in good health, as strong and as wonderful as the 2 children she had already birthed? Plenty of time for more sons. Then the pain beginning, and the agony. No help from all the doctors in Tehran. Inshallah, they said. No relief except drugs, ever more strong as she wasted away. God grant her the peace of paradise and let me find her there. He was watching Hakim, seeing the pattern of Azadeh, who was a pattern of the mother, listening to him running on. Azadeh only fell in love, Highness. If she loved that man, can't you forgive her? Wasn't she only 16 and banished to school in Switzerland, as later I was banished to Khoi?
Because you were both treacherous, ungrateful, and poisonous,
the Khan shouted, his ears beginning to thunder again.
Get out! You're to stay away from all others, under God, until I send for you. Ahmed, see to it, then come back here.
Hakim got up, near tears, knowing what was going to happen and powerless to prevent it. He stumbled out. Ahmed gave the necessary orders to the guards and came back into the room. Now the Khan's eyes were closed, his face very grey, his breathing more laboured than before. Please God, do not let him die yet, Ahmed prayed. The Khan opened his eyes and focused.
I have to decide about him, Ahmed. Quickly.
Yes, Highness, his counselor began, choosing his words carefully. You have but 2 sons, Hakim and the babe. If Hakim were to die or, he smiled strangely, happen to become sightless and crippled, then Mahmud, husband of Her Highness Najud, will be regent until—
That fool! Our lands and power would be lost within a year.
Patches of redness flared in the Khan's face, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to think clearly.
Give me another pill.
Ahmed obeyed and gave him water to drink, gentling him. You're in God's hands. You will recover. Don't worry.
Don't worry,
the Khan muttered, pain in his chest.
The will of God, the mullah died in time. Strange. Peter Alyek kept his bargain, though he, the mullah, died too fast. Too fast.
Yes, Highness. In time, the spasm again passed.
What's your advice about Hakim?
Ahmed pretended to think a moment.
Your son Hakim is a good Muslim. He could be trained. He has managed your affairs in Khoi well, and has not fled as perhaps he could have done. He is not a violent man, except to protect his sister, eh? But that's very important, for therein lies his key. He came closer and said softly, "Decree him your heir,
Never.
providing he swears by God to guard his young brother as he would his sister, providing further his sister returns at once of her own will to Tabriz. In truth, Highness, you have no real evidence against them, only hearsay. Entrust me to find out the truth of him and of her, and to report secretly to you."
The Khan was concentrating, listening carefully, though the effort was taxing him.
The brother's the bait to snare the sister, as she was the bait to snare the husband.
As they're both bait for the other. Yes, Highness, of course you thought of it before me. In return for giving the brother your favor, she must swear before God to stay here to help him.
She'll do that. Oh, yes, she'll do that.
Then they'll both be within your reach, and you can toy with them at your pleasure, giving and withholding at your whim, whether they're guilty or not.
They're guilty.
If they're guilty, and I will know quickly if you give me complete authority to investigate, then it's God's will that they will die slowly, that you decree Fazulia's husband to be Khan after you, not much better than Mahmud. If they're not guilty, then let Hakim remain heir, providing she stays, and if it were to happen, again at God's will, that she is a widow, she'd even betroth him whom you choose, Highness, to keep Hakim your heir, even a Soviet, should he escape the trap, no?"
For the first time today, the Khan smiled. This morning, when Armstrong and Colonel Hashemi Fazir had arrived to take possession of Peter Alyek Mazitrik, they had pretended to be suitably concerned about the Khan's health, as he had pretended outwardly to be sicker than he had felt at that time. He had kept his voice wan and hesitant and very low, so they both had had to lean forward to hear him.
"Peter Alyek is coming here today. I was going to meet him, but I asked him to come here because I'm sick. I sent him word to come here, and he should be at the border at sunset, at Julfa. If you go at once, you'll be in plenty of time. He sneaks over the border in a small Soviet helicopter gunship, and lands near a side road off the Julfa-Tabriz road, where his car is waiting for him. No chance to miss the turning. It's the only one. A few kilometers north of the city. It's the only side road, desolate country, soon little more than a track. How you take him is your affair, and as I cannot be present, you will give me a tape of the investigation?"
"Yes, Highness," Hashemi had said. "How would you advise us to take him?"
"Choke the road, both sides of the turnoff, with a couple of old, heavily laden farm trucks, firewood or crates of fish. The road's narrow and twisting and potholed and heavy with traffic, so an ambush should be easy. But be careful. There are always 2 Deh cars to run interference for him. He's a wise man and fearless. There's a poison capsule in his lapel."
"Which one?"
I don't know. He will land near sunset. You can't miss the turnoff. It's the only one."
Abdullah Khan sighed, lost in his thoughts. Many times he had been picked up by the same helicopter to go to the dacha at Tbilisi. Many good times there, the food lavish, the women young and accommodating, full-lipped and hungry to please. Then, if he was lucky, Vertinsky, the hellcat, for further entertainment. He saw Ahmed watching him.
"I hope Peter escapes the trap. Yes, it would be good for him to have her.
Tiredness swamped him.
I'll sleep now. Send my guard back, and after I've eaten tonight, assemble my devoted family here, and we will do as you suggest.
His smile was cynical.
It's wise to have no illusions.
Yes, Highness. Ahmed got to his feet. The Khan envied him his lithe and powerful body.
Wait, there was something else.
The Khan thought a moment, the process strangely tiring.
Ah, yes. Where's Redhead of the Knife?
With Simtarga, up near the border, Highness. Simtarga said they might be away for a few days. They left Tuesday night.
Tuesday? What's today?
Saturday, Highness, Ahmed replied, hiding his concern.
Ah, yes, Saturday.
Another wave of tiredness. His face felt strange, and he lifted his hand to rub it, but found the effort too much.
Ahmed, find out where he is. If anything happens, if I have another attack and see that I'm taken to Tehran, to the International Hospital at once. At once. Understand?
Yes, Highness.
Find out where he is, and for the next few days keep him close by. Overrule Simtarga. Keep Here of the Knife close by.
Yes, Highness. When the guard came back into the room, the Khan closed his eyes and felt himself sinking into the depths.
There is no other god but God, he muttered,
very afraid. Near the north border, east of Julfar, 6:05 p.m. It was near sunset, and Erki's 212 was under a crude, hastily constructed lean-to, the roof already a foot deep in snow from the storm last night, and he knew much more exposure in sub-zero weather would ruin her. "Can't you give me blankets or straw or something to keep her warm?" he had asked Sheikh Bayezid the moment they had arrived back from Rizaya with the body of the old woman, the chieftain, 2 days ago. "The chopper needs warmth."
"We do not have enough for the living."
"If she freezes, she won't work," he had said, fretting that the sheikh would not allow him to leave at once for Tabriz, barely 60 miles away, worried sick about Azadeh, and wondering what had happened to Ross and Gweng. "If she won't work, how are we going to get out of these mountains?" Grudgingly, the sheikh had ordered his people to construct the lean-to, and had given him some goat and sheepskins that he had used where he thought they would do the most good. Just after dawn yesterday, he had tried to leave. To his total dismay, Bayezid had told him that he and the 212 were to be ransomed.
"You can be patient, Captain, and free to walk our village with a calm guard, to tinker with your airplane," Bayezid had said curtly. "Or you can be impatient and angry, and you will be bound up and tethered as a wild beast. I seek no trouble, Captain, want none, or argument. We seek ransom from Abdullah Khan."
"But I've told you he hates me and won't help me to be ransomed."
"If he says no, we seek ransom elsewhere. From your company in Tehran, or your government, perhaps your Soviet employers. Meanwhile, you stay here as guest, eating as we eat, sleeping as we sleep, sharing equally. Or bound and tethered and hungry. Either way, you stay until ransom is paid."
"But that might take months, and
inshallah."
All day yesterday and half the night, Erki had tried to think of a way out of the trap. They had taken his grenade, but left him his knife. But his guards were watchful and constant. In these deep snows it would be almost impossible for him, in flying boots and without winter gear, to get down to the valley below, and even then he was in hostile country. Tabriz was barely 30 minutes away by 212, but by foot.
"More snow tonight, Captain."
Erki looked around. Bayezid was a pace away, and he had not heard him approach. "Yes, and a few more days in this weather, and my airplane, won't fly. The battery'll be dead and most of the instruments wrecked. I have to start her up to charge the battery and warm her pots. Have to. Who's going to ransom a wrecked 212 out of these hills?" Bayezid thought a moment.
"For how long must engines turn?"
10 minutes a day, absolute minimum."
"All right. Just after full dark, each day you may do it, but first you ask me. We help you drag her. Why is it she, not an it or a he?"
Erky frowned. "I don't know. Ships are always she. This is a ship of the sky." He shrugged.
"Very well. We help you drag her into open, and you start her up, and while her engine's running, there will be 5 guns within 5 feet, should you be tempted."
Erky laughed. "Then I won't be tempted."
"Good."
Bayezid smiled. He was a handsome man, though his teeth were bad. "When do you send word to the Khan?"
"It's already gone. In these snows it takes a day to get down to road, even on horseback, but not long to reach Tabriz. If the Khan replies favorably at once, perhaps we hear tomorrow, perhaps the day after, depending on the snows."
"Perhaps never. How long will you wait?"
"Are all people from the far north so impatient?"
Erky's chin jutted. "The ancient gods were very impatient when they were held against their will. They passed it on to us. It's bad to be held against your will, very bad."
"We are a poor people at war. We must take what the one God gives us. To be ransomed is an ancient custom."
He smiled thinly.
"We learned from Saladin to be chivalrous with our captives, unlike many Christians. Christians are not known for their chivalry. We are treat—"
His ears were sharper than Erky's, and so were his eyes.
"There, down in the valley."
Now Erky heard the engine also. It took him a moment to pick out the low-flying camouflaged helicopter approaching from the north. "A Kazi-Chokev 16, close support Soviet Army gunship. What's she doing?"
"Heading for Julfa."
The sheikh spat on the ground.
"Those sons of dogs come and go as they please."
"Do many sneak in now?"
"Not many, but one is too many."
Near the Julfa turnoff, 6:15 p.m. The winding side road through the forest was snow-heavy and not ploughed. A few cart and truck tracks, and those made by the old four-wheel-drive Chevy that was parked under some pines near the open space, a few yards off the main road. Through their binoculars, Armstrong and Hashemi could see 2 men in warm coats and gloves sitting in the front seat, the windows open, listening intently.
"He hasn't much time," Armstrong muttered.
"Perhaps he's not coming after all." They had been watching for half an hour from a slight rise among the trees overlooking the landing area. Their car and the rest of Hashemi's men were parked discreetly on the main road below and behind them. It was very quiet, little wind. Some birds went overhead, cawing plaintively.
"Hallelujah,"
Armstrong whispered, his excitement picking up. One man had opened the side door and got out. Now he was looking into the northern sky. The driver started the engine. Then, over it, they heard the incoming chopper, saw her slip over the rise and fall into the valley, hugging the tree-tops, her piston engine throttled back nicely. She made a perfect landing in a billowing cloud of snow. They could see the pilot and another man beside him. The passenger, a small man, got out and went to meet the other. Armstrong cursed. "You recognize him, Robert?"
"No, that's not Suslov. Peter Oleg Mazitrik, I'm certain."
Armstrong was bitterly disappointed. "Facial surgery?"
"No, nothing like that. He was a big bugger, heavy-set, tall as I am."
They watched as he met the other, then handed over something. "Was that a letter? What did he give him, Robert?" "Looked like a package. Could be a letter." Armstrong muttered another curse, concentrating on their lips. "What are they saying?" Hashemi knew Armstrong could lip-read. "I don't know. It's not Farsi or English." Hashemi swore and refocused his already perfectly focused binoculars. "It looked like a letter to me." The man spoke a few more words, then went back to the chopper. At once the pilot put on power and swirled away. The other man then trudged back to the Chevy. "Now what?" Hashemi said, exasperated. Armstrong watched the man walking toward the car. "Two options. Intercept the car as planned and find out what it is, providing we could neutralize those two bastards before they destroyed it. But that'd blow that we know the arrival point for Mr. Big, or just tail them, presuming it's a message for the Khan giving a new date." He was over his disappointment that Mizitrik had avoided the trap. "You must have the luck in our game," he reminded himself. "Never mind. Next time we'll get him, and he'll lead us to our traitor, to the 4th and 5th and 6th man, and I'll piss on their graves and Suslev's, or whatever Peter Aliek Mizitrik calls himself, if the luck's with me. We needn't even tail them. He'll go straight to the Khan." "Why?" "Because he's a vital pivot in Azerbaijan, either for the Soviets or against them, so they'd want to find out first-hand just how bad his heart is, and who he's chosen as regent till the babe comes of age, or, more likely, is levitated. Doesn't the power go with the title, along with the lands and the wealth? And the secret numbered Swiss bank accounts, all the more reason to come at once. Yes, but don't forget something serious might have happened in Tbilisi to make for the delay. Soviets are just as pissed off and anxious as we are about Iran." They saw the man climb back into the Chevy and begin talking volubly. The driver let in the clutch and turned back for the main road. "Let's get back to our car." The way back down the rise was fairly easy-going, traffic heavy on the Julfar to Tabriz road below, a few headlights already on, and no way for their prey to escape the ambush if they decided to stage it. "Hashemi, another possibility is that Mizitrik could have found out in the nick that he's been betrayed by his son, and he's sent a warning to the Khan, whose cover would also have been blown. Don't forget, we still haven't found out what happened to Rakotsi since your late departed friend General Janan let him go." "That dog'd never do it on his own," Hashemi said with a twisted smile, remembering his vast joy when he had touched the transmit button and had seen the resultant car bomb explosion obliterate that enemy, along with his house, his future, and his past. "That would be ordered by Abrim Pahmudi." "Why?" Hashemi veiled his eyes and glanced at Armstrong, but read no hidden guile therein. "You know too many secrets, Robert. Know about the Rakotsi tapes, and worst of all about my Group 4, and that I assisted Janan into hell, where the Khan will soon join him, as Talbot's due to in a couple of days, and you, my old friend, at my leisure. Should I tell you Pahmudi has ordered Talbot punished for his crimes against Iran? Should I tell you I'm happy to oblige? For years I've wanted Talbot removed, but have never dared to go against him alone. Now Pahmudi is to blame, may God burn him, and another irritant will be out of my way. Ah, yes, and Pahmudi himself this coming week. But you, Robert, you're the chosen assassin for that, probably to perish. Pahmudi is not worth one of my real assassins." He chortled to himself, trudging down the hill, not feeling the cold, not worried about Mizitrik's non-appearance. "I've more important worries," he was thinking. "At all costs, I've got to protect my Group 4 assassins, my guarantee for an earthly paradise with power over even Khomeini himself." "Pahmudi is the only one who could have ordered Rakotsi's release," he said. "Soon I'll find out why and where he is. He's either in the Soviet embassy, a Soviet safe-house, or in a Savoie interrogation dungeon. Or safely out of the country by now. Then he's safely dead. The KGB don't tolerate traitors." Hashemi smiled sardonically. "What's your bet?" For a moment Armstrong did not answer, thrown by the question that was unusual for Hashemi, who disapproved of gambling as he did. Now, the last time he had bet was in Hong Kong in '63 with bribe money that had been put into his desk drawer when he was a superintendent, CID. 40,000 Hong Kong dollars, about 7,000 US then. Against all his principles he had taken the Hung Yao, The fragrant grease, as it was called there, out of the drawer, and at the races that afternoon had bet it all on the nose of a horse called Pilot Fish, all in one insane attempt to recoup his gambling losses, horses and the stock market. This was the first bribe money he had ever taken in 18 years in the force, though it was always readily available in abundance. That afternoon he had won heavily, and had replaced the money before the police sergeant giver had noticed it had been touched, with more than enough left over for his debts. Even so, he had been disgusted with himself and appalled at his stupidity. He had never bet again, nor touched Hung Yao again, though the opportunity was always there. "You're a bloody fool, Robert," some of his peers would say. "No harm in a little dolly money for retirement." Retirement? What retirement? Christ, 20 years a copper in Hong Kong on the straight and narrow, 11 years here, equally so, helping these bloodthirsty twits, and it's all up the bloody spout. Thank God I've only me to worry about. No wife now, or kids, or close relations. Just me. Still, if I get bloody Suslov, who'll lead me to one of our high-up murdering bloody traitors, it'll all have been worth it. Like you, I'm not a betting man, Hashimi, but if I was—" He stopped and offered his packet of cigarettes, and they lit up gratefully. The smoke mixed with the cold air and showed clear in the falling light. "If I was, I'd say it was odds-on that Rakotsi was your Pahmudi's pishkesh to some Soviet VIP, just to play it safe." Hashimi laughed. "You're becoming more Iranian every day. I'll have to be more careful." They were almost to the car now, and his assistant got out to open the rear door for him. "We'll go straight to the Khan, Robert. What about the Chevy? We'll leave others to tail it. I want to get to the Khan first." The colonel's face darkened. "Just to make sure that traitor's more on our side than theirs." Chapter 48. At Coes Air Base, 6:35 p.m. Stark stared at Gavalan in total shock. "Whirlwind in 6 days? Afraid so, Duke." Gavalan unzipped his parka and put his hat on the hall stand. "Wanted to tell you myself. Sorry, but there it is." The two men were in Stark's bungalow, and he had stationed Freddie Air outside to make sure they were not overheard. "I heard this morning all our birds are going to be grounded, pending nationalization. We've 6 safe days to plan and execute Whirlwind, if we do it. That makes it next Friday. On Saturday, we're on borrowed time." Jesus. Absently, Stark unzipped his flight jacket and clomped over to the sideboard, his flying boots leaving a little trail of snow and water droplets on the carpet. At the back of the bottom drawer was his last bottle of beer. He nipped the top off, poured half into a glass, and gave it to Gavalan. "Health," he said, drinking from the bottle, and sat on the sofa. "Health. Who's in, Andy?" "Scragg. Don't know yet about the rest of his lads, but I'll know tomorrow. Mac's come up with a schedule and an overall 3-phase plan that's full of holes, but possible. Let's say it's possible. What about you and your lads?" "What's Mac's plan?" Gavalan told him. "You're right, Andy. It's full of holes. If you were to do a bunk, how'd you plan it from here? You've got the longest distances and the most difficulty." Stark went over to the flight map on the wall and pointed at a line that went from Coes to a cross a few miles out in the Gulf, indicating a rig. "This rig's called Flotsam, one of our regulars," he said, and Gavalan noticed how tight his voice had become. "It takes us about 20 minutes to reach the coast and another 10 to get to the rig. I'd cache fuel on the shore near that bearing. I think it could be done without causing too much suspicion. It's just sand dunes and no huts within miles, and a lot of us used to picnic there. An emergency landing to safety-check flotation gear before going out to sea shouldn't get radar too itchy, though they get worse every day. We'd have to cache 2 40-gallon drums per chopper to get us across the Gulf, and we'd have to refuel and fly it by hand." It was almost dusk. Windows looked out on the runway and beyond it to the Air Force Base. The 125, with priority clearance onward to Al-Shagaz, was parked on the apron, waiting for the fuel truck to arrive. Officious, nervous green bands surrounded her. Refueling was not really necessary, but Clavell had told John Hogg to request it anyway, to give him more time with Stark. The other two passengers, Arbery and Dibble, being sent on leave after their escape from Tabriz, and crammed between a full load of crates of spares hastily packed and marked in English and Farsi for immediate repair and return to Tehran, were not allowed to land even to stretch their legs. Nor the pilots, except to ground check and to supervise the fueling when the truck arrived. "You'd head for Kuwait?" Clavell asked, breaking the silence. "Sure. Kuwait'd be our best bet, Andy. We'd have to refuel in Kuwait, then work our way down the coast to Al-Shagaz. If it was up to me, I'd guess I'd park more fuel against an emergency." Stark pinpointed a tiny speck of an island off Saudi. "Here'd be good. Best to stay offshore, Saudi. No telling what they'd do." Queasily, he stared at all the distances. "The island's called Gillette, the Toad, which is what it looks like. No huts, no nothing, but great fishing. Manuela and I went out there once or twice when I was stationed at Bahrain. I'd park fuel there." He took off his flight cap and wiped the droplets off his forehead, then put his cap back on again, his face more etched and tired than usual, all flights more harassed than usual, cancelled, then reordered, and cancelled again. Esfandiari more foul than usual, everyone edgy and irritable, no mail or contact with home for weeks, most of his people, including himself, overdue leave and replacement. Then there's the added problems of the incoming Zagros 3 personnel and airplanes, and what to do with old Effa Jordan's body when it arrives tomorrow. That had been Stark's first question when he had met Clavell at the 125 steps. "I've got that in hand, Duke," Clavell had said heavily, the wind 10 knots and chill. "I've got ATC's permission for the 125 to come back tomorrow afternoon to pick up the coffin. I'll ship it back to England on the first available flight. Terrible. I'll see his wife as soon as I get back and do what I can. Lousy luck. Thank God young Scott's okay, huh? Yes, but lousy that anyone got hurt. Lousy. What if it was Scott's corpse and Scott's coffin? Clavell was thinking again, the question never ending. What if it had been Scott? Could you still compartmentalize the murder so easily? No, of course not. All you can do is bless your Joss this time and do the best you can. Just do the best you can. Curiously, Tehran ATC and the airport comité were as shocked as we were, and very helpful. Let's go and chat. I've not much time. Here's mail for some of the lads and one from Manuela. She's fine, Duke. She said not to worry. Kids are fine and want to stay in Texas. Your folks are fine, too. She asked me to tell you first thing when I caught up with you." Then Clavell had delivered the bombshell of 6 days, and now Stark's mind was in a fog. "With Zagros's birds here, I'll have 3 212s, 1 Alouette, and 3 206s plus a load of spares. 9 pilots, including Tom Lockhart and John Luke, and 12 mechanics. That's way too many for a caper like Whirlwind, Andy." "I know." Clavell looked out the window. The fueling truck was lumbering alongside the 125, and he saw Johnny Hogg come down the steps. "How long will she take to refuel?" "If Johnny doesn't hurry them up, 3/4 of an hour, easy." "Not much time to make a plan," Clavell said. He looked back at the map. "But then there'd never be enough. Is there a rig near that bearing that's empty, still closed down?" "Dozens. There are dozens that are still as the strikers left them months ago. Doors welded closed. Crazy, huh?" "Why?" "Scragg said one of them might be an ideal spot to park gasoline and refuel." Stark frowned. "Not in our area, Andy. He's got some big platforms. Ours are little bitty ones, mostly. We've none that could take more than 1 chopper at a time, and we sure as hell wouldn't want to wait around. What did old Scragg say?" Clavell told him. "You think he'll get to go see Rudy?" "He said in the next few days. I can't wait that long now." Could you find an excuse to get down to Bandar Delam?" Stark's eyes narrowed. "Sure. Maybe we could send a couple of our birds there and say we're redeploying them. Even better, tell Hotshot we're putting them on loan for a week. We can still get occasional clearances, so long as that son of a bitch is out of the way." Clavell sipped the beer, making it last. "We can't operate any longer in Iran. Poor old Jordan should never have happened, and I'm damned sorry I didn't order an evacuation weeks ago. Damned sorry. He wasn't your fault, Andy." "In a way, he was. In any event, we have to pull out, with or without our planes. We have to try to salvage what we can, without risking personnel. Any caper's going to be goddamn risky, Andy." Stark's voice was gentle. "I know. I'd like you to ask your lads if they'd be part of Whirlwind. There's no way we could get out all our choppers. No way. I know, so I propose we concentrate on our 212s only." Clavell saw Stark look at him with more interest. Mac agreed. "Could you fly your 3 out?" Stark thought a moment. "2's max that I could handle. We'd need 2 pilots, with, say, 1 mechanic per chopper for emergencies, and some extra hands to handle the spare drums or in-flight refuel. That'd be minimum. It'd be tricky, but if we got lucky—" He whistled tonelessly. "Maybe we could send the other 212 to Rudy at Bandar Delam? Sure, why the hell not? I'd tell Hotshot she's on loan for 10 days. You could send me a confirmed telex asking for the transfer. But hell, Andy, we'd still have 3 pilots here, and—" The interbase phone rang. "God damn," he said irritably, getting up and going over to it. "I'm so used to having the phones out. Every time one rings, I jump like a scalded cat expecting Armageddon. Hello, this is Stark." "Yeah?" Clavell watched Stark, tall, lean, and so strong. "Wish I was as strong," he thought. "Ah, thanks," Stark was saying. "Okay, sure. Thanks, Sergeant. Who?" "Sure, put him on." Clavell noticed the change in his voice, and his attention increased. "Evening." "No, we can't, not now." "No, we can't. Not now, we're busy." He put the phone down with a muttered, "Son of a bitch." "Hotshot wanted to see us. I want you both over in my office at once, asshole." He sipped some beer and felt better. It was also Wazari in the tower reporting the last of our birds has just touched down. "Who?" "Pop Kelly. He's been on the Flotsam run, ferrying a few oilers from rig to rig. They're way down in strength, except in fat-ass comités who are more concerned with prayer meetings and kangaroo courts than pumping oil." He shivered. "I tell you, Andy, the comités are Satan-sponsored." Clavell noted the word, but said nothing as Stark continued. "They're the pits." "Yes, Azadeh nearly got killed by stoning." "What?" Clavell told him about the village and her escape from the village. "We still don't know where the hell old Erky is. I saw her before I left, and she was— glazed is about the only word. Still not over the shock." Stark's face became even grimmer. With an effort, he shook off his anger. "Say, we can get the 212s out. What about the guys? We've still 3 pilots and maybe 10 mechs to get out before the caper. What about them? And what about all the spares? We'd be leaving 3 206s and the Alouette. And what about all our household bits and pieces, our bank accounts, apartments in Tehran, photos, and all the kid stuff? Hell, not just ours, but all the other guys, the ones we got out in the Exodus. If we shove off, everything'll be lost. Everything. The company'll reimburse everyone. I can't do the bric-a-brac, but we'll pay bank accounts and cover the rest. Most are minimal, as most of you keep your funds in England and draw on them as you need them. For the last few months, certainly since the banks went on strike, we've been crediting all pay and allowances in Aberdeen. We'll pay to replace furniture and personal stuff. Seems to me we can't get most of it out anyway. Ports are still clogged, practically no truckers, railways aren't working, air freight almost non-existent. Everyone will be reimbursed." Stark nodded slowly. He finished his beer to the dregs. "Even if we get the 212s out, you're going to take a bath." Gavalan said patiently, "No. Add it up for yourself. Each 212's worth $1 million, each 206 $150,000, an Alouette $500,000. We've 12 212s in Iran. If we could get them out, we'd be okay, still in business, and I could absorb Iran's losses. Just. Business is booming, and 12 212s would keep us going. Any spares we could get out would be an extra bonus. Again, we could concentrate on 212 spares only. With our 212s, we're in business." He tried to maintain his confidence, but it was waning. So many hurdles to jump, mountains to scale, gorges to cross. Yes, but don't forget that a journey of 10,000 leagues begins with one step. Be a little Chinese, he told himself. Remember your childhood in Shanghai and old Nanny Ah Sung, and how she taught you about Joss, part luck, part karma. Joss is Joss, young master, good or bad. Sometimes you can pray for good Joss and get it, sometimes not. But don't trust the gods too far. Gods are like people. They sleep, go out to lunch, get drunk, forget what they're supposed to do, lie and promise, and lie again. Pray all you want, but don't depend on gods. Only yourself and your family, and even with them, depend on yourself. Remember, gods don't like people, young master, because people remind them of themselves. Of course we'll get the lads out, every last one. Meanwhile, would you ask for volunteers to fly out your two birds if I push the button on Whirlwind?" Stark glanced back at the map. Then he said, "Sure. It'll be me and either Freddie or Pop Kelly. The other guy can take the 212 to Rudy and join him in his plan. They've not so far to go." He smiled wryly. "Okay?" "Thanks," Gavalan said, feeling very good inside. "Thanks. Did you mention Whirlwind to Tom Lockhart when he was here?" "Sure. He said to count him out, Andy." "Oh." The good feeling vanished. "Then that's it. If he stays, we can't go forward." "He's a go, Andy, whether he likes it or not," Stark said compassionately. "He's committed, with or without Shahrazad. That's the tough part, with or without. He can't escape HBC, Valik, and Isfahan." After a moment, Gavalan said, "I suppose you're right. Unfair, isn't it?" "Yes. Tom's all right. He'll understand eventually. I'm not so sure about Shahrazad. Mac and I tried to see her in Tehran. We went to the Bakravan house and knocked for 10 minutes. No answer. Mac went yesterday, too. Maybe they're just not answering the door. Not like Iranians." Stark took off his flight jacket and hung it up in the small hall. "Soon as Tom gets back here tomorrow, I'll send him to Tehran if there's enough daylight left. Latest Monday morning. I was going to clear it with Mac tonight on our regular call." "Good idea." Gavalan went on to the next problem. "Damned if I know what to do about Erki, either. I saw Talbot, and he said he'd see what he could do. Then I went to the Finnish embassy and saw a first secretary called Tolinen, and told him, too. He seemed very concerned, and just as helpless. That's rather a wild country, and the border's as fluid as the rebellion, insurrection, or fighting that's going on there. If the KGB's involved—" He left it hanging, Duke, just like that. If the KGB's involved. "What about Azadeh? Can't her daddy, the Khan, help?" "Seems they all had a huge row. She was very shook. I asked her to forget her Iranian papers and get on the 125 and wait for Erki in Al-Shargaz, but that went down like a lead balloon. She won't move till Erki reappears. I pointed out the Khan's a law unto himself. He can reach into Tehran and kidnap her back too easily if he wants. She said, Inshallah. Erki'll be okay, I'd bet on that." Stark was confident. "His ancient gods'll guard him." "Hope so." Gavalan had kept his parka on. Even so, he was still feeling cold. Out of the window he could see the fueling still continuing. "How about a cuppa before I leave?" "Sure." Stark went to the kitchen. Above the sink was a mirror, and over the butane stove opposite was an old, worn needlepoint mounted in frame that a friend in Falls Church had given to Manuela as a wedding present. Screw home cooking. He smiled, remembering how they had laughed when they had got it, then noticed the reflection of Gavalan in the mirror, brooding at the map. "I must be crazy," he thought, zeroing back to 6 days and 2 choppers. "How the hell are we going to clean out the base and still keep ourselves in one piece, 'cause Andy's right that one way or another we're finished here? I must be crazy to volunteer, but what the hell? You can't ask one of your guys to volunteer if you don't do it yourself." "Yeah, but—" There was a knock on the front door, and it opened immediately. Freddie Eyre said softly, "Hotshot's heading this way with a green band." "Come on in, Freddie, and shut the door," Stark said. They waited in silence. An imperious knock. He opened the door, saw the arrogant sneer on Esfandiari, instantly recognizing the young green band as one of the Mullah Hussein's men, and also a member of the Comité at his questioning. "Salam," he said politely. "Salam, Aga," the green band said with a shy smile. He had thick, cracked glasses and threadbare clothes and an M16. Abruptly, Stark's mind went into overload, and he heard himself say, "Mr. Gavalan, I think you know Hotshot." "My name's Esfandiari, Mr. Esfandiari," the man said angrily. "How many times do you have to be told? Gavalan, it would help your operation greatly to get rid of this man before we throw him out as an undesirable." Gavalan flushed at the rudeness. "Now, just a minute. Captain Stark's the best "You're Hotshot. You're also a son of a bitch," Stark exploded, bunching his fists, suddenly so dangerous that Eyre and Gavalan were aghast. Esfandiari backed off a foot, and the young green band gaped. "You've always been Hotshot, and I'd call you Esfandiari or whatever goddamn name you want, but for what you did to Captain Eyre. You're a son of a bitch with no balls and need pasting, and before you're very much older, you're going to get it. I'll have you before the Comité. You're a yellow-bellied eater of camel dung, so go blow it out of your ass." Contemptuously, Stark turned to the green band, who was still gaping at him, and, without missing a beat, switched to Farsi, his voice now polite and deferential. "Excellency, I told this dog," he jerked his thumb rudely at Esfandiari, "that he is an eater of camel dung with no courage, who needs men with guns to protect him while he orders other men to beat and threaten unarmed, peaceful members of my tribe against the law, who will not—" Choked with rage, Esfandiari tried to interrupt, but Stark overrode him. "Who will not stand against me as a man, with knife or sword or gun or fist, according to custom among the Bedouin to avoid a family blood feud, and according to my custom also." "Blood feud? You've gone mad. In the name of God, what blood feud? Blood feuds are against the law." Esfandiari shouted and continued the tirade, Gavalan and Eyre watching helplessly, not understanding Farsi, and completely thrown by Stark's outburst. But the young green band closed his ears to Esfandiari, then held up his hand, still awed by Stark and his knowledge, and not a little envious. "Please, Excellency Esfandiari," he said, his eyes magnified by the thickness of the old, cracked lenses, and when there was quiet, he said to Stark, "You claim the ancient right of blood feud against this man?" Stark could feel his heart pumping, and he heard himself say firmly, "Yes," knowing it was a dangerous gamble, but he had to take it. "Yes." "How can an infidel claim such a right?" Esfandiari said furiously. "This is not the Saudi desert. Our laws forbid "I claim that right." "As God wants," the green band said, and looked at Esfandiari. "Perhaps this man is not an infidel, not truly. This man can claim what he likes, Excellency." "Are you mad? Of course he's an infidel, and don't you know blood feuds are against the law? You fool! It's against the law! It's against—" "You're not a mullah," the youth said, angry now. "You're not a mullah to say what is the law and what isn't.
"Shut your mouth! I'm no illiterate peasant. I can read and write, and I'm a member of the Comité to keep the peace here, and now you threaten the peace." He glared at Esfandiari, who once more backed off. "I will ask the Comité and Mullah Hussein," he said to Stark. "There is little chance that they would agree, but as God wants. I agree the law is the law, and that a man does not need other men with guns to beat unarmed innocents against the law, or even to punish the evil, however evil, only the strength of God. I leave you to God." He turned to go. "A moment, Aga," Stark said. He reached over and took a spare parka that hung on a hook beside the still-open door. "Here," he said, offering the coat. "Please accept this small gift." "I could not possibly do that," the youth said, eyes wide and filled with longing. "Please, Excellency, it is so insignificant that it hardly bears noticing." Esfandiari began to say something, but stopped as the youth looked over at him, then again turned his attention to Stark. "I could not possibly accept it. It is so rich, and I could not possibly accept it from His Excellency." "Please," Stark said patiently, continuing the formality, then at length held the coat up for the youth to slip on. "Well, if you insist," the youth said, pretending reluctance. He gave Eyre the M16 while he slipped into the coat, the others not knowing quite what was going on, except Esfandiari, who watched and waited, swearing revenge. "It is wonderful," the youth said, zipping it up, feeling warm for the first time in many months. Never in all his life had he had such a coat. "Thank you, Aga." He saw the look on Esfandiari's face, and his disgust for him increased. Wasn't he just accepting Pishkesh, as was his right? "I shall try to persuade the Comité to grant the right His Excellency asks," he said, then contentedly went off into the gloaming. At once Stark whirled on Esfandiari. "Now, what the hell did you want?" "Many pilots' licenses and resident permits are out of date, and—" "No British or American pilot's license is out of date. Only Iranian, and they're automatic if the others are okay. Of course they're out of date. Haven't your offices been closed for months? Pull your head out of your ass." Esfandiari went beet red, and the moment he started to reply, Stark turned his back on him and looked directly at Gavalan for the first time. "It's clearly impossible to operate here any longer, Mr. Gavalan. You've seen it for yourself now. We're harassed. Freddie here was beaten. We're overruled, and there's no way we can work with this sort of crap. I think you should close down the base for a couple of months. At once," he added. Gavalan suddenly understood. "I agree," he said, and grabbed the initiative. Stark sighed with relief, pushed past, and sat down with pretended sullenness, heart racing in his chest. "I'm closing the base at once. We'll send all our choppers and personnel elsewhere. Freddie, get 5 men over due leave and put them aboard the 125 right now with their luggage. Right now, and—" "You can't close down the base," Esfandiari snarled. "Nor can you—" "It's closed, by God," Gavalan said, working himself into a towering rage. "They're my aircraft and my personnel, and we're not going to suffer all this harassment and beating. Freddie, who's over due leave?" Blankly, Eyre began to give names, and Esfandiari was in shock. To close down the base did not suit him at all. Wasn't Minister Ali Kiyar visiting here on Thursday, and wasn't he then going to offer him an extraordinary pishkesh? If the base was closed, that would ruin all his plans. "You can't take our helicopters out of this area without my approval," he shouted. "They're Iranian property." "They're the property of the joint venture when they're paid for," Gavalan shouted back, more than a little imposing in rage. "I'm going to complain to higher authority you're interfering with the Imam's direct order to get production back to normal. You are. You're forbidden to close down. I'll have the Comité put Stark in jail for mutiny if you—" "Balderdash! Stark, I'm ordering you to close the base down. Hotshot, you seem to forget we're well connected. I'll complain directly to Minister Ali Kiyar. He's advisor to our board now, and he'll deal with you and Iran Oil." Esfandiari blanched.
Minister Kia's on the board?
Yes, he is. For a split second, Gavalan was nonplussed. He had used Kia's name as the only one he knew in the present government, and was astonished at the impact it had had on Esfandiari. But, hardly missing a beat, he pressed home his advantage. "My close friend Ali Kia will deal with all this, and with you. You're a traitor to Iran. Freddy, get 5 men aboard the 125 right now, and Stark, send every aircraft we have to Bandar Dalam at first light. At first light." "Yes, sir." "Wait," Esfandiari said, seeing his whole plan in ruins. "There is no need to close down the base, Mr. Gavalan. There may have been misunderstandings, mostly due to Petrofi and that man Zataki. I wasn't responsible for that beating. It wasn't me." He forced his voice to be reasonable, but inside he wanted to shout with rage and see them all in jail, flogged and screaming for mercy they would never get. "No reason to close the base down, Mr. Gavalan. Flying can stay normal." "It's closed," Gavalan said imperiously, and glanced at Stark for guidance. "Much as I'm against it." "Yes, sir, you're right." Stark was very deferential. "Of course you can close the base. We can redeploy the choppers or mothball them. Bandar Dalam needs an immediate 212 for the Iran Toda contract. Perhaps we could send them one of ours and close down the rest." Esfandiari said quickly, "Mr. Gavalan, work is getting more normal every day. The revolution is successful and over. The Imam in charge. The comités will soon disappear. There'll be all the Gurney contracts to service, double the number of 212s needed. As to overdue license renewals, inshallah, we will wait 30 days. No need to close operations. No need to be hasty, Mr. Gavalan. You've been on this base a long time. You've a big investment here." "I know what our investment is," Gavalan snapped with real anger, hating the unctuous undercurrent. "Very well, Captain Stark. I'll take your advice, and by God you'd better be right. Put 2 men on the 125 tonight. Their replacements will be back next week. Send the 212 to Bandar Dalam tomorrow. How long is she to be on loan?" 6 days, sir. Back next Sunday." Gavalan said to Esfandiari, "She'll come back, pending an improved situation here." "The 212 is ours. The 212 is the base's equipment, Mr. Gavalan." Esfandiari corrected himself quickly. "We carry it on our manifests. It will have to come back. As to personnel, the rule is that incoming pilots and mechanics arrive first to replace those going on leave, and then we're going to bend the rules, Mr. Esfandiari, or I close the base now," Gavalan said curtly, and held on to his hope. "Stark, put 2 men on the plane tonight, all but a skeleton staff on the Thursday flight, and we'll send her back with full replacements on Friday, pending the situation coming back to normal." Stark saw Esfandiari's rage returning, so he said quickly, "We're not allowed to fly on Holy Day, sir. The full crew should come first thing Saturday morning." He glanced at Esfandiari. "Don't you agree?" For a moment, Esfandiari thought he was going to explode, his pent-up rage almost overcoming his resolve. If you apologize for the foul names and your foul manners." There was a big silence, the door still open, the room chill, but Stark felt the sweat on his back as he weighed his answer. They had achieved so much, if Whirlwind was to come to pass, but Esfandiari was no fool, and a quick acquiescence would make him suspicious, as a refusal might jeopardize their gains. "I apologize for nothing, but I will call you Mr. Esfandiari in future," he said. Without a word, Esfandiari turned on his heel and stormed off. Stark closed the door, his shirt under his sweater sticking to him. "What the hell was all that about, Duke?" Eyre said angrily. "Are you bonkers?" "Just a moment, Freddy," Gavalan said. "Duke, will Hotshot go along with it?" I don't know." Stark sat down, his knees trembling. "Jesus. If he does. Duke, you were brilliant. It was a brilliant idea. Brilliant." You caught the ball, Andy. You made the touchdown.
If it is a touchdown.
Gavalan wiped the sweat off his own brow. He began to explain to Eyre, stopped as the phone rang. Hello? This is Stark. Sure, hang on. Andy, it's the tower. McIver's on the HF for you. Wazari asks if you want to go over right away or call him back. McIver says to tell you he's gotten a message from a guy called Avasyard. In the control room, Gavalan touched the send switch, almost sick with worry, Wazari watching him, another English-speaking green band as attentive.
Yes, Captain McIver. Evening, Mr. Gavalan. Glad I caught you.
McIver's voice was heavy with static and non-committal.
How do you read?
3 by 5, Captain McIver. Go ahead.
I've just got a telex from Liz Chen. It says, please forward to Mr. Gavalan the following telex, dated the 25th of February, just arrived. Your request is approved. Signed, Masson Avasyard. A copy has gone to Al-Shogaz. Message ends.
For a moment, Gavalan did not believe his ears.
Approved? Yes, I repeat, your request is approved. Telex is signed, Masson Avasyard. What should I reply?
Gavalan was hard put to keep the glow off his face. Masson was the name of his friend in the Aviation Registration Office in London, and the request was to put all their Iranian-based helicopters temporarily back onto British registry.
Just acknowledge it, Captain McIver. We can proceed with planning. Yes, I agree. I'm off in a couple of minutes. Is there anything else? Not for the moment, just routine. I'll bring Captain Stark up to date tonight at our regular time. Very glad about Masson. Happy landings. Thanks, Mac, and you.
Gavalan clicked off the switch and handed the mic back to young Sergeant Wazari. He had noticed the bad bruising, broken nose, and that some of his teeth were missing. But he said nothing. What was there to say?
Thank you, Sergeant.
Wazari motioned out of the windows at the apron below, where the refueling crew had started winding in the long hoses.
She's all gassed.
He just stopped the automatic, sir.
We've no runway lights operating, so you'd best be aboard as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Gavalan felt almost light-headed as he walked for the stairs. The interbase HF crackled into life.
This is the base commander. Put Mr. Gavalan on.
At once, Wazari clicked the send switch.
Yes, sir.
Nervously, he handed the mic to Gavalan, whose caution had soared.
He's now Colonel Changiz.
Yes, Colonel. Andrew Gavalan. Aliens are forbidden to use the HF for code messages. Who is Masson Avasyard? A design engineer, Gavalan said. It was the first thought that came into his head. Watch yourself, this bastard's clever. I certainly wasn't What was your request? And who is— There was a slight pause and muffled voices. Who is Liz Chen? Liz Chen is my secretary, Colonel. My request was to— To what? He wanted to shout. Then, all at once, the answer came to him. To confine seating to a configuration 6 rows of 2 seats either side of a gangway of a new chopper, the X-63. The manufacturers wanted a different configuration, but our engineers believed that this 6x4 would enhance safety and make for a speedy exit in case of emergency. It would also save money and— Yes, very well, the Colonel interrupted him testily. I repeat, the HF is not to be used except with prior approval until the emergency is over, and certainly not for code. Your refueling is completed. You're cleared for immediate takeoff. Tomorrow's landing to pick up the body of the Zagros casualty is not approved. Echo Tango Lima Lima may land Monday between 1100 and 1200, subject to confirm by HQ that will be sent to Quiche radar. Good night. But we already have Tehran's formal approval, sir. My pilot gave it to your landing chief the moment he arrived. The Colonel's voice hardened even more. The Monday clearance is subject to confirmation by Iran Air Force HQ. Iran Air Force HQ. This is an Iran Air Force base. You are subject to Iran Air Force regulation and discipline,
and will abide by Iran Air Force regulations and discipline. Do you understand?" After a pause, Clavell said, "Yes, sir, I understand, but we're a civilian You're in Iran, on an Iran Air Force base, and therefore subject to Iran Air Force regulations and discipline." The channel went dead. Nervously, Waziri tidied his already meticulous desk.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Whirlwind by James Clavell. This book is read by Derek Perkins. Sunday, February the 25th. Chapter 49. Zagros, rig bellissima, 11:05 a.m. In the biting cold, Tom Lockhart watched Jesper Almquist, the down-hole expert, handle the big plug that now was suspended by a wire over the exposed drilling hole. All around was the burned-out wreckage of the rig and trailers from the terrorist firebomb attack, already half buried in new snow. "Lower away!" the young Swede shouted. At once his assistant in the small, self-contained cabin started the winch. Awkwardly fighting the wind, Jesper guided the plug down into the well's metal casing. The plug consisted of an explosive charge over 2 metal half-cups fixed around a rubber sealing ring. Lockhart could see how tired both men were. This was the 14th well they had capped over the last 3 days. Still 5 more to go, the sunset deadline only 7 hours away, each well a 2 to 3 hour job in good conditions, once they were on site. "Son of a bitching conditions," Lockhart muttered, equally weary. Too many flying hours since the green band of the Comité had decreed the deadline. Too many problems, scrambling to close down the whole field with its 11 sites, rushing to Shiraz to fetch Jesper, airlifting crews to Shiraz from dawn to dusk, spares to Kois, deciding what to take and what to leave. Impossible to do everything at such short notice. Then the death of Jordan and Scott being clipped. "That's it! Hold her there!" Jesper shouted, then hurried back through the snow to the cabin. Lockhart watched him check the depth gauge, then stab a button. There was a muffled explosion. A puff of smoke came out of the drill hole. At once his assistant winched in the remains of the wire as Jesper went back, fought the pipe rams closed over the drill hole, and it was done. "The explosive charge blows the 2 cups together," Jesper had explained earlier. "This forces the rubber seal against the steel casing, and she's capped. The seal good for a couple of years. When you want to open her, we come back and with another special tool drill out the plug and she's as good as new. Maybe." He wiped his face with his sleeve. "Let's get the hell out, Tom." He trudged back to the cabin, turned the main electric switch off, stuffed all the computer printouts into a briefcase, closed and locked the door. "What about all the gear?" "It stays. The cabin's okay. Let's get aboard. I'm frozen to hell." Jesper headed for the 206 that was parked on the helipad. "Soon as I get back to Shiraz, I'll see Iran Oil and get him to get us permission to come back and pick the cabin up, along with the others. 11 cabins are one hell of an investment to leave lying around and not working. Weather-wise, they're good for a year, locked up. They're designed to take a lot of weather beating, though not vandalizing." He motioned to the wreckage around them. "Stupid." "Yes, stupid. Tom, you should have seen the Iran Oil execs when I told them you'd been ordered out and Mr. Sarah was closing down the field." Jesper grinned, fair hair, blue eyes. "They screamed like slitted pigs and swore there were no Comité orders to stop production. I still don't see why they didn't come back with you and overrule the bastards here. I invited them and they said next week. This is Iran, they'll never come." He looked back at the site. "That well alone's worth 16,000 barrels a day." He got into the left seat beside Lockhart, his assistant, a taciturn Breton, clambered into the back and pulled the door closed. Lockhart started up, heat to maximum. Next, rig Maria, okay? Jasper thought a moment. Better leave her till last. Rig Rosa's more important. He stifled another yawn. We've 2 producers to cap there, and 1 still drilling. Poor bastards haven't had time to tip out about 7,000 feet of pipe, so we'll have to plug her with it all in. Son of a beaching waste. He clipped his seatbelt on and huddled closer to the heat fan. What happens then? Routine. The young man laughed. When you want to open her up, we core the plug, then start fishing the pipe out piece by piece. Slow, tedious, and expensive. Another huge yawn. He closed his eyes and was almost instantly asleep. Mimo Sarah met the 206 at Rig Rosa. A 212 was also on the pad, engine idling, Jean-Luc at the controls, men loading luggage and getting aboard. Buongiorno, Tom. Hi, Mimo. How's it go? Lockhart waved a greeting to Jean-Luc. These are the last of my men, except for a roustabout to help Jesper. Mimo Sarah was bleary with fatigue. There was no time to tip pipe out of 3. No problem, we'll cap her as is. See. A tired smile. Think of all the money you'll make tipping it out. Jesper laughed. 7,860 feet at... Maybe we'll make you a special price. Good-naturedly, the older man made an expressive Italian gesture. Lockhart said, I'll leave you 2 to it. When do you want me to come back for you? Jesper looked at his watch. It was near noon. Come for us at 4:30, okay? 4:30 on the dot. Sunset's at 6:37. Lockhart went over to the 212. Jean-Luc was muffled against the cold, but still managed to look elegant. I'll take this batch direct, Shiraz. They're the last, except for Mimo and your crew. Good. How's it below? Chaos. Jean-Luc swore with great passion. I smell disaster. More disaster. You expect disaster all the time, except when you're bedding. Not to worry, Jean-Luc. Of course to worry. Jean-Luc watched the loading for a moment, almost completed now, suitcases, knapsacks, 2 dogs, 2 cats, with a full load of men waiting impatiently, then turned back, lowered his voice, and said seriously, Tom, the sooner we're out of Iran, the better. No, Zagros is just an isolated case. Anyway, I'm still hoping Iran works out. HBC swirled up into the front of Lockhart's brain, and Shahrazad and Whirlwind. He had told no one here about Whirlwind and his talk with Stark. I'll leave that to you, Duke, he had said just before he left. You can put the case better than me. I'm totally against it. Sure, that's your privilege. Mac approved your trip to Tehran Monday. Thanks. Has he seen Shahrazad yet? No, Tom, not yet. Where the hell is she? He thought, another twinge going through him. I'll see you at the base, Jean-Luc. Have a safe trip. Make sure Scott and Rodriguez are ready when I get back. I'll have to do a quick turnaround if I'm to get to Al-Shagaz tonight. The cabin door slammed shut. Jean-Luc glanced around and got the thumbs up. He acknowledged, then turned back again. I'm off. Make sure Scott slips aboard quietly, eh? I don't want to get shot out of the skies. I still say Scott was their target, no one else. Lockhart nodded bleakly, headed for his 206. He had been en route back from Coes when the Dawn disaster had happened yesterday. Jean-Luc was getting up at the time and, by chance, had been looking out of his window. The 2 of them, Jordan and Scott, were very close together, carrying spares between them, loading HIW, he had told Lockhart as soon as he had landed. I didn't see the first shots, just heard them, but I saw Jordan stagger and cry out, hit in the head, and Scott look off toward the trees at the back of the hangar. Then Scott bent down and tried to help Jordan. I've seen enough men shot to know poor Ether was dead before he touched the snow. Then there were more shots, 3 or 4, but it wasn't a machine gun, more like an M16 on automatic. This time Scott got one in the shoulder, and it spun him around, and he fell into the snow beside Jordan, half covered by him, Jordan between him and the trees. Then the bullets started pumping again. That's Scott, Tom, I'm sure of it. How can you be sure, Jean-Luc? I'm certain. Effer was directly in the line of fire, directly, and took them all. The attackers weren't spraying the base, just aiming at Scott. I grabbed my very pistol and charged out, saw no one, but fired anyway in the general direction of the trees. When I got to Scott, he had the shakes, and Jordan was a mess, hit perhaps 8 times. We got Scott to the medic. He's all right, Tom. Shoulder wound. I watched him patched myself. Wound's clean, and the bullet went right through. Lockhart had gone at once to see Scott in the trailer room they called the infirmary. Kevin O'Sweeney, the medic, said, "He's okay, Captain." "Yes," Scott echoed, his face white and still in shock. "Really okay, Tom."
"Let me talk to Scott a moment, Kevin."
When they were alone, he said quietly,
"What happened while I was away, Scott? You see Nichak Khan? Anyone from the village?"
No one.
And you told no one about what happened in the square?"
No, not at all. Why, what's all this about, Tom?"
"Jean-Luc thinks you were the target, not Jordan or the base, just you."
"Oh, Christ! Old Effer bought it because of me?"
Lockhart remembered how distraught Scott had been. The base had been filled with gloom, everyone still working frantically, boxing spares, loading the 212s, the 206 and the Alouette for today, last day at Zagros. The only bright spot yesterday was dinner, a barbecued haunch of fresh wild goat that Jean-Luc had cooked with plenty of delicious Iranian rice and horished.
"Great barbecue, Jean-Luc," he had said. "Without French garlic and my skill, this would taste like old English mutton. Huh." "The cook buy it in the village?"
"No, it was a gift. Young Darius, the one who speaks English, he brought us the whole carcass on Friday as a gift from Nichak's wife." Abruptly, the meat in Lockhart's mouth tasted foul. "His wife?"
"Oui.
Young Darius said she'd shot it that morning.
Mon Dieu, I didn't know she was a hunter, did you?
What's the matter, Tom?"
"It was a gift to whom?"
Jean-Luc frowned.
"To me and to the base. Actually, Darius said, 'This is from the Kalandaran for the base, and to give thanks for France's help to the Imam. May God protect him.'" "Why?"
"Nothing," Lockhart had said, but later he had taken Scott aside.
"Were you there when Darius delivered the goat?"
Yes, I was. I happened to be in the office and just thanked him, and—"
The colour had left Scott's face.
"Now that I think of it, Darius said as he was leaving, 'It's fortunate that the Kalandaran is a great shot, isn't it?' I think I said, 'Yes, fantastic.' That'd be a dead giveaway, wouldn't it?"
"Yes, if you add it to my slip, which now I think's got to be a deliberate trap. I was trapped too, so now Nichak's got to know there are 2 of us who could be witnesses against the village."
Last night and all today, Lockhart had been wondering what to do, how to get Scott and himself out, and he still had no solution. Absently, he climbed into the 206, waited until Jean-Luc was clear, and took off. Now he was flying over the ravine of the broken camels. The road that led to the village was still buried under tons of snow the avalanche had brought. They'll never dig that out, he thought. On the rolling plateau he could see herds of goats and sheep with their shepherds. Ahead was Yazdek village. He skirted it. The schoolhouse was a scar in the earth, black amid the whiteness. Some villagers were in the square, and they looked up briefly, then went about their business.
"I won't be sorry to leave," he thought. "Not with Jordan murdered here. Zagros 3'll never be the same."
The base was in chaos, men milling about, the last of those brought from other rigs and due to go to Shiraz, thence out of Iran. Cursing, exhausted mechanics were still packing spares, piling boxes and luggage for transshipment to Kois. Before he could get out of the cockpit, the refueling tender arrived, with Freddie Air jauntily sitting on the hood. Yesterday, at Stark's suggestion, Lockhart had brought Air and another pilot, Klaus Schwarzenegger, to substitute for Scott.
"I'll take her now, Tom," Air said. "You go and eat."
"Thanks, Freddie. How'd it go?"
"Ropey. Klaus has taken another load of spares to Kois, and he'll be back in good time for the last one. Come sunset, I'll take the Alouette. She's loaded to the gills and a bit more. What do you want to fly out?"
"The 212. I'll have Jordan aboard.
Klaus can take the 206. You're off to Shiraz?
Yes, we've still got 10 bods to get there. I was thinking of taking 5 passengers instead of 4 for 2 trips, eh?
If they're small enough, no luggage, and so long as I don't see you, okay? Eyre laughed, the cold making his bruises more livid.
They're all so anxious, I don't think they care much about luggage. One of the guys from Rig Maria said they heard shooting nearby.
One of the villagers hunting, probably. The spectre of the huntress with her high-powered rifle, or for that matter any of the Kashkai, all expert marksmen, filled him with dread. We're so goddamn helpless, he thought, but kept it off his face. Have a safe trip, Freddy. He went to the cookhouse and got some hot horisht.
Aga,
the cook said nervously, the other 4 helpers crowding around.
We're due 2 months' pay. What's going to happen to our pay and to us?
I've already told you, Ali. We'll take you back to Shiraz, where you came from. This afternoon. We pay you off there, and as soon as I can, I'll send you the month's severance pay we owe you. You keep in touch through Iran Oil, as usual. When we come back, you get your jobs back.
Thank you, Aga.
The cook had been with them for a year. He was a thin, pale man with stomach ulcers.
I don't want to stay among these barbarians, he said nervously. When this afternoon?
Before sunset. At 4 o'clock you start cleaning up and get everything neat and tidy.
But, Aga, what's the point of that? The moment we leave, the lice-covered Yazdiks will come and steal everything.
I know, Lockhart said wearily. But you will leave everything neat and tidy, and I will lock the door, and maybe they won't.
As God wants, Aga. But they will.
Lockhart finished his meal and went to the office. Scott Gavalen was there, face drawn, arm painfully in a sling. The door opened. Rod Rodriguez came in, dark rings around his eyes, his face pasty.
"Hi, Tom. You haven't forgotten, huh?" he asked anxiously. "I'm not on the manifest."
"No problem. Scott, Rod's going with HJX. He's going with you and Jean-Luc to Al-Shargaz."
"Great, but I'm fine, Tom. I think I'd rather go to Coe's."
"For Christ's sake, you're out to Al-Shargaz, and that's the end of it." Scott flushed at the anger. "Yes, all right, Tom." He walked out. Rodriguez broke the silence.
"Tom, what do you want we send with HJX?"
"How the hell do I know, for Lockhart stopped. "Sorry. I'm getting tired. Sorry."
"No sweat, Tom. So are we all. Maybe we send her empty, huh?"
With an effort, Lockhart put away his fatigue. "No, put the spare engine aboard, and any other 212 spares to make up the load."
"Sure, that'd be good. Maybe—"
The door opened, and Scott came back in quickly.
"Nichak Khan, look out the window."
20 or more men were coming up the track from the village. All were armed. Others were already spreading out over the base, Nichak Khan heading for the office trailer. Lockhart went to the back window, jerked it open. "Scott, go to my hut. Keep away from the windows. Don't let 'em see you, and don't move until I come get you. Hurry!" Awkwardly, Scott climbed out and rushed off. Lockhart pulled the window closed. The door opened. Lockhart got up. "Salam, Kalandar."
"Salam. Strangers have been seen in the forests nearby. The terrorists must be back, so I have come to protect you."
Nichak Khan's eyes were hard.
"As God wants, but I would regret it if there were more deaths before you leave. We will be here until sunset."
He left.
"What did he say?"
Rodriguez asked, not understanding Farsi. Lockhart told him and saw him tremble. "No problem, Rod," he said, covering his own fear. There was no way they could take off or land without being over forest, low, slow, and in sitting duck range. Terrorists? Bullshit. Nichak knows about Scott, knows about me, and I'll bet my life he's got marksmen planted all around, and if he's here till sunset, there's no way to sneak off. He'll know which chopper we're on. Inshallah. Inshallah, but meanwhile, what the hell are you going to do? "Nichak Khan knows the countryside," he said easily, not wanting to panic Rod. Enough fear on the base already without adding to it.
He'll protect us, Rod, if they're there. Is the spare engine crated?
Huh? Sure, Tom, sure, she's crated.
You take care of the loading. I'll see you later. No sweat.
For a long time, Lockhart stared at the wall. When it was time to return to Rig Rosa, Lockhart went to find Nichak Khan.
You will want to see that Rig Rosa's been closed down properly, Kalandar. Isn't it on your land? He said. And though the old man was reluctant, to his great relief he managed to persuade him with flattery to accompany him. With the Khan aboard, Lockhart knew he would be safe for the time being. So far, so good, he thought. I'll have to be the last away. Until we're well away, Scott and I have to be very clever. Too much to lose now. Scott, the lads, Shahrazad, everything.
At Rig Rosa, 5 p.m. Jesper was driving their unit truck fast along the path through the pines that led to the last well to be capped. Beside him was Mimo Serra, the roustabout and his assistant were in the back, and he was humming to himself, mostly to keep awake. The plateau was large, almost half a mile between wells, the countryside beautiful and wild.
"We're overdue,"
Mimo said wearily, looking at the lowering sun.
"Stronzo."
"We'll give it a go," Jesper said. In the side pocket was the last of the energy-giving chocolate bars. The two men shared it. "This looks a lot like Sweden," Jesper said, skidding a bend, the speed exhilarating him.
"Never been to Sweden. There she is," Mimo said.
The well was in a clearing, already on stream and producing about 12,000 barrels daily, the whole field immensely rich. Over the well was a giant column of valves and pipes called the Christmas tree that connected it to the main pipeline.
"This was the first we drilled here," he said absently. "Before your time."
When Jesper switched the engine off, the silence was eerie. No pumps needed here to bring the oil to the surface. Abundant gas pressure trapped in the oil dome thousands of feet below did that for them, and would do so for years yet.
"We've no time to cap it properly, Mr. Serra, unless you want to overstay our welcome."
The older man shook his head, pulled his woolen cap down over his ears.
"How long would the valves hold?"
Jesper shrugged.
"Should be as long as you want, but unattended or inspected from time to time. Don't know. Indefinitely, unless we get a gas surge, or one of the valves or seals are faulty. Stronzo."
"Stronzo," Jesper said agreeably, motioned to his assistant and the roustabout, and went forward.
"We'll just shut it down, no capping."
The snow crunched underfoot. Wind rustled the treetops, and then they heard the incoming engine of the chopper back from the base.
"Let's get with it."
They were hidden from the helipad and main buildings of Rosa half a mile away. Irritably, Mimo lit a cigarette and leaned against the hood and watched the three men work diligently, fighting the valves, some stuck, then fetching the huge wrench to unglue them. Then the bullet ricocheted off the Christmas tree, and the following crack echoed through the forest. All of them froze. They waited. Nothing.
"You see where it came from?"
Jesper muttered. No one answered him. Again they waited. Nothing. "Let's finish," he said, and again put his weight onto the wrench. The others came forward to help. At once there was another shot, and the bullet went through the windshield of the truck, tore a hole in the cabin wall, and ripped a computer screen and some electrical gear apart before going out the other side. Silence. No movement anywhere. Just wind and a little snow falling, disturbed by the wind. Sound of the chopper jets shrieking now in the landing flare.
Mimo Serra shouted out in Farsi, "We just shut down the well, Excellencies, to make it safe. We shut it down and then we leave."
Again they waited. No answer. Again,
"We only make the well safe. Safe for Iran, not for us. For Iran and the Imam. It's your oil and not ours."
Waiting again, and never a sound but the sounds of the forest. Branches crackling. Somewhere far off an animal cried.
"Mamma mia!"
Mimo said, his voice hoarse from shouting, then walked over and picked up the wrench, and the bullet sang past his face so close he felt its wake. His shock was sudden and vast. The wrench slipped from his gloves. "Everyone in the truck! We leave!" He backed away and got into the front seat. The others followed, except Jesper. He retrieved the wrench, and when he saw the havoc the errant bullet had caused in his cabin to his equipment, his face closed, his anger exploded, and he hurled the wrench impotently at the forest with a curse and stood there a moment, feet slightly apart, knowing he was an easy target, but suddenly not caring. "Förbannade shitjävlar! Get in the car!" Mimo called out. "Förbannade shitjävlar," Jesper muttered, the Swedish obscenity pleasing him, then got into the driver's seat. The truck went back the way it had come, and when it was out of sight, a fusillade of bullets from both sides of the forest slammed into the Christmas tree, denting parts of the metal, screaming away into the snow or sky. Then silence. Then someone laughed and called out, "Allahu Akbar!" The cry echoed, then died away. At Zagros 3, 6:38 p.m. The sun touched the horizon. Last of the spares and luggage were being put aboard. All 4 choppers were lined up, 2 212s, the 206 and the Alouette, pilots ready, Jean-Luc stomping up and down, departures delayed by Nichak Khan, who had, earlier, arbitrarily ordered all aircraft to leave together, which had made it impossible for Jean-Luc to make Al-Shagaz, only Shiraz, there to overnight, as night flying was forbidden in Iranian skies. "Explain to him again, Tom," Jean-Luc said angrily. "He's already told you no, told me no, so it's no and it's too goddamn late anyway. You all set, Freddy?" "Yes," Air called out irritably. "We've been waiting an hour or more." Grimly, Lockhart headed for Nichak Khan, who had heard the anger and irritation, and saw with secret delight the discomfiture of the strangers. Standing beside Nichak Khan was the green band Lockhart presumed was from the Comité and a few villagers. The rest had drifted away during the afternoon. Into the forest, he thought, his mouth dry. "Calendar, we are almost ready." "As God wants." Lockhart called out, "Freddy, last load, now!" He took off his peaked cap, and the others did likewise, as Air, Rodriguez, and 2 mechanics carried the makeshift coffin out of the hangar, across the snow, and carefully loaded it into Jean-Luc's 212. When it was done, Lockhart stepped aside. "Shiraz party, board!" He shook hands with Mimo, Jesper, the roustabout, and Jesper's assistant as they climbed aboard, settling themselves amid the luggage, spares, and coffin. Uneasily, Mimo Serra and his Italian roustabout crossed themselves, then locked their seat-belts. Jean-Luc climbed into the pilot's seat, Rodriguez beside him. Lockhart turned back to the rest of the men. "All aboard!" Watched carefully by Nichak Khan and the green band, the remainder went aboard, Air flying the Alouette, Klaus Schwarzenegger, the 206, all seats full, tanks full, cargo belly full, external skid carriers lashed with spare rotor blades. Lockhart's 212 was crammed and over maximum. "By the time we get to Cois, we'll have used a lot of fuel, so we'll be legal. Anyway, it's downhill all the way," he had told all pilots when he had briefed them earlier. Now he stood alone on the snow of Zagros 3, everyone else belted in and doors closed. "Start up," he ordered, his tension mounting. He had told Nichak Khan he had decided to act as takeoff master. Nichak Khan and the green band came up to Lockhart. "The young pilot, the one who was wounded, where is he?" "Who? Oh, Scott. If he's not here, he's in Shiraz, Calendar," Lockhart said, and saw anger rush into the old man's face and the green band's mouth drop open. "Why?" "That's not possible," the green band said. "I didn't see him board, so he must have gone on an earlier flight." Lockhart had to raise his voice over the growing scream of the jets, all engines now up to speed. "On an earlier flight when we were at Rig Rosa and Maria, Calendar. Why?" "That's not possible, Calendar," the green band repeated, frightened, as the old man turned on him. "I was watching carefully." Lockhart ducked under the whirling blades and went to the pilot's window of Jean-Luc's 212, taking out a thick white envelope. "Here, Jean-Luc, bonne chance," he said, and gave it to him. "Take off." For an instant he saw the glimmer of a smile before he hurried to safety. Jean-Luc shoved on maximum power for a quick take-off, and she lifted and trundled away, the wash from the blades ripping at his clothes and those of the villagers, the jets drowning out what Nichak Khan was shouting. Simultaneously, also by prearrangement, Air and Schwarzenegger gunned their engines, easing away from each other before lumbering in a slow, laboured climb for the trees. Lockhart held on to his hope, and then the furious green band caught him by the sleeve and pulled him around.
"You lied," the man was shouting. "You lied to the Kalandar. The young pilot did not leave earlier. I would have seen him. I watched carefully. Tell the Kalandar you lied."
Abruptly, Lockhart ripped his sleeve away from the young man, knowing that every second meant a few more feet of altitude, a few more yards to safety. "Why should I lie? If the young pilot's not in Shiraz, then he's still here. Search the camp. Search my airplane. Come on. First let us search my airplane." He stalked off toward his 212 and stood at the open door, from the corners of his eyes seeing Jean-Luc's 212 now over the tree line, Air so overloaded, barely making it, and the 206 still climbing. "In all the names of God, let's search," he said, willing their attention onto him and away from the escaping choppers, willing them not to search his airplane but the camp itself. "How can a man hide here? Impossible. What about the office or the trailers? Perhaps he's hiding." The green band pulled the gun off his shoulder and aimed at him.
"Tell the Kalandar you lied, or you die."
With hardly any effort, Nichak Khan angrily ripped the gun out of the youth's hands and threw it into the snow.
"I'm the law in Zagros, not you. Go back to the village."
Filled with fear, the green band obeyed instantly. The villagers waited and watched. Nichak Khan's face was graven, and his small eyes went from chopper to chopper. They were away now, but not yet out of range of those he had posted around the base, to fire only on his signal, only his. One of the smaller choppers was banking, still climbing as fast as possible, coming around in a big circle. To watch us, Nichak Khan thought, to watch what happens next, as God wants.
"Dangerous to shoot down the sky machines," his wife had said. "That will bring wrath down upon us."
"Terrorists will do that. We will not. The young pilot saw us, and the Farsi-speaking Kalandar pilot knows. They must not escape. Terrorists have no mercy. They care nothing for law and order, and how can their existence be disproved? Aren't these mountains ancient havens for brigands? Haven't we chased these terrorists to the limit of our power? What could we do to prevent the tragedy? Nothing."
And now before him was the last of the infidels, his main enemy, the one who had cheated him and lied and whisked the other devil away. At least this one will not escape, he thought. The barest tip of the sun was just above the horizon. As he watched, it vanished.
"Peace be with you, pilot." "And with you, Kalandar. God watch you," Lockhart said thinly. "That envelope I gave to my French pilot. You saw me give it to him?" Yes, I saw it." "That was a letter addressed to the Revolutionary Comité in Shiraz, with a copy to the Iranian Kalandar in Dubai across the Great Sea, signed by the young pilot, witnessed by me, telling exactly what occurred in the village square, what was done by whom, to whom, who was shot, the number of men bound in the green band truck before it went into the ravine of the broken camels, the manner of Nasiri's murder. Your lies, all lies. By the Prophet, what is this word, murder? Murder? That is for bandits. The man died, as God wants," the old man said sullenly, aware of the villagers gaping at Lockhart. "He was a known supporter of the satanic Shah, who surely you will meet in hell soon." "Perhaps, perhaps not. Perhaps my loyal servant who was murdered here by cowardly sons of dogs has already told the one God, and the one God knows who is telling the truth."
He was not Muslim. He did not serve Islam, but he was a Christian, and Christians serve the one God, and my tribesman was murdered by cowards from ambush, sons of dogs with no courage, who shot from ambush, surely eaters of shit and men of the left hand and accursed. It's true he was murdered like the other Christian at the rig. By God and the prophet of God, their deaths will be avenged. Nichak Khan shrugged. Terrorists, he blustered, very afraid. Terrorists did that. Of course it was terrorists. As to the letter, it's all lies. Lies. The pilot was a liar. We all know what happened in the village. It's all lies what he said. All the more reason that the letter should not be delivered. Lockhart was choosing his words very carefully. Therefore, please protect me from the terrorists as I fly away. Only I can prevent the letter being delivered. His heart was beating heavily as he saw the old man take out a cigarette, weighing the pros and cons, and light the cigarette with Jordan's lighter, and he wondered again how he could have vengeance for Jordan's murder, still an unresolved part of the plan that so far had worked perfectly. His taking the too vigilant Nichak Khan away, Scott Gavallan sneaking into the makeshift coffin to be carried aboard Jean-Luc's 212, Jordan's shrouded body already put into the long crate that once housed tail rotors to be loaded into his 212, then the letter and the 3 choppers flying off together, all perfectly as planned. And now it was time to finish. Air in the Alouette circled overhead in station, well out of range. "Salam, Kalandar. God's justice be with you," he said, and headed for his cockpit. "I have no control over terrorists." And when Lockhart did not stop, Nichak Khan shouted louder, "Why would you stop delivery of the lies, eh?" Lockhart got into the cockpit, wanting to be away, hating this place now and the old man. "Because, before God, I deplore lies. Before God, you would stop the delivery of these lies? Before God, I will see that letter burned. God's justice be with you, Kalandar, and with Yazdek." He pressed the starter. The first jet fired up. Above him, the blades began to turn. More switches. Now the second engine caught, and all the time he was watching the old man. "Rot in hell, old man," he thought. "Jordan's blood's on your head and Johnny's. I'm sure of it, though I'll never prove it. Perhaps mine, too." Waiting. Now all needles in the green. Liftoff. Nichak Khan watched the chopper shudder into the air, hesitate, then turn slowly and begin to leave. So easy to raise my hand, he thought, and so soon the infidel and that howling monster become a funeral pyre falling out of the sky, and as to the letter, lies, all lies. 2 men dead? All know that it's their own fault they're dead. Did we invite them here? No, they came to exploit our land. If they had not come here, they would still be alive and waiting for the hell that inevitably is their due. His eyes never left the air machine. There was plenty of time yet. He smoked slowly, enjoying the cigarette greatly, enjoying the knowledge that he could terminate such a great machine just by raising his hand. But he did not. He remembered the advice of the Kalandaran and lit another cigarette from the stub and smoked that, waiting patiently. Soon the hateful sound of the engines was distant, fading quickly, and then, overhead, he saw the smaller air machine break off circling and also head south and west. When all infidel sound had quite gone, he judged that peace had once more come to his Zagros. "Fire the base," he said to the others. Soon the flames were high. Without regret, he cast the lighter into the flames, and, contentedly, he strolled home. Monday, February the 26th. Chapter 50. Near Bandar Dalam Air Base, 9:16 a.m. In torrential rain, the Subaru station wagon with the Iran Toda insignia on the doors hurried along the road, windshield wipers full speed, the road potholed and waterlogged in parts, the driver Iranian. Scragger sat uneasily beside him, his seatbelt tight, and in the back a Japanese radio mechanic hung on as best he could. Ahead, through the heavy rain-splats, Scragger saw an old bus hogging most of the road, and not far away, oncoming traffic.
"Minoru, tell him to slow down, again," he said. "He's witless."
The young Japanese leaned forward and spoke sharply in Farsi, and the driver nodded benignly and paid no attention, jabbed his palm on the horn and kept it there as he swerved out almost onto the other shoulder, overtaking the bus, accelerated when he should have braked, skidded, recovered, and just made the narrowing gap between the bus and the oncoming car, all three vehicles with their horns shrieking. Scragger muttered another curse. Beaming, the driver, a young bearded man, took his attention off the road and said something in Farsi, bouncing through a large pothole in a shower of water. Minoru interpreted, "He says, with the help of God, we'll be at the airfield in a few minutes, Captain Scragger."
"With the help of God, we'll be there in one piece, and not 50.
Scragger would have preferred to drive, but it had not been allowed, nor were any Iran Toda personnel allowed to drive themselves.
"We've found it to be good policy, Captain Scragger, the roads and the rules and Iranians being what they are,"
Watanabe, the engineer in charge, had said.
"But Mohammed is one of our best drivers and very reliable. See you this evening."
To Scragger's relief, he saw the airfield ahead. Green bands guarded the gate. The driver paid them no attention, just barreled through, and pulled up in a shower of water outside the 2-story office building.
"Allahu Akbar,"
he said proudly. Scragger exhaled. "Allahu Akbar it is," he said, unlocked his seatbelt, readying his umbrella as he looked around, his first time here. Big apron and small tower, some windows smashed, others boarded up, the 2-story office building derelict with more broken windows, SG Company trailers, good hangars now closed against the storm, with bullet holes all over and in the walls of the trailers. He whistled, remembering being told about the fight here between the green bands and the Mujahideen. Must have been a lot worse than Duke let on, he thought. 2 Royal Iran Air twin-jet passenger airplanes were parked haphazardly, the Royal now crudely slashed out with black paint, tires flat, cockpit windows smashed and left to rot. "Bloody sacrilege," he muttered, seeing the rain pouring into the cockpits. "Minoru, me son, tell Mohammed here not to move a muscle till we're ready to leave, okay?" Minoru did as he was asked, then followed Scragger out into the rain. Scragger stood beside the car, not knowing where to go. Then one of the trailer doors opened.
"Mein Gott, Scrag! I thought it was you. What the hell are you doing here?"
It was Rudy Lutz, beaming. Then he saw Stark join Rudy, and his heart picked up.
"Hi, me sons."
He shook hands warmly with both of them, all three talking together for a moment.
"Well, Duke, this is a pleasant surprise."
"What the hell are you doing here, Scrag?"
"First things first, me son. This is Minoru Fuyama, radio mech with Iran Toda. My UHF was acting up on the way in. I'm on a Butte charter from Lenge. Minoru's pulled the box, and it's in the car. Can you replace her?" "No problem. Come along, Mr. Fuyama."
Rudy went next door to find Fowler Joins to make the arrangements.
"I'm damned glad to see you, Scrag. Lots to talk about," Stark said.
"Like weather problems and whirlwinds?"
Yes, I'd say the weather's been on my mind a lot."
Stark seemed older, his eyes ranging the base, the downpour even heavier than before, the day warm and tacky.
"I saw Manuela at Al-Shagaz. She's same as usual, pretty as a picture, anxious but okay."
Rudy rejoined them, splashing through the rain, and led the way back into his office trailer.
"You won't be flying in this mess, Scrag. Would you like a beer?" "No, thanks, mate, but I'd love a cuppa."
Scrag said it automatically, though his thirst for a cool beer was monumental. But ever since his first medical with Dr. Nutt, just after he had sold Sheikh Aviation to Clavell, and Dr. Nutt had said, "Scrag, unless you quit smoking and cut down on the beer, you'll be grounded in a couple of years," he had been extra careful. Too bloody right, he thought. No fags, no booze, no food, and plenty of Sheilas. "You still have supplies, Rudy?" "At Lenge it's getting rough, except for de Plessis and his wine." "I got some off a tanker that's tied up down at the port," Rudy called back from the small kitchen, putting on the kettle.
Kazavak, seaman with his head and face smashed up. The captain said he'd had a fall, but it looked more like a bad fight. Not surprisingly, really. The ship's been stuck at anchor for 3 months. Mein Gott, Scrag, did you see the pile-up in the port when you came in? Must be 100 ships waiting to unload or to take on oil. Same at Carg and all along the coast, Rudy. Everywhere's clogged. Wharfs sky-high with crates, bales, and God knows what, all left rotting in the sun or rain. Enough of that. What are you doing here, Duke? I ferried a 212 from Coe's yesterday, but for the weather I'd have left at dawn. Glad I didn't now. Scragger heard the caution in the voice and looked around. No one listening that he could see. Problem? He saw Stark shake his head. Rudy turned on the music cassette. Wagner. Scragger hated Wagner. What's up? Just cautious. These damn walls are too thin, and I caught one of the staff eavesdropping. I think most of them are spies. Then we've a new base manager, Numir, Nasty Numi, we call him. He's off today, otherwise you'd be explaining why you're here in triplicate. Rudy made his voice lower. There are whirlwinds to talk about. But what are you doing here, Scrag? Why didn't you call us? Came into Iran Torah yesterday on a charter for a guy called Kashigi, who's the big buyer of Siri crude, and a bigwig with Iran Torah. Old Georges de Plessis arranged it. I'm here for today, leave tomorrow early. Andy asked me to see you, to sound you out, and this was as soon as I could make it. I couldn't raise you on the UHF coming in. Could have been the storm. I just snuck in time. Couldn't get permission to fly over here, so I pulled a wire off the pot just in case, and urgently needed a repair. Duke, Andy told you what we talked about in Al-Shagaz? Yes, he did. And you better know there's a new twist. Andy's been told we're being grounded pending nationalization, and we've only 5 days. 5 safe days only. If we're to do it, at the latest, it should be Friday. Jesus H. Christ! Scragger felt his chest tighten. Duke, there's no way I can get ready by Friday. Andy says we take out 212s only. Eh? Stark explained what had happened at Coe's and what, hopefully, would happen if Andy pushes the go. Come off it, not if, when. Andy has to. The question is, do we stick our necks out? Stark laughed. You already have. I said I'm in if everyone else is. With 2 212s, it's possible for me, and now that our birds are back on British registry, once we're out, that makes it legit. The hell it does, Rudy said. It's just not legal. I told you last night, and Pop Kelly agreed. Scrag, how Pop's here? Sure, Stark said. He came down with me. He explained why, then added, Hotshot approved the loan. We got 2 guys out on the 125 and the rest scheduled for Thursday, but I'm not so sure about that. Colonel Changiz said in future all personnel movements are to be approved by him, not just by Hotshot. How are you getting back? I'll take a 206. Stark looked out of the window at the rain. God damn front. She'll be through by tonight, Duke, Scragger said confidently. Rudy said, How are you going to get your men out, Scrag? Huh? If it's just my 2 212s, that makes it much easier. Much. Scragger saw Rudy quaff some of his ice-cold beer, the beads on the can glistening, and his thirst increased. Friday'd be a good day for a caper, because Iranians will be at prayer meetings or whatever. I'm not so sure, Scrag, Rudy said. Friday they still man the radar. They'll have to know something's up with my 4 birds charging across the Gulf, let alone your 3 and Duke's 2. Abadan's itchy as all hell about choppers, particularly after HBC. There been any more inquiries about her, Rudy? Yes. Last week Abasi came by. He's the pilot who blew her out of the sky. Same questions, nothing more. Does he know his brother was HBC's pilot? Not yet, Scrag. Tom Lockhart was bloody lucky. Bloody lucky. We've all been bloody lucky so far, Stark said. Except Erky. He brought Scragger up to date with the little they knew. Christ, what next? How are we going to do Whirlwind with him still in Iran?
We can't, Scrag. That's what I think, Rudy said. We can't leave him. That's right, but maybe... Stark drank some coffee, his own anxiety making him feel a little bilious. Maybe Andy won't push the button. Meanwhile, we hope to God Aerky gets away or is let go before Friday. Then Andy can. Shit, if it was up to me, just me, God damned if I'd risk Whirlwind. Nor me. Rudy was equally queasy. If they were all your planes and your company and your future, bet you would. No, I would. Scragger beamed. Me? I'm for Whirlwind. I got to be for it, sport. No bloody company'll employ me at my age, so I bloody have to keep Dirty Dunk and Andy the Gav in biz if I'm to keep flying. The kettle began singing. He got up. I'll make it, Rudy. What about you? You in or out? Me, I'm in if you two are, and if it's a possible, but I like it not a bit, and I'm telling you straight, I'll only lead my four out if I really think we've a chance. We talked to the other pilots last night, Scrag. Mark Dubois and Pop Kelly said they'd have a go. Block and Forsyth said thanks, but no thanks. So we've 3 pilots for 4 212s. I've asked Andy to send me a volunteer. Rudy mirrored his disquiet. But, Reisen mit Scheißen, I'll have 4 to get airborne somehow, all at the same time, when we're supposed to have start-up clearance. With green bands all over the base, our radio op Jahan no idiot, and then there's Nasty Numi. His eyebrows soared. You've no problem, old cock, Scragger said airily. Tell him you're going to do a flyby victory salute for Khomeini over Abadan. Up yours, Scrag. The music ended and Rudy turned the tape over. Then his face hardened. But I agree with you that Andy will push the button, and the when's Friday. Me, I say if one of us aborts, we all abort. Agreed? Scragger broke the silence. If Andy says go, I go. I have to. Bandar Delam Port, 3:17 p.m. Scragger's station wagon turned off a main road in the sprawling, noisy town into a lesser road, cut down it, then turned into a square in front of a mosque, Mohammed driving as usual, his finger on the horn almost constantly. The rain had lessened appreciably, but the day was still miserable. In the back seats, Minoru dozed, cradling the replacement radio. Scragger was absently staring ahead. So much to think about. Plans, codes, and what about Aerky? Poor old bugger. But if anyone can make it, he will. Swear to God old Aerky'll make it somehow. Say he doesn't, or Andy doesn't push go. What are you going to do for a job? I'll worry about that next week. He did not see the police car come charging out of a side turning, skid on the slippery surface, and smash into the back of them. There was no way that Mohammed could have avoided the accident, and the speed of the police car added to his own hurtled them broadside across the road into a street stall and the crowds, killing one old woman, decapitating another, and injuring many as the wheels fell into the jube, the momentum rolling the car over to smash it against the high walls with a howling screech of metal. Instinctively, Scragger had put his hands over his face, but the final crash bashed his head against the side, stunning him momentarily, the seatbelt saving him from real damage. The driver had gone through the windshield and now was half in and half out of the car, badly injured. In the back, the seat had protected Minoru, and he was the first to recover, the radio still protectively in his lap. Amid the screams and pandemonium, he fought his door open and scrambled out, covered by the melee of pedestrians and injured, unnoticed as a passenger, Japanese from Iran Toda normal in the streets here. At that moment the occupants of the police car that now was swiveled half across the road, its front crumpled, ran over. The police shoved their way up to the station wagon, took one look at the driver, then pulled the side door open and hauled Scragger out. Angry shouts of "American!" and more screams and noise, Scragger still half-stunned.
Thanks, I'm okay."
But they held him firmly, shouting at him.
"For Christ's sake," he gasped. "I wasn't driving. What the hell happened?"
Around him was a tumult of farcy and panic and anger, and one of the police snapped handcuffs on him, and then they dragged him roughly to the other car, pushed him into the back seat and got in, still cursing him. The driver started up. On the other side of the road, Minoru was futilely trying to push through the crowd to help Scragger. He stopped, crestfallen, as the car hurtled away down the street. Chapter 51. Near Doshan Tepe, 3:30 p.m. MacIver was driving along the empty perimeter road outside the barbed wire fence of the military airfield. The fenders were badly bent, and there were many more dents than before. One headlight was cracked and roughly taped, the red glass of one tail light missing, but the engine still sounded sweet, and her snow tires were firm on the surface. Snow banked the roadway. No sun came through the overcast that was barely 1,200 feet and obscured all but the foothills of the northern mountains. It was cold, and he was late. On the inside of his windshield was a big green permit, and, seeing it, the motley group of Green Band and Air Force guards stationed near the gate waved him through, then crowded back around the open fire to warm themselves. He headed for the SG hangar. Before he could reach it, Tom Lockhart came out of a side door to intercept him. "Hi, Mac," he said, getting in quickly. He was wearing flight gear and carried his flight bag and had just flown in from Kois. "How's Shahrazad?" "Sorry to take so long. Traffic was terrible. Have you seen her?" "No, not yet. Sorry." He saw Lockhart's immediate tension. "I went again early this morning. A servant answered the door, but didn't seem to understand me. I'll get you there as soon as I can." He let in the clutch and turned for the gate. "How was Zagros?" "Rotten. I'll fill you in on that in a second," Lockhart said hurriedly. "Before we can leave, we've got to report to the base commander." "Oh? Why?" MacIver put on the brake. "They didn't say. They left a message with the clerk that when you came in today to report to base commander. Any problems?" "Not that I know of." MacIver let in the clutch and swung around. Now what? He thought, holding down his anxiety. Could it be HBC? Let's hope not. What happened to Lulu? You have a prang? No, just some street vandals, MacIver said, his mind on HBC. Every day it gets rougher. Any news of Erky? Nothing. He's just vanished. Azadeh sits by the phone all day in the office. She's still staying with you? No, she went back to her own apartment on Saturday. MacIver was heading for the buildings on the other side of the runway. Tell me about Zagros. He listened without comment until Lockhart had finished. Awful. Just awful. Yes, but Nichak Khan didn't give the signal to shoot us down. If he had, he'd have gotten away with it. Goddamn hard to break the terrorist story. Anyway, when we got to Kois, Duke and Andy had had a fracas with Hotshot. Lockhart told him about that. But the ruse seems to be working. Yesterday Duke and Pop ferried the 212 to Rudy, and this morning Echo Tango Lima Lima came in for Jordan's body. Terrible. Feel very responsible for old Effa. Guess we all do. Ahead they could see the HQ building with sentries outside it. We all turned out and put the coffin aboard. Young Freddy played a lament on the pipes, not much else we could do. Curiously, Colonel Changiz sent an Air Force honor guard and gave us a proper coffin. Iranians are strange, so strange. They seemed genuinely sorry. Lockhart was talking automatically, sick with anxiety at the delays, having to wait at Kois, then flying here and ATC harassing him, then no transport and waiting interminably for MacIver to arrive, and now another delay. What's happened to Shahrazad? They were near the office building that housed the base commander's suite and officers' mess, where they both had spent many good times in the past. Doshan Tepe had been an elite base. The Shah had kept some of his private jet fleet and his Fokker friendship here. Now the walls of the two-story building were scored by bullets and broken here and there by shell fire, most windows out, a few boarded up. Outside a few green bands and slovenly airmen lolled around as sentries. Peace be with you. Excellency MacIver and Lockhart to see the camp commandant, Lockhart said in Farsi. One of the green bands waved them into the building. Where is the office, please?
Inside.
They walked up the steps toward the main door, the air heavy with the smell of fire and cordite and drains. Just as they reached the top step, the main door slammed open and a mullah with some green bands hurried out, dragging 2 young Air Force officers between them, their hands bound and uniforms torn and filthy. Lockhart gasped, recognizing one of them.
Karim!
He burst out, and now MacIver recognized the youth also. Karim Peshadi, Shahrazad's adored cousin, the man he had asked to try to retrieve HBC's clearance from the tower.
"Tom, in the name of God, tell them I'm not a spy or traitor," Karim shouted in English. "Tom, tell them."
"Excellency," Lockhart said in Farsi to the mullah, "surely there's some mistake. This man is Pilot Captain Peshadi, a loyal helper of the Ayatollah,
"Who are you, Excellency?"
asked the mullah, dark-eyed, short, stocky.
"American?"
"My name is Lockhart, Excellency, Canadian, a pilot for Iran Oil, and this is the leader of our company across the airfield, Captain MacIver, and
how do you know this traitor?"
"Excellency, I'm sure there's a mistake. He can't possibly be a traitor. I know him because he is a cousin of my wife, and
Your wife is Iranian?"
"Yes,
You are Muslim?"
"No,
Better then she divorces and so saves her soul from pollution."
"As God wants. There's no mistake about these traitors. Mind your own business, Excellency." The mullah motioned to the green bands. At once they went on down the steps, half carrying, half dragging the 2 young officers, who shouted and protested their innocence. Then he turned back for the main door. "Excellency," Lockhart called out urgently, catching up to him. "Please, in the name of the one God, I know that young man to be loyal to the Imam, a good Muslim, a patriot of Iran. I know for a fact that he was one of those who went against the immortals here at Doshan Tepe and helped the
Stop."
The mullah's eyes hardened even more.
"This is not your affair, foreigner. No longer do foreigners or foreign laws or a foreign-dominated Shah rule us. You are not Iranian, nor a judge, nor a lawgiver. Those men were tried and judged.
I beg your patience, Excellency. There must be some mistake. There must—" Lockhart whirled as a volley of rifle shots exploded nearby. The sentries below were staring across the road at some barracks and buildings. From his position atop the steps, he could not see what they saw. Then the green bands reappeared from behind one of the barracks, shouldering their arms. They trooped back up the steps. The mullah motioned them back inside.
"The law is the law," the mullah said, watching Lockhart. "Heresy must be removed. Since you know his family, you can tell them to beg forgiveness of God for harboring such a son."
"What was he supposed to have been guilty of?"
"Not supposed, Excellency," the mullah said, an angry edge creeping into his voice. "Karim Peshadi openly admitted stealing a truck and leaving the base without permission, openly admitted joining forbidden demonstrations, openly declared against our forthcoming absolute Islamic State, openly opposed the abolition of the Anti-Islamic Marriage Act, openly advocated acts contrary to Islamic law, was caught in suspected acts of sabotage, openly decried the total absoluteness of the Quran, openly defied the Imam's right to be Fakira, he who is above the law and final arbiter of the law." He pulled his robes closer about him against the cold. "Peace be with you." He went back into the building. For a moment, Lockhart could not speak. Then he explained to MacIver what had been said.
"Suspected acts of sabotage? Tom? Was he caught in the tower?"
"What does it matter?" Lockhart said bitterly. "Karim's dead, for crimes against God."
"No, laddie," MacIver said kindly.
"Not against God. Against their version of truth spoken in the name of the God they will never know." He squared his shoulders and led the way inside the building. At length they found the base commander's office and were ushered in. Behind the desk was a major. The mullah sat beside him. Above them, the only decoration in the small, untidy room was a big photograph of Khomeini.
"I'm Major Betami, Mr. MacIver," the man said crisply in English. "This is the Mullah Terani."
Then he glanced at Lockhart and switched to Farsi.
As His Excellency Terani does not speak English, you will interpret for me. Your name, please.
Lockhart. Captain Lockhart.
Please sit down, both of you. His Excellency says you are married to an Iranian. What was her maiden name?
Lockhart's eyes hardened.
My private life is my private life, Excellency.
Not for a foreign helicopter pilot in the middle of our Islamic revolution against foreign domination, the Major said angrily, nor one who knows traitors to the state. Do you have something to hide, Captain?
No, of course not.
Then please answer the question.
Are you police? By what authority do you— The mullah said,
I am a member of the Doshan Tepe Comité. You prefer to be summoned officially? Now? This minute?
I prefer not to be questioned about my private life.
If you have nothing to hide, you can answer the question. Please choose.
Bakravan.
Lockhart saw the name register on both men. His stomach became even more queasy.
Jared Bakravan, the Bazari moneylender? One of his daughters?
Yes.
Her name, please.
Lockhart held on to his blinding rage, compounded by Kareem's murder.
It is murder, he wanted to shout. Whatever you say. Her Excellency, Shahrazad.
MacIver had been watching intently.
What's all this about, Tom?
Nothing. I'll tell you later. The Major made a note on a piece of paper.
What is your relationship to the traitor Kareem Pashadi?
I've known him for about 2 years. He was one of my student pilots. He's my wife's first cousin, was my wife's first cousin, and I can only repeat it's inconceivable that he would be a traitor to Iran or Islam. The Major made another note on the pad, the pen scratching loudly.
Where are you staying, Captain?
I'm not sure. I was staying at the Bakravan house near the bazaar. Our apartment was commandeered.
The silence gathered in the room, making it claustrophobic. The Major finished writing, then picked up a page of notes and looked directly at MacIver.
First, no foreign helicopters may be moved in or out of Tehran airspace without Air Force HQ clearance.
Lockhart translated, and MacIver nodded non-committally. This was nothing new, except that the Comité at Tehran International Airport had just issued official written instructions on behalf of the all-powerful Revolutionary Comité that the Comité alone could authorize and grant such clearances. MacIver had got permission to send out his remaining 212 and one of his Alouettes 2 Coeys on temporary loan, just in time, he thought grimly, concentrating on the Major, but wondering what the sharp Farsi exchange with Lockhart had been all about.
Second, we require a complete list of all helicopters under your present control, where they are in Iran, their engine numbers, and the amount and type of spares you are carrying per helicopter.
Lockhart saw MacIver's eyes widen, his own mind locked into Shahrazad and why they wanted to know where he lived and her relationship with Kareem, hardly listening to the words as he translated back and forth.
Captain MacIver says, very well, it will take me a little time because of communications, but I will get it for you as soon as possible.
I would like it tomorrow.
If I can get it by then, Excellency, rest assured you will have it. You will have it as soon as possible.
Third, all your helicopters in the Tehran area will be assembled here starting tomorrow, and from now on will operate only out of here.
I will certainly inform my superiors in Iran Oil of your request, Major, instantly.
The Major's face hardened.
The Air Force is the arbiter of this.
Of course. I will inform my superiors at once. Was that all, Major?
The mullah said, about the helicopter. He referred to a note on the desk in front of him.
HBC.
HBC.
MacIver allowed his panic to explode into a righteous anger that Lockhart had a hard time keeping up with.
Security is the responsibility of the Air Force on the base, and how they could have been so lax to allow HBC to be hijacked, I don't know. Time and again I've complained about laxness, sentries never appearing, no guards at night, $1 million of theft, irreplaceable. I'm instituting a claim against the Air Force for negligence, and
"It wasn't our fault," the Major began angrily, but McIver paid no attention and continued the offensive, allowing him no opening, nor did Lockhart, who turned McIver's tirade into apt Iranian words and phrases for an even more slashing attack on Air Force perfidy. Unbelievable negligence, I might even say deliberate treachery and collusion by other officers, to allow some unknown American to get into our hangar under the very noses of our supposed guardians, to be given clearance to fly off by our supposed protectors, and then allowed to do damage to the great Iranian state. Unforgivable. Of course it was treachery and pre-planned by persons unknown holding officer rank, and I must insist— How dare you imply that? Of course it must have been with Air Force officer collusion. Who controls the base? Who controls the airwaves? Who sits in the tower? We hold the Air Force responsible, and I'm registering the complaint to the highest level of Iran Oil, demanding restitution, and next week I will apply for redress to the illustrious Revolutionary Comité and the Imam himself, may God protect him. Now, Excellency, if you will excuse us, we will go about our business. Peace be with you." McIver went for the door, Lockhart following, both men overloaded with adrenaline. McIver feeling terrible, his chest aching. "Wait," the mullah ordered. "Yes, Excellency." "How do you explain that the traitor Valik, who happens to be a partner of your company and kinsman of the Yushra and Shah supporter Bakravan, arrived in Isfahan in this helicopter to pick up other traitors, one of whom was General Saladi, another kinsman of Jared Bakravan, father-in-law to one of your senior pilots?" Lockhart's mouth was very dry as he spoke the doom-filled words, but McIver did not hesitate and came back to the attack. "I did not appoint General Valik to our board. He was appointed by high-up Iranians according to your then-current law. We did not seek Iranian partners. It was Iranian law that we had to have them. They were forced upon us. Nothing to do with me. As to the rest, inshallah, the will of God." Heart thundering, he opened the door and stalked off. Lockhart finished translating. "Salam." He followed. "You have not heard the last of this?" the Major shouted after him. Near the university, 6:07 p.m. They were lying side by side on soft carpets in front of the wood fire that burned merrily in the pleasant room. Shahrazad and Ibrahim Kiabi. They were not touching, just watching the fire, listening to the good, modern music from the cassette player, lost in thought, each too aware of the other. "Thou, gift of the universe," he murmured, "thou of the ruby lips and breath like wine, thou, tongue of heaven." "Oh, Ibrahim," she laughed, "what is this tongue of heaven?" He raised himself onto an elbow and looked down at her, blessing fate that had allowed him to save her from the insane zealot at the Women's March, the same fate that would soon guide him to Khois to revenge his father's murder. "I was quoting the Rubaiyat," he said, smiling at her. "I don't believe a word of it. I think you made it up." She returned his smile, then shielded her eyes from the glow of his love by looking again at the embers. After the first protest march, now 6 days ago, long into that evening they had talked together, discussing the revolution and finding common cause in the murder of her father and his father, both of them children of loneliness now, their mothers not understanding, only weeping and inshallah, and never the need for revenge. Their lives turned upside down like their country, Ibrahim no longer a believer, only in the strength and purpose of the people, her belief shaken, questioning for the first time, wondering how God could permit such evil and all the other evils that had come to pass, the corruption of the land and its spirit. "I agree, Ibrahim. You're right. We haven't rid ourselves of one despot to acquire another. You're right. The despotism of the mullahs daily becomes more clear," she had said. "But why does Khomeini oppose the rights that the Shah gave to us, reasonable rights?" "They're your inalienable rights as a human being, not the Shah's to give, or anyone's. Like your body's your own, not a field to be ploughed." "But why is the Imam opposed?" "He is not an Imam, Shahrazad, just an Ayatollah,
A man and a fanatic. It's because he's doing what priests have always done throughout history. He's using his version of religion to drug the people into senselessness, to keep them dependent, uneducated, to secure mullahs in power. Doesn't he want only mullahs responsible for education? Doesn't he claim mullahs alone understand the law, study the law, have the knowledge of the law? As if they alone have all knowledge. I never thought of him like that. I accepted so much, so very much. But you're right, Ibrahim. You make everything so clear to me. You're right. Mullahs believe only what's in the Quran, as if what was correct for the days of the Prophet, peace be upon him, should apply today. I refuse to be a chattel without the vote and the right to choose. Finding so many common grounds of thought, he a modern, university-trained, she wanting to be modern but unsure of her way. Sharing secrets and longings, understanding each other instantly, using the same nuances, belonging to the same heritage. He so very much like Karim in speech and looks, they could be brothers. That night she had slept blissfully, and the next morning slipped out early to meet him again, drinking coffee in a little cafe, she chadod for safety and secrecy, laughing so much together, for no reason, or every reason, serious sometimes. Both aware of the currents, no need to speak them. Then the second protest march, bigger than the first, better, and with little opposition. When do you have to be back, Shahrazad? I told Mother I would be late, that I'd visit a friend on the other side of the city. I'll take you there now, quickly, and you can leave quickly, and then, if you like, we could talk some more, or even better, I've a friend who has an apartment and some wonderful records. That was 5 days ago. Sometimes his friend, another Tudeh student leader, would be here, sometimes other students, young men and women, not all of them communist, new ideas, free exchange, heady ideas of life and love and living free. Occasionally they were alone. Heavenly days, marching and talking and laughing and listening to records and peace-filled nights at home near the bazaar. Yesterday, victory. Khomeini had relented publicly, saying that women were not forced to wear chador, provided they covered their hair and dressed modestly. Last night, celebrating, dancing with joy in the apartment, all of them young, embracing and then going home again. But last night her sleep had been all about him and her together, erotic, lying there half asleep this morning, afraid yet so excited. The cassette ended. It was one of the Carpenters, slow, romantic. He turned it, and now the other side was even better. Dare I? She asked herself dreamily, feeling his eyes on her. Through a crack in the curtains she could see that the sky was darkening. It's almost time to go, she said, not moving, a throb in her voice. Jari can wait, he said tenderly. Jari, her maid, was party to their secret visits. Better no one knows, he had said on the second day. Even her. She has to know, Ibrahim, or I can never get out alone, never see you. I've nothing to hide, but I am married, and it's— No need to articulate. Dangerous. Every moment they were alone screamed danger. So he had shrugged and petitioned fate to protect her, as he did now. Jari can wait. Yes, she can. But first we've got to do some errands, and my dear brother Meshang won't— Tonight I have to have dinner with him and Zoro. Ibrahim was startled. What's he want? He doesn't suspect you? Oh, no, it's just family, just that. Languorously she looked at him. What about your business in Kowis? Will you wait another day, or will you go tomorrow? It's not urgent, he said carelessly. He had delayed and delayed, even though his Tudeh controller had said that every extra day he stayed in Tehran was dangerous. Have you forgotten what happened to Comrade Yazarnov? We hear inner intelligence was involved. They must have spotted you going into the building with him, or coming out of it. I've shaved off my beard. I've not gone home, and I'm avoiding the university. By the way, comrade, it's better we don't meet for a day or two. I think I'm being followed. He smiled to himself, remembering the alacrity with which the other man, an old-time Tudeh supporter, had vanished around the street corner. Why the smile, my darling? Nothing. I love you, Shahrazad, he said simply, and cupped her breast as he kissed her. She kissed him back, but not completely. His passion grew, and hers, though she tried to hold back, his hands caressing her, fire in their wake. I love you, Shahrazad. Love me. She did not wish to pull away from the heat, or his hands, or the pressure of his limbs, or the thunder of her heart. But she did. Not now, my darling, she murmured, and gained a breathing space, and then, when the thunder lessened, she looked up at him, searching his eyes. She saw disappointment, but no anger. I'm not ready, not for love, not now. Love happens. I've loved you from the first moment. You're safe, Shahrazad. Your life will be safe with me. I know, oh yes, I know that. She frowned, not understanding herself, only that now was wrong. I have to be sure of what I'm doing. Now I'm not. He debated with himself, then leaned down and kissed her, not forcing the kiss on her, quite confident that soon they would be lovers. Tomorrow, or the next day. You're wise as always, he said. Tomorrow we will have the apartment to ourselves, I promise. Let's meet as usual, coffee at the usual place. He got up and helped her up. She held on to him and thanked him and kissed him, and he unlocked the front door. Silently she wrapped the chador around her, blew him another kiss, and left, perfume in her wake. Then that too vanished. With the door relocked, he went back and put on his shoes, the ache still present. Thoughtfully he picked up his M16 that stood in the corner of the room, checked the action and the magazine. Away from her spell, he had no illusions about the danger or the realities of his life and early death. His excitement quickened. Death, he thought. Martyrdom. Giving my life for a just cause, freely embracing death, welcoming it. Oh, I will. I can't lead an army like the Lord of the Martyrs, but I can revolt against Satanists calling themselves mullahs and extract revenge on the Mullah Hussein of Kowis for murdering my father in the name of false gods and for desecrating the revolution of the people. He felt his ecstasy growing, like the other, stronger than the other. I love her with all my soul, but I should go tomorrow. I don't need a team with me. Alone it would be safer. I can easily catch a bus. I should go tomorrow. I should, but I can't. I can't. Not yet. After we've made love. Al-Shogaz Airport, 6:17 p.m. Almost 800 miles away, southeast across the Gulf, Gavalin was standing at the heliport watching the 212 coming into land. The evening was balmy, the sun on the horizon. Now he could see Jean-Luc at the controls with one of the other pilots beside him, not Scott as he had first thought and expected. His anxiety increased. He waved and then, as the skids touched, impatiently went forward to the cabin door. It swung open. He saw Scott unbuckling, one-handed, his other arm in a sling, his face stretched and pale, but in one piece. "Oh, my son," he said, heart pounding with relief, wanting to rush forward and hug him, but standing back and waiting until Scott had walked down the steps and was there on the tarmac beside him. "Oh, laddie, I was so worried." "Not to worry, Dad. I'm fine, just fine." Scott held his good arm tightly around his father's shoulders, the reassuring contact so necessary to both of them, oblivious of the others. "Christ, I'm so happy to see you. I thought you were due in London today." "I was. I'm on the red-eye in an hour." "Now I am," Gavalin was thinking, "now that you're here and safe. I'll be there first thing." He brushed a tear away, pretending it was dust, and pointed at a car nearby. Jenny was at the wheel. "Don't want to fuss you, but Jenny'll take you to the hospital right away. Just X-ray, Scott. It's all arranged. No fuss, promise. You've a room booked next door to mine at the hotel. All right?" "All right, Dad. I could use an aspirin. I admit I feel lousy. The ride was bumpy to hell.
You're on the red-eye? When are you back?
Soon as I can. In a day or so. I'll call you tomorrow, all right?
Scott hesitated, his face twisting.
Could you... Perhaps you could come with me. I can fill you in about Zagros. Would you have time?
Of course. It was bad?
No and yes. We all got out, except Jordan. But he was shot because of me, Dad. He was...
Tears filled Scott's eyes, though his voice stayed controlled and firm.
Can't do anything about it. Can't.
He wiped the tears away and mumbled a curse and hung on with his good hand.
Can't do anything. Don't know how to.
Not your fault, Scott,
Clavell said, torn by his son's despair, frightened for him.
Come along. Let's get you started.
He called out to Jean-Luc.
I'm taking Scott off for X-ray. Be back right away.
Tehran, at MacIvor's apartment, 6:35 p.m. In candlelight, Charlie Pettigan and Paula were sitting at the dining table, clinking wine-filled glasses with Sayadar Bertolin, a large bottle of Chianti open, plates with 2 big salamis, one partially eaten, a huge slice of dolce latte cheese as yet untouched, and 2 fresh French baguettes that Sayadar had brought from the French club, one mostly gone.
There may be a war on,
she had said with forced gaiety when she had arrived uninvited half an hour ago.
But whatever happens, the French must have proper bread.
Vive la France and vive l'Italia, Pettigan had said, reluctantly inviting her in, not wanting to share Paula with anyone. Since Paula had terminated any interest in Nogger Lane, he had rushed into the breach, hoping against hope. Paula came in on this afternoon's Alitalia flight, smuggled in all the swag at the risk of her life, and doesn't she look superissima? Paula laughed.
It's the dolce latte, Sayada. Charlie told me it was his favorite. Isn't it the best cheese on earth? Isn't everything Italian the best on earth?
Paula brought out the corkscrew and handed it to him, her green-flecked eyes sending more shivers down his spine.
For you, caro. Magnifico. Are all young ladies of Alitalia as thoughtful, brave, beautiful, efficient, tender, sweet-smelling, loving, and, cinematic? Of course. Join the feast, Sayadar, he had said. When she came closer into the light, he saw her properly, noticing the strangeness to her. You all right? Oh, yes, it's nothing. Sayadar was glad for the candlelight to hide behind. Thanks, I won't stay. I just miss Jean-Luc. Wanted to find out when he's back. I thought you could use the baguettes. Delighted you arrived. We haven't had a decent loaf for weeks, thanks. But stay anyway. Mac's gone to Dochan-Tapert to pick up Tom. Tom will know about Jean-Luc. They should be back any moment. How's Zagros? We've had to close it down. As he busied himself getting glasses and setting up the table, Paula helping and doing most of it, he told them why, and about the terrorist attack on Rig Bellissima, Janice being killed, then later Jordan, and Scott Clavell being wounded. Bloody business, but there you are. Terrible, Paula said. That explains why we're rotated back through Shiraz, with instructions to keep 50 seats open. Must be for our nationals from the Zagros. What rotten luck, Sayadar said, wondering if she should pass that information on. To them and him. The voice had called yesterday early, asking what time she had left Temur on Saturday. About 5, perhaps 5:15. Why?
The cursed building caught fire just after dark, somewhere on the 3rd floor, trapping the 2 above. The whole building's gutted, many people killed, and there's no sign of Temur or the others. Of course, the fire department was too late. No problem to find real tears and to let her agony pour out. Later in the day, the voice had called again. Did you give Temur the papers? Yes, I did. There had been a muffled curse. Be at the French club tomorrow afternoon. I will leave instructions in your box. But there was no message, so she had wheedled the loaves from the kitchen and had come here, nowhere else to go, and still very frightened.
So sad, Paula was saying.
Yes, but enough of that, Petikin said, cursing himself for telling them. None of their problem, he thought.
Let's eat, drink, and be merry. For tomorrow we die, Sayadaw said.
No. Petikin raised his glass, beamed at Paula.
For tomorrow we live. Health.
He touched glasses with her, then Sayadaw, and he thought what a smashing pair they make, but Paula's far and away the most. Sayadaw was thinking, Charlie's in love with this siren harpy who'll consume him at her whim and spew out the remains with hardly a belch. But why do they, my new masters, whoever they are, why do they want to know about Jean-Luc and Tom, and want me to be Armstrong's mistress, and how do they know about my son, God curse them? Paula was thinking, I hate this shithole of a city, where everyone's so gloomy and doom-ridden, and downbeat like this poor woman who's obviously got the usual man trouble, when there's Rome and sunshine and Italy, and this sweet life to become drunk with, wine and laughter and love to be enjoyed, children to bear, with a husband to cherish, but only so long as the devil behaves. Why are all men rotten, and why do I like this man Charlie, who is too old and yet not too poor, and yet not too masculine, and yet— Allora, she said, the wine making her lips more juicy. Charlie, amore, we must meet in Rome. Tehran is so depressing. Not when you're around, he said. Sayadaw saw them smiling at each other and envied them. I think I'll come back later, she said, getting up. Before Petikin could say anything, a key turned in the lock and McIver came in.
Oh, hello,
he said, trying to throw off his weariness.
Hi, Paula. Hi, Sayadaw. This is a pleasant surprise.
Then he noticed the table.
What's this, Christmas?
He took off his heavy coat and gloves.
Paula brought it, and Sayadaw the bread. Where's Tom?
Petikin asked, immediately sensing something was wrong.
I dropped him off at Bakravan's, near the bazaar.
How is she? Sayadaw asked. I haven't seen her since the day of the march, the first march.
Don't know, lassie. I just dropped him off and came on.
McIver accepted a glass of wine, returned Petikin's look levelly.
Traffic was rotten. Took me an hour to get here. Health. Paula, you're a sight for sore eyes. You staying tonight?
If that's all right. I'm off early in the morning. No need for transport, Caro. One of the crew dropped me off and will pick me up. Jenny said I could use the spare room. She thought it might need a spring clean, but it looks fine.
Paula got up, and both men, unknowingly, were instantly magnetized by the sensuousness of her movements. Sayadaw cursed her, envying her, wondering what it was, certainly not the uniform that was quite severe, though beautifully tailored, knowing that she herself was far more beautiful, far better dressed, but not in the same race. Cow. Paula reached into her handbag and found the 2 letters and gave them to McIver.
One from Jenny and one from Andy.
Thanks very much, McIver said.
I was just going, Mac, Sayadaw said. Just wanted to ask when Jean-Luc will be back.
Probably on Wednesday. He's ferrying a 212 to Al-Shagaz. He should be there today and back Wednesday.
McIver glanced at the letters.
No need to go, Sayadaw. Excuse me a second.
He sat down in the easy chair by the electric fire that was at half power, switched on a nearby lamp. The light took away much of the romance of the room.
Gavallen's letter read, Hi, Mac. This in a hurry, courtesy of the fairest of them all. I'm waiting for Scott, then red-eyeing it to London tonight, if he's all right, but I'll be back in 2 days, 3 at the most. Finessed Duke out of Coes down to Rudy in case Scragg's delayed. He should be back Tuesday. Coes is very dicey. I had a big run-in with Hotshot. So's Zagros. I've just talked to Masson from here, and that's fact. So I'm pushing the button for planning. It's pushed. See you Wednesday. Give Paula a hug for me, and Jenny says, don't you bloody dare.
He stared at the letter, then sat back a moment, half listening to a story Paula was telling about their incoming flight to Tehran.
So the button's pushed. Don't delude yourself, Andy. I knew you'd push it from the first moment.
That's why I said, all right, provided I can abort Whirlwind if I think it's too risky and my decision's final. I think you must push the button all the way. You've no alternative if you want to survive." The wine tasted very good. He finished the glass, then opened Jenny's letter. It was just news about home and the kids, all of them healthy and in place, but he knew her too well not to read the underlying concern. "Don't worry, Duncan, and don't sweat out winds, any winds. And don't think I plan on a rose-covered cottage in England. It's us for the Casbah, and me for a yashmak, and I'm practicing belly dancing, so you'd better hurry. Love, Jen." McIver smiled to himself, got up, and poured himself some wine, calmer now. "Here's to women, bless 'em." He touched glasses with Pettikin. "Smashing wine, Paula. Andy sends you a hug." At once she smiled and reached over and touched him, and he felt the current rush up his arm. What the hell is it about her? He asked himself, unsettled, and quickly said to Sayadaw, "He'd send one to you too if he knew you were here." A candle on the mantelpiece was guttering. "I'll get it. Any messages?" "One from Talbot. He's doing all he can to find Erky. Duke's delayed at Bandar Delam by a storm, but he should be back at Kowis tomorrow." "And Azadeh?" "She's better today. Paula and I walked her home. She's okay, Mac." "You better have something to eat. There's bugger all for dinner." Sayadaw said, "How about dining at the French Club? The food's still possible." "I'd love to," Paula said brightly, and Pettikin cursed. "What a wonderful idea, Sayadaw. Charlie?" "Wonderful. Mac?" "Sure, if it's my treat and you don't mind an early night." McIver held his glass up to the light, admiring the colour of the wine. "Charlie, I want you to take the 212 to Kowis, bright and early. Nogger'll take the Alouette. You can help Duke out for a couple of days. I'll send Shoesmith in a 206 to bring you back Saturday. All right?" "Sure," Pettikin said, wondering why the change of plan that had been for McIver, Nogger, and him to get aboard the Wednesday flight, 2 other pilots to go to Kowis tomorrow. Why? Must be Andy's letter. Whirlwind? Is Mac aborting? In the slums of Jaleh, 6:50 p.m. The old car stopped in the alleyway. A man got out of the side door and looked around. The alley was deserted, high walls, a jube to one side that long ago was buried under snow and refuse. Across from where the car had stopped, dimly seen in the reflection from the headlights, was a broken-down square. The man tapped on the roof. The headlights were doused. The driver got out and went to help the other man who had opened the trunk. Together they carried the body, wrapped and bound in a dark blanket, across the square. "Wait a moment," the driver said in Russian. He took out his flashlight and switched it on briefly. The circle of light found the opening in the far wall they sought. "Good," the other said, and they went through it, then once more stopped to get their bearings. Now they were in a cemetery, old, almost derelict. The light went from gravestone to gravestone, some of the writing Russian, some in Roman letters, to find the open grave, newly dug. A shovel stood upright in the mound of earth. They went and stood on the lip. The taller man, the driver, said, "Ready?" "Yes." They let the body fall into the hole. The driver shone the light onto it. "Straighten him up." "He won't give a shit," the other man said, and took up the shovel. He was broad-shouldered and strong, and he began to fill the grave. The driver lit a cigarette, irritably threw the match into the grave. "Maybe you should say a prayer for him." The other laughed. "Marx Lenin wouldn't approve, nor old Stalin. That mother fornicator, may he rot. Look what he did for Mother Russia. He made us an empire, the biggest in the world. He screwed the British, outsmarted the Americans, built the biggest and best army, navy, air force, and made the KGB all-powerful. For damn near every ruble we've got and 20 million lives, Russian lives. Expendables, scum, fools, the dregs, plenty more where they came from." The man was sweating now, and he gave the shovel to the other. "What the hell's the matter with you anyway? You've been pissed off all day." "Tired. I'm just tired. Sorry. Everyone's tired. You need a few days off. Apply for Al-Shargaz. I had a great 3 days, didn't want to come back.
I've applied for a transfer there. We've quite an operation now, growing every day. The Israelis have stepped up their ops too, so have the CIA. What's happened since I was away? Azerbaijan's warming up nicely. There's a rumor old Abdullah Khan's dying or dead. The Section 16A? No, heart attack. Everything else is normal. You really had a good time? The other laughed. There's an in-tourist secretary who's very accommodating. He scratched his scrotum at the thought. Who is this poor sod, anyway? His name wasn't listed, the driver said. Never is. So who was he? Agent called Yazarnov. Dmitri Yazarnov. Means nothing to me. To you? He was an agent from disinformation on the university detail. I worked with him for a short time, a year back. Smartass, university type, full of the ideological bullshit. It seems he was caught by inner intelligence and interrogated seriously. Bastards. They killed him, eh? No. The taller man stopped shoveling a moment and looked around. No chance of them being overheard, and while he did not believe in ghosts or God or anything but the party and the KGB, the spearhead of the party, he did not like this place. He lowered his voice. When he was sprung almost a week ago, he was in bad shape, unconscious, should never have been moved, not in his state. Savomar got him away from inner intelligence. The director thinks Savomar worked him over too before handing him back. He leaned on the shovel a moment. Savomar gave him to us with the report that they thought he'd been cleared out through the 3rd level. The director said to find out who he was fast, if he had other secret clearances, or was an internal spy or a plant from higher up, and what the hell he'd told them, who the hell he was. He's not carried on our files as anything other than an agent on the university detail. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and began shoveling again. I held the team waited and waited for him to regain consciousness, then today gave up waiting and tried to wake him up. A mistake? Someone gave him too much? Who knows? The poor sod's dead. That's the one thing that scares me, the other said with a shiver. Getting fed too much. Nothing you can do about it. He never woke up? Never said anything? No, not a damn thing. The shits that he was caught at all. It was his own fault. The mother was working on his own. The other cursed. How'd he get away with that? Buggered if I know. I remember him as one of those who think they know it all and sneer at the book. Smart bullshit. These bastards cause more trouble than they're worth. The taller man worked strongly and steadily. When he was tired, the other took a turn. Soon the grave was filled. The man patted the earth flat, his breathing heavy. If this mother got himself caught, why are we taking all this trouble then? If the body can't be repatriated, a comrade's entitled to be buried properly. That's in the book. This is a Russian cemetery, isn't it? Sure, of course it is, but damned if I'd like to be buried here. The man wiped the dirt off his hands, then turned and relieved himself on the nearest gravestone. The taller man was working a gravestone loose. Give me a hand. Together they lifted the stone and replanted it at the head of the grave they had just filled. Damn the young bastard for dying, he thought, cursing him. Not my fault he died. He should have withstood the dose. Sodding doctors. They're supposed to know. We had no option. The bastard was sinking anyway, and there were too many questions to be answered, like what was so important about him that arch-bastard Hashemi Fazir did the interrogation himself, along with that son of a bitch Armstrong. Those two high-flying professionals don't waste their time on small fry. And why did Yazarnov say Fyodor just before he croaked? What's the significance of that? Let's go home, the other man said. This place is foul, and it stinks. It stinks worse than normal. He took the shovel and trudged off into the night. Just then the writing on the stone caught the driver's eye, but it was too dark to read. He switched on the light momentarily. The writing said, Count Alexei Pakienov, plenipotentiary to Shah Nasser-ad-Din, 1830 to 1862. Yazarnov would like that, he thought. His smile twisted. At the Bakravan house near the bazaar, 7:15 p.m.
The outer door in the wall swung open.
"Salam, Highness."
The servant watched Shahrazad as she swept past happily, followed by Jari, into the forecourt, and pulled the chador off and was now shaking her hair and puffing it with her fingertips more comfortably.
Your husband's back, Highness. He came back just after sunset."
For a moment Shahrazad was frozen in the light of the oil lamps that flickered in the snow-covered courtyard leading to the front door.
"Then it's over," she was thinking. "Over before it began. It almost began today. I was ready and yet not. And now I'm saved from my lust. Was it lust or love? Was that what I was trying to decide? I don't know, but tomorrow I'll see him a last time. I have to see him once more. Have to. Just once more. Just to say goodbye."
Tears filled her eyes, and she ran into the house and into the rooms and salons and up the stairs and into their suite and into his arms.
"Oh, Tommy, you've been away such a long time."
"Oh, I've missed you. Where have you—" "Don't cry, my darling. There's no need to cry."
His arms were around her, and she caught the faint, familiar oil-gasoline smell that came from his flight clothes hanging on a peg. She saw his gravity. HBC flared into her head, but she put it all away, and, not giving him a second, she stood on tiptoe, kissed him, and said in a rush, "I've such wonderful news. I'm with child. Oh, yes, it's true, and I've seen a doctor, and tomorrow I'll get the result of the test, but I know." Her smile was vast and true.
"Oh, Tommy,"
she continued in the same rush, feeling his arms tighten even more.
"Will you marry me, please, please, please?"
"But we are
Say it. Oh, please, please, say it."
She looked up and saw he was still pale and smiling, only a very little, but that was enough for the moment, and she heard him say, "Of course I'll marry you."
"No, say it properly. I marry you, Shahrazad Bakravan. I marry you, I marry you, I marry you."
Then, hearing him say it, and that made everything perfect.
"Perfect,"
she burst out, and hugged him back, then pushed away and ran over to the mirror to repair her makeup. She caught sight of Lockhart in the mirror, his face so severe, unsettled.
"What is it?"
"You're sure? Sure about the child?"
She laughed.
"Oh, I'm sure. But the doctor needs proof. Husbands need proof. Isn't it wonderful?"
Yes, it is."
He put his hands on her shoulders.
"I love you."
In her head she heard the other "I love you" that had been said with such passion and longing, and she thought how strange that, though her husband's love was sure and proven, Ibrahim's was not. Yet Ibrahim's was without reservation, whereas, even after her wonderful news, her husband frowned at her.
"The year and a day have gone, Tommy. The year and a day you wanted,"
she said gently, and got up from the dressing-table, put her hands around his neck, smiling up at him, knowing that it was up to her to help him.
"Foreigners aren't like us, Princess,"
Jari had said.
"Their reactions are different, training different, but don't worry. Just be your own delightful self, and he will be clay in your hands." "Tommy'll be the best father ever," she promised herself, irrepressibly happy that she had not melted this afternoon, that she had made her announcement, and now they would live happily ever after. "We will, Tommy, won't we?"
"What?"
"Live happily ever after."
For a moment her joy obliterated his misery about Karim Peshadi and about what to do and how to do it. He caught her up in his arms and sat in the deep chair, cradling her.
Oh, yes, we will. There's so much to talk about."
Jari's knock on the door interrupted him.
"Come in, Jari."
"Please excuse me, Excellency, but His Excellency Meshang and Her Highness have arrived, and are waiting to have the pleasure of seeing you both when convenient."
"Tell His Excellency we'll be there as soon as we've changed." Lockhart did not notice Jari's relief as Shahrazad nodded and beamed at her.
"I'll run your bath, Highness,"
Jari said, and went into the bathroom.
"Isn't it wonderful about Her Highness, Excellency? Oh, many congratulations, Excellency, many congratulations."
"Thank you, Jerry," Lockhart said, not listening to her, thinking about the child-to-be and Scheherazade, lost in worry and happiness. So complicated now, so difficult.
"Not difficult," Meshang said after dinner.
Conversation had been boring, with Meshang dominating it as he always did now that he was head of the household. Scheherazade and Zora hardly talking, Lockhart saying little, no point in mentioning Zagros, as Meshang had always been totally disinterested in his opinions or what he did. Twice he had almost blurted out about Karim. No reason to tell them yet, he had thought, hiding his despair. Why be the bearer of bad tidings? "You don't find life in Tehran difficult now?" he said. Meshang had been moaning about all the new regulations implanted on the bazaar.
"Life is always difficult," Meshang said. "But if you're Iranian, a trained Bazari, with care and understanding, with hard work and logic, even the Revolutionary Comité can be curbed. We've always curbed tax collectors and overloads, shahs, commissars, or Yankee and British pashas."
"I'm glad to hear it, very glad."
"And I'm very glad you're back. I've been wanting to talk to you," Meshang said. "My sister has told you about the child-to-be?"
Yes, she has. Isn't it wonderful?"
Yes, it is. God be praised. What are your plans?"
"How do you mean?"
"Where are you going to live? How are you going to pay for everything now?"
The silence was vast. "We'll manage," Lockhart began.
I don't see how you can, logically. I've been going through last year's bills and—"
Meshang stopped as Zora got up.
"I don't think this is a good time to talk about bills," she said, her face suddenly white, Shahrazade's equally so. "Well, I do," Meshang said harshly. "How's my sister going to survive? Sit down, Zora, and listen. Sit down. And when I say you will not go on a protest march or anything else in future, you will obey or I'll whip you. Sit down." Zora obeyed, shocked at his bad manners and violence. Scheherazade was stunned, her world collapsing. She saw her brother turn on Lockhart. "Now, Captain, your bills for the last year, the bills paid by my father, not counting the ones still owing and due, are substantially more than your salary. Is that true?" Shahrazade's face was burning with shame and anger, and before Lockhart could answer, she said quickly in her most honeyed voice, "Darling Meshang, you're quite right to be concerned about us, but kindly keep quiet. I have to ask your husband, not you. It's his problem, not yours." "Well, but darling, keep quiet." "Well, Captain, is it true or isn't it?"
"Yes, it's true," Lockhart replied, desperately seeking a way out of the abyss. "But you'll remember His Excellency gave me the apartment, in fact the building, and the other rent paid the bills, and the rest was for an allowance to give to Scheherazade, for which I was eternally grateful. As to the future, I'll take care of Scheherazade. Of course I will."
"With what? I've read your divorce settlement, and it's clear that with the payments you make to your previous wife and child, there's little chance you can keep my sister out of penury."
Lockhart was choked with rage. Scheherazade shifted in her chair, and Lockhart saw her fear and dominated his urge to smash Meshang into the table. "It's all right, Scheherazade. Your brother has the right to ask. That's fair, he has the right." He read the smugness under the etched, handsome face, and knew that the fight was joined. "We'll manage, Meshang. I'll manage. Our apartment, it won't be commandeered forever, or we can take another.
There is no apartment or building. It burned down on Saturday. It's all gone. Everything."
They gaped at him, Scheherazade the most shocked.
"Oh, Meshang, you're sure? Why didn't you tell me? Why is your property so abundant you don't check it from time to time? It's gone, all of it."
"Oh, Christ," Lockhart muttered.
"Better you don't blaspheme," Meshang said, finding it hard not to gloat openly. "So there's no apartment, no building, nothing left, inshallah. Now, how do you intend to pay your bills?"
"Insurance," Lockhart burst out. "There's got to be an—" A bellow of laughter drowned him. Shahrazad knocked over a glass of water that no one noticed.
"You think insurance will be paid?" Meshang jeered. "Now, even if there was any? You've taken leave of all your senses. There is no insurance. There never was. So, Captain, many debts, no money, no capital, no building. Not that it was even illegally yours, merely a face-saving way my father arranged to provide you with the means to look after Shahrazad." He picked up a piece of halva and popped it into his mouth. "So what do you propose?"
"I'll manage."
"How? Please tell me. And Shahrazad, of course, she has the legal right to know." "How?" Shahrazad muttered, "I've jewelry, Tommy. I can sell that."
Cruelly, Meshang left the words hanging in the air over the table, delighted that Lockhart was at bay, humiliated, stripped naked. Filthy infidel! If it wasn't for the Lockharts in our world, the rapacious foreigners, exploiters of Iran, we'd be free of Khomeini and his mullahs. My father would still be alive, Shahrazad married properly. "Well, what do you suggest?" Lockhart said. No way out of the trap.
"What do you suggest?"
"I don't know."
"Meanwhile you've no house, very substantial bills, and soon you'll be jobless. I doubt if your company will be allowed to operate here very much longer. Quite correctly, foreign companies are persona non grata."
Meshang was delighted that he had remembered the Latin phrase.
"No longer needed, wanted, or necessary."
"If that happens, I'll resign and apply to fly choppers for Iranian companies. They'll need pilots immediately. I can speak Farsi. I'm an expert pilot and trainer. Khomeini, the Imam, wants oil production brought back to normal immediately, so of course they'll need trained pilots." Meshang laughed to himself. Yesterday Minister Ali Kia had come to the bazaar, correctly humble and anxious to please, bringing an exquisite peshkesh. Wasn't his annual consulting fee due for renewal soon? And had told him of his plans to acquire all partnership airplanes and freeze all bank accounts. "We'll have no problem to get all the mercenaries we need to fly our helicopters, Excellency Meshang," Kia had said. "They'll flock to us at half their normal salaries."
"Yes, they will, but not you, temporary husband of my sister, not even for a 10th salary. I suggest you be more practical."
Meshang examined his beautifully manicured nails that this afternoon had fondled the 14-year-old Ali Kia had given him.
"The first of many, Excellency."
Lovely white Circassian skin, the temporary marriage for this afternoon that he had gladly extended for the week so easily arranged.
"The present rulers of Iran are xenophobic, particularly about Americans.
I'm Canadian."
"I doubt if that matters. It's logical to presume you won't be permitted to stay."
He looked sharply at Shahrazad.
"Or to return."
"Surmise," Lockhart said through his teeth, seeing the look on her face.
"Captain, my late father's charity can no longer be supported. Times are hard. I want to know how you intend to support my sister and her forthcoming child, where you intend to live, and how."
Abruptly, Lockhart got up, startling everyone else. "You've made your point clearly, Excellency Meshang. I'll answer you tomorrow."
"I want an answer now."
Lockhart's face closed. "First I'll talk to my wife, and then I'll talk to you tomorrow. Come on, Shahrazad." He stalked out. In tears, she stumbled after him and closed the door. Meshang smiled sardonically, picked up another sweet, and began to eat it. Zaror exhaled, enraged.
"What in the name of God—"
He reached over and smashed her open-handed around the face.
"Shut up!"
he shouted. It was not the first time he had hit her, but never before with such violence.
"Shut up, or I'll divorce you. I'll divorce you, you hear?
I'm going to take another wife anyway, someone young, not dry and an old nagging hag like you. Don't you understand Shahrazad's in danger? We're all in danger because of that man. Go beg God's forgiveness for your foul manners. Get out!"
She fled. He hurled a cup after her. In the northern suburbs, 9:14 p.m. Azadeh drove the small, badly dented car fast along the street that was lined with fine houses and apartment buildings, most of them dark, a few vandalized, headlights carelessly on bright, dazzling the oncoming traffic, her horn blaring. She braked, skidded as she cut dangerously across the traffic, narrowly avoiding an accident, and headed into the garage of one of the buildings with a screech of rubber. The garage was dark. In the side pocket was a flashlight. She turned it on, got out, and locked the car. Her coat was well cut and warm, skirt and boots and fur mitts and hat, her hair flowing. On the other side of the garage was a staircase and a switch for the lights. When she tried it, the nearest bulb sparked and died. She went up the stairs heavily. 4 apartments on each landing. The apartment that her father had lent her and Erki was on the 3rd landing, facing the street. Today was Monday. She had been here since Saturday.
"It's not risky, Mac,"
she had said, when she announced she was going and he had tried to persuade her to remain in his apartment.
"But if my father wants me back in Tabriz, staying here with you won't help me at all. In the apartment at Vefone, I'm only half a mile away and can walk it easily. I've clothes there and a servant. I'll check every day and come into the office and wait. That's all I can do."
She had not said that she preferred to be away from him and Charlie Pettican.
"I like them both dearly," she thought, "but they're rather old and pedantic and nothing like Erki. Or Johnny. Ah, Johnny, what to do about you? Dare I see you again?"
The 3rd landing was dark, but she had the flashlight and found her key, put it in the lock, felt eyes on her, and whirled in fright. The swarthy, unshaven lout had his pants open, and he waved his stiff penis at her.
"I've been waiting for you, princess of all whores, and God curse me if it's not ready for you, front or back or sideways."
He came forward, mouthing obscenities, and she backed against the door in momentary terror, grabbed the key, turned it, and flung the door open. The Doberman guard dog was there. The man froze. An ominous growl, then the dog charged. In panic, the man screamed and tried to beat the dog off, then took to his heels down the steps, the dog growling and snarling and ripping at his legs and back, tearing his clothes, and Azadeh shouted after him,
"Now show it to me."
"Oh, Highness, I didn't hear you knock. What's going on?"
the old manservant called out, rushing from the kitchen area. Angrily, she wiped the perspiration off her face and told him.
"God curse you, Ali. I've told you 20 times to meet me downstairs with the dog. I'm on time. I'm always on time. Have you no brains?"
The old man apologized, but a rough voice behind her cut him short. "Go and get the dog." She looked around. Her stomach twisted. "Good evening, Highness." It was Ahmed Dursak, tall, bearded, chilling, standing in the doorway of the living room.
"Inshallah," she thought. "The waiting is over, and now it begins again. Good evening, Ahmed."
"Highness, please excuse me. I didn't realize about people in Tehran, or I would have waited downstairs myself. Ali, get the dog." Afraid, and still mumbling apologies, the servant scuttled down the stairs. Ahmed closed the door and watched Azadeh use the heel fork to take off her boots, slip her small feet into curved Turkish slippers. She went past him into the comfortable Western-style living room and sat down, her heart thumping. A fire flickered in the grate. Priceless carpets, others used as wall hangings. Beside her was a small table. On the table was the cookery that Ross had left her.
"You have news of my father and my husband?"
"His Highness the Khan is ill, very ill."
"What illness?"
Azadeh asked, at once genuinely concerned. "A heart attack."
"God protect him. When did this happen?"
"On Thursday last." He read her thought. "That was the day you and the saboteur were in the village of Abu Mard, wasn't it?"
"I suppose so. The last few days have been very confused," she said icily. "How is my father?"
"The attack on Thursday was mild, thanks be to God. Just before midnight Saturday he had another. Much worse." He watched her.
"How much worse? Please don't play with me. Tell me everything at once."
"Ah, so sorry, Highness. I did not mean to toy with you. He kept his voice polite and his eyes off her legs, admiring her fire and pride and wanting to toy with her very much. "The doctor called it a stroke, and now the left side of His Highness is partially paralyzed. He can still talk with some difficulty, but his mind is as strong as ever. The doctor said he would recover much quicker in Tehran, but the journey is not possible yet."
"He will recover?"
she asked. "I don't know, Highness. As God wants. To me he seems very sick. The doctor, I don't think much of him. All he said was His Highness's chances would be better if he was here in Tehran."
"Then bring him here as soon as possible."
"I will, Highness. Never fear. Meanwhile, I have a message for you. The Khan, your father, says, 'I wish to see you at once. I do not know how long I will live, but certain arrangements must be made and confirmed. Your brother is with me now, and—'
"God protect him!"
Azadeh burst out.
"Is my father reconciled with Hakim?"
"His Highness has made him his heir, but—
"Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful! God be praised!
But please be patient and let me finish his message. Your brother Hakim is with me now, and I have made him my heir, subject to certain conditions from you and from him." Ahmed hesitated, and Azadeh wanted to rush into the gap, her happiness brimming and her caution brimming. Her pride stopped her. "It is therefore necessary that you return with Ahmed at once. That is the end of the message, Highness." The front door opened. Ali relocked it and unleashed the dog. At once the dog loped into the living room and put his head in Azadeh's lap.
"Well done, Reza,"
she said, petting him, welcoming the moment to collect her wits.
"Sit. Go on. Sit. Sit."
Happily the dog obeyed, then lay at her feet, watching the door and watching Ahmed, who stood near the other sofa. Absently her hand played with the hilt of the kukri, its touch giving her reassurance. Obliquely Ahmed was conscious of it and its implications.
"Before God you have told me the truth?"
"Yes, Highness, before God."
"Then we will go at once."
She got up.
"You came by car?"
"Yes, Highness. I brought the limousine and chauffeur. But there's a little more news, good and bad. A ransom note came to His Highness. His Excellency, your husband, is in the hands of bandits, tribesmen." She tried to maintain her composure, her knees suddenly weak. "Somewhere near the Soviet border. Both him and his helicopter. It seems that these bandits claim to be Kurds, but the Khan doubts it. They surprised the Soviet Simtarga and his men and killed them all, capturing His Excellency and the helicopter early Thursday, they claimed. Then they flew to Rezaya, where he was seen and appeared unharmed before flying off again."
"Praise be to God,"
was all her pride allowed herself.
"Is my husband ransomed?"
"The ransom note arrived late on Saturday, through intermediaries. As soon as His Highness regained consciousness yesterday, he gave me the message for you and sent me here to fetch you." She heard the fetch and knew its seriousness, but Ahmed made nothing of it openly and reached into his pocket. "His Highness Hakim gave me this for you." He handed her the sealed envelope. She ripped it open, startling the dog. The note was in Hakim's handwriting.
"My darling, His Highness has made me his heir and reinstated both of us, subject to conditions, wonderful conditions, easy to agree. Hurry back, he's very ill, and he will not deal with the ransom until he sees you. Salam."
Swamped with happiness, she hurried out, packed a bag in almost no time, scribbled a note for MacIver telling Ali to deliver it tomorrow. As an afterthought, she picked up the kukri and walked out, cradling it. Ahmed said nothing, just followed her. Tuesday, February the 27th. Chapter 52. Bandar Dalam, 8:15 a.m. Kashigi was hurrying after the grim-faced police officer through the drab, crowded corridors of the hospital, the radio mechanic, Mino Rue, a few paces behind him. Sick and wounded men and women and children were on stretchers or chairs, or standing or simply lying on the floor, waiting for someone to help them, the very sick mixed with the lightly sick, a few relieving themselves, a few eating and drinking provisions brought by their visiting relatives, who abounded, and all who could complained loudly. Harassed nurses and doctors went in and out of rooms, all medical women dressed in chador, except a few British Queen Alexandra nurses, whose severe headdress was almost the equivalent and acceptable. Eventually the policeman found the door he sought and pushed his way into the crowded ward. Beds lined both sides with another row in the middle, all occupied by men patients, their visiting families chattering or complaining, children playing, and over in one corner an old woman cooking on a portable stove. Scragger had one wrist and one ankle handcuffed to an old iron bedstead. He was lying on a straw mattress in his clothes and shoes, a bandage around his head, unshaven and dirty. When he saw Kashigi and Minoru behind the policeman, his eyes lit up. "Hello, mates," he said, his voice raw.
"How are you, Captain?" Kashigi said, appalled by the handcuffs.
"If I could get free, I'd be fine."
Irritably, the policeman interrupted loudly in Farsi for the benefit of the watchers.
"This is the man you wanted to see?"
"Yes, Excellency,"
Minoru said for Kashigi.
"So, now you've seen him. You can report to your government or whomever you wish that clearly he's been given treatment. He will be tried by the Traffic Committee."
Pompously, he turned to go.
"But the captain pilot wasn't the driver,"
Kashigi said patiently in English, Minoru translating for him, having said it for most of the night and since dawn this morning to various policemen of various ranks, always getting varying degrees of the same answer.
"If the foreigner wasn't in Iran, the accident would never have happened. Of course he's responsible." "It doesn't matter he wasn't the driver. He's still responsible," the policeman said angrily, his voice echoing off the walls. "How many times must you be told? He was in charge of the car. He ordered it. If he hadn't ordered it, the accident would never have happened. People were killed and injured. Of course he's responsible."
"But I repeat, my assistant here was an eyewitness and will give evidence that the accident was caused by the other car."
"Lies in front of the committee will be dealt with seriously," the man said darkly, one of those who had been in the police car.
"Not lies, Aga. There are other witnesses,"
Kashigi said, not that he had any, his voice sharpening.
"I insist this man be released. He's an employee of my government, which has invested billions of dollars in our Iran Toda petrochemical plant, to the benefit of Iran and particularly all people in Bandar Delam. Unless he is released at once, I will order all Japanese out and cease all work."
His biliousness increased, for he did not have the authority, nor would he issue such orders.
"Everything will stop."
"By the Prophet, we're no longer subject to foreign blackmail," the man blustered and turned away. "You'll have to discuss this with the committee."
"Unless he's released at once, all work ceases, and there'll be no more jobs. None."
As Minoru translated, Kashigi noticed a difference in the silence and the mood of those around, and even in the police officer himself, nastily aware that all eyes were on him and sensing the sudden hostility. One youth nearby, wearing a green band on his grimy pajamas, said thickly,
"You want to jeopardize our jobs, eh? Who are you? How do we know you're not a Shah man? Have you been cleared by the committee?"
"Of course I have. By the one God, I've been for the Imam for years," the man replied angrily, but a wave of fear went through him. "I helped the revolution, everyone knows. You," he pointed at Kashigi, silently cursing him for causing all this trouble. "You, follow me." He pushed away through the onlookers.
"I'll be back, Captain Scragger. Don't worry."
Kashigi and Minoru rushed off in pursuit. The police officer led the way down a flight of stairs and along a corridor and down other stairs, all of them crowded. Kashigi's nervousness increased as they descended deeper into the hospital. Now the man opened the door with a notice in Farsi on it. Kashigi broke out in a cold sweat. They were in the morgue. Marble slabs with bodies covered with grimy sheets, many of them. Odor of chemicals and dried blood and offal and excrement.
"Here."
the police officer said, and tore back a sheet. Beneath it was the headless corpse of a woman. Her head was obscenely near the trunk, eyes open.
"Your car caused her death. What about her and her family?"
Kashigi heard the "your," and a freezing current went through him.
"And here!"
He ripped away another sheet. A badly mashed woman, unrecognizable.
"Well?"
We're deeply sorry, of course. Of course, we're deeply sorry that anyone was hurt. Deeply sorry. But that is karma, inshallah. Not our fault, or the fault of the pilot upstairs."
Kashigi was hard put to hold his nausea down.
"Deeply sorry."
Minoru translated, the police officer leaning insolently against the slab. Then he replied, and the young Japanese's eyes widened.
He says the bail, the fine, to release Mr. Scragga immediately is 1 million reals, at once. What the committee decides is nothing to do with him.
1 million reals was about $12,000.
That's not possible, but we could certainly pay 100,000 reals within the hour.
"1 million,
the man shouted. He grabbed the woman's head by the hair and held it up to Kashigi, who had to force himself to stand erect.
"What about her children, who are now condemned forever to be motherless? Don't they deserve compensation, eh?"
There's not that amount of cash in the whole plant. So sorry."
The policeman swore and continued to haggle, but then the door opened. Orderlies with a trolley and another body came in, eyeing them curiously. Abruptly, the policeman said,
"Very well. We will go to your office at once."
They went and got the last amount Kashigi had offered, 250,000 reals, about $3,000, but no receipt, only a verbal agreement that Scragga could leave. Not trusting the man, Kashigi gave him half in the office and put the rest into an envelope that he kept in his pocket. They returned to the hospital. There he waited in the car while Minoru and the man went inside. The waiting seemed interminable, but finally Minoru and Scragga came down the steps with the policeman. Kashigi got out and gave the policeman the envelope. The man cursed all foreigners and went away truculently.
"So,"
Kashigi said, and smiled at Scragga. They shook hands, Scragga thanking him profusely, apologizing for all the trouble, both men cursing fate, blessing it, getting into the car quickly. The Iranian chauffeur swerved out into the traffic, swore loudly at an overtaking car that had the right of way, and almost collided with him, jabbing the horn.
"Tell him to slow down, Minoru," Kashigi said.
Minoru obeyed, and the driver nodded and smiled and obeyed. The slowdown lasted a few seconds.
"Are you all right, Captain?"
"Oh, yes. Headache's a beaut, but okay. The worst was wanting to pee."
"What?"
"The bastards kept me handcuffed to the bed and wouldn't let me get to the loo. I just couldn't do it in my pants or in the bed, and it wasn't till early this morning a nurse brought me a bottle. Christ, I thought my bladder was bust."
Scragga rubbed the tiredness out of his eyes.
"No problem, old sport. I owe you one. Plus the ransom. How much was it?"
Nothing to you. We have a fund for these hazards."
"It's no problem. Andy Gavallen'll pay. Oh, that reminds me. He said he knew your boss some years ago, Toda. Hiro Toda."
"I saw this guy."
Kashigi was genuinely surprised.
"Gavallen has choppers in Japan?"
"Oh, no. It was when he was a China trader out of Hong Kong, when he was working for Struan's."
The name sent a warning bolt through Kashigi that he kept bottled.
"You have heard of them?"
"Yes, a fine company. Todas do or did business with Struan's,"
Kashigi said smoothly, but he docketed the information for future consideration. Wasn't it Linbar Struan who unilaterally cancelled 5 ship leasing contracts 2 years ago that almost broke us? Perhaps Gavallen could be an instrument to recoup one way or another.
"Sorry you had such a bad time."
"Not your fault, Cobber, but Andy'd want to pay the ransom. What did they stick us for?"
"It was very modest.
Please, let it be a gift. You saved my ship."
After a pause, Scragger said, "Then I owe you too, old sport."
"We selected the driver. It was our fault."
"Where is he? Where's Mohammed?"
"So sorry. He's dead."
Scragger swore. "It wasn't his fault. It wasn't at all."
Yes, I know. We have given his family compensation, and we will do the same for the victims."
Kashigi was trying to read how shaken Scragger was, wanting to know very much when he would be fit to fly, and greatly irritated with the day's delay. It was imperative to get back to Al-Shagaz as soon as possible, thence home to Japan. His work here was finished. Chief Engineer Watanabe was now totally on his side. The copies of his private reports would cement his own corporate position and enormously help him and Hiro Toda to reopen the possibility of persuading the government to declare Iran Toda a national project.
"Not possibility, certainty," he thought, more confident than he had ever been. "We'll be saved from bankruptcy. We'll bury our enemies, the Mitsuwari and Gyokotomo, and gain nothing but face ourselves, and profit, vast profit."
Oh, yes, and the added piece of good fortune, Kashigi allowed himself a cynical smile,
the explosively important copy of dead Chief Engineer Kasusaka's private report to Gyokotomo, dated and signed, that Watanabe had miraculously found in a forgotten file while I was in Al-Shagaz. I'll have to be very careful how I use it. Oh, very careful indeed, but it makes it all the more important that I get home as soon as possible.
The streets and alleys were clogged with traffic. Above, the sky was still overcast, but the storm had passed through, and he knew the weather was flyable.
"Ah, I wish I had my own airplane," he thought. "Say a Lear jet. The reward for all my work here should be substantial."
He let himself drift happily, enjoying his sense of achievement and power.
"It looks like we will be able to begin construction very soon now, Captain."
"Oh?"
"Yes. The head of the new committee assured us of their cooperation. It seems he knows one of your pilots, a Captain Stark. His name's Zataki."
Scragger glanced at him sharply. "He's the one Duke Stark, saved from the leftists and flew to Kois. If I were you, Cobber, I'd, watch him." He told Kashigi how volatile the man was. "He's a right madman."
"He didn't give that appearance, not at all. Curious. Iranians are very, very curious. But more important, how are you feeling?"
"I'm bonzer now," Scragger exaggerated blithely. Yesterday and all night had been very bad, all the cursing and shouting and being handcuffed, not being able to make anyone understand, surrounded by hostility, eyes everywhere. Lost, and afraid, the pain increasing. Time agonizingly slow, hope fading, sure that Minoru was injured or dead along with the driver, so that no one would know where he was or what had happened. "Nothing that a good cup of tea won't cure. If you'd like to leave at once, I'm okay. Just a quick bath and shave and cuppa and some grub, and we'll be on our merry way."
"Excellent. Then we'll leave the moment you're ready. Minoru has installed the radio and checked it."
All the way to the refinery and during the flight back to Lenge, Kashigi was in very good spirits. Near Haag, they thought they spotted the huge hammerhead shark Scragger had once mentioned. They kept low and close inshore, the clouds still low and heavy, nimbus here and there with an occasional flash of lightning menacing them, but not badly, only a little bumpy now and then. Radar surveillance and clearances were efficient and immediate, which increased Scragger's foreboding. 2 days to Whirlwind, not counting today, was in the forefront of his mind. Losing a day makes it all the more hairy, he thought anxiously. What's happened since I was away? Well past Haag, he landed to refuel and take a break. His stomach still ached nastily, and he noticed a little blood in his urine. Nothing to worry about, he told himself. Sure to be a little hemorrhage after an accident like that. Shit in a bucket, but I was lucky. They were on a sandbank, finishing a packed lunch, cold rice and pieces of fish and pickles. Scragger had a big hunk of Iranian bread he had scrounged from the spotless cookhouse, and lots of cold yakitori chicken and soy sauce that he enjoyed very much. Kashigi was sipping Japanese beer that Scragger had refused. Thanks, but drinking and driving don't mix. Kashigi ate sparingly, Scragger hungrily and quickly. Good grub, he said. Soon as you're ready, we'd better get on. I'm finished. Soon they were airborne again. Will there be time to get me on to Al-Shagaz or Dubai today? Not if we go to Lenge. Scragger adjusted his headset slightly. Tell you what, when we get into Quiche traffic control, I'll ask if I can divert to Bahrain. You could pick up an international or local flight there. We'll need to refuel at Lavane, but they'll approve that if they agree. As I said, I owe you a couple. You owe us nothing. Kashigi smiled to himself. At the committee meeting yesterday, this man, Zataki, asked how soon we'd have our chopper fleet up to strength. I promised immediate action. As you know, Gurney no longer services us. What I'd like is 3 of your 212s and 2 206s for the next 3 months, a year-long contract to be negotiated then, depending on our needs, renewable annually, with you in charge. Would that be possible? Scragger hesitated, not knowing how to reply. Normally, such an offer would send glad tiding bells ringing all the way to Aberdeen. Clavell would be on the phone personally, and everyone would be in for a huge bonus. But, with Whirlwind scheduled, Gurney out of the picture, and no one else available, there was no way to help Kashigi. When would you need the birds to start? He asked to give himself time to think. Immediately, Kashigi continued blithely, watching a tanker below. I guaranteed Zataki and the committee that if they cooperated, we'd start up at once. Tomorrow or the next day at the latest. Perhaps you could ask your head office temporarily to divert some of the 212s stationed at Banda Delam and not being used to capacity. Yes? I'll certainly ask, as soon as we land. For a week or so, we'll need a temporary air link with Kuwait to pick up and replace crews from Japan. Zataki said their committee had arranged with the Abadan Airport Committee today to open it for us, certainly by the end of the week. Scragger was only half listening to the confident plans of this man who had befriended him, without whom he would still be handcuffed to the bed. His choice was simple. You tell him about Whirlwind or you leave him in the shit. But if you tell him, you betray a bigger trust, a long-term trust. Kashigi might let Whirlwind slip. He's bound to tell Duplessis. The question is, how far can I trust him, and Duplessis? Greatly unsettled, he glanced out of his window and rechecked his position. Sorry to interrupt, but I've got to report in. He pressed the send button. Quiche radar, this is Hotel Sierra Tango, do you read? HST, Quiche radar, we read you 4x5. Go ahead. HST on charter from Iran Toda, inbound to home base in Lenge, approaching Lavane at 1000, 1 passenger aboard. Request permission to refuel at Lavane and divert to Bahrain to drop my passenger, who has urgent business on behalf of Iran. Request refused. Maintain 1000 and present heading. My passenger is Japanese, head of Iran Toda, and urgently needs to consult his Japanese government on behalf of the Iran government's wish to resume immediate operations. Requests special consideration in this instance. Request refused. No Transgulf flights are authorized without a 24-hour notice. Turn to 095 degrees for direct Lenge. Report abeam Quiche, not overhead Quiche. Do you copy? Scragger glanced at Kashigi, who could also hear the exchange. Sorry, mate. He eased onto the new heading. HST copies. Request clearance for Al-Shagaz at dawn tomorrow with 1 passenger. Stand by 1. Static cracked in their earphones. To starboard, the sea bridge of tankers continued, inbound and outbound, from or to the Gulf terminals of Saudi, the Emirates, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq. None were loading at Kharg or Abadan, where normally a dozen would be serviced with another dozen waiting. Now there were only the swarms of ships waiting, some over 2 months. The sky was still overcast and nasty.
HST, this is Kish. In this instance, your request is approved to go from Lenge to Al-Shargaz tomorrow, Wednesday 28th, noon departure. Until further notice, all Transgulf flights will require a 24-hour notice, and all engine starts require clearance. Do you copy?
Scragger swore, then acknowledged.
What is it?
Kashigi asked.
We've never had to get clearance to start engines before.
The bastards are really getting touchy. Scragger was thinking about Friday and his 2-212s to start up, and Quiche too nosy and too efficient. Crummy lot.
Yes. Will you be able to head up our chopper requirements?
There are lots of better guys than me.
So sorry, but it would be important to me. I would know that the operation would be in good hands.
Again, Scragger hesitated.
Thanks. If I could, I would. Sure I would. Then it's settled. I'll formally apply to your Mr. Gavalin.
Kashigi glanced at Scragger.
Something's changed, he thought. What? Now that I think of it, the pilot didn't react with the amount of enthusiasm I would have forecast when I announced the deal. He certainly would understand the value of the contract he's being offered. What's he hiding? Could you contact Banda Delam through your base at Kois to ask them about supplying us with at least 1 212 tomorrow? He asked, beginning to probe. Yes, of course, soon as we arrive.
Kashigi thought, having watched and listened very carefully.
I was right. Something's very definitely different now. The friendliness is gone. Why? I've certainly not said anything to offend him. It can't be the deal. That's too good for any chopper company. His health? Are you feeling all right?
Fine, old sport. I'm fine.
The smile was real that time, and the voice as usual. Then it has to be something to do with the choppers. If I don't have your help, it will make things very difficult for me.
Yes, I know. I'd like to help you all I can.
The smile vanished, and the voice became serious again. Why? And why the I'd like to help, as though he would help but is forbidden to help by someone else? Gavalin? Could it be he knows that Gavalin, because of Struans, wouldn't help us?
For a long time, Kashigi considered all manner of permutations, but could not come up with a satisfactory answer. Then he fell back on the one, almost infallible, ploy to use with a foreigner such as this one.
My friend, he said, using his most sincere voice, I know something's the matter. Please tell me what it is.
Seeing Scragger's face become even more solemn, he added the coup de grace.
You can tell me. You can trust me. I really am your friend.
Yes, I know that, mate. Kashigi watched Scragger's face and waited, watched the fish wriggling on the hook that was held by a line so thin and so strong that stretched back to a broken rotor blade, a handshake, shared danger aboard the Riku Maru, shared war service, and common reverence for dead comrades.
So many of us dead, so young.
Yes, he thought with a sudden anger.
But if we'd had 1/10 of their airplanes, their armaments and their ships, and 1/20th part of their oil and raw materials, we would have been invincible, and the Emperor would never have had to terminate the war as he did. We'd have been invincible, but for the bomb, the 2 bombs. All God's torment for all eternity those who invented the bomb that broke his will, that took preference over ours. What is it?
I can't tell you just yet. Sorry. Danger signals went through Kashigi.
Why, my friend? I assure you, you can trust me, he said soothingly.
Yes, but it's not just up to me. In Al-Shargaz tomorrow, bear with me, will you?
If it's that important, I should know now, shouldn't I?
Again, Kashigi waited. He knew the value of waiting and of silence at a time like this. No need to remind the other man of the "I owe you too" yet. Scragga was remembering. At Bandar Dalam, Kashigi saved my bloody neck, and no doubt about that. Aboard his ship at Siri, he proved he's got balls, and today he's proved a good friend. He needn't have gone to all that trouble so fast. Tomorrow or the next day wouldn't have mattered to him. His eyes were scanning the instruments and the outside, and he saw no dangers within or without. Quiche coming up soon to starboard, and he glanced across at Kashigi. Kashigi was staring ahead, his strong, good-looking face set, frowning slightly. "Shit, old sport, if you don't perform, Zataki's likely to go berserk. But you can't perform. You can't, old sport, and it's so hard to see you just sitting there, not reminding me what I owe you. Quiche, this is HST. A beam, Quiche, steady at 1,000. Quiche, maintain 1,000. You have traffic due east at 10,000. I have them in sight." They were two fighters. He pointed for Kashigi, who had not seen them. "They're F-14s, probably out of Bandar Abbas," he said. Kashigi did not reply, just nodded, and this made Scragga feel worse. The minutes passed, droning onward. Then Scragga decided, hating having to do it. "Sorry," he said gruffly, "but you'll have to wait until Al-Shaghar's. Andy Gavallan can help, I can't." "He can help? In what way? What's the trouble?" After a pause, Scragga said, "If anyone can help, he can. Let's leave it at that, Cobber." Kashigi heard the finality, but dismissed it and let the matter rest for a moment, his mind abuzz with fresh danger signals. That Scragga had not fallen into his trap and told him the secret made him respect the man more. But that doesn't forgive him, he thought, his fury building. He's told me enough to forewarn me. Now it's up to me to find out the rest. So, Gavallan's the key. To what? Kashigi felt his head about to burst. Haven't I promised that madman Zataki we would be in business at once? How dare these men jeopardize our whole project, our national project? Without choppers, we can't start. It's tantamount to treason against Japan. What is it they're planning? With a great effort, he kept his face bland. I'll certainly see Gavallan as soon as possible, and let's hope you'll head up our new operation, eh? Whatever Andy Gavallan says, it's up to him. Don't be too sure, Kashigi was thinking, because whatever happens I will have choppers at once. Yours, Gurney's, I don't care whose. But by my samurai ancestors, the Iran Toda will not be put to further risk. It will not. Nor will I. Chapter 53. Tabriz, at the Khan's palace, 10:50 a.m. Azadeh followed Ahmed into the Western-style room and over to the four-poster bed, and now that she was again within the walls, she felt her skin crawling with fear. Sitting near the bed was a nurse in a starched white uniform, a book half open in her lap, watching them curiously through her glasses. Musty brocade curtains covered the windows against draughts. Lights were dimmed, and the stench of an old man hung in the air. The Khan's eyes were closed, his face pasty and breathing strangled, his arm connected to a saline drip that stood beside the bed. Half asleep in a chair nearby was Aisha, curled up and tiny, her hair dishevelled and her face tear-stained. Azadeh smiled at her tentatively, sorry for her, then said to the nurse in a voice not her own, "How is His Highness, please?" "Fair, but he mustn't have any excitement or be disturbed," the nurse said softly in hesitant Turkish. Azadeh looked at her and saw that she was European, in her 50s, dyed brown hair, a red cross on her sleeve. "Oh, you're English or French?" "Scots," the woman replied in English with obvious relief, her accent slight. She kept her voice down, watching the Khan. "I'm Sister Bain from the Tabriz hospital,
and the patient is doing as well as can be expected, considering he will no do as he's told. And who might you be, please? I'm his daughter, Azadeh. I've just arrived from Tehran. He sent for me. We've travelled all night. Ah, yes, she said, surprised that someone so beautiful could have been created by a man so ugly. If I might suggest, lassie, it would be better to leave him sleeping. As soon as he wakes, I'll tell him you're here and send for you. Better he sleeps.
Ahmed said irritably, "Please, where's His Highness's guard?"
There's no need for armed men in a sick room. I sent them away.
There will always be a guard here unless the Khan orders him out or I order him out. Angrily, Ahmed turned and left.
Azadeh said, "It's just a custom, sister." "Aye, very well, but that's another custom we can do without."
Azadeh looked back at her father, hardly recognizing him, trying to stop the terror that possessed her. Even like that, she thought, even like that he can still destroy us, Hakim and me. He still has his running dog Ahmed. "Please, really, how is he?" The lines on the nurse's face creased even more.
"We're doing all we can. Would it be better for him to be in Tehran?" "Aye, if he has another stroke, yes, it would."
Sister Bain took his pulse as she talked.
"But I wouldn't recommend moving him. Not at all, not yet."
She made a notation on a chart, and then glanced at Aisha.
"You could tell the lady there's no need to stay. She should get some proper rest too, poor child." "Sorry, I may not interfere. Sorry, but that's a custom too. Is it likely he'll have another stroke?" "You never know, lassie. That's up to God. We hope for the best."
They looked around as the door opened. Hakim stood there, beaming. Azadeh's eyes lit up, and she said to the nurse,
"Please call me the instant His Highness awakes,"
then hurried across the room, out into the corridor, closed the door, and hugged him.
"Oh, Hakim, my darling, it's been such a long time," she said breathlessly. "Oh, is it really true?" Yes, it is, but how did—"
Hakim stopped, hearing footsteps. Ahmed and a guard turned into the corridor and came up to them.
"I'm glad you're back, Ahmed," he said politely. "His Highness will be happy too."
"Thank you, Your Highness. Has anything happened in my absence?"
"No, except that Colonel Fazir came this morning to see Father."
Ahmed was chilled. "Was he allowed in?"
"No. You left instructions no one was to be admitted without His Highness's personal permission. He was asleep at the time, and he's been asleep most of the day. I check every hour, and the nurse says he's unchanged."
"Good. Thank you. Did the Colonel leave a message?"
"Only that he was going to Julfa today as arranged with his associate." "Does that mean anything to you?"
"No, Highness," Ahmed lied blandly. He glanced from one to the other, but before he could say anything, Hakim said,
"We'll be in the blue salon. Please summon us the moment my father awakens."
Ahmed watched them go arm in arm down the corridor, the young man tall and handsome, the sister willowy and desirable. Traitors? Not much time to get the proof, he thought. He went back into the sick room and saw the pallor of the Khan, his nostrils rebelling against the smell. He squatted on his haunches, careless of the disapproving nurse, and began his vigil. What did that son of a dog Fazir want? He asked himself. Saturday evening, when Hashemi, Fazir, and Armstrong had come back from Julfa without Mazitrik, Fazir had angrily demanded to see the Khan. Ahmed had been present when the Khan had seen them, declared himself as mystified as they that Mazitrik was not with the helicopter.
"Come back tomorrow. If the man brings me a letter, you can see it," the Khan had said.
"Thank you, but we will wait. The Chevy can't be far behind us."
So they had waited, the Khan seething but unable to do anything, Hashemi's men spread around the palace in ambush. An hour later the Chevy had arrived. He himself had admitted the chauffeur while Hashemi and the Farsi-speaking infidel hid in the room next door. "I have a private message for His Highness," the Soviet had said. In the sick room, the Soviet said,
Highness, I am to give it to you when you're alone.
Give it to me now. Ahmed is my most trusted counselor. Give it to me.
Reluctantly, the man obeyed, and Ahmed remembered the sudden flush that had rushed into the Khan's face the moment he began to read it. "There is an answer?" the Soviet had said truculently. Choked with rage, the Khan had shaken his head and dismissed the man, and had handed Ahmed the letter. It read, "My friend, I was shocked to hear about your illness and would be with you now, but I have to stay here on urgent matters. I have bad news for you. It may be that you and your spiring are betrayed to inner intelligence or savoir. Did you know that turncoat Abrim Pahmudi now heads this new version of Savak? If you're betrayed to Pahmudi, be prepared to defect at once, or you'll quickly see the inside of a torture chamber. I have alerted out people to help you if necessary. If it appears safe, I will arrive Tuesday at dusk. Good luck." The Khan had had no option but to show the message to the two men.
"Is it true about Pahmudi?"
"Yes, he's an old friend of yours, isn't he?" Fazir had said, taunting him.
No, he is not. Get out."
"Certainly, Highness. Meanwhile, this palace is under surveillance. There's no need to defect. Please do nothing to interfere with Mazitrik's arrival on Tuesday. Do nothing to encourage any more revolt in Azerbaijan. As to Pahmudi and Savoir, they can do nothing here without my approval. I'm the law in Tabriz now. Obey and I'll protect you. Disobey and you'll be his pishkesh." Then the two men had left, and the Khan had exploded with rage, more angry than Ahmed had ever seen him. The paroxysm became worse and worse, then suddenly it ceased. The Khan was lying on the floor, and he was looking down on him, expecting to see him dead, but he was not. Just a waxen pallor and twitching, breathing choked. "As God wants," Ahmed muttered, not wanting to relive that night. In the blue salon, 11:15 a.m. When they were quite alone, Hakim swung Azadeh off her feet.
"Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to see you again," she began, but he whispered, "Keep your voice down, Azadeh. There are ears everywhere, and someone's sure to misinterpret everything and lie again. Najut, may she be cursed forever, and shush, darling, she can't hurt us now. I'm the heir, officially. Oh, tell me what happened. Tell me everything."
They sat on the long cushioned sofa, and Hakim could hardly get the words out fast enough.
"First about Erki. The ransom is 10 million rials, for him and the 212, and father can bargain that down and pay. He can certainly pay. Then find them and have them torn apart. Yes, of course he can, and he told me in front of Ahmed as soon as you're back he'll start. And it's true, he's made me his heir, provided I swear by God to cherish little Hassan as I would cherish you. Of course I did that happily at once, and said that you would also swear by God to do the same, that we would both swear to remain in Tabriz, me to learn how to follow him, and you to be here to help me, and oh, we're going to be so happy." "That's all we have to do?" she asked incredulously. Yes, that's all. He made me his heir in front of all the family. They looked as though they would die, but that doesn't matter. Father named the conditions in front of them. I agreed at once, of course, as you will. Why shouldn't we? Of course, anything. God is watching over us." Again she embraced him, burying her face into his shoulder so that the tears of joy would be dried away. All the way back from Tehran, the journey rotten and Ahmed uncommunicative, she had been terrified what the conditions would be. But now— "It's unbelievable, Hakim. It's like magic. Of course we'll cherish little Hassan, and you'll pass the Khanate on to him or his successors, if that's father's wish. God protect us, and protect him and Erki can fly as much as he likes. Why shouldn't he? Oh, it's going to be wonderful." She dried her eyes. "Oh, I must look awful." "You look wonderful. Now tell me what happened to you. I know only that you were caught in the village with—
with the British saboteur and then somehow escaped. It was another miracle, only with the help of God, Hakim, but at the time terrible. That vile mullah. I can't remember how we got out, only what Johnny told me. My Johnny Bright Eyes, Hakim."
His eyes widened.
"Johnny from Switzerland?" Yes, it was him. He was the British officer." "But how? It seems impossible. He saved my life, Hakim, and oh, there's so much to tell. When Father heard about the village, You know the mullah was shot by green bands, don't you?" "I don't remember it, but Johnny told me. When Father heard about the village, he had Ahmed drag the Calendar here, questioned him, then sent him back, had him stoned, the hands of the butcher cut off, and then the village burned. Burning the village was my idea. Those dogs."
Azadeh was greatly shocked. The whole village was too terrible a vengeance. But Hakim allowed nothing to interrupt his euphoria.
"Azadeh, Father's taken off the guard, and I can go wherever I like. I even took a car and went into Tabriz today alone. Everyone treats me as heir, all the family, even Najud, though I know she's gnashing her teeth and has to be guarded against. It's not what I expected."
He told her how he had been almost dragged from Khoe, expecting to be killed or mutilated.
"Don't you remember when I was banished? He cursed me and swore Shah Abbas knew how to deal with traitorous sons."
She trembled, recalling that nightmare, the curses and rage, and so unfair, both of them innocent.
"What made him change? Why should he change toward you, toward us?" "The will of God. God's opened his eyes. He has to know he's near death and must make provision. He's the Khan. Perhaps he's frightened and wants to make amends. We were guilty of nothing against him. What does the reason matter? I don't care. We're free of the yoke at long last. Free."
In the sick room, 11:16 a.m. The Khan's eyes opened. Without moving his head, he looked to his limits. Ahmed, Aisha, and the guard. No nurse. Then he centered on Ahmed, who was sitting on the floor.
"You brought her."
He stammered the words with difficulty.
"Yes, Highness, a few minutes ago."
The nurse came into his field of vision.
"How do you feel, Excellency?"
she said in English, as he had ordered her, telling her her Turkish was vile.
"Same."
"Let me make you more comfortable."
With great tenderness and care, and strength, she lifted him and straightened the pillows and bed.
"Do you need a bottle, Excellency?"
The Khan thought about that.
"Yes."
She administered it, and he felt befouled that it was done by an infidel woman, but since she had arrived he had learned she was tremendously efficient, very wise and very good, the best in Tabriz. Ahmed had seen to that, so superior to Aisha, who had proved to be totally useless. He saw Aisha smile at him tentatively, big eyes, frightened eyes.
"I wonder if I'll ever thrust it in again, up to its hilt, stiff as bone, like the first time, her tears and writhing improving the act momentarily."
"Excellency?"
He accepted the pill and the sip of water, and was glad for the cool of the nurse's hands that guided the glass. Then he saw Ahmed again, and he smiled at him, glad his confidant was back.
"Good journey."
"Yes, Highness."
"Willingly, or with force?"
Ahmed smiled.
"It was as you planned, Highness. Willingly, just as you planned." "I didn't think you should talk so much, Excellency," the nurse said.
"Go away."
She patted his shoulder kindly.
"Would you like some food, perhaps a little horsed?"
"Halva."
"The doctor said sweets were not good for you."
"Halva."
Sister Bain sighed. The doctor had forbidden them, and then added,
"But if he insists you can give him them, as many as he wants, what does it matter now? Inshallah."
She found them and popped one into his mouth and wiped the saliva away, and he chewed it with relish, nutty but smooth and oh so sweet.
"Your daughter's arrived from Tehran, Excellency," she said. "She asked me to tell her the moment you awoke." Abdullah Khan was finding talking very strange. He would try to say the sentences, but his mouth did not open when it was supposed to open, and the words stayed in his mind for a long time, and then, when a simple form of what he wanted to say came out, the words were not well formed, though they should have been.
"But why? I'm not doing anything differently than before." "Before what?" "I don't remember. Only a massive blackness and blood roaring and possessed by red-hot needles and not being able to breathe. I can breathe now, and hear perfectly, and see perfectly, and my mind's working perfectly and filled with plans as good as ever. It's just getting it all out." "How?"
"What, Excellency?" Again the waiting.
"How? Talk better."
"Ah," she said, understanding at once, her experience of strokes great. "Dinna worry, you'll find it just a wee bit difficult at first. As you get better, you'll regain all your control. You must rest as much as you can, that's very important. Rest and medicine and patience, and you'll be as good as ever. All right?"
"Yes."
"Would you like me to send for your daughter? She was very anxious to see you, such a pretty girl." Waiting.
"Later. See later. Go away. Everyone. Not Ahmed. Bed."
Sister Bain hesitated, then again patted his hand kindly. "I'll give you 10 minutes, if you promise to rest afterward. All right?"
"Yes."
When they were alone, Ahmed went closer to the bed.
"Yes, Highness."
"What time?"
Ahmed glanced at his wristwatch. It was gold and ornate, and he admired it very much. "It's almost 11:30 on Tuesday."
"Peter?"
"I don't know, Highness." Ahmed told him what Hakim had related. "If Peter comes today to Julfa, Fazir will be waiting for him."
"Inshallah. As de?"
"She was genuinely worried about your health and agreed to come here at once. A moment ago I saw her together with your son. I'm sure she will agree to anything to protect him, as he will to protect her." Ahmed was trying to say everything clearly and concisely, not wanting to tire him. "What do you want me to do?"
"Everything. Everything I've discussed with you and a little more," the Khan thought with relish, his excitement picking up. "Now that Azadeh's back, cut the throat of the ransom messenger, so the tribesmen in fury will do the same to the pilot. Find out if those whelps are traitors by whatever means you want, and if they are, take out Hakim's eyes and send her north to Peter. If they're not, cut up Najud slowly and keep them close confined here until the pilot's dead by whatever means, then send her north. And Pahmudi. Now I'm putting a price on his head that would tempt even Satan. Ahmed, offer it first to Fazir, and tell him I want vengeance. I want Pahmudi racked, poisoned, cut up, mutilated, castrated."
His heart began creaking, palpitating, and he lifted his hand to rub his chest, but his hand did not move. Not an inch. Even now, as he looked down at it lying on the bedspread, willing it to move, there was no motion. Nothing, nor feeling, neither in his hand nor in his arm. Fear gushed through him. "Don't be afraid," the nurse said. He reminded himself desperately, sound of waves roaring in his ears. "You've had a stroke, that's all. Not a bad one, the doctor said, and he said many people have strokes. Old Komargi had one a year or so ago, and he's still alive and active, and claims he can still bed his young wife. With modern treatment, you're a good Muslim, and you'll go to paradise, so there's nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. Nothing to fear."
"Nothing to fear. If I die, I go to paradise." "I don't want to die," he shrieked. "I don't want to die," he shrieked again, but it was only in his head, and no sound came out.
"What is it, Highness?"
He saw Ahmed's anxiety, and that calmed him a little.
God be thanked for Ahmed. I can trust Ahmed, he thought, sweat pouring out of him. Now, what do I want him to do? Family, all here later. First as the Hakim, the Jude. Understand?
Yes, Highness, to confirm the succession.
Yes.
I have your permission to question Her Highness? He nodded, his eyelids leaden, waiting for the pain in his chest to lessen. While he waited, he moved his legs, feeling pins and needles in his feet. But nothing moved. Not the first time, only the second, and only then with an effort. Terror rushed back into him. In panic, he changed his mind.
Pay ransom quickly. Get pilot here. Erki here. Me to Tehran. Understand?
He saw Ahmed nod.
Quickly,
he mouthed, and motioned him to go, but his left hand still did not move. Terrified, he tried his right hand, and it worked, not easily, but it moved. Part of his panic subsided.
Pay ransom. Now. Keep secret. Get nurse.
At the Julfar turnoff, 6:25 p.m. Hashemi, Fazir, and Armstrong were once more in ambush under the snow-laden trees. Below, the Chevy waited, lights off, windows open, 2 men in the front seat, just as before. Down the slope behind them, both sides of the Julfar to Tabriz road were primed for the intercept, with 100 paramilitary poised. The sun had vanished over the mountains, and now the sky was blackening perceptibly.
"He's not got much more time," Hashemi muttered again. "He arrived at dusk last time. It's not dusk yet. Piss on him and his ancestors. I'm chilled to the bone. Not long now, Hashemi, old chap."
If it was up to him, Armstrong knew he would wait forever to catch Mazitrik, alias Suslev, alias Brodnin. He had offered to wait in Tabriz after the debacle on Saturday.
"Leave me the men, Hashemi. I'll lead the ambush Tuesday. You go back to Tehran. I'll wait here and get him and bring him to you." "No, I'll leave at once and be back early Tuesday. You can stay here."
Here was a safe house, an apartment overlooking the Blue Mosque, warm and stocked with whiskey.
"You really meant what you said to Abdullah Khan, Hashemi, that now you're the law here and Savolmar and Pahmudi are powerless without your support?"
"Yes, oh, yes."
"Pahmudi really got under Abdullah's skin. What's that all about?"
"Pahmudi had Abdullah banned from Tehran."
"Christ, why?"
"Old enmity, goes back years. Ever since Abdullah became Khan in 53, he truculently advised various prime ministers and court officials to be cautious over political reforms and so-called modernizations. Pahmudi, the well-bred, European-trained intellectual, despised him, was always against him, always blocking him from private access to the Shah. Unfortunately for the Shah, Pahmudi had the Shah's ear.
To betray him in the end.
Oh yes, Robert, perhaps even from the beginning. The first time Abdullah Khan and Pahmudi clashed openly was in 63 over the Shah's proposed reforms, giving the women the vote, giving the voting franchise to non-Muslims, and allowing non-Muslims to be elected to the Majlis. Of course, Abdullah, along with every thinking Iranian, knew this would bring an immediate outcry from all religious leaders, particularly Khomeini, who was just getting into his stride then.
"Almost unbelievable that no one could get to the Shah," Armstrong had said, to warn him. Many did, but no one with enough influence. Most of us agreed with Khomeini, openly or secretly. I did. Abdullah lost round after round with Pahmudi. Against all our advice, the Shah changed the calendar from the Islamic one as sacred to Muslims as BC and AD are to Christians, and tried to force a phony counting back to Cyrus the Great. Of course, that blew the minds of all Muslims, and after a near revolution it was withdrawn. Hashemi finished his drink and poured another. Then, publicly, Pahmudi told Abdullah to piss off, literally. I have it all documented.
taunted him that he was stupid, behind the times, living in the Dark Ages. Is it any wonder coming from Azerbaijan, and to stay out of Tehran until he was summoned or he would be arrested? Worse, he jeered at him at a major function and had thinly veiled cartoons published in the press. "I never took Mahmoudi for that much of a fool," Armstrong said, to encourage him to continue, wondering if he would make a slip and reveal something of value. Thank God he is, and why his days are numbered. Armstrong remembered the strange confidence that had pervaded Hashemi and how unsettled he had been. The feeling had stayed with him all during the waiting for Hashemi to return to Tabriz, unwise to wander the streets that were still filled with rival mobs trying to possess them. During the day, the police and loyalist army maintained the peace in the name of the Ayatollah. At night, it was difficult, if not impossible, to stop small groups of fanatics bent on violence from terrorizing parts of the city. "We can still stamp them out easily if that old devil Abdullah will help us," Hashemi had said angrily. "Abdullah Khan still has so much power, even like that, half dead. Oh yes, he's still hereditary chief of a vast tribe. His wealth, hidden and real, would rival a Shah's, not Muhammad Reza Shah's, but certainly his father's. He's going to die soon. What then? His heir'll have the same power, presuming that poor son of a bitch Hakim stays alive to use it. Did I tell you he's made him heir? No. What's strange about that? Hakim is his eldest son, who's been banished to Khoe for years in disgrace. He's been brought back and reinstated. Why? Why was he banished? The usual. He was caught plotting to send his father on, as Abdullah did his father. You're sure? No, but curiously, Abdullah's father died at your Mazitrik's dacha in Tbilisi. Hashemi smiled sardonically at the effect of his information. Of apoplexy. How long have you known? Long enough. We'll ask your Mazitrik if it's true when we catch him. We will catch him, though it'd certainly be easier with Abdullah alive. Hashemi became grimmer. I hope he stays alive long enough to order support for us to stop the war. Then he can rot. I hate that vile old man for double-dealing and double-crossing, and using us all for his own purposes. That's why I taunted him with Mahmoudi. Sure, I hate him. Even so, I'd never deliver him to Mahmoudi. He's too much of a patriot in his own vile way. Well, I'm off to Tehran, Robert. You know where to find me. You'd like company for your bed? Just hot and cold running water. You should experiment a little. Try a boy for a change. Oh, for the love of God, don't be so embarrassed. There are so many times you disappoint me. I don't know why I'm so patient with you. Thanks. You English are all so depraved and twisted about sex. Too many of you overt or covert homosexuals, which the rest of you find disgusting and sinful and vile in the extreme, against the laws of God, which it isn't. And yet in Arabia, where connection between men is historically normal and ordinary, because by law it's hands off a woman unless you're married to her, or else homosexuality as you understand it is unknown. So a man prefers sodomy, so what? That doesn't interfere with his masculinity here. Give yourself a new experience. Life is short, Robert. Meanwhile, she'll be here to use if you wish. Don't insult me by paying her. She had been Caucasian, Christian, attractive, and he had partaken of her without need or passion, for politeness, and had thanked her and let her sleep in the bed and stay the next day, to clean and cook and entertain him, and then, before he awoke this morning, she had vanished. Now Armstrong looked up into the western sky. It was much darker than before, the light going fast. They waited another half an hour. The pilot won't be able to see to land now, Robert. Let's leave. The Chevy hasn't moved yet. Armstrong took out his automatic and checked the action. I'll leave when the Chevy leaves. Okay? The thick-set Iranian stared at him, his face hard. There'll be a car below, parked facing Tabriz. It'll take you to our safe house. Wait for me there. I'm going back to Tehran now. There are some important things that cannot wait. more important than this son of a dog. I think he knows we're onto him. When will you be back here? Tomorrow. There's still the problem of the Khan. He stomped off into the darkness, cursing. Armstrong watched him go, glad to be alone. Hashemi was becoming more and more difficult, more dangerous than usual, ready to explode, nerves too taut for a head of inner intelligence with so much power and a private band of trained assassins in secret. Robert, it's time to begin a bailout. I can't, not yet. Come on, Mazitrik, there's plenty of moonlight to land with, for God's sake. Just after 10 o'clock, the Chevy's lights came on. The two men wound up the windows and drove away into the night. Carefully, Armstrong lit a cigarette, his gloved hand cupping the tiny flame against the wind. The smoke pleased him greatly. When he had finished, he threw the stub into the snow and stubbed it out. Then he, too, left. Near the Iran-Soviet border, 11:05 p.m. Erky was pretending to sleep in the small, crude hut, his chin stubbled. A wick, floating in oil in an old chipped clay cup, was guttering and cast strange shadows. Embers in the rough stone fireplace glowed in the draughts. His eyes opened and he looked around. No one else was in the hut. Noiselessly, he slid from under the blankets and animal skins. He was fully dressed. He put on his boots, made sure his knife was under his belt, and went to the door, opened it softly. For a moment he stood there, listening, head slightly on one side. Layers of high clouds misted the moon, and the wind moved the lightest of the pine branches. The village was quiet under its coverlet of snow. No guards that he could see. No movement near the lean-to where the 212 was parked. Moving as a hunter would move, he skirted the huts and headed for the lean-to. The 212 was bedded down, skins and blankets where they were most needed, all the doors closed. Through a side window of the cabin, he could see two tribesmen rolled up in blankets, sprawled full length on the seats, snoring, rifles beside them. He eased forward slightly. The guard in the cockpit was cradling his gun, wide awake. He had not yet seen Erky. Quiet footsteps approaching, the smell of goat and sheep and stale tobacco preceding them.
"What is it, pilot?"
the young Sheikh Bayezid asked softly. "I don't know." Now the guard heard them, and he peered out of the cockpit window, greeted his leader, and asked what was the matter. Bayezid replied, "Nothing," waved him back on guard, and searched the night thoughtfully. In the few days the stranger had been in the village, he had come to like him and respect him as a man and as a hunter. Today he had taken him into the forest to test him, and then as a further test and for his own pleasure he had given him a rifle. Erky's first shot killed a distant, difficult mountain goat as cleanly as he could have done. Giving the rifle was exciting, wondering what the stranger would do, if he would, foolishly, try to turn it on him, or even more foolishly take off into the trees when they could hunt him with great enjoyment. But the redhead of the knife had just hunted and kept his thoughts to himself, though they could all sense the violence simmering. "You felt something? Danger?" he asked. "I don't know." Erky looked out at the night and all around. No sounds other than the wind, a few night animals hunting, nothing untoward. Even so, he was unsettled. "Still no news?" "No, nothing more." This afternoon one of the two messengers had returned. "The Khan is very sick, near death," the man had said, "but he promises an answer soon." Bayezid had reported all this faithfully to Erky. "Pilot, be patient," he said, not wanting trouble. "What's the Khan sick with?" "Sick. The messenger said they'd been told he was sick, very sick. Sick." "If he dies, what then?" "His heir will pay, or not pay. Inshallah." The sheikh eased the weight of his assault rifle on his shoulder. "Come into the lee, it's cold." From the edge of the hut now they could see down into the valley. Calm and quiet, a few specks of headlights from time to time on the road far, far below. Barely 30 minutes from the palace and Azadeh, Erky was thinking, and no way to escape. Every time he started engines to recharge his batteries and circulate the oil, 5 guns were pointing at him. At odd times he would stroll to the edge of the village, or, like tonight, he would get up, ready to run and chance it on foot, but never an opportunity, guards too alert. During the hunting today he had been sorely tempted to try to break out, useless, of course, knowing they were just playing with him.
"It's nothing, pilot. Go back to sleep," Bayezid said. "Perhaps there'll be good news tomorrow, as God wants."
Erki said nothing, his eyes raking the darkness, unable to be rid of his foreboding. Perhaps Azadeh's in danger, or perhaps it's nothing, and I'm just going mad with the waiting and the worry and what's going on. Did Ross and the soldier make a break for it, and what about Peter, Martyria, Butts, Mazitrik, and Abdullah? As God wants, yes, I agree, but I want to leave. The time has come. The younger man smiled, showing his broken teeth. Then I will have to tie you up. Erki smiled back, as mirthlessly. I'll wait tomorrow and tomorrow night, then the next dawn I leave. No. It will be better for you and better for me. We can go to the palace with your tribesmen. I can No, we wait. I can land in the courtyard, and I'll talk to him, and you'll get the ransom, and that— No, we wait. We wait here. It's not safe there. Either we leave together, or I leave alone. The sheikh shrugged. You have been warned, pilot. At the palace of the Khan, 11:38 p.m. Ahmed drove Najud and her husband Mahmud down the corridor before him like cattle. Both were tousled and still in their bedclothes, both petrified, Najud in tears, 2 guards behind them. Ahmed still had his knife out. Half an hour ago he had rushed into their quarters with the guards, dragged them out of their carpet beds, saying the Khan at long last knew they'd lied about Hakim and Azadeh plotting against him, because tonight one of the servants admitted he had overheard the same conversation and nothing wrong had been said. Lies! Najud gasped, pressed against the carpet bed, half blinded by the flashlight that one of the guards directed at her face, the other guard holding a gun at Mahmud's head. All lies! Ahmed slid out his knife, needle-sharp, and poised it under her left eye. Not lies, Highness. You perjured yourself to the Khan before God, so I am here at the Khan's orders to take out your sight. He touched her skin with the point, and she cried out, No! Please, I beg you! I beg you, please don't! Wait! You admit lying? No, I never lied. Let me see my father. He'd never order this without seeing me for— You'll never see him again. Why should he see you? You lied before, and you'll lie again. I never lied, never lied. His lips twisted into a smile. For all these years he had known she had lied. It had mattered nothing to him. But now it did. You lied in the name of God. The point pricked the skin. The panic-stricken woman tried to scream, but he held his other hand over her mouth, and he was tempted to press the extra half-inch, then out and in again the other side, and out, and all finished forever. Liar! Mercy, she croaked. Mercy, in the name of God! He relaxed his grip, but not the point of the knife. I cannot grant you mercy. Beg the mercy of God. The Khan has sentenced you. Wait! Wait, she said frantically, sensing his muscles tensing for the probe. Please, let me go to the Khan. Let me ask his mercy. I'm his daughter. You admit you lied? She hesitated, eyes fluttering with panic along with her heart. At once the knife point went in a fraction, and she gasped out, I admit, I exaggerate. In God's name, did you lie or didn't you? Ahmed snarled. Yes, I did. Please let me see my father. Please. The tears were pouring out, and he hesitated, pretending to be unsure of himself, then glared at her husband, who lay on the carpet nearby, quivering with terror. You're guilty, too. I knew nothing about this, nothing, Mahmud stuttered. Nothing at all. I've never lied to the Khan, never. I knew nothing. Ahmed shoved them both ahead of him. Guards opened the door of the sick room. Azadeh and Hakim and Aisha were there, summoned at a moment's notice, in nightclothes, all frightened, the nurse equally, the Khan awake and brooding, his eyes bloodshot. Najud went down on her knees and blurted out that she had exaggerated about Hakim and Azadeh, and when Ahmed came closer she suddenly broke.
I lied. Please forgive me, Father. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Mercy, mercy.
In a mumbling gibberish. Mahmud, too, was moaning and crying, saying he knew nothing about this, or he would have spoken up. Of course he would have, before God, of course he would, both of them begging for mercy, everyone knowing there would be none. The Khan cleared his throat noisily. Silence. All eyes on him. His mouth worked, but no sound came out. Both the nurse and Ahmed came closer.
Ahmed, stay and Hakim, Azadeh, rest, go, them under guard.
Highness, the nurse said gently, can it no wait until tomorrow? You've tired yourself very much. Please, please make it tomorrow.
The Khan shook his head.
Now.
The nurse was very tired.
I dinna accept any responsibility, Excellency Ahmed. Please make it as short as possible.
Exasperated, she walked out. 2 guards pulled Najud and Mahmud to their feet and dragged them away. Aisha followed shakily. For a moment the Khan closed his eyes, gathering his strength. Now only his heavy, throttled breathing broke the silence. Ahmed and Hakim and Azadeh waited. 20 minutes passed. The Khan opened his eyes. For him, the time had been only seconds.
My son, trust Ahmed as first confidant.
Yes, Father.
Swear by God, both of you.
He listened carefully as they both chorused, I swear by God I will trust Ahmed as first confidant. Earlier they had both sworn before all the family the same thing, and everything else he required of them, to cherish and guard little Hassan, for Hakim to make Hassan his heir, for the 2 of them to stay in Tabriz, Azadeh to stay at least 2 years in Iran without leaving. This way, Highness, Ahmed had explained earlier. No alien outside influence, like that of her husband, could spirit her away before she sent north, whether guilty or innocent. That's wise, the Khan thought, disgusted with Hakim and Azadeh, that they had allowed Najud's perjury to be buried for so many years, and to let it go unpunished for so many years, loathing Najud and Mahmud for being so weak. No courage, no strength.
Well, Hakim will learn, and she'll learn, if only I had more time. Azadeh.
Yes, Father.
Najud, what's punishment?
She hesitated, frightened again, knowing how his mind worked, feeling the trap close on her.
Banishment. Banish her and her husband and family.
Fool! You'll never breed a Khan of the Gorgons, he thought,
but he was too tired to say it, so he just nodded and motioned her to leave. Before she left, Azadeh went to the bed and bent and kissed her father's hand.
Be merciful. Please be merciful, Father.
She forced a smile, touched him again, and then she left. He watched her close the door.
Hakim?
Hakim also had detected the trap and was petrified of displeasing his father, wanting vengeance, but not the malevolent sentence the Khan would pronounce.
Internal banishment forever, penniless, he said.
Let them earn their own bread in future, and expel them from the tribe.
A little better, thought Abdullah.
Normally that would be a terrible punishment, but not if you're a Khan and them a perpetual hazard. Again he moved his hand in dismissal. Like Azadeh, Hakim kissed his father's hand and wished a good night's sleep. When they were alone, Abdullah said,
Ahmed.
Tomorrow banish them to the wastelands north of Meshed, penniless, with guards. In a year and a day, when they're sure they've escaped with their lives, When they've got some business going, or house or hut, burn it and put them to death, and their 3 children." He smiled.
"Good. Do it."
"Yes, Highness." Ahmed smiled back at him, very satisfied.
"Now sleep."
"Sleep well, Highness." Ahmed saw the eyelids close and the face fall apart. In seconds, the sick man was snoring badly. Ahmed knew he had to be most careful now. Quietly, he opened the door. Hakim and Azadeh were waiting in the corridor with the nurse. Worriedly, the nurse went past him, took the Khan's pulse, peering at him closely.
"Is he all right?"
Azadeh asked from the doorway.
"Who can say, lassie? He's tired himself badly. Best you all leave now."
Nervously, Hakim turned to Ahmed.
"What did he decide?"
"Banished to the lands north of Meshed at first light tomorrow, penniless and expelled from the tribe. He will tell you himself tomorrow, Highness."
"As God wants."
Azadeh was greatly relieved that worse had not been ordered. Hakim was glowing that his advice had been taken.
"My sister and I, we don't know how to thank you for helping us, Ahmed, and, well, for bringing the truth out at long last."
"Thank you, Highness, but I only obeyed the Khan. When the time comes, I will serve you as I serve His Highness. He made me swear it. Good night." Ahmed smiled to himself and closed the door and went back to the bed. "How is he?"
"No so good, Aga."
Her back was aching and she was sick with tiredness.
"I must have a replacement tomorrow. We should have 2 nurses and a sister in charge. Sorry, but I cannot continue alone."
"Whatever you want you will have, provided you stay. His Highness appreciates your care of him. If you like, I will watch him for an hour or 2. There's a sofa in the next room, and I can call you in case anything happens."
"Oh, that's very kind of you, I'm sure. Thank you, I could use a wee rest, but call me if he wakes, and anyway in 2 hours.
He saw her into the next room, told the guard to relieve him in 3 hours, and dismissed him, then began a vigil. Half an hour later he quietly peered in at her. She was deeply asleep. He came back into the sick room and locked the door, took a deep breath, tousled his hair, and rushed for the bed, shaking the Khan roughly.
"Highness!"
he hissed, as though in panic.
"Wake up! Wake up!"
The Khan clawed his way out of leaden sleep, not knowing where he was or what had happened, or if he was nightmaring again.
What?
Then his eyes focused, and he saw Ahmed, seemingly terrified, which was unheard of. His spirit shuddered.
"What?
Quick, you've got to get up. Pahmudi's downstairs. Abrim Pahmudi with Savoma torturers. They've come for you," Ahmed panted. "Someone open the door to them. You're betrayed. A traitor betrayed you to him. Hashimi Fazir's given you to Pahmudi and Savoma as a pishkesh. Quick, get up. They've overpowered all the guards, and they're coming to take you away." He saw the Khan's gaping horror, the bulging eyes, and he rushed on. "There are too many to stop. Quick, you've got to escape." Deftly he unclipped the saline drip and tore the bedclothes back, started to help the frantic man to get up, abruptly shoved him back, and stared at the door.
"Too late,"
he gasped.
"Listen! Here they come! Here they come! Pahmudi at the head! Here they come!"
Chest heaving, the Khan thought he could hear their footsteps, could see Pahmudi, could see his thin, gloating face and the instruments of torture in the corridor outside, knowing there would be no mercy, and they would keep him alive to howl his life away. Demented, he shouted at Ahmed,
"Quick, help me! I can get to the window. We can climb down if you help me. In the name of God, Ahmed!"
But he could not make the words come out. Again he tried, but still his mouth did not coordinate with his brain, his neck muscles stretched with effort, the veins overloaded. It seemed forever he was screaming and shouting at Ahmed, who just stood watching the door, not helping him, footsteps coming closer and closer.
"Help!"
he managed to gasp, fighting to get out of bed, the sheets and coverlet weighing him down, restricting him, drowning him, chest pains growing and growing, monstrous now like the noise. "There's no escape. They're here. I've got to let them in." At the limit of his terror, he saw Ahmed start for the door. With the remains of his strength, he shouted at him to stop, but all that happened was a strangled croak. Then he felt something twist in his brain and something else snap. A spark leapt across the wires of his mind. Pain ceased, sound ceased. He saw Ahmed smile. His ears heard the quiet of the corridor and silence of the palace, and he knew that he was truly betrayed. With a last, all-embracing effort, he lunged for Ahmed, the fires in his head lighting his way down into the funnel, red and warm and liquid, and there, at the nadir, he blew out all the fire and possessed the darkness. Ahmed made sure the Khan was dead, glad that he had not had to use the pillow to smother him. Hastily, he reconnected the saline drip, checked that there were no telltale leaks, partially straightened the bed, and then, with great care, examined the room. Nothing to give him away that he could see. His breathing was heavy, his head throbbing, and his exhilaration immense. A second check, then he walked over to the door, quietly unlocked it, noiselessly returned to the bed. The Khan was lying sightlessly against the pillows, blood hemorrhaged from his nose and mouth.
"Highness!" he bellowed. "Highness!"
Then leaned forward and grabbed him for a moment, released him, and rushed across the room, tore open the door.
"Nurse!"
he shouted, and rushed into the next room, grabbed the woman out of her deep sleep, and half-carried, half-dragged her back to the Khan.
"Oh, my God!"
she muttered, weak with relief that it had not happened while she was alone, perhaps to be blamed by this knife-wielding, violent bodyguard, or these mad people screaming and raving. Sickly awake now, she wiped her brow and pushed her hair into shape, feeling naked without her headdress. Quickly she did what she had to and closed his eyes, her ears hearing Ahmed moaning and grief-stricken.
"Nothing anyone could do, Aga," she was saying. "It could have happened any time. He was in a great deal of pain. His time had come. Better this way. Better than living as a vegetable." "Yes, I suppose so."
Ahmed's tears were real, tears of relief.
Inshallah. "What happened?" I was dozing, and he just gasped and started to bleed from his nose and mouth."
Ahmed wiped some of the tears away, letting his voice break.
"I grabbed him as he was falling out of bed, and then I don't know, he just collapsed, and I came running for you." "Don't worry, Aga. Nothing anyone could do. Sometimes it's sudden and quick, sometimes not. Better to be quick, that's a blessing."
She sighed and straightened her uniform, glad it was over, and now she could leave this place.
He should be cleaned before the others are summoned." "Yes, please let me help. I wish to help."
Ahmed helped her sponge away the blood and make him presentable, and all the time he was planning. Najud and Mahmud to be banished before noon, the rest of their punishment a year and a day from now. Find out if Fazir caught Peter Aliek. Make sure the ransom messenger's throat was cut this afternoon, as he had ordered in the Khan's name. "Fool," he said to the corpse. "Fool to think I'd arranged to pay ransom, to bring back the pilot, to fly you to Tehran to save your life. Why save a life for a few more days or a month? Dangerous to be sick and helpless with your sickness. Minds become deranged. Oh yes, the doctor told me what to expect. Losing more of your mind, more vindictive than ever, more dangerous than ever, dangerous enough to perhaps turn on me. But now the succession is safe. I can dominate the whelp, and with the help of God, marry Azadeh. Or send her north. Her holes like any other." The nurse watched Ahmed from time to time, his deft, strong hands and their gentleness, for the first time glad of his presence and not afraid of him, now watching him combing the beard. "People are so strange," she thought. "He must have loved this evil old man very much." Wednesday, February the 28th. Chapter 54. Tehran, 6:55 a.m. MacIver continued sorting through the files and papers he had taken from the big office safe, putting only those that were vital into his briefcase. He had been at it since 5:30 this morning, and now his head ached, his back ached, and the briefcase was almost full. So much more I should be taking, he thought, working as fast as he could. In an hour, perhaps less, his Iranian staff would arrive and he would have to stop. Bloody people, he thought irritably. Never here when we wanted them, but now for the last few days can't get rid of them, like bloody limpets. Oh no, Excellency, please allow me to lock up for you. I beg you for the privilege. Or, oh no, Excellency, I'll open the office for you, I insist. That is not the job of your Excellency. Maybe I'm getting paranoid, but it's just as though they're spies ordered in to watch us, the partners more nosy than ever, almost as though someone's onto us. And yet, so far, touch wood, everything's working like a well-tuned jet. Us out by noon today, or a little after. Already Rudy's poised for Friday, with all of his extra bods and a whole load of spares already out of Bandar Dalam by road to Abadan, where a BA Trident snuck in, cleared by Duke's friends at a key to evacuate British oilers. At Coes by now, Duke should have cached the extra fuel. All his lads still cleared to leave tomorrow on the 125. Touch more wood. Already 3 truckloads of spares out to Bashire for transshipment to Al-Shagars. Hotshot, Colonel Changiz, and that damned Mullah Hussein still behaving themselves. 50 times touch wood. At Lengere Scraggleby having no problems, plenty of coastal ships available for his spares, and nothing more to do but wait for No, not D-Day, W-Day. Only bad spot, Azadeh, and Erki. Why the devil didn't she tell me before leaving on a wild goose chase after poor old Erki? My God, she escapes to breeze with the skin of her skin, and then goes and puts her pretty little head back in it. Women. They're all crazy. Ransom? Balls. I'll bet it's another trap set by her father, the rotten old bastard. At the same time, it's just as Tom Lockhart said. She would have gone anyway, Mac, and would you have told her about Whirlwind? His stomach began churning. Even if the rest of us get out, there's still the problem of Erki and Azadeh. Then there's poor old Tom and Shahrazad. How the hell can we get those 4 to safety? Must come up with something. We've 2 more days. Perhaps by then— He whirled, startled, not having heard the door open. His chief clerk, Horani, stood in the doorway, tall and balding, a devout Shiite, a good man who had been with them for many years. "Salam, Aga."
"Salam. You're early."
MacIver saw the man's open surprise at all the mess. Normally MacIver was meticulously tidy, and felt as though he'd been caught with his hand in the chocolate box.
"As God wants, Aga. The Imams ordered normality and everyone to work hard for the success of the revolution. Can I help?"
"Well, no. No, thank you. I'm just in a hurry. I've lots to do today. I'm off to the embassy."
MacIver knew his voice was running away from him, but he was unable to stop it.
"I've appointments all day and must be at the airport by noon. I have to do some homework for the Doshan Tapeh Comité. I won't come back to the office from the airport, so you can close early, take the afternoon off. In fact, you can take the day off."
"Oh, thank you, Aga, but the office should remain open until the
"No, we'll close for the day when I leave. I'll go straight home and be there if I'm needed. Please come back in 10 minutes. I want to send some telexes."
"Yes, Aga. Certainly, Aga."
The man left. MacIver hated the twistings of the truth. What's going to happen to Horani? He asked himself again. To him and all the rest of our people all over Iran, some of them fine, them and their families. Unsettled, he finished as best he could. There were 100,000 rials in the cash box. He left the notes, relocked the safe, and sent some inconsequential telexes. The main one he had sent at 5:30 this morning to Al-Shagars, with a copy to Aberdeen in case Clavell had been delayed. Air freighting the 5 crates of parts to Al-Shagars for repairs as planned. Translated, the code meant that Nogger, Petikin, and he, and the last 2 mechanics he had not yet been able to get out of Tehran, were readying to board the 125 today, as planned, and it was still all systems go.
"Which crates are these, Aga?"
Somehow Horani had found the copies of the telex.
"They're from Coes. They'll go on the 125 next week."
"Oh, very well. I'll check it for you."
Before you go, could you please tell me when does our 212 return? The one we lent to Cois?
Next week. Why?
Excellency Minister and Board Director Ali Kia wanted to know, Aga.
MacIver was instantly chilled.
Oh, why?
He probably has a charter for it, Aga. His assistant came here last night, after you had left, and he asked me. Minister Kia also wanted a progress report today of our 3 212s sent out for repairs. I said I would have it today. He's coming this morning, so I can't close the office.
They had never discussed the 3 aircraft, or the peculiarly great number of spares they had been sending out by truck, car, or as personal baggage. No aircraft space for freight. It was more than possible that Khorani would know the 212s did not need repair. He shrugged and hoped for the best.
They'll be ready as planned. Leave a note on the door.
Oh, but that would be very impolite. I will relay that message. He said he would return before noon prayer and particularly asked for an appointment with you. He has a very private message from Minister Kia.
Well, I'm going to the embassy.
MacIver debated a moment.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Irritably, he picked up the briefcase and hurried down the stairs, cursing Ali Kia and then adding a curse for Ali Baba, too. Ali Baba, so named because he reminded MacIver of the 40 thieves, was the wheedling half of their live-in couple who had been with them for 2 years, but had vanished at the beginning of the troubles. Yesterday at dawn, Ali Baba came back, beaming and acting as though he had just been away for the weekend instead of almost 5 months, happily insisting he take their old room back.
Oh, most definitely, Aga. The home has to be most clean and prepared for the return of Her Highness. Next week my wife will be here to do that, but meanwhile I bring you tea toast in a most instant as you ever liked. May I be sacrificed for you, but I bargained mightily today for fresh bread and milk from the market at the oh-so-reasonable best price for me only. But the robbers charged 5 times last year, so sad. But please give me the money now, and as most soon as the bank is opened, you can pay me my microscopic back salary.
Bloody Ali Baba! The revolution hasn't changed him a bit. Microscopic. It's still 1 loaf for us and 5 for him, but never mind. It was fine to have tea and toast in bed, but not the day before we sneak out. How the hell are Charlie and I going to get our baggage out without him smelling the proverbial rat? In the garage, he unlocked his car.
"Lulu, old girl," he said. "Sorry, there's bugger all I can do about it. It's time for the big parting. Don't quite know how I'm going to do it, but I'm not leaving you as a burnt offering or for some bloody Iranian to rape."
Talbot was waiting for him in a spacious, elegant office.
"My dear Mr. MacIver, you're bright and early. I heard all the adventures of young Ross. My word, we were all very lucky, don't you think?"
Yes, we were. How is he?"
"Getting over it. Good man, did a hell of a good job. I'm seeing him for lunch, and we're getting him out on today's BA flight, just in case he's been spotted. Can't be too careful. Any news of Erki? We've had some inquiries from the Finnish embassy asking for help."
MacIver told him about Azadeh's note.
Bloody ridiculous.
Talbot steepled his fingers. "Ransom doesn't sound too good. There's a rumour the Khan's very sick indeed. Stroke."
MacIver frowned.
Would that help or hurt Azadeh and Erki?
"I don't know. If he does pop off, well, it'll certainly change the balance of power in Azerbaijan for a while, which will certainly encourage our misguided friends north of the border to agitate more than usual, which will cause Carter and his powers that be to fart more dust."
"What the devil's he doing now?"
"Nothing, old boy. Sweet Fanny Adams. That's the trouble. He scattered his peanuts and scarpered."
"Anything more on us being nationalized? Armstrong said it's imminent."
"It might well be. You'll lose positive control of your aircraft imminently," Talbot said with studied care, and MacIver's attention zeroed. "It, might be more of a personal acquisition by interested parties."
"You mean Ali Kia and the partners?"
Talbot shrugged.
"Ours not to reason why, eh?"
"This is official?"
"My dear chap, good Lord, no."
Talbot was quite shocked.
Just a personal observation, off the record. What can I do for you?
Off the record, on Andy Gavallen's instructions, all right?
Let's have it on the record.
McIver saw the slightly pink, humorless face and got up, relieved.
No way, Mr. Talbot. It was Andy's idea to keep you in the picture, not mine.
Talbot sighed with practised eloquence.
Very well, off the record.
McIver sat.
We're transferring our HQ to Al-Shagaz today.
Very wise. So?
We're going today. All remaining expat personnel on our 125.
Very wise. So?
We're closing down all operations in Iran on Friday.
Talbot sighed wearily.
Without personnel, I'd say that's axiomatic. So?
McIver was finding it very hard to say what he wanted to say.
We're taking our aircraft out on Friday. This Friday.
Bless my soul, Talbot said in open admiration. Congratulations! How on earth did you twist that rotter Kiar's arm to get the permits? You must have promised him a life membership at the Royal Box at Ascot.
No, we didn't. We decided not to apply for exit permits. Waste of time.
McIver got up.
Well, see you soon.
Talbot's face almost fell off his face.
No permits?
No. You know yourself, our birds are going to be nicked, nationalized, taken over, whatever you want to call it. There's no way we could get exit permits, so we're just going.
McIver added airily,
Friday we flit the coop.
Oh, my word.
Talbot was shaking his head vigorously, his fingers toying with a file on his desk.
Bless my soul. Very, very unbloody wise.
There isn't any alternative. Well, Mr. Talbot, that's all. Have a nice day. Andy wanted to forewarn you so you could do whatever you want to do.
What the hell is that?
Talbot exploded.
How the hell do I know?
McIver was equally exasperated. You're supposed to protect your nationals.
But I'm just not going to be put out of business, and that's the end of it.
Talbot's fingers drummed nervously.
I think I need a cup of tea.
He clicked on the intercom.
Celia, 2 cups of the best, and I think you better insert a modest amount of Nelson's blood into the brew. Yes, Mr. Talbot, the adenoidal voice said, and sneezed.
Bless you, Talbot said automatically. His fingers stopped drumming, and he smiled sweetly at McIver.
I'm awfully glad you didn't tell me anything about anything, old boy.
So am I.
Rest assured, should I ever hear that you're in Pokey doing, what's the expression? Ah, yes, doing porridge, I shall be glad to visit you on behalf of Her Majesty's government and attempt to extricate you from the errors of your ways.
Talbot's eyebrows went off his forehead.
Grand larceny. Bless my soul, but jolly good luck, old boy.
In Azadeh's apartment, 8:10 a.m. The old maidservant carried the heavy silver breakfast tray along the corridor, 4 boiled eggs, toast and butter and marmalade, 2 exquisite coffee cups, steaming coffee pot, and the finest Egyptian cotton napkins. She put the tray down and knocked.
Come in. Good morning, Highness. Salam.
Salam, Shahrazad said dully. She was propped against the many pillows of the carpet bed, her face puffy from tears. The bathroom door was ajar, sound of water running.
You can put it here, on the bed.
Yes, Highness. The old woman obeyed. With a sidelong glance at the bathroom, she left silently.
Breakfast, Tommy,
Shahrazad called out, trying to sound bright. No answer. She half shrugged to herself, sniffed a little, more tears not far away, then looked up as Lockhart came back into the bedroom. He was shaved and dressed in winter flying gear, boots, trousers, shirt, and heavy sweater.
Coffee?
She asked, with a tentative smile, hating his set face and the air of disapproval that he wore.
In a minute,
he said without enthusiasm.
Thank you.
I ordered everything just as you like it.
Looks good. Don't wait for me.
He went over to the bureau and began to tie his tie.
It really was wonderful of Azadeh to lend us the apartment while she's away, wasn't it? So much nicer than home.
Lockhart looked at her in the mirror.
"You didn't say that at the time."
"Oh, Tommy, of course you're right, but please don't let's quarrel."
"I'm not. I've said it all, and so have you."
I've had that, he thought, anguished, knowing she was as miserable as he was, but unable to do anything about it. When Meshang had challenged him in front of her and Zora 2 nights ago, the nightmare had begun that continued even now, tearing them apart, bringing him to the edge of madness. 2 days and nights of broken tears and him saying over and over, "No need to worry, we'll manage somehow, Shahrazad," and then discussing the future. What future? He asked his reflection, once more wanting to explode.
"Here's your coffee, darling Tommy."
Glumly he took it, sat on a chair facing her, not looking at her. The coffee was hot and excellent, but it did not take away the foul taste in his mouth, so he left it almost untouched, and got up and went for his flight jacket.
"Thank God I've today's ferry to Coes," he thought. "God damn everything."
"When do I see you, darling? When do you come back?"
He watched himself shrug, hating himself, wanting to take her in his arms and tell her the depth of his love, but he had been through that agony 4 times in the last 2 days, and she was still as relentless and inflexible as her brother.
"Leave Iran? Leave home forever?"
she had cried out.
"Oh, I can't. I can't."
"But it won't be forever, Shahrazad. We'll spend some time in Alshagaz, then go to England. You'll love England and Scotland and Aberdeen."
"But Meshang says that—"
"Screw Meshang!" he had shouted, and saw the fear in her, and that only served to whip his anger into a frenzy. "Meshang's not God Almighty, for Christ's sake! What the goddamn hell does he know?"
And she had sobbed like a terrified child, cowering away from him.
"Oh, Shahrazad, I'm so sorry."
Taking her into his arms, almost crooning his love to her, she safe in his arms.
"Tommy, listen, my darling. You were right and I was wrong. It was my fault. But I know what to do. Tomorrow I'll go and see Meshang. I'll persuade him to give us an allowance and— What's the matter?"
"You haven't heard a goddamn word I've said."
"Oh, but I have, yes, indeed. I listened very carefully. Please don't be angry again. You're right, of course, to be angry, but I listened—"
Flaring back. "Didn't you hear what Meshang said? We've no money. The money's finished. The building's finished. He has total control over the family money, total. And unless you obey him and not me, you'll get nothing more. But that's not important. I can make enough for us. I can. The point is, we have to leave Tehran. Leave for a little while."
"But I haven't any papers. I haven't, Tommy, and can't get any yet, and Meshang's right when he says if I leave without papers, they'll never let me back. Never, never."
More tears and more arguing, not being able to get through to her, more tears, then going to bed, trying to sleep, no sleep for either of them.
"You can stay here, Tommy. Why can't you stay here, Tommy?"
"Oh, for Christ's sake, Shahrazad, Meshang made that very clear. I'm not wanted and foreigners are out. We'll go somewhere else. Nigeria or Aberdeen, somewhere else. Pack a suitcase. You'll get on the 125 and we'll meet at Alshagaz. You've a Canadian passport. You're Canadian."
"But I can't leave without papers,"
she wailed and sobbed, and the same arguments over and over, and more tears. Then, yesterday morning, hating himself, he had put aside his pride and had gone to the bazaar to reason with Meshang, to get him to relent, all that he was going to say painstakingly worked out. But he had come up against a wall as high as the sky, and worse. "My father held a controlling interest in the IHC partnership, which, of course, I inherit."
"Oh, that's wonderful. That makes all the difference, Meshang."
"It makes no difference at all. The point is, how do you intend to pay your debts, pay your ex-wife, and pay for my sister and her child without a very great infusion of charity?"
"A job's not charity, Meshang. It's not charity. It could be mighty profitable for both of us. I'm not suggesting a partnership, anything like that. I'd work for you. You don't know the helicopter business. I do, inside out. I could run the new partnership for you, make it instantly profitable. I know pilots and how to operate. I know all of Iran, most of the fields. That would solve everything for both of us. I'd work like hell to protect the family interests.
We'd stay in Tehran. Shahrazad can have the baby here, and the Islamic State will require Iranian pilots only, Minister Kia assures me. 100%. Sudden understanding. His universe abruptly ripped asunder. Ah, now I get it. No exceptions, eh? Particularly me. He had seen Meshang shrug disdainfully. I'm very busy. To be blunt, you cannot stay in Iran. You've no future in Iran. Out of Iran, Shahrazad has no future of any value with you, and she will never permanently exile herself, which will happen if she goes without my permission and without proper papers. Therefore you must divorce. No. Send Shahrazad back from the Khan's apartment this afternoon, more charity, by the way, and leave Tehran immediately. Your marriage wasn't Muslim, so it's unimportant. The Canadian civil ceremony will be annulled. Shahrazad will never agree. Oh? Be at my house at 6 p.m. and we will make final this matter. After you've left, I'll settle your Iranian debts. I cannot have bad debts hanging over our good name. 6 p.m. sharp. Good morning. Not remembering how he got back to the apartment, but telling her, and more tears, and then to the Bakravan house that evening, and Meshang repeating what he had said, infuriated with Shahrazad's abject begging. Don't be ridiculous, Shahrazad. Stop howling. This is for your own good, your son's good, and the family's good. If you leave on a Canadian passport without proper Iranian papers, you'll never be allowed back. Live in Aberdeen? God protect you. You'd die of cold any month, and so would your son. Nani Jari won't go with you. Not that he could pay for her. She's not mad. She won't leave Iran and her family forever. You'll never see us again. Think of that. Think of your son. Over and over, until Shahrazad was reduced to incoherence and Lockhart to pulp. Tommy? This brought him out of his reverie. Yes, he asked, hearing the old tone to her voice. Art thou leaving me forever? She said in Farsi. I can't stay in Iran, he said, at peace now, the thou helping so very much. When we're closed down, there's no job for me here. I've no money, and even if the place hadn't burned down, well, I was never one for handouts. His eyes were without guile. Meshang's right about a lot of things. There wouldn't be much of a life with me, and you're right to stay. Certainly without papers, it'd be dangerous to leave, and you've to think of the child, I know that. There's also— No, let me finish, he said kindly, stopping her. There's also HBC. This reminded him about her cousin Kareem, another horror yet to arrive. Poor Shahrazad. Art thou leaving me forever? I'm leaving today for Kois. I'll be there a few days, then I'll go to Al-Shagaz. I'll wait there. I'll wait a month. This will give you time to think it through, what you want. A letter or telex care of Al-Shagaz airport will find me. If you want to join me, the Canadian embassy will arrange it at once, priority. I've already fixed that. And, of course, I'll keep in touch. Through Mac? Through him, or somehow. Art thou divorcing me? No, never. If you want that, or, let me put it another way, if you think it's necessary to protect our child, or for whatever reason, then whatever you want, I will do. The silence grew, and she watched him, a strange look in her huge, dark eyes, somehow older than before, and yet so much younger and more frail, the translucent nightgown enhancing the sheen of her golden skin, her hair flowing around her shoulders and breasts. Lockhart was consumed with helplessness, dying inside, wanting to stay, knowing there was no longer any reason to stay. It's all been said, and now it's up to her. If I was her, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd divorce. I'd have never married in the first place. Thou, he said in Farsi. Fare thee well, beloved. And thee, beloved. He picked up his jacket and left. In a moment she heard the front door close. For a long time she stared after him, then, thoughtfully, poured some coffee and sipped it, hot and strong and sweet and life-giving. As God wants, she told herself, at peace now. Either he will come back or he will not come back.
Either Meshang will relent, or he will not relent. Either way I must be strong and eat for two, and think good thoughts while I build my son."
She decapitated the first of the eggs. It was perfectly cooked and tasted delicious. At McIver's apartment, 11:50 a.m. Petikin came into the living room carrying a suitcase and was surprised to see the servant, Ali Baba, tentatively polishing the sideboard.
"I didn't hear you come back. I thought I'd given you the day off," he said irritably, putting down the suitcase. "Oh, yes, Aga, but there is most much to do. The place she is filth-filled, and the kitchen."
His lush brown eyebrows rose to heaven.
Yes, that's true, but you can start in tomorrow."
Petikin saw him looking at the suitcase and swore. Directly after breakfast, he had sent Ali Baba off for the day with instructions to be back at midnight, which normally would mean that he would not come back until the next morning.
"Now, off you go." "Yes, Aga. You are going on holiday or on the leaves?" "No, I'm going to stay with one of the pilots for a few days, so make sure my room's cleaned tomorrow. Oh, yes, and you better give me your key. I've misplaced mine."
Petikin held out his hand, cursing him for not thinking of it before. With curious reluctance, Ali Baba gave it to him.
"Captain McIver wants the place to himself. He has work to do and doesn't want to be disturbed. See you soon. Goodbye." "But, Aga—"
"Goodbye." He made sure Ali Baba had his coat, opened the door, half shoved him out, and closed it again. Nervously, he glanced again at his watch. Almost noon, and still no McIver, and they were supposed to be at the airport by now. He went into the bedroom, reached into the cupboard for the other suitcase, also packed, then came back and put it beside the other one, near the front door.
2 small cases and a carry-all, he thought. Not much to show for all the years in Iran. Never mind. I prefer to travel light, and perhaps this time I can get lucky and make more money, or start a business on the side, and then there's Paula. How in the hell can I afford to get married again? Married? Are you mad? An affair's about all you could manage. Yes, but goddamn, I'd like to marry her, and— The phone rang, and he almost jumped out of himself, so unused to its ringing. He picked it up, his heart pounding. "Hello? Charlie? It's me, Mac. Thank God the bloody thing's working. Tried it on the off chance. I've been delayed. You've a problem? Don't know, Charlie, but I've got to go and see Ali Kiar. Bastard sent his bloody assistant and a green band to fetch me. What the hell does Kiar want?" Outside, all over the city, muezzins began calling the faithful to noon prayer, distracting him. "Don't know. The appointment's in half an hour. You'd better go on out to the airport, and I'll get there as soon as I can. Get Johnny Hogg to delay." "Okay, Mac. What about your gear? Is it in the office?" "I snuck it out early this morning while Ali Baba was snoring, and it's in Lulu's boot. Charlie, there's one of Jenny's needlepoints in the kitchen. Down with corned beef pie. Stick it in your suitcase for me, will you? She'd have my guts for garters if I forgot that. If I've time, I'll come back and make sure everything's okay. Do I shut the gas off or electricity? Christ, I don't know. Leave it, okay? All right. You sure you don't want me to wait?" he asked, the metallic, loudspeaker voices of muezzins adding to his disquiet. "I don't mind waiting. Might be better, Mac." "No, you go on out. I'll be there right smartly. Bye." "Bye." Petikin frowned, then, having a dialing tone, he dialed their office at the airport. To his astonishment, the connection went through. "Iran Helicopters, hello?" He recognized the voice of their freight manager. "Morning, Adwani. This is Captain Petikin. Has the 125 come in yet?" "Ah, Captain, yes, it's in the pattern and should be landing any minute." "Is Captain Lane there?" "Yes, just a moment, please." Petikin waited, wondering about Kiar. "Hello, Charlie, Noga here. You've friends in high places?" "No, the phone just started working. Can you talk privately?" "No, not possible. What's cooking?" "I'm still at the flats. Mac's been delayed. He's got to go and see Ali Kiar. I'm on my way to the airport now, and he'll come directly from Kiar's office. Are you ready to load?" "Yes, Charlie. We're sending the engines for repairs and reconditioning as Captain McIver ordered. Everything as ordered."
Good. Are the 2 mechs there? Yes. Both those spares are also ready for shipping. Good. No problem that you can see? Not yet, old chum. See you. Pettigin hung up. He packed the needlepoint and looked around the apartment a last time, now curiously saddened. Good times and bad times, but the best when Paula was staying. Out of the window he noticed distant smoke over Jale, and now, as the muezzin's voices died away, the usual sporadic gunfire. "The hell with all of them," he muttered. He got up and went out with his luggage and locked the door carefully. As he drove out of the garage, he saw Ali Baba duck back into a doorway across the road. With him were 2 other men he had never seen before. What the hell's that bugger up to? He thought uneasily. At the Ministry of Transport, 1:07 p.m. The huge room was freezing in spite of a log fire, and Minister Ali Kiar wore a heavy, expensive Astrakhan overcoat with a hat to match, and he was angry. "I repeat, I need transport to Kois tomorrow, and I require you to accompany me." "Can't tomorrow, sorry," McIver said, keeping his nervousness off his face with difficulty. "I'd be glad to join you next week. Say Monday, and I'm astonished that after all the cooperation I've given you, it's necessary even to argue. Tomorrow, Captain, or I shall cancel all clearances for our 125. In fact, I'll hold it on the ground today, impound it today pending investigations." McIver was standing in front of the vast desk, Kiar sitting behind it in a big carved chair that dwarfed him. "Could you make it today, Excellency? We've an Alouette to ferry to Kois. Captain Lockhart's leave tomorrow, not today." Kiar flushed even more. "As Ranking Board Director, you are ordered. You will come with me. We will leave at 10 o'clock. Do you understand?" McIver nodded bleakly, trying to figure a way out of the trap. Then pieces of a tentative plan fell into place. "Where do you want to meet?" "Where's the helicopter?" "Doshan Tapeh. We'll need a clearance. Unfortunately, there's a Major Delamy there, along with a mullah, and both are rather difficult, so I don't see how we can do it." Kiar's face darkened even more. "The PM's given new orders about mullahs and interference with the legal government, and the Imam agrees wholeheartedly. They both better behave. I will see you at tomorrow, and—" At that moment there was a large explosion outside. They rushed to the window, but could only see a cloud of smoke billowing into the cold sky from around the bend in the road. "Sounded like another car bomb," McIver said queasily. Over the last few days there had been a number of assassination attempts and car bomb attacks by left-wing extremists, mostly on high-ranking Ayatollahs in the government. "Filthy terrorists! May God burn their fathers and them!" Kiar was clearly frightened, which pleased McIver. "The price of fame, Minister," he said, his voice heavy with concern. "Those in high places, important people like you, are obvious targets." Yes, we know. Filthy terrorists." McIver smiled all the way back to his car. "So, Kiar wants to go to Kois. I'll see he bloody gets to Kois, and Whirlwind continues as planned." Around the corner, the main road ahead was partially blocked with debris, a car still on fire, others smouldering, and a hole in the roadbed where the parked car bomb had exploded, blowing out the front of a restaurant and the shuttered foreign bank beside it, glass from them and other shop windows scattered everywhere. Many injured, dead or dying. Agony and panic and the stink of burning rubber. Traffic was jammed both ways. There was nothing to do but wait. After half an hour an ambulance arrived, some green bands, and the mullah began directing traffic. In time, McIver was waved forward, cursed forward. Easing past the wreckage, all traffic enraged and blaring, he did not notice the headless body of Talbot half buried under the restaurant debris, nor recognize Ross, dressed in civvies, lying unconscious nearby, half against the wall, his coat ripped, blood seeping from his nose and ears. Al-Shagaz Airport Foyer, across the Gulf, 2:05 p.m. Scott Gavalen was among the crowd waiting outside the custom and immigration area, his right arm in a sling.
From the loudspeaker came air traffic announcements in Arabic and English, and the big arrival and departure board clattered, fixing schedules and boarding gates, the whole terminal thriving. He saw his father come through the green door, his face lit up, and he went forward to intercept him. "Hi, Dad."
"Oh, Scott, laddie,"
Clavell said happily, and hugged him back, but carefully, because of his shoulder.
"How are you?"
"I'm fine, Dad, really. I told you, I'm fine now."
"Yes, I can see that."
Since Clavell had left on Monday, he had spoken to his son by phone many times.
But talking on the phone's not the same, he thought.
I was so worried.
Clavell had not wanted to leave at all, but the English doctor at the hospital had assured him Scott was all right, and there were urgent business problems in England and the postponed board meeting to deal with.
"The X-rays show no bone damage, Mr. Clavell. The bullet's gone through part of the muscle. The wound nasty, but repairable."
To Scott, the doctor had said,
"It'll ache a lot, and you won't be flying for 2 months or more. As to the tears, no need to worry either. It's just a fairly normal reaction to a gunshot wound. The flight from Zagros didn't help. You escaped in a coffin, you say? That's enough to give you the heebie-jeebies, let alone being shot. It would me. We'll keep you overnight." "Is that necessary, Doctor? I'm feeling much better."
Scott had got up. His knees had given way on him, and he would have fallen if Clavell had not been ready to catch him.
"First, we have to fix you up. A good sleep, and he'll be as right as rain, Mr. Clavell. Promise you."
The doctor gave Scott a sedative, and Clavell had stayed with him, reassuring him about Jordan's death.
"If anyone's responsible, it's me, Scott. If I'd ordered an evacuation before the Shah left, Jordan'd still be alive."
"No, that's not right, Dad. The bullets were meant for me."
Clavell had waited until he was asleep. By this time he had missed his connection, but just caught the midnight flight and was in London in good time.
"What the hell's going to happen in Iran?"
Linbar had asked without preamble.
"What about the others?"
Clavell had said tightly. Only one other director was in the room, Paul Choi, nicknamed Profitable, who had flown in from Hong Kong. Clavell respected him greatly for his business acumen. The only cloud between them, Choi's close involvement at David McStruan's accidental death and Linbar's subsequent succession.
"We should wait for them, don't you think?" "No one else is coming," Linbar rapped. "I cancelled them and don't need them. I'm Taipan and can do whatever I like. What, not with SG helicopters, you can't."
Tightly, Clavell looked across at Choi.
"I propose we postpone."
"Sure we can," Profitable Choi said easily. "But hell, Andy, I came in special and the 3 of us can constitute a quorum if we want to vote it."
"I vote it," Linbar said. "What the hell are you afraid of?" "Nothing, but good. Then we've a quorum. Now, what about Iran?"
Clavell held on to his temper.
"Friday's D-Day, weather permitting. Whirlwind's set up as best we can."
"I'm sure of that, Andy."
Profitable Choi's smile was friendly.
"Linbar says you plan only to try to get 212s out?"
He was a good-looking, immensely wealthy man in his late 30s, a director of Struan's and many of its subsidiary boards for a number of years, who had major interests outside of Struan's in shipping, pharmaceutical manufacturing in Hong Kong and Japan, and in the Chinese stock exchange.
"What about our 206s and Alouettes?"
"We have to leave them. Can't possibly fly them out. No way."
A silence followed his explanation. Paul Choi said,
"What's the final Whirlwind plan?"
"Friday at 7 a.m., weather permitting, I radio the code that Whirlwind's a go. All flights get airborne. We'll have 4 212s positioned at Bandar Dalam under Rudy. They'll head for Bahrain, refuel, then on to Al-Shargaz. Our 2 212s at Kois have to refuel on the coast, then head for Kuwait for more fuel, then to Jalat. That's a small island off Saudi where we've cached fuel, then on to Bahrain and Al-Shargaz. The 3 at Lenge and Askraga shouldn't have any problem. They just head for Al-Shargaz direct. Erki gets out through Turkey. As soon as they arrive, we start stripping them for loading into the 747s I've already chartered, and get out as fast as possible."
"What odds are you giving on not losing a man or a chopper?"
Profitable Choi asked, his eyes suddenly hard. He was a famous gambler and racehorse owner and a steward of Hong Kong's jockey club. Rumour had it he was also a member of Macau's gambling syndicate. "I'm not a betting man, but the chances are good, otherwise I wouldn't even contemplate it. McIver's already managed to get 3 212s out. That's a saving of better than $3 million. If we get all our 212s out and most of the spares, SG'll be in good shape." "Rotten shape," Linbar said curtly. "Better shape than Struan's will be this year." Linbar flushed. "You should have been prepared for this catastrophe, you and bloody McIver. Any fool could see the Shah was on his last legs." "Enough of this, Linbar," Gavalan snapped. "I didn't come back to quarrel, just to report, so let's finish and I can get my plane back. What else profitable?" "Andy, even if you get 'em out, what about Imperial undercutting you in the North Sea, taking 20-odd contracts from you? Then there's your commitment for the 6 X-63s. "A bloody stupid and ill-timed decision," Linbar said. Gavalan dragged his eyes off Linbar and concentrated. Choi had the right to ask, and he had nothing to hide. "So long as I've my 212s, I can get back to normal. There's a huge amount of work for them. I'll start dealing with Imperial next week. I know I'll get some of the contracts back. The rest of the world's frantic for oil, so X-Tex will come around with the new Saudi, Nigerian and Malaysian contracts, and when they get our report on the X-63, they'll double their business with us, and so will all the other majors. We'll be able to give them better than ever service, more safety in all weather conditions, at less cost per mile per passenger. The market's great. Soon China'll open up and pipe dream," Linbar said. "You and bloody Don Ross have your heads in the clouds." "China'll never be any good for us," Profitable Choi said, his eyes curious. "I agree with Linbar." "I don't." Gavalan noticed something odd about Choi, but his rage took him onward. "We'll wait on that one. China has to have oil somewhere in abundance. To finalize, I'm in good shape, great shape. Last year profits were up 50%, and this year we're the same, if not better. Next week I'll be—" Linbar interrupted. "Next week you'll be out of business. This weekend will tell it one way or another." Gavalan's chin came out. "I propose we reconvene on Monday next. That'll give me time to get back. Paul and I return to Hong Kong on Sunday. We'll reconvene there." "That's not possible for me, and then we will have to get on without you." Linbar's temper broke. "If Whirlwind fails, you're finished. SG Helicopters will be liquidated. A new company, North Sea Helicopters, already formed, by the way, will acquire the assets, and I doubt if we'll pay half a cent on the dollar." Gavalan flushed. "That's bloody robbery." "Just the price of failure. By God, if SG goes down, you're finished, and none too soon for me, and if you can't afford to buy your own plane ticket to board meetings, you won't be missed." Gavalan was beside himself with suppressed rage, but he held on. Then, at a sudden thought, he looked across at Profitable Choi. "If Whirlwind's a success, will you help me finance a Struan buyout?" Before Choi could answer, Linbar bellowed, "Our controlling interest's not for sale." "Maybe it should be, Linbar," Profitable Choi said thoughtfully. "That way maybe you ease out of the hole you're in. Why not unload an irritant? You two guys hack all the time, and for what? Why not call it a day, huh?" Linbar said tightly, "Would you finance the buyout?" "Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But only if you agreed, Linbar. Only then. This is a family matter." "I'll never agree, Profitable." Linbar's face twisted, and he glared at Gavalan. "I want to see you rot. You and bloody Dan Ross." Gavalan got up. "I'll see you at the next meeting of the inner office. We'll see what they say. They'll do what I tell them to. I'm Taipan. By the way, I'm making Profitable a member." "You can't. It's against Dirk's rules." Dirk Struan, founder of the company, had set down that members of the inner office could only be family, however loosely connected, and Christian. "You swore by God to uphold them." "The hell with Dirk's rules," Linbar slammed back at him. "You're not party to all of them, or to Dirk's legacy. Only a Taipan is, by God, and what I swore to upholds my own business. You think you're so goddamn clever. You're not. Profitable's become Episcopalian. Last year he was divorced, and soon he's going to marry into the family, one of my nieces with my blessing. He'll be more family than you." He laughed uproariously. Clavell did not, nor did Profitable Choi. They watched each other, the die cast now.
"I didn't know you were divorced," Clavell said. "I should congratulate you on your new life and appointment."
"Yeah, thanks," was all his enemy said. In the Al-Shagaz airport, Scott bent down to pick up his father's suitcase, other passengers bustling past, but Clavell said, "Thanks, Scott, I can manage." He picked it up. "I could use a shower and a couple of hours' sleep. Hate flying at night." Jenny's got the car outside. Scott had noticed his father's tiredness from the first moment. "You had a rough time back home?"
No, not at all.
"So glad you're okay. What's new here?" "Everything's terrific, Dad. Going according to plan. Like clockwork." In Tehran's northern suburbs, 2:35 p.m. Jean-Luc, debonair as always in his tailored flying gear and custom-made boots, got out of the taxi. As promised, he took out the $100 bill and carefully tore it in half.
Voila!
The driver examined his half of the note closely.
"Only 1 hour, Aga? In God's name, Aga, no more?"
1 hour and a half, as we agreed, then straight back to the airport. I'll have some luggage.
Inshallah.
The driver looked around nervously.
"I can't wait here, too many eyes. 1 hour and half hour. I around corner, there."
He pointed ahead, then drove off. Jean-Luc went up the stairs and unlocked the door of apartment 4A that overlooked the tree-lined road and faced south. This was his pad, though his wife, Marie-Christine, had found it and arranged it for him, and stayed here on her rare visits. 1 bedroom with a big, low double bed, well-equipped kitchen, living room with a deep sofa, good hi-fi and record player.
"To beguile your lady friends, chérie, so long as you don't import one into France."
Me, chérie? Me, I'm a lover, not an importer.
He smiled to himself, glad to be home and only a little irritated that he had to leave so much. The hi-fi was the best, the records wonderful, the sofa seductive, the bed oh so resilient, the wine so painstakingly smuggled in, and then there were his kitchen utensils.
"Espèce de con,"
he said out loud, and went into the bedroom and tried the phone. It wasn't working. He took a suitcase out of the neat wall bureau and started packing, quickly and efficiently, for he had given it much thought. First his favourite knives and omelette pan, then 6 bottles of the very best wines. The remaining 40-odd bottles would stay for the new tenant, a temporary tenant in case he ever came back, who was renting the whole place from him from tomorrow, with payment in good French francs, monthly in advance into Switzerland, with another good cash deposit for breakages, also in advance. The deal had been simmering since before he went on Christmas leave. While everyone else wore blinkers, he chortled, I was ahead of the game. But then, of course, I have an extreme advantage over the others. I'm French. Happily, he continued packing. The new owner was also French, an elderly friend in the embassy who for weeks had desperately needed an immediate, well-equipped garçonnière for his teenage Georgian Circassian mistress, who was swearing to leave him unless he delivered.
"Jean-Luc, my dearest friend, let me rent it for a year, 6 months, 3. I tell you emphatically, soon the only Europeans resident here will be diplomats. Tell no one else, but I have it on the highest authority from our inside contact with Khomeini in Neauphle-le-Château. Frankly, we know everything that's going on. Aren't many of his closest associates French-speaking and French university-trained? Please, I beg you, I simply have to satisfy the light of my life."
My poor old friend, Jean-Luc thought sadly. Thank God I'll never have to kowtow to any woman. How lucky Marie-Christine is that she's married to me who can wisely guard her fortune. The last items he packed were his flight instruments and 6 pairs of sunglasses. All his clothes he had put away in one locked cupboard. Of course I shall be reimbursed by the company and buy new ones. Who needs old clothes? Now he was finished, everything neat and tidy. He looked at the clock. It had taken him only 22 minutes, Perfect. The La Doucette in the freezer was cool, the freezer still working in spite of the electricity cuts. He opened the bottle and tried it. Perfect. 3 minutes later, the door knocker sounded. Perfect.
"Sayada, chérie, how beautiful you are," he said warmly and kissed her, but he was thinking, "You don't look good at all, tired and weary. How are you, chérie?"
"I've had a chill, nothing to worry about," she said. This morning she had seen her worry lines and the dark rings in her mirror and knew Jean-Luc would notice. "Nothing serious, and I'm over it now. And you, chérie?"
"Today fine, and tomorrow—"
He shrugged, helped her off with her coat, lifted her easily into his arms and sank into the embrace of the sofa. She was very beautiful, and he was saddened to leave her. And Iran. Like Algiers, he thought.
"What are you thinking about, Jean-Luc?"
63, being shoved out of Algiers. Just like Iran in a way, we're being forced out the same.
He felt her stir in his arms. "What is it?"
"The world's so awful sometimes."
Sayada had told him nothing about her real life.
"So unfair,"
she said, sickened, remembering the 67 war in Gaza and the death of her parents, then fleeing, her story much like his, remembering more the catastrophe of Temur's murder and them. Nausea swept into her as she pictured little Yasser and what they would do to her son if she misbehaved.
"If only I could find out who they are."
Jean-Luc was pouring the wine that he had put on the table in front of them.
"Bad to be serious, chérie. We've not much time. Santé."
The wine tasted cool and delicate and of spring.
"How much time? Aren't you staying?"
"I must leave in an hour."
"For Zagros?"
"No, chérie. For the airport, then Cois."
"When will you be back?"
"I won't," he said, and felt her stiffen. But he held her firmly, and in a moment she relaxed again, and he continued, never a reason not to trust her implicitly.
"Between us, Cois is temporary, very. We're pulling out of Iran, the whole company. It's obvious we're not wanted. We can't operate freely anymore. The company's not being paid. We've been tossed out of the Zagros. One of our mechanics was killed by terrorists a few days ago, and young Scott Gavallan missed getting killed by a millimeter. So we're pulling out. C'est fini."
"When?"
"Soon. I don't know exactly."
I will miss you, Jean-Luc," she said, and nestled closer.
"And I'll miss you, chérie,"
he said gently, noticing the silent tears now flooding her cheeks.
"How long are you staying in Tehran?"
"I don't know."
She kept the misery out of her voice.
"I'll give you an address in Beirut. They'll know where to find me."
"You can find me through Aberdeen."
They sat there on the sofa, she lying in his arms, the clock on the mantelpiece over the fireplace ticking, normally so soft, but now so loud, both of them conscious of the time that passed and the ending that had occurred, not of their volition.
"Let's make love," she murmured,
not wanting to, but knowing that bed was expected of her.
"No,"
he said gallantly, pretending to be strong for both of them, knowing that bed was expected of him, and then they would get dressed and be French and sensible about the ending of their affair. His eyes strayed to the clock. 43 minutes left.
"You don't want me?"
"More than ever."
His hand cupped her breast, and his lips brushed her neck, her perfume light and pleasing, ready to begin.
"I'm glad," she murmured in the same sweet voice. "And so glad that you said no. I want you for hours, my darling, not for a few minutes, not now. It would spoil everything to hurry."
For a moment he was nonplussed, not expecting that gambit in the game they played. But now that it was said, he was glad too. How brave of her to forego such pleasure, he thought, loving her deeply. Much better to remember the great times than to thrash around hurriedly. It certainly saves me a great deal of sweat and effort, and I didn't check if there's any hot water. Now we can sit and chat and enjoy the wine, weep a little and be happy.
"Yes, I agree. For me too."
Again his lips brushed her neck. He felt her tremble, and for a moment he was tempted to inflame her, but decided not to.
Poor baby. Why torment her? How are you all leaving, my darling?
We'll fly out together.
Wine? Yes, please. It's so good. She sipped the wine, dried her cheeks, and chatted with him, probing this extraordinary pull-out. Both they and the voice will find all this very interesting, perhaps even bring me to discover who they are. Until I know I can't protect my son, oh, God help me to corner them. I love you so much, Cherie, she said.
At Tehran Airport, 6:05 p.m. Johnny Hogg, Petikin, and Nogger stared at McIver blankly.
You're staying? You're not leaving with us?
Petikin stuttered.
No, I told you, McIver said briskly. I've got to accompany Kiar to Coeys tomorrow.
They were beside his car in their parking lot, away from alien ears, the 125 on the apron, labourers loading the last few crates, the inevitable group of green band guards watching, and a mullah.
The mullah's one we've never seen before, Nogger said nervously, like all of them, trying to hide it.
Good. Is everyone else ready to board?
Yes, Mac, except Jean-Luc.
Petikin was very unsettled.
Don't you think you'd better chance leaving Kiar?
That'd really be crazy, Charlie. Nothing to worry about. You can set up everything at Al-Shaghar's airport with Andy. I'll be there tomorrow. I'll get on the 125 tomorrow at Coeys with the rest of the lads.
But for God's sake, they're all cleared. You're not, Nogger said.
For God's sake, Nogger, none of us are cleared from here, for God's sake, McIver added with a laugh. How the hell will we be sure of our Coeys lads until they're airborne and out of Iran airspace? Nothing to worry about. First things first, we've got to get this part of the show in the air.
He glanced at the taxi, skidding to a stop. Jean-Luc got out, gave the driver the other half of the note, and strolled over carrying a suitcase.
Alors, mes amis,
he said with a contented smile.
Ça marche?
McIver sighed.
Jolly sporting of you to advertise you're going on a holiday, Jean-Luc.
What?
Never mind.
McIver liked Jean-Luc for his ability, his cooking, and single-mindedness. When Gavalen had told Jean-Luc about Whirlwind, Jean-Luc had said at once,
Me, I will certainly fly out one of the Coeys 212s, providing I can be on the Wednesday flight to Tehran and go into Tehran for a couple of hours. To do what? Mon Dieu! You Anglais, to say adieu to the Imam, perhaps?
McIver grinned at the Frenchman.
How was Tehran?
Magnifique. Jean-Luc grinned back and thought, I haven't seen Mac so young in years.
Who's the lady? Et toi, mon vieux?
Good. Behind him, McIver saw Jones, the co-pilot, come down the steps 2 at a time, heading for them. Now there were no more crates left on the tarmac, and their Iranian ground crew were all strolling back to the office.
You all set aboard?
All set, Captain, except for passengers, Jones said, matter of fact. ATC's getting itchy and says we're overdue. Quick as you can, all right?
You're still cleared for a stop at Coeys?
Yes, no problem. McIver took a deep breath.
All right, here we go, just as we planned, except I'll take the papers, Johnny.
Johnny Hogg handed them to him, and the three of them, McIver, Hogg, and Jones, went ahead, straight to the mullah, hoping to distract him. By pre-arrangement, the 2 mechanics were already aboard, ostensibly loaders.
Good day, Aga,
McIver said, and ostentatiously handed the mullah the manifests, their position blocking a direct view of the steps. Nogger, Petikin, and Jean-Luc went up them nimbly to vanish inside. The mullah leafed through the manifests, clearly not accustomed to it.
Good. Now inspect,
he said, his accent thick.
No need for that, Aga.
McIver stopped. The mullah and the 2 guards were already going for the steps.
Soon as you're aboard, start engines, Johnny, he said softly, and followed.
The cabin was piled with crates, the passengers already seated, seat belts fastened. All eyes studiously avoided the mullah. The mullah stared at them.
Who, men?
McIver said brightly.
Crews for replacements, Aga.
His excitement picked up as the engines began to howl. He motioned haphazardly at Jean-Luc.
Pilot for Coeys replacement, Aga.
Then, more hurriedly,
Tower Comité wants the aircraft to leave now. Hurry, all right? What in crates? The mullah looked at the cockpit as Johnny Hogg called out in perfect Farsi, "Sorry to interrupt, Excellency, as God wants, but the tower orders us to take off at once. With your permission, please." "Yes, of course, Excellency Pilot." The mullah smiled. "Your Farsi is very good, Excellency." "Thank you, Excellency. God keep you, and his blessings on the Imam." "Thank you, Excellency Pilot. God keep you." The mullah left. On his way out, McIver leaned into the cockpit. "What was that all about, Johnny? I didn't know you spoke Farsi." "I don't," Hogg told him dryly, and what he had said to the mullah. "I just learned that phrase, thought it might come in handy." McIver smiled. "Go to the top of the class." Then he dropped his voice. "When you get to Coeys, get Duke to arrange with Hotshot, however he can, to pull the lad's ferry forward, early as possible in the morning. I don't want Kiar there when they take off. Get him out early, however he can, okay?" "Yes, of course. I'd forgotten that. Very wise." "Have a safe flight. See you in Al-Shagaz." From the tarmac, he gave them a beaming thumbs-up as they taxied away. The second they were airborne, Nogger exploded with a cheer, "We did it!" that everyone echoed, except Jean-Luc, who crossed himself superstitiously, and Petikin touched wood. "Merde!" Jean-Luc called out. "Save your cheers, Nogger. You may be grounded in Coeys. Save your cheers for Friday. Too much dust to blow across the Gulf between now and then." "Right you are, Jean-Luc," Petikin said, sitting in the window seat beside him, watching the airport receding. Mac was in good humour. Haven't seen him that happy for months, and he was pissed off this morning. Curious how people can change. "Yes, curious. Me, I would be very pissed off indeed to have such a change of plan." Jean-Luc was getting himself comfortable and sat back, his mind on Sayada and their parting that had been significant and sweet sorrow. He glanced at Petikin and saw the heavy frown. "What?" "I suddenly wondered how Mac's getting to Coeys. By chopper, of course. There are 2 206s and an Alouette left. Tom ferried the Alouette to Coeys today, and there aren't any pilots left." "So he is going by car, of course. Why?" "You don't think he'd be crazy enough to fly Kiar himself, do you?" "Are you mad? Of course he's not that Jean-Luc's eyebrows soared. "Merde! He's that crazy." At Inner Intelligence HQ, 6:30 p.m. Hashemi Fazir stood at the window of his vast office, looking out over the roofs of the city and the minarets, huge mosque domes among the modern, tall, high-rise hotels and buildings, the last of the muezzin's sunset calls dying away. A few more city lights on than usual. Distant gunfire. "Sons of dogs," he muttered. Then, without turning, added sharply, "That's all she said?" "Yes, Excellency. In a few days. She said she was fairly sure the Frenchmen did not know exactly when they were leaving. She should have made sure. Careless. Careless agents are dangerous. Only 212s, eh? Yes, she was sure about that. I agree she's careless and should be punished." Hashemi heard the malicious pleasure in the voice, but did not let it disturb his good humour, just let his mind wander, deciding what to do about Sayada, Bertolin, and her information. He was very pleased with himself. Today had been excellent. One of his secret associates had been appointed number 2 to Abrim Pahmoudi in Savoie. At noon, a telex from Tabriz had confirmed the death of Abdullah Khan. Immediately, he had telexed back to arrange a private appointment tomorrow with Hakim Khan and requisitioned one of Savoie-Mar's light twin-engined airplanes. Talbot's assist into hell had gone perfectly, and he had found no traces of the men responsible, a Group 4 team, when he had inspected the bomb area for, of course, he had been instantly summoned. Those nearby had seen no one park the car. One moment there was God's peace, the next Satan's rage. An hour ago Abrim Pahmoudi had called personally, ostensibly to congratulate him. But he had avoided the trap, and had carefully denied the explosion had anything to do with him. Better not to draw attention to the similarity with the first car bomb that blew General Janan to pieces.
Better to keep Mahmoudi guessing and off guard and under pressure. He had hid his laughter and said gravely, "As God wants, Excellency, but clearly this was another cursed leftist terrorist attack. Talbot wasn't the target, though his convenient demise certainly eliminates that problem. Sorry to tell you, but the attack was again against the favourite of the Imam." Blaming terrorists and claiming the attack was against the ayatollahs and mullahs who frequented the restaurant would frighten them, and it nicely led the trail away from Talbot, and so would avoid possible British retaliation, certainly from Robert Armstrong if he ever found out, and so squashed several scorpions with one stone. Hashemi turned and looked at the sharp-faced man, Suleiman al-Wiali, the Group 4 team leader who had planted today's car bomb, the same man who had caught Sayada Bertolin in Temur's bedroom. "In a few minutes I'm leaving for Tabriz. I'll be back tomorrow or the next day. A tall Englishman, Robert Armstrong, will be with me. Assign one of your men to follow him. Make sure the man knows where Armstrong lives, then have him finish him off somewhere in the streets after dark. Don't do it yourself." "Yes, Excellency." "When?" Hashemi thought through his plan again and could find no flaw. "Holy Day." "This is the same man you wanted the Sayada woman to fornicate with?" "Yes, but now I've changed my mind." Robert's no longer of any value, he thought. More than that, his time has come. "Do you have any other work for her, Excellency?" "No, we've broken the Temur ring." "As God wants. May I make a suggestion?" Hashemi studied him. Suleiman was his most efficient, trustworthy, and deadly Group 4 leader, with a cover job as a minor agent for inner intelligence, reporting directly to him. Suleiman claimed that originally he came from the Shrift Mountains north of Beirut before his family was murdered, and he was driven out by Christian militiamen, and Hashemi had inducted him 5 years ago after bribing him out of a Syrian prison, where he had been condemned to death for murder and banditry on both sides of the borders. His sole defense, "I only killed Jews and infidels as God ordered, so I do God's work. I am an avenger." "What suggestion?" he asked. "She's an ordinary PLO courier, not a very good one, and in her present state dangerous and a possible threat. Easy to be subverted by Jews or CIAs and used against us. Like good farmers, we should plant seeds where we can to reap a future crop." Suleiman smiled. "You're a wise farmer, Excellency. My suggestion is I tell her it's time to go back to Beirut, that we, the two of us who caught her in her harlotry, now want her to work for us there. We let her overhear us talking privately, and we pretend to be part of a cell of Christian militiamen from southern Lebanon, acting under Israeli orders for their CIA masters." The man laughed quietly, seeing his employer's surprise. "And then?" "What would turn a lukewarm, anti-Israeli, Palestinian Copt into a permanent, fanatic hellcat bent on vengeance?" Hashemi looked at him. "What?" "Say some of these same Christian militiamen acting under Israeli orders for their CIA masters maliciously, openly hurt her child, hurt him badly, the day before she arrived back, then vanished. Wouldn't that make her a fiendish enemy of our enemies?" Hashemi lit a cigarette to hide his disgust. "I agree only that her usefulness is over," he said, and saw a flash of irritation. "What value has her child, and what future?" Suleiman said scornfully. "With such a mother and living with Christian relatives, he will remain Christian and go to hell. Israel is our ally. Stay out of Middle Eastern affairs or they will eat you up. It's forbidden." "If you say it is forbidden, Master." Suleiman bowed and nodded agreement. "On the head of my children." "Good. You did very well today. Thank you." He went to the safe and took a bundle of used dollars off the stacks there. He saw Suleiman's face light up. "Here's a bonus for you and your men." Thank you, Excellency. God protect you. The man Armstrong may be considered dead." Very gratefully, Suleiman bowed again and left. Now that he was alone, Hashimi unlocked a drawer and poured himself a whiskey. $1,000 is a fortune to Suleiman and his 3 men, but a wise investment, he thought contentedly. Oh, yes. Glad I decided about Robert. Robert knows too much, suspects too much. Wasn't it he who named my teams? Group 4 teams must be used for good and not evil, Hashimi, he had said in that know-all voice of his. I just caution you their power could be heady and backfire on you. Remember the old man of the mountains, eh? Hashimi had laughed to cover his shock that Armstrong had read his most secret heart. What have Al-Sabah and his assassins to do with me? We're living in the 20th century, and I'm not a religious fanatic. More important, Robert, I don't have a Castle Alamut. There's still hashish, and better. I don't want addicts or assassins, just men I can trust. Assassin was derived from hashashin, they who take hashish. Legend told that in the 11th century at Alamut, Hassan ibn al-Sabah's impregnable fortress in the mountains near Qazvin, he had had secret gardens made just like the gardens of paradise described in the Quran, where wine and honey flowed from fountains and beautiful, compliant maidens lay. Here, hashish-drugged devotees would be secretly introduced and given a foretaste of the promised eternal and erotic bliss that awaited them in paradise after death. Then, in a day or 2 or 3, the Blessed One would be brought back to earth, to be guaranteed quick passage back, in return for absolute obedience to his will. From Alamut, Hassan ibn al-Sabah's fanatical band of simple-minded, hashish-taking zealots, the assassins, terrorized Persia, soon to reach into most of the Middle East. This continued for almost 2 centuries, until 1256. Then a grandson of Genghis Khan, Hulagu Khan, came down into Persia and set his hordes against Alamut, tore it stone by stone from its mountain peaks, and stamped the assassins into the dust. Hashimi's lips were in a thin line. Ah, Robert, how did you pierce the veil to see my secret plan, to modernize Al-Sabah's idea, so easy to do now that the Shah has gone and the land's in ferment? So easy with psychedelic drugs, hallucinogens, and a never-ending pool of simple-minded zealots already imbued with the wish for martyrdom, who just have to be guided and pointed in the right direction to remove whomever I choose, like Janan and Talbot, like you. But what carrion I have to deal with for the greater glory of my fief? How can people be so cruel? How can they openly enjoy such wanton cruelty, like cutting off that man's genitals, like contemplating hurting a child? Is it just because they're of the Middle East, live in the Middle East, and belong nowhere else? How terrible that they can't learn from us, can't benefit from our ancient civilization. The empire of Cyrus and Darius must come to pass again, by God. In that the Shah was right. My assassins will lead the way, even to Jerusalem. He sipped his whiskey, very pleased with his day's work. It tasted very good. He preferred it without ice. Thursday, March the 1st. Chapter 55. In the village near the north border, 5:30 a.m. In the light of false dawn, Erky pulled on his boots. Now on with his flight jacket, the soft, well-worn leather rustling, knife out of the scabbard and into his sleeve. He eased the hut door open. The village was sleeping under its snow coverlet. No guards that he could see. The chopper's lean-to was also quiet, but he knew she would still be too well guarded to try. Various times during the day and night he had experimented. Each time the cabin and cockpit guards had just smiled at him, alert and polite. No way he could fight through the 3 of them and take off. His only chance by foot, and he had been planning it ever since he had had the confrontation with Sheikh Bayezid the day before yesterday. His senses reached out into the darkness. The stars were hidden by thin clouds. Now! Sure-footed, he slid out of the door and along the line of huts, making for the trees, and then he was enmeshed in the net that seemed to appear out of the sky, and he was fighting for his life. 4 tribesmen were on the ends of the net used for trapping and curbing wild goats. Skillfully they wound it around him, tighter and tighter, and though he bellowed with rage and his immense strength ripped some of the ropes asunder, soon he was helplessly thrashing in the snow. For a moment he lay there panting, then again tried to break his bonds, the feeling of impotence making him howl. But the more he fought the ropes, the more they seemed to knot tighter. Finally he stopped fighting and lay back, trying to catch his breath, and looked around. He was surrounded. All the village was awake, dressed and armed. Obviously they had been waiting for him. Never had he seen or felt so much hatred. It took 5 men to lift him and half carry, half drag him into the meeting hut and throw him roughly on the dirt floor in front of the Sheikh Bayazid, who sat cross-legged on skins in his place of honor near the fire. The hut was large, smoke-blackened, and filled with tribesmen.
"So," the Sheikh said, "so you dare to disobey me?"
Erki lay still, gathering his strength. What was there to say?
"In the night one of my men came back from the Khan."
Bayazid was shaking with fury.
"Yesterday afternoon, on the Khan's orders, my messenger's throat was cut against all the laws of chivalry. What do you say to that? His throat cut like a dog. Like a dog."
I can't believe the Khan would do that," Erki said helplessly. "I can't believe it."
"In all the names of God, his throat was cut. He's dead and we're dishonored. All of us. Me. Disgraced. Because of you."
"The Khan's a devil. I'm sorry, but I'm no—"
"We treated with the Khan honorably, and you honorably. You were spoils of war won from the Khan's enemies and ours. You're married to his daughter, and he's rich, with more bags of gold than a goat has hairs. What's 10 million rials to him? A piece of goat's shit. Worse, he's taken away our honor. God's death on him."
A murmur went through those who watched and waited, not understanding the English, but hearing the jagged barbs of anger. Again the hissing venom.
"Inshallah. Now we release you as you want, on foot, and then we will hunt you. We will not kill you with bullets, nor will you see the sunset, and your head will be a Khan's gift."
The Sheikh repeated the punishment in his own tongue and waved his hand. Men surged forward.
"Wait! Wait!"
Erki shouted, as his fear thrust an idea at him.
"You wish to beg for mercy?"
Bayazid said contemptuously.
"I thought you were a man. That's why I didn't order your throat cut while you sleep. Not mercy, vengeance!"
Then Erki roared,
"Vengeance!"
There was an astonished silence.
"For you and for me. Don't you deserve vengeance for such dishonor?"
The younger man hesitated.
"What trickery is this? I can help you regain your honor, I alone. Let us sack the palace of the Khan and both be revenged on him."
Erki prayed to his ancient gods to make his tongue golden.
"Are you mad?"
"The Khan is my enemy more than yours. Why else would he disgrace both of us if not to infuriate you against me? I know the palace. I can get you and 15 armed men into the forecourt in a split second, and—"
"Madness," the Sheikh scoffed. "Should we throw our lives away like hashish-infected fools? The Khan has too many guards."
53 on call within the walls, no more than 4 or 5 on duty at any one time. Are your fighters so weak they can't deal with 53? We have surprise on our side. A sudden commando attack from the sky, a relentless charge to avenge your honor. I could get you in and out the same way in minutes. Abdullah Khan's sick, very sick. Guards won't be prepared, nor the household. I know the way in, where he sleeps, everything." Erki heard his voice pick up excitement, knowing it could be done. The violent flare over the walls and sudden touchdown, jumping out, leading the way up the steps and in, up the staircase, onto the landing, down the corridor, knocking aside Ahmed and whoever stood in the way, into the Khan's room, then stepping aside for Bayazid and his men to do what they wanted, somehow getting to the north wing and Azadeh and saving her, and if she was not there or hurt, then killing and killing the Khan, guards, these men, everyone. His plan possessed him now. "Wouldn't your name last 1,000 years because of your daring?
Sheikh Bayezid, he who dared to humble, to challenge the Khan of all the Gorgons inside his lair for a matter of honor? Wouldn't minstrels sing songs about you forever at the campfires of all the Kurds? Isn't that what Saladin the Kurd would do? He saw the eyes in the firelight glowing differently now, saw Bayezid hesitate, the silence growing, heard him talk softly to his people. Then one man laughed and called out something that others echoed, and then, with one voice, they roared approval. Willing hands cut him loose. Men fought viciously for the privilege of being on the raid. Eke's fingers trembled as he pressed engine start. The first of the jets exploded into life. In the palace of the Khan, 6:35 a.m. Hakim came out of sleep violently. His bodyguard near the door was startled. "What is it, Highness?" Nothing, Ishtar. I was just dreaming." Now that he was wide awake, Hakim lay back and stretched luxuriously, eager for the new day. "Bring me coffee. After my bath, breakfast here, and ask my sister to join me." "Yes, Highness, at once." His bodyguard left him. Again he stretched his taut body. Dawn was murky, the room ornate and vast and draughty and chilly, but the bedroom of the Khan. In the huge fireplace a fire burned brightly, fed by the guard through the night, no one else allowed in, the guard chosen by him personally from the 53 within the palace, pending a decision about their future. Where to find those to be trusted, he asked himself, then got out of bed, wrapping the warm brocade dressing-gown tighter, one of 100 that he had found in the wardrobe, faced Mecca and the open Koran in the ornately tiled niche, knelt, and said the first prayer of the day. When he had finished, he stayed there, his eyes on the ancient Koran, immense, bejeweled, hand-calligraphed, and without price, the Gorgon Khan's Koran, his Koran. So much to thank God for, he thought. So much still to learn, so much still to do, but a wonderful beginning already made. Not long after midnight yesterday, before all the assembled family in the house, he had taken the carved emerald and gold ring, symbol of the ancient Khanate, from the index finger of his father's right hand and put it on his own. He had had to fight the ring over a roll of fat and close his nostrils to the stink of death that hung in the room. His excitement had overcome his revulsion, and now he was truly Khan. Then all the family present knelt and kissed his ringed hand, swearing allegiance, Azadeh proudly first, next Aisha, trembling and frightened, then the others, Najud and Mahmud, outwardly abject, secretly blessing God for the reprieve. Then downstairs in the great room, with Azadeh standing behind him, Ahmed and the bodyguards also swore allegiance. The rest of the far-flung family would come later, along with other tribal leaders, personal and household staff and servants. At once he had given orders for the funeral, and then he allowed his eyes to see Najud. "So, Highness," Najud said unctuously, "with all our hearts, before God, we congratulate you and swear to serve you to the limits of our power." "Thank you, Najud," he had said. "Thank you. Ahmed, what was the Khan's sentence decreed on my sister and her family before he died?" Tension in the great room was sudden. "Banishment, penniless to the wastelands north of Meshed, Highness, under guard, at once." "I regret, Najud, you and all your family will leave at dawn as decreed." He remembered how her face had gone ashen and Mahmud's ashen, and she had stammered, "But, Highness, now you are Khan. Your word is our law. I did not expect— You're Khan now." "But the Khan, our father, gave the order when he was the law, Najud. It is not correct to overrule him." "But you're the law now," Najud had said with a sickly smile. "You do what's right. With God's help I will certainly try, Najud, but I can't overrule my father on his deathbed." "But, Highness," Najud had come closer, "please, may we discuss this in private?" "Better here before the family, Najud. What did you want to say?"
She had hesitated and come even closer, and he felt Ahmed tense and saw his knife-hand ready, and the hair on his neck stiffened.
Just because Ahmed says that the Khan gave such an order doesn't mean that it does it.
Najud had tried to whisper, but her words echoed off the walls. Breath sighed out of Ahmed's lips.
May God burn me forever if I lied.
I know you didn't, Ahmed, Hakim had said sadly. Wasn't I there when the Khan decided? I was there, Najud. So was Her Highness, my sister. I regret that, but you can be merciful, Najud had cried out. Please, please be merciful. Oh, but I am, Najud. I forgive you. But the punishment was for lying in the name of God, he had said gravely. Not punishment for lying about my sister and me, causing us years of grief, losing us our father's love. Of course we forgive you that, don't we, Azadeh? Yes, that is forgiven. That is forgiven openly, but lying in the name of God. The Khan made a decree. I cannot go against it.
Mahmud burst out over her pleadings.
I knew nothing about this, Highness, nothing, I swear before God. I believed her lies. I divorced her formally for being a traitor to you. I never knew anything about her lies.
In the great room, everyone watched them both grovel, some loathing them, some despising them for failing when they had had the power.
At dawn, Mahmud, you are banished, you and your family, he had said so sadly. Penniless, under guard, pending my pleasure. As to divorce, it is forbidden in my house. If you wish to do that north of Meshed, inshallah, you are still banished there, pending my pleasure.
Oh, you were perfect, Hakim, he told himself delightedly. For of course everyone knew this was your first test. You were perfect. Never once did you gloat openly or reveal your true purpose. Never once did you raise your voice, keeping calm and gentle and grave as though you really were sad with your father's sentence, but rightly unable to overrule it. And the benign, sweet promise of pending my pleasure? My pleasure is that you're all banished forever, and if I hear one tiny threat of a plot, I will sniff you all out as quickly as an old candle. By God and the Prophet, on whose name be praised, I'll make the ghost of my father proud of this Khan of all the Gorgons. May he be in hell for believing such wanton lies of an evil old hag.
So much to thank God for, he thought, mesmerized by the firelight flickering in the Koran's jewels. Didn't all the years of banishment teach you secretiveness, deception, and patience? Now you've your power to cement, Azerbaijan to defend, a world to conquer, wives to find, sons to breed, and a lineage to begin. May Najud and her whelps rot. At dawn he had, regretfully, gone with Ahmed to witness their departure. Wistfully he had insisted that none of the rest of the family see them off. Why increase their sorrow and mine? There, on his exact instructions, he had watched Ahmed and guards tear through their mountains of bags, removing anything of value until there was but one suitcase each for them and their 3 children who watched, petrified. "Your jewelry, woman," Ahmed had said. "You've taken everything, everything. Please, Hakim, Highness, please," Najud sobbed. Her special jewel satchel, secreted in a pocket of her suitcase, had already been added to the pile of valuables. Abruptly, Ahmed reached out and ripped off her pendant and tore the neck of her dress open. A dozen necklaces weighed her down, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. "Where did you get these?" Hakim had said, astonished. They're my mother's and mine. I bought over the Najud stopped as Ahmed's knife came out. All right. Frantically she pulled the necklaces over her head, unfastened the rest, and gave them to him. "Now you have everything." "Your rings." "But, Highness, leave me something," she screamed as Ahmed impatiently grabbed a finger to cut it off with the ring still on it, but she pulled away, tore the rings off and also the bracelets secreted up her sleeve, howling with grief,
and threw them on the floor.
"Now you've everything. Now pick them up and hand them to His Highness on your knees," Ahmed hissed, and when she did not obey instantly, he grabbed her by the hair and shoved her face on the floor, and now she was grovelling and obeying. Ah, that was a feast, Hakim thought, reliving every second of their humiliation. After they're dead, God will burn them. He made another obeisance, put God away until next prayer at noon, and jumped up, brimming with energy. A maid was on her knees pouring the coffee, and he saw the fear in her eyes and was very pleased. The moment he became Khan, he had known it was vital to work quickly to take over the reins of power. Yesterday morning he had inspected the palace. The kitchen was not clean enough for him, so he had had the chef beaten senseless and put outside the walls, then promoted the second chef in his place with dire warnings. 4 guards were banished for oversleeping, 2 maids whipped for slovenliness. "But Hakim, my darling," Azadeh had said when they were alone, "surely there was no need to beat them."
"In a day or 2 there won't be," he had told her. "Meanwhile the palace will change to the way I want it."
"Of course, you know best, my darling. What about the ransom?"
"Ah, yes, at once." He had sent for Ahmed. "I regret, Highness, the Khan, your father, ordered the messenger's throat cut yesterday afternoon." Both he and Azadeh had been appalled.
"But that's terrible. What can be done now?" she had cried out.
Ahmed said, "I will try to contact the tribesmen. Perhaps because now the Khan, your father, is dead, they will treat with you newly. I will try." Sitting there in the Khan's palace, Hakim had seen Ahmed's suave confidence and realized the trap he was in. Fear swept up from his bowels. His fingers were toying with the emerald ring on his finger.
"Azadeh, come back in half an hour, please."
"Of course," she said obediently, and when he was alone with Ahmed, he said, "What arms do you carry?"
"A knife and an automatic, Highness."
"Give them to me." He remembered how his heart had throbbed, and there was an unusual dryness in his mouth, but this had to be done, and done alone. Ahmed had hesitated, then obeyed, clearly not pleased to be disarmed. But Hakim had pretended not to notice, just examined the action of the gun and cocked it thoughtfully.
"Now listen carefully, Counselor. You won't try to contact the tribesmen. You will do it very quickly, and you will make arrangements to have my sister's husband returned safely, on your head, by God and the Prophet of God."
Of course, Highness." Ahmed tried to keep the anger off his face. Lazily, Hakim pointed the gun at his head, sighting down it.
"I swore by God to treat you as first counselor, and I will, while you live."
His smile twisted.
"Even if you happen to be crippled, perhaps emasculated, even blinded by your enemies. Do you have enemies, Ahmed Dursak the Turkoman?"
Ahmed laughed, at ease now, pleased with the man who had become Khan and not the whelp that he had imagined. So much easier to deal with a man, he thought, his confidence returning. "Many, Highness, many. Isn't it custom to measure the quality of a man by the importance of his enemies? Inshallah. I didn't know you knew how to handle guns."
"There are many things you don't know about me, Ahmed," he had said with grim satisfaction, an important victory gained.
He had handed him back the knife, but not the automatic.
"I'll keep this as pishkesh. For a year and a day, don't come into my presence armed."
"Then how can I protect you, Highness?"
"With wisdom."
He had allowed a small measure of the violence he had kept pent up for years to show.
"You have to prove yourself. To me alone. What pleased my father won't necessarily please me. This is a new era, with new opportunities, new dangers. Remember, by God, the blood of my father rests easily in my veins."
The remainder of the day and well into the evening, he had received men of importance from Tabriz and Azerbaijan and asked questions of them about the insurrection and the leftists, the Mujahideen and Fedayeen and other factions. Bazaris had arrived, and mullahs and 2 ayatollahs, local army commanders and his cousin, the chief of police, and he had confirmed the man's appointment. All of them had brought suitable pishkesh. And so they should, he thought. very satisfied, remembering their contempt in the past when his fortune had been 0 and his banishment to Khoe common knowledge.
Their contempt will be very costly to every last one. Your bath is ready, Highness, and Ahmed's waiting outside. Bring him in, Ishtar. You stay.
He watched the door open. Ahmed was tired and crumpled.
Salam, Highness. What about the ransom? Late last night I found the tribesmen. There were 2 of them. I explained that Abdullah Khan was dead, and the new Khan had ordered me to give them half the ransom asked at once as a measure of faith, promising them the remainder when the pilot is safely back. I sent them north in one of our cars with a trusted driver and another car to follow secretly.
Do you know who they are, where their village is?
They told me they were Kurds, one named Ishmud, the other Alillah. Their chief Al-Drah, and their village was called Broken Tree, in the mountains north of Khoe. I'm sure all lies, Highness, and they're not Kurds, though they claim to be. I'd say they were just tribesmen, bandits mostly.
Good. Where did you get the money to pay them?
The Khan, your father, put 20 million rials into my safekeeping against emergencies.
Bring the balance to me before sunset.
Yes, Highness.
Are you armed?
Ahmed was startled. Only with my knife, Highness.
Give it to me, he said,
hiding his pleasure that Ahmed had fallen into the trap he had set for him, accepting the knife hilt first.
Didn't I tell you not to come into my presence armed for a year and a day? But as you gave my knife back to me, I thought the knife—
Ahmed stopped, seeing Hakim standing in front of him, knife held correctly, eyes dark and hard and the pattern of the father. Behind him, the guard, Ishtar, watched open-mouthed. The hackles on Ahmed's neck twisted.
"Please excuse me, Highness. I thought I had your permission," he said in real fear.
For a moment, Hakim Khan just stared at Ahmed, the knife poised in his hand, then he slashed upward. With great skill, only the point of the blade went through Ahmed's coat, touched the skin, but only enough to score it, then came out again in perfect position for the final blow. But Hakim did not make it, though he wanted to see blood flow, and this a good time, but not the perfect time. He still had need of Ahmed.
"I give you back your body."
He chose the word and all it implied with great deliberation.
"Intact. Just this once."
"Yes, Highness. Thank you, Highness,"
Ahmed muttered, astonished that he was still alive, and went down on his knees.
It will never happen again."
"No, it won't. Stay there. Wait outside, Ishtar."
Hakim Khan sat back on the cushions and toyed with the knife, waiting for the adrenaline to subside, remembering that vengeance was a dish best eaten cold.
"Tell me everything you know about the Soviet, this man called Mazitrik. What holds he had over my father over him."
Ahmed obeyed. He told him what Hashemi Vizier had said in the 125, what the Khan had told him in secret over the years, about the dacha near Tbilisi that he too had visited, how the Khan contacted Mazitrik, their code words, what Hashemi Vizier had said and threatened, what was in Mazitrik's letter, what he had overheard and what he had witnessed a few days ago. The air hissed out of Hakim's mouth.
"My father was going to take my sister He was going to take her to this dacha and give her to Mazitrik?"
"Yes, Highness. He even ordered me to send her north if he had to leave here for hospital in Tehran."
"Send for Mazitrik, urgently. Ahmed, do it now, at once."
"Yes, Highness," Ahmed said, and trembled at the contained violence. At the same time, best to remind him of his promises to Abdullah Khan, that you expect them fulfilled."
"Good, very good. You've told me everything?"
"Everything I can remember now," Ahmed told him sincerely. "There must be other things. In time I can tell you all manner of secrets, Khan of all the Gorgons, and I swear again before God to serve you faithfully." "I'll tell you everything," he thought fervently, "except the manner of the Khan's death, and that now, more than ever, I want Azadeh as wife.
Some way I will make you agree. She'll be my only real protection against you, spawn of Satan.
Just outside Tabriz, 7:20 a.m. Erke's 212 came over the rise of the forest inbound at max revs. All the way Erke had been at treetop level, avoiding roads and airfields and towns and villages, his mind riveted on Azadeh and vengeance against Abdullah Khan, all else forgotten. Now, suddenly ahead, the city was rushing toward them. As suddenly a vast unease washed over him.
"Where's the palace, pilot?"
Sheikh Bayezid shouted gleefully.
"Where is it?"
"Over the ridge, Aga," he said into the boom mic, part of him wanting to add, "We'd better rethink this, decide if the attack's wise." The other part shouting, "This is the only chance you've got, Erke. You can't change plans, but how in the hell are you going to escape with Azadeh from the palace and from this bunch of maniacs? Tell your men to fasten their seatbelts, to wait until the skids touch down, not to take off their safety catches until they're on the ground, and then to spread out. Tell 2 of them to guard the chopper and protect it with their lives. I'll count down from 10 for the landing, and I'll lead."
"Where's the palace? I can't see it."
"Over the ridge, a minute away. Tell them."
The trees were blurring as he went closer to them, his eyes on the col in the mountain range, horizon twisting.
"I want a gun," he said,
sick with anticipation.
Bayezid bared his teeth.
"No gun until we possess the palace."
"Then I won't need one," he said with a curse.
"I've got to have— You can trust me. You have to. Where's this palace of the Gorgons?"
"There."
Erke pointed to the ridge just above them.
10, 9, 8.
He had decided to come in from the east, partially covered by the forests, city well to his right, the col protecting him. 50 yards to go. His stomach tightened. The rocks hurtled at them. He felt more than saw Bayezid cry out and hold up his hands to protect himself against the inevitable crash. Then Erke slid through the col and swung down straight for the walls. At the exact last moment, he cut all power, hauled the chopper up over the wall with inches to spare, flaring into an emergency stop procedure, banked slightly for the forecourt, and let her fall out of the air, cushioned the fall perfectly, and set down on the tiles to skid forward a few yards with a screech, then stop. His right hand jerked the circuit breakers out, his left unsnapped the seatbelt and shoved the door open, and he was still easily first on the ground and rushing for the front steps. Behind him, Bayezid was now following, the cabin doors open and men pouring out, falling over one another in their excitement, the rotor still turning but the engines dying. As he reached the front door and swung it open, servants and an astonished guard came running up to see what all the commotion was about. Erke tore the assault rifle out of his hands, knocked him unconscious. The servants scattered and fled, a few recognizing him. For the moment, the corridor ahead was clear.
"Come on!"
he shouted. Then, as Bayezid and some of the others joined him, rushed down the hallway and up the staircase toward the landing. A guard poked his head over the banister, levelled his gun, but a tribesman peppered him. Erke jumped over the body and rushed the corridor. A door opened ahead. Another guard came out, gun blazing. Erke felt bullets slice through his parka, but he was untouched. Bayezid blew the man against the door jamb, and together they charged toward the Khan's room. Once there, Erke kicked the door open. Sustained gunfire came at him, missed him and the sheikh, but caught the man next to him and spun the man around. The others scattered for cover, and the badly hurt tribesman went forward toward his tormentor, taking more bullets and more, but firing back even after he was dead. For a second or two there was a respite. Then, to Erke's shock, Bayezid pulled the pin out of a grenade and tossed it through the doorway. The explosion was huge. Smoke billowed out into the corridor. At once Bayezid leapt through the opening, gun levelled, Erke beside him. The room was wrecked, windows blown out, curtains ripped, the carpet bed torn apart, the remains of the guard crumpled against a wall. In the alcove at the far end of the huge room, half covered from the main bedroom, the table was upended, a serving maid moaning, and 2 inert bodies half buried under tablecloth and smashed dishes. Erke's heart stopped as he recognized Azadeh. In panic he rushed over and shoved the debris off her. In passing noticed the other person was Hakim, lifted her into his arms, her hair flowing, and carried her into the light. His breathing did not start again until he was sure she was still alive. Unconscious, only God knew how damaged, but alive. She wore a long blue cashmere peignoir that hid all of her, but promised everything. The tribesmen pouring into the room was swept by her beauty. Erki took off his flight jacket and wrapped it around her, oblivious to them.
Azadeh! Azadeh!
Who's this pilot?
Through his fog, Erki saw Bayezid was beside the wreckage.
That's Hakim, my wife's brother. Is he dead?
No.
Bayezid looked around furiously. Nowhere else for the Khan to hide. His men were crowding through the doorway, and he cursed them, ordering them to take up defensive positions at either end of the corridor, and for others to go outside onto the wide patio and to guard that, too. Then he scrambled over to Erki and Azadeh and looked at her bloodless face and breasts and legs pressing against the cashmere.
Your wife?
Yes.
She's not dead. Good.
Yes, but only God knows if she's hurt. I've got to get a doctor later. First we have— Now! She may die.
As God wants, pilot,
Bayezid said, then shouted angrily,
You said you knew everything, where the Khan would be. In the name of God, where is he?
I don't know. These were his private quarters, Aga, private. I've never seen anyone else here, heard of anyone else here. Even his wife could only come here by invitation, and—
A burst of firing outside stopped Erki.
He's got to be here if Azadeh and Hakim are here.
Where? Where can he hide?
In turmoil, Erki looked around, settled Azadeh as best he could, then rushed for the windows. They were barred. The Khan could not have escaped this way. From here, a defensible corner abutment of the palace, he could not see the forecourt or the chopper, only the best view of the gardens and orchards southward, past the walls to the city a mile or so distant below. No other guards threatening them yet. As he turned, his peripheral vision caught a movement from the alcove. He saw the automatic, shoved Bayezid out of the way of the bullet that would have killed him, and lunged for Hakim, who lay in the debris. Before other tribesmen could react, he had the young man pinioned, the automatic out of his hand, and was shouting at him, trying to get him to understand.
You're safe, Hakim. It's me, Erki. We're friends. We came to rescue you and Azadeh from the Khan. We came to rescue you.
Rescue me? Rescue me from what?
Hakim was staring at him blankly, still numb, still dazed, blood seeping from a small wound in his head.
Rescue?
From the Khan, and—
Erki saw terror come into the eyes, whirled, and caught the butt of Bayezid's assault rifle just in time.
Wait, Aga, wait. It's not his fault. He's dazed. Wait, he was aiming at me, not you. Wait. He'll help us. Wait!
Where's Abdullah Khan?
Bayezid shouted, his men beside him now, guns cocked and ready to kill.
Hurry and tell me, or you're both dead men.
And when Hakim didn't answer at once, Erki snarled,
For God's sake, Hakim, tell him where he is, or we're all dead.
Abdullah Khan's dead. He's dead. He died last night. No, the night before last. He died the night before last, near midnight,
Hakim said weakly, and they stared at him with disbelief, his mind coming back slowly, and he still could not understand why he was lying here, head pounding, legs numb, Erki holding him when Erki was kidnapped by tribesmen, when he was having breakfast with Azadeh, then guns exploding and diving for cover, guards firing, and then the explosion and half the ransom's already been paid. Abruptly, his mind cleared.
In God's name,
he gasped. He tried to get up and failed.
Erki, in God's name, why did you fight in here? Half your ransom's been paid. Why?
Erki got up angrily.
There's been no ransom. The messenger's throat was cut. Abdullah Khan had the man's throat cut.
But the ransom, half was paid. Ahmed did it last night.
Paid? Paid to whom?
Bayezid snarled.
What lies are these?
Not lies. Half was paid last night. Half paid by the new Khan as an act of faith for the mistake about the messenger.
Before God, I swear it. Half's paid."
"Lies," Bayezid scoffed, and aimed the gun at him.
"Where's the Khan?"
"Not lies. Should I lie before God? I tell you, before God. Before God. Send for Ahmed. Send for the man, Ahmed. He paid them."
One of the tribesmen shouted something. Hakim blanched and repeated in Turkish,
"In the name of God, half the ransom's already paid. Abdullah Khan's dead. He's dead and half the ransom was paid."
A murmur of astonishment went through the room.
"Send for Ahmed. He'll tell you the truth. Why are you fighting here? There's no reason to fight."
Erki rushed in. "If Abdullah Khan's dead and half's been paid, Aga, other half promised, your honour's vindicated. Aga, please do as Hakim asks. Send for Ahmed. He'll tell you who he paid and how." Fear in the room was very high now. Bayezid and his men hating the closeness here, wanting to be in the open, in the mountains, away from these evil people and place, feeling betrayed. But if Abdullah's dead and half's paid—
"Pilot, go and get his man Ahmed," Bayezid said. "And remember, if you cheat me, you will find your wife noseless."
He ripped the automatic out of Erki's hand.
"Go and get him."
Yes, of course." "Erki, first help me up," Hakim said, his voice throaty and weak.
Erki was helplessly trying to make sense of all this as he lifted him easily and pushed through the men crowding near, and settled him on the sofa cushions beside Azadeh. Both saw her pallid face, but both also noticed her regular breathing.
"God be thanked," Hakim muttered.
Then once more Erki was half in nightmare, walking out of the room unarmed to the head of the stairs, shouting for Ahmed not to shoot.
Ahmed, I've got to talk to you. I'm alone."
Now he was downstairs and still alone, still no firing. Again he shouted for Ahmed, but his words just echoed off the walls, and he wandered into rooms, no one around. Everyone vanished, and then a gun was in his face, another in his back. Ahmed and a guard, both nervous.
"Ahmed, quick," he burst out. "Is it true that Abdullah's dead and there's a new Khan and that half the ransom's paid?"
Ahmed just gaped at him.
"For Christ's sake, is it true?" he snarled.
Yes, that's true. But quick, you've got to tell them."
Relief flooding over him, for he had only half believed Hakim.
"Quick, they'll kill him and kill Azadeh. Come on."
"Then they're not dead?"
"No, of course not. Come on."
"Wait, what exactly did His Highness say?"
"What the hell difference do—"
The gun jammed into Erki's face.
"What did he say exactly?"
Erki searched his memory and told him as best he could, then added,
"Now for the love of God, come on!"
For Ahmed, time stopped. If he went with the infidel, he would probably die. Hakim Khan would die, his sister would die, and the infidel who was responsible for all this trouble would probably escape with his devil tribesmen. But then, he thought, if I could persuade them to let the Khan live and his sister live, persuade them to leave the palace, I will have proved myself beyond all doubt, both to the Khan and to her, and I can kill the pilot later. Or I can kill him now and escape easily and live, but only as a fugitive despised by all as one who betrayed his Khan, inshallah." His face creased into a smile.
"As God wants."
He took out his knife and gave it and his gun to the white-faced guard and walked around Erki.
"Wait,"
Erki said.
"Tell the guard to send for a doctor, urgently. Hakim and my wife, they may be hurt."
Ahmed told the man to do it, and went along the corridor and into the hall and up the staircase. On the landing, tribesmen searched him roughly for arms, then escorted him into the Khan's room, crowding after him, shoving him into the vast, empty space. Erki they held at the door, a knife at his throat, and when Ahmed saw his Khan was truly alive, sitting bleakly on the cushions near Azadeh, who was still unconscious, he muttered, "Praise be to God," and smiled at him. "Highness," he said calmly, "I've sent for a doctor." Then he picked out Bayezid. "I am Ahmed Dorsak the Turkoman," he said proudly, speaking Turkish with great formality. "In the name of God, it's true that Abdullah Khan is dead. True that I paid the ransom, 5 million reals, last night on the new Khan's behalf to 2 messengers of the Chief Al-Drah of the village of Broken Tree, as an act of faith, because of the unwarranted dishonor to your messenger ordered by the dead Abdullah Khan. Their names were Ishmud and Alillah, and I hurried them north in a fine car." A murmur of astonishment went through the room. There could be no mistake, for all knew these false names, code names, given to protect the village and the tribe. "I told them, on behalf of the new Khan, the second half would be paid the moment the pilot and his air machine were released safely." "Where is this new Khan, if he exists?" Bayezid scoffed. "Let him talk for himself."
"I am Khan of all the Gorgons," Hakim said, and there was a sudden silence. "Hakim Khan, eldest son of Abdullah Khan."
All eyes left him and went to Bayezid, who noticed the astonishment on Erki's face. He scowled, unsure. "Just because you say it doesn't mean that you call me a liar in my own house? I only say to this man," Bayezid jerked a thumb at Ahmed, "that just because he says he paid the ransom, half of it, does not mean he paid it and did not then have them ambushed and killed, like my other messenger, by God. I told you the truth before God, and say again before God that I sent them north safely with the money. Give me a knife, you take a knife, and I will show you what a Turkoman does to a man who calls him liar." The tribesmen were horrified that their leader had put himself into such a bad position. "You call me liar and my Khan liar?" In the silence, Azadeh stirred and moaned, distracting them. At once, Erki began to go to her, but the tribesman's knife never wavered. The tribesman muttered a curse, and he stopped. Another little moaning sigh that almost drove him mad. Then he saw Hakim awkwardly move closer to his sister and hold her hand, and this helped him a little. Hakim was afraid, aching everywhere, knowing he was as defenseless as she was defenseless, and needing a doctor urgently, that Ahmed was under siege, Erki impotent, his own life threatened and his Khanate in ruins. Nonetheless, he gathered his courage back. "I didn't outfox Abdullah Khan and Najud and Ahmed to concede victory to these dogs." Implacably, he looked up at Bayezid. "Well, do you call Ahmed a liar? Yes or no?" he said harshly in Turkish, so all could understand him, and Ahmed loved him for his courage. All eyes now on Bayezid. "A man must answer that question. Do you call him a liar?" "No," Bayezid muttered. "He spoke the truth. I accept it as truth." Someone said, "Inshallah." Fingers loosened off triggers, but nervousness did not leave the room. "As God wants," Hakim said, his relief hidden, and rushed onward, every moment more in command. "More fighting will achieve nothing. So, half the ransom is already paid, and the other half promised when the pilot is released safely. He stopped, as nausea threatened to overwhelm him, but dominated it, easier this time than before. "The pilot's there and safe, and so is his machine. Therefore I will pay the rest at once." He saw the greed, and promised himself vengeance on all of them. "Ahmed, over by the table. Najud's satchel's somewhere there." Ahmed shoved through the tribesman arrogantly, to begin searching the debris for the soft leather purse. Hakim had been showing it to Azadeh just before the attack began, happily telling her the jewels were family heirlooms that Najud had admitted stealing and, in complete contrition, had given him before she left. "I'm glad you didn't relent, Hakim, very glad," Azadeh had said. "You'd never be safe with her and her brood close to you." "I'll never be safe again," he thought without fear, watching Ahmed. "I'm glad I left Ahmed whole," he thought, "and glad we had the sense, Azadeh and I, to stay in the alcove under cover of the wall at the first sound of firing. If we'd been here in the room, inshallah." His fingers gripped her wrist, and the warmth pleased him, her breathing still regular. "God be praised," he murmured, then noticed the men threatening Erki. "You," he pointed imperiously at them, "let the pilot go." Nonplussed, the rough, bearded men looked at Bayezid, who nodded. At once Erki went through them to Azadeh, eased his heavy sweater away to give him readier access to the knife in the centre of his back, then knelt, holding her hand, and faced Bayezid, his bulk protecting her and Hakim. "Highness!" Ahmed gave Hakim Khan the purse. Leisurely he opened it, spilling the jewels into his hands. Emeralds and diamonds and sapphires, necklaces, encrusted golden bracelets, pendants. A great sigh went through the room. Judiciously, Hakim chose a ruby necklace worth 10 to 15 million rials, pretending not to notice how all eyes were concentrated and the almost physical smell of greed that permeated the room. Abruptly he discarded the rubies and chose a pendant worth twice as much, 3 times as much. "Here," he said, still speaking Turkish. "Here is full payment." He held up the diamond pendant and offered it to Bayezid, who, mesmerized by the fire glittering from the single stone, came forward, his hand out. But before Bayezid could take it, Hakim closed his fist. "Before God you accept it as full payment?"
Yes, as full payment before God,"
Bayezid muttered, never believing that God would grant him so much wealth, enough to buy herds and guns and grenades and silks and warm clothes. He held out his hand.
"I swear it before God."
"And you will leave here at once, in peace, before God?" Bayezid pulled his brain off his riches.
"First we have to get to our village, Aga. We need the airplane and the pilot."
"No, by God, the ransoms for the safe return of the airplane and the pilot, nothing more." Hakim opened his hand, never taking his eyes off Bayezid, who now only saw the stone. "Before God?" Bayezid and his men stared at the liquid fire in the rock-steady hand.
What's to prevent me taking all of them, everything?" he said sullenly. "What's to prevent me killing you and burning the palace and taking her hostage to force the pilot, eh?"
"Nothing, except honor. Are Kurds without honor?" Hakim's voice rasped, and he was thinking how exciting this is, life the prize and death for failure. "This is more than full payment."
I accept it before God as payment in full for the pilot and the airplane."
Bayezid tore his eyes off the gem.
"For the pilot and the airplane. But for you and the woman."
The sweat was trickling down his face. So much wealth there, his mind was shouting. So much, so easy to take, so easy, but there is honor in this. Oh, yes, very much.
For you and the woman there should be a fair ransom, too.
Outside, a car gunned its engine. Men rushed to the broken window. The car was racing for the main gate, and as they watched it, it hurtled through, heading for the city below.
"Quick," Bayezid said to Hakim. "Make up your mind."
"The woman is worthless," Hakim said, afraid of the lie, aware that he had to bargain or they were still lost. His fingers chose a ruby bracelet and offered it.
"Agreed? To you the woman may be worthless, not to the pilot. The bracelet and the necklace, that one, together with the bracelet with the green stones."
"Before God, that's too much," Hakim exploded. "This bracelet's more than enough. That's more than the value of the pilot and the airplane."
"Son of a burnt father! This one, the necklace, and that other bracelet, the one with the green stones."
They haggled back and forth, angrier and angrier, everyone listening intently except Erki, who was still locked in his own private hell, only concerned with Azadeh and where was the doctor and how he could help her and help Hakim. His hand was stroking her hair, his nerves pushed near the breaking point by the enraged voices of the 2 men as they reached the crescendo, the insults ever more violent. Then Hakim judged the moment right and let out a wail that was also part of the game of bargaining. "You're too good a negotiator for me, by God! You'll beggar me! Here, my final offer." He put the diamond bracelet and the smaller of the emerald necklaces and the heavy gold bracelet onto the carpet. "Do we agree?" It was a fair price now, not as much as Bayezid wanted, but far more than he had expected.
"Yes," he said, and scooped up his prize, and contentment filled the room. "You swear by God not to pursue us, not to attack us?" Yes, before God." "Good. Pilot, I need you to take us home," Bayezid said in English now, and saw the rage soar into Hakim's face, and added hastily, "I ask, not order, Aga. Here." He offered Erki the gold bracelet. "I wish to hire your services. This is payment." He stopped and looked off as one of his men guarding the patio called out urgently, "There's a car coming up from the city." Bayezid was sweating more now. "Pilot, I swear by God I'll not harm you."
"I can't take you," Erki said. "There's not enough gasoline."
"Then not all the way. Halfway. Just halfway."
"There's not enough gasoline."
"Then take us and drop us in the mountains, just a little way. I ask you. Ask, not order," Bayezid said, then added curiously, "By the Prophet, I treated you fairly and him fairly, and have not molested her. I ask you."
They had all heard the thread under the voice, perhaps a threat, perhaps not, but Erki knew beyond any doubt that the fragile bubble of honour, or before God, would vanish with the first bullet, that it was up to him now to try to correct the disaster that the attack had become, chasing a Khan already dead, the ransom already half paid, and now Azadeh lying there, hurt as only God knows, and Hakim almost killed. Set-faced, he touched her a last time, glanced at the Khan, nodded, half to himself, then got up, abruptly jerked the Sten gun out of the nearest tribesman's hands. "I'll accept your word before God, and I'll kill you if you cheat. I'll drop you north of the city, in the mountains. Everyone in the chopper. Tell them." Bayezid hated the idea of a gun in the hands of this brooding, revenge-seeking monster.
"Neither of us has forgotten I threw the grenade that perhaps has killed a Hurry," he thought. "Inshallah."
Quickly he ordered the retreat. Taking the body of their dead comrade with them, they obeyed.
"Pilot, we will leave together. Thank you, Aga Hakim Khan. God be with you," he said, and backed to the door, weapon held loosely but ready. "Come on."
Erki raised his hand in farewell to Hakim, consumed with anguish at what he had precipitated.
"Sorry. God be with you, Erki, and come back safely,"
Hakim called out, and Erki felt better for that.
"Ahmed, go with him. He can't fly and use a gun at the same time. See that he gets back safely." "Yes," he thought icily. "I've still a score to settle with him for the attack on my palace." "Yes, Highness. Thank you, pilot." Ahmed took the gun from Erki, checked the action and magazine, then smiled crookedly at Bayezid. "By God and the Prophet, on whose name be praised, let no man cheat." Politely he motioned Erki to leave, then followed him. Bayezid went last. At the foothills to the palace, 11:05 a.m. The police car was racing up the winding road toward the gates, other cars and an army truck filled with troops following. Hashemi, Fazir and Armstrong were in the back of the lead car, which skidded through the gates into the forecourt where an ambulance was already parked. They got out and followed the guard into the great room. Hakim Khan was waiting for them in his place of honour, pale and drawn but regal, guards around him, this part of the palace undamaged. "Highness, God be praised you were not hurt. We've just heard about the attack. May I introduce myself? I'm Colonel Hashemi Fazir of Inner Intelligence, and this is Superintendent Armstrong, who has assisted us for years and is an expert in certain areas that could concern you. He speaks Farsi, by the way. Would you please tell us what happened?" The two men listened intently as Hakim Khan related his version of the attack. They had already heard the rumoured details, both of them impressed with his bearing. Hashemi had come prepared. Before leaving Tehran yesterday evening, he had meticulously gone through Hakim's files. For years both he and Savak had had him under surveillance in Khoe. "I know how much he owes and to whom, Robert, what favours and to whom, what he likes to eat and read, how good he is with gun, piano or a knife, every woman he's ever bedded and every boy." Armstrong had laughed. "What about his politics?" "He has none. Unbelievable, but true. He's Iranian, Azerbaijani, and yet he hasn't joined any group, taken any sides, none, not said anything even a little seditious, even against Abdullah Khan, and Khoe's always been a festering bed of nettles. Religion?
Shiite, but calm, conscientious, orthodox, neither right nor left. Ever since he was banished— no, that's not quite true. Since he was 7 when his mother died, and he and his sister went to live in the palace, he's been a feather wafted by his father's merest breath, waiting in fear for inevitable disaster. As God wants, but it's a miracle he's Khan, a miracle that vile son of a dog died before doing him and his sister harm. Strange. One moment his head's on the block, and now he controls untold riches, untold power, and I've got to deal with him. That should be easy, if what you say's true. You're suspicious, always suspicious. Is that the strength of the English? Just the lesson an old cop's learned over the years. Hashimi had smiled to himself, and now he did it again, concentrating on the young man, Khan of all the Gorgons, in front of him, watching him closely, studying him for clues. What are your secrets? You've got to have secrets. Highness, how long ago did the pilot leave? Armstrong was asking. Hakim glanced at his watch. About 2.5 hours ago. Did he say how much fuel he had with him? No, only that he would take them a little way and drop them. Hashimi and Robert Armstrong were standing in front of the raised platform with its rich carpets and cushions, Hakim Khan dressed formally in warm brocades, a string of pearls around his neck with a diamond pendant 4 times the size of the one he had bartered their lives for. Perhaps, Hashimi said delicately, perhaps, Highness, the pilot was really in league with the Kurdish tribesmen and won't come back. No, and they weren't Kurds, though they claimed to be, just bandits, and they'd kidnapped Erki and forced him to lead them against the Khan, my father. The young Khan frowned, then said firmly, The Khan, my father, should not have had their messenger killed. He should have bartered the ransom down, then paid it, and then had them killed for their impertinence. Hashimi docketed the clue. I will see they are all hunted down, and all my property recovered. Of course. Is there anything at all, I or my department can do for you? He was watching the young man closely, and saw, or thought he saw, a flash of sardonic amusement, and it rattled him. At that moment the door opened, and Azadeh came in. He had never met her, though he had seen her many times. She should be possessed by an Iranian, he thought, not by a rotten foreigner. How could she contain that monster? He did not notice Hakim scrutinizing him as intently. Armstrong did, watching the Khan without watching him. She was dressed in Western clothes, grey-green that set off her green-flecked eyes, stockings and soft shoes, her face very pale and made up just enough. Her walk was slow and somewhat painful, but she bowed to her brother with a sweet smile. Sorry to interrupt you, Highness, but the doctor asked me to remind you to rest. He's about to leave. Would you like to see him again? No, thank you. You're all right? Oh, yes, she said, and forced a smile. He says I'm fine. May I present Colonel Hashimi Fazir and Mr. Armstrong, Superintendent Armstrong, Her Highness, my sister Azadeh. They greeted her, and she greeted them back. Superintendent Armstrong, she said in English, with a little frown. I don't remember Superintendent, but we've met before, haven't we? Yes, Highness, once at the French Club last year. I was with Mr. Talbot of the British Embassy, and a friend of your husband's from the Finnish Embassy, Christian Tolinen. I believe it was your husband's birthday party. You've a good memory, Superintendent. Hakim Khan smiled strangely. That's a characteristic of MI6, Azadeh. Just of ex-policemen, Highness, Armstrong said easily. I'm just a consultant to inner intelligence. Then to Azadeh. Colonel Fazir and I were both so relieved that neither you nor the Khan was hurt. Thank you, she said, her ears and head still aching badly and her back giving her problems. The doctor had said, We'll have to wait for a few days, Highness, though we will X-ray you both as soon as possible. Best you go to Tehran, both of you. They have better equipment. With an explosion like that, you never know, Highness. Best to go. I wouldn't like to be responsible. Azadeh sighed. Please excuse me for interrupt.
She stopped abruptly, listening, head slightly tilted. They listened too. Just the wind picking up and a distant car.
"Not yet,"
Hakim said kindly. She tried to smile and murmured,
"As God wants,"
then went away. Hashemi broke the small silence. "We should leave you too, Highness," he said deferentially, in Farsi again. "It was kind of you to see us today. Perhaps we could come back tomorrow?" He saw the young Khan take his eyes off the door and look at him under his dark eyebrows, the handsome face in repose, fingers toying with the jewelled ornamental dagger at his belt. He must be made of ice, he thought, politely waiting to be dismissed. But instead Hakim Khan dismissed all his guards, except one he stationed at the door, well out of listening range, and beckoned the two men closer.
"Now we will speak English. What is it you really want to ask me?" he said softly.
Hashemi sighed, sure that Hakim Khan already knew, and more than sure now that here he had a worthy adversary, or ally. "Help on two matters, Highness. Your influence in Azerbaijan could immeasurably help us to put down hostile elements in rebellion against the state."
"What's second?"
He had heard the touch of impatience, and it amused him. "Second is somewhat delicate. It concerns a Soviet called Peter Oleg Mazitrik, an acquaintance of your father, who for some years from time to time visited here, as Abdullah Khan visited his dacha in Tbilisi. While Mazitrik posed as a friend of Abdullah Khan and Azerbaijan, in reality he's a very senior KGB officer and very hostile.
98 out of every 100 Soviets who come to Iran are KGB, therefore enemy, and the other 2 GRU, therefore enemy. As Khan, my father would have to deal with all manner of enemies."
Again a fleeting sardonic smile that Hashemi noted.
"All manner of friends and all those in between. So—"
"We would very much like to interview him." Hashemi waited for some reaction, but there was none, and his admiration for the young man increased. "Before Abdullah Khan died, he had agreed to help us. Through him we heard the man intended secretly to come over the border last Saturday, and again on Tuesday, but both times he did not appear."
"How was he entering?"
Hashemi told him, not sure how much Hakim Khan knew, feeling his way with greater caution. "We believe the man may contact you. If so, would you please let us know, privately?" Hakim Khan decided it was time to put this Tehrani enemy and his British dog lackey in place.
"Son of a burnt father, am I so naive I don't know what's going on?"
"In return for what?" he said bluntly. Hashemi was equally blunt. "What do you want?"
"First, all senior Savak and police officers in Azerbaijan put on suspension at once pending review by me, and all future appointments to be subject to my approval."
Hashemi flushed. Not even Abdullah Khan had ever had this. "What's second?" he asked dryly.
Hakim Khan laughed. "Good, very good, Aga. Second will wait until tomorrow or the next day, so will third and perhaps fourth. But about your first point, at 10 a.m. tomorrow bring me specific requests how I could help stop all fighting in Azerbaijan, and how you, personally, if you had the power, how you would—"
He thought a moment, then added,
"how you would make us safe against enemies from without, and safe from enemies from within."
He turned his attention to Armstrong. Armstrong had been hoping the exchange would go on forever, ecstatic that he was having the opportunity to witness this new Khan at first hand, going against a hardened adversary like Hashemi. Great balls of fire! If this little bugger can operate so confidently like this on day 2 of becoming Khan, after being almost blown to Kingdom Come a couple of hours ago, Her Majesty's government better put him high on the S-danger list. Slowly, slowly, catchy monkey. Now he saw the eyes fix on him. With an effort he kept his face bland, groaning inwardly. "Now it's your turn."
"You're an expert in what certain areas that would concern me?"
"Well, Your Highness, I was in Special Branch and understand a little about intelligence and counterintelligence.
Of course, good information, private information's essential to someone in your position. If you wanted, perhaps I could, in conjunction with Colonel Fazir, suggest ways to improve this for you. A good thought, Mr. Armstrong. Please give me your views in writing as soon as possible. I'd be glad to. Armstrong decided to gamble. Mazitrik could provide you rapidly with a lot of the answers you need, most of the important answers you need on the within and without you mentioned, particularly if the Colonel could, chat with him in private. The words hung in the air. Beside him, he saw Hashemi shift his feet nervously. I'll bet my life you know more than you're letting on, Hakim, me lad, and bet my balls you didn't spend all those years just a bloody feather. Christ, I need a cigarette. The eyes were boring into him, and he would have loved to light up and say airily, For Christ's sake, stop all this sodding about and shit or get off the pot. Then his mind pictured this Khan of all the Gorgons squatting on a lavatory seat, everything hanging out, and he had to cough to stop his sudden laugh. Sorry, he said, trying to sound meek. Hakim Khan frowned. How would I have access to the information? He said, and both men knew that he was hooked. However you want, Highness, Hashemi said. However you want. Another small silence. I'll consider what you— Hakim Khan stopped, listening. Now they all heard the approaching put-put-put of rotors and the sound of the jets. Both men started for the tall windows. Wait, Hakim said. One of you please give me a hand. Astonished, they helped him stand. Thank you, he said painfully. That's better. It's my back. In the explosion I must have twisted it. Hashemi took some of his weight, and between them he hobbled to the tall windows that overlooked the forecourt. The 212 was coming in slowly, drifting down to her landing. As she got closer, they recognized Erki and Ahmed in the front seats, but Ahmed was slumped down, clearly hurt. A few bullet holes in the airframe, a great chunk of plastic out of a side window. She settled into a perfect landing. At once the engines began to die. Now they saw the blood staining Erki's white collar and sleeve. Christ, Armstrong muttered. Colonel, Hakim Khan said urgently to Hashemi, see if you can stop the doctor from leaving. Instantly, Hashemi rushed off. From where they were, they could see the front steps. The huge door opened, and Azadeh hobbled out and stood there a moment, a statue, others gathering beside her now, guards and servants and some of the family. Erki opened his side door and got out awkwardly. Tiredly, he went toward her. But his walk was firm and tall, and then she was in his arms. Chapter 56. In Kowis town, 12:10 p.m. Ibrahim Kiabi waited impatiently in ambush for the Mullah Hussein to come out of the mosque into the crowded square. He sat slumped against the fountain opposite the huge door, his arms cradling the canvas bag that camouflaged his cocked M16. His eyes were red-rimmed with tiredness, his whole body aching from his 350-odd-mile journey from Tehran. Idly he noticed a tall European among the crowds. The man was following a green band, and wore dark clothes, parka, and peaked cap. He watched the two of them bypass the mosque and disappear into the alley beside it. Nearby was the maw of the bazaar. Its darkness and warmth and safety tempted him to leave the cold. Inshallah, he muttered automatically, then dully reminded himself to stop using that expression, pulled the old overcoat closer around him, and settled more comfortably against the fountain that, when winter's ice had gone, would, once more, trickle for passers-by to drink or ritually to wash their hands and faces before going to prayers. "What's this Mullah Hussein like?" he had asked the street vendor, who was ladling him a portion of the steaming bean horished out of the cauldron that hung over the charcoal. It was morning then, and he had just arrived after interminable delays, 15 hours overdue. "What's he like?" The man was old and toothless, and he shrugged. Mullah." Another customer nearby swore at him. "May you be sacrificed. Don't listen to him, stranger. The Mullah Hussein is a true leader of the people, a man of God. who owns nothing but a gun and ammunition to kill the enemies of God."
Other customers echoed this unshaven youth and told about the taking of the airbase.
"Our mullah's a true follower of the Imam. He'll lead us into paradise, by God."
Ibrahim had almost cried out in rage. Hussein and all mullahs deserved death for feeding these poor peasants such nonsense. Paradise? Fine raiment and wine and 40 perpetual virgins on silk couches. I won't think of loving. I won't think of Shahrazad. Not yet. His hands caressed the hidden strength of the gun. This took away some of his fatigue and hunger, but none of his utter loneliness. Shahrazad, now part of a dream. Better this way, much better. He had been waiting for her at the coffee shop when Jari had accosted him and muttered,
"In the name of God, the husband has returned. That which never began is finished forever,"
then had vanished into the crowds. At once he had left and fetched his gun and walked all the way to the bus station. Now he was waiting, soon to be martyred, taking vengeance in the name of the masses against blind tyranny. So soon now. Soon into blackness or into light, oblivion or understanding, alone or with others, prophets, imams, devils, who? In ecstasy he closed his eyes. "Soon I'll know what happens when we die and where we go. Do we at long last find the answer to the great riddle, was Muhammad the last prophet of God or madman? Is the Quran true? Is there God?" In the alley beside the mosque, the green band leading Stark stopped and motioned toward a hovel. Stark stepped across the befouled Jube and knocked. The door opened. "Peace be upon you, Excellency Hussein," he said in Farsi, tense and on guard. "You sent for me?"
"Salam, Captain. Yes, I did,"
the Mullah Hussein replied in English, and motioned him to enter. Stark had to stoop to go inside the one-room hut. 2 babes were sleeping fitfully on their straw pallet on the dirt floor. A young boy stared back at him, hands clasped around an old rifle, and he recognized him as the same child at the fight between Hussein's men and Zataki's men. A well-serviced AK-47 leaned against a wall. Over by the sink, a nervous old woman in a black, stained chador sat on a rickety chair.
"These are my sons, and this is my wife," Hussein said.
"Salam." Stark hid his astonishment that she should be so old. Then he looked closer and saw the age was not in years.
"I sent for you for 3 reasons. First, for you to see how a mullah lives. Poverty is one of a mullah's prime duties."
"And learning, leadership, and law-giving. That apart, Aga, I know you're 100% sincere in your beliefs. And trapped by them," Stark wanted to add, loathing this room with the terrible, never-ending poverty it represented, its stench and the helplessness that he knew need not be, but would exist for all the days of the lives here, and in countless other homes of all religions, all the world over. But not with my family, thank God. Thank God I was born Texan. Thank God 10 billion trillion times that I know better and my kids won't, by God, won't have to live in the dirt like these poor little critters. With an effort, he stopped himself from brushing their flies away, wanting to curse Hussein for enduring that which need not be endured. "You said 3 reasons, Aga."
"The second is, why are all but a few men scheduled to leave today?"
"They're long overdue leave, Aga. Work's slow at the base, this is a perfect time." Stark's anxiety increased. This morning, before he had been summoned here, there had already been 3 telexes and 2 calls on the HF from their HQ in Tehran, the last from Siamaki, now the ranking board member, demanding to know where Petekin, Nogger Lane, and the others were. He had sloughed him off, saying that MacIver would call him back the instant he arrived with Minister Kiar, very conscious of Wazari's curiosity. Yesterday had been the first he had heard of Ali Kiar's visit. Charlie Petekin, during his brief stopover outward bound for Al-Shagaz, had told him what had happened to MacIver and their fears about him. Jesus, was all he could mutter. But yesterday had not been all bad. John Hogg had brought Gavallen's provisional schedule for Whirlwind with codes and times and coordinates of refueling alternates set up on the other side of the Gulf.
"And he said to tell you they've all been passed on to Scrag at Lenge and Rudy at Bandar Delam, and take into account the problems of all three bases," Hogg had told him. "2 747 freighters are booked for Al-Shagars dawn Friday. That'll give us plenty of time, Andy says. I'll bring another update when I come for the lads, Duke. The final button's not to be pressed until 7 a.m. Friday, or same time Saturday or Sunday. Then it's no go." None of Esfandiari's spies had been around, so Stark had managed to squeeze another crate of very valuable 212 avionics aboard the 125. And there was more good luck. All their personnel exit permits were still valid. Enough 40-gallon drums of fuel had been cached safely on the shore, and Tom Lockhart had come in from Zagros on time, now a committed Whirlwind pilot.
"Why the change, Tom? Thought you were dead set against it," he had said, perturbed by Lockhart's manner. But his friend had just shrugged, and he had left it at that. Still, the thought of their 212s making a rush for it worried him very much. They had no real plan, just several possibilities. With an effort, he concentrated, the room becoming increasingly claustrophobic. "They're overdue leave," he said again.
"When will their replacements be arriving?"
"Saturday, that's when they're scheduled."
"Esfandiari says you've been sending out many spares."
"Spares need replacement and checking from time to time, Aga." Hussein studied him, then nodded thoughtfully.
"What caused the accident that nearly killed Esfandiari?"
"The load shifted. It's a tricky operation." Another small silence.
"Who is this man, Kia? Ali Kia?"
Stark was not expecting any of these questions, wondering if he was being tested again and how much the mullah knew. "I was told he was a minister for Prime Minister Bazargan on a tour of inspection." Then added, "Also that he was, or is, a consultant to our joint partnership, IHC, maybe even a director, but I don't know about that."
"When is he arriving?"
"I'm not sure. Our director, Captain McIver, was ordered to escort him."
"Ordered?"
"Ordered, so I understand."
"Why should a minister be a consultant to a private company?"
"I imagine you'd have to ask him, Aga."
"Yes, I agree."
Hussein's face hardened.
"The Imam has sworn that corruption will cease. We'll go to the base together."
He picked up the AK-47 and slung it over his shoulder.
"Salam,"
he said to his family. Stark and the Green Band followed Hussein along the alley to a side door of the mosque. There the mullah kicked off his shoes, picked them up, and went inside. Stark and the Green Band did the same, except that Stark also took off his peaked hat. Along a passageway and through another door, and then they were in the mosque itself, a single room under the dome, covered with carpets and no ornaments. Just decorative tiles here and there, with exquisite inlaid Sanskrit quotations from the Koran. A lectern with an open Koran, nearby a modern cassette player and loudspeakers, wires carelessly strung, all electric lights bare and dim. From the loudspeakers came the muted sing-song of a man reading from the Koran. Men were praying, others gossiping, some sleeping. Those who saw Hussein smiled at him, and he smiled back, leading the way to a columned alcove. There he stopped and put down his shoes and gun, waved the Green Band away.
"Captain, have you thought any more about what we discussed at the questioning?"
"In what way, Aga?" Stark's apprehension soared, his stomach queasy.
"About Islam, about the Imam, God's peace upon him, about going to see him."
"It's not possible for me to see him, even if I wanted to."
"Perhaps I could arrange it. If you saw the Imam, watched him talk, listened to him, you would find God's peace you seek, and the truth."
Stark was touched by the mullah's obvious sincerity. "If I had the chance, I'd sure take it up, if I could. You said 3 things, Aga."
"This was the third. Islam. Become Muslim. There is not a moment to lose. Submit to God. Accept that there is only one God, and that Muhammad is his prophet. Accept it and have life everlasting in paradise."
The eyes were dark and penetrating. Stark had experienced them before and found them almost hypnotic. I told you already, Arga. Perhaps I will in God's time. He pulled his eyes away and felt the dominating force lessen. If we're going back, we'd better go now. I don't want to miss seeing my guys off. It was almost as though he had not spoken.
Isn't the Imam the most holy of men, the most stalwart, the most relentless against oppression? The Imam is, Captain. Open your eyes and spirit to him.
Stark heard the underlying emphasis through the fervour, and once more the seeming sacrilege disquieted him. I wait patiently. He looked back at the eyes that seemed to be looking through him, through the walls, into infinity. If we're going, we'd better go, he said as gently as he could. Hussein sighed. The light went out of his eyes. He shouldered his gun and led the way out. At the main door he stepped into his shoes, waited for Stark to do the same. 4 more green bands joined them.
We're going to the base,
Hussein told them. I parked my car just outside the square, Stark said, enormously relieved to be in the open again and out of the man's spell. It's a station wagon. We can go in that if you like.
Good. Where is it?
Stark pointed and walked off, weaving through the stalls. He was almost a head taller than most of the crowd, and now his mind was buzzing with thought and counterthought, sifting what the mullah had said, trying to plan what to do about Whirlwind. God damn, he muttered, swamped by the danger. I hope Rudy aborts, then I will, whatever Scragg does. Automatically his eyes were scanning as they would in a cockpit, and he noticed a commotion ahead by the fountain. Because of his great height, he was the first to see the youth with the gun, the crowd scattering. He stopped, frozen with disbelief, Hussein coming alongside. But there was no mistake. The shrieking, berserk youth was charging through the people directly at him. "Assassin!" he gasped, the men and women in front fleeing in terror, running, tripping, falling out of the man's path, and now the way was clear. Blankly he saw the man skid to a stop and point the gun directly at him. "Look out!" But before he could dive for the ground and the cover of a stall, the impact of the first bullet spun him, slammed him back against one of the green bands. More bullets, someone nearby screamed, then another gun opened up, deafening him. It was Hussein. His reflexes had been very good. At once he had realized the assassin attack was against him, and the moment of respite that Stark had given him was enough. With one smooth movement, he had swung his gun off his shoulder, aimed, and pulled the trigger, his mind shouting, "There is no other God but—" His fire was coldly accurate and holed Ibrahim Kiabi, thrusting the life out of him, tearing the gun from the dead hands and putting him into the dirt. Numbly, the mullah stopped firing and found he was still upright, disbelieving that he was not hit. Impossible for the assassin to miss. Impossible that he was not martyred and on the path to paradise. Shakily he looked around in the pandemonium, wounded being helped, others wailing and cursing. One of his green bands splayed out, dead, many bystanders hurt. Stark was crumpled on the ground, half under the stalls.
"Praise be to God, Excellency Hussein, you're unhurt," a green band called out. "As God wants. God is great."
Hussein went over to Stark and knelt beside him. He saw blood was dripping from his left sleeve. His face was white.
"Where are you hit?"
I'm not sure. I think it's my shoulder or chest."
It was the first time Stark had ever been shot. When the bullet had smashed him backward onto the ground, there was no pain, but his mind was screaming, "I'm dead. The bastards killed me. I'll never see Manuela, never get home, never see the kids. I'm dead." Then he had had a blinding urge to run, to flee from his own death. He had wanted to jump to his feet, but the pain tore the strength out of him, and now Hussein was kneeling beside him.
"Let me help you,"
Hussein said. Then to the green band,
"Take his other arm."
He cried out as they turned him and tried to help him up.
"Wait, for Christ's sake!"
When the spasm had passed, he found he could not move his left arm at all, but his right worked. With his good right hand he felt himself, moved his legs. No pain there. Everything seemed to be working, except his left arm and shoulder, and his head was bleary. Gritting his teeth, he opened his parka and pulled away his shirt. Blood seeped from the hole that was in the center of his shoulder, but it wasn't pumping out, and there was no unbearable discomfort in his breathing, just a stabbing pain if he moved incautiously.
I don't think it's in my lungs.
Son of a burnt father, pilot, the green band said with a laugh. Look, there's another hole in the back of your jacket. It's bleeding too. The bullet must have gone right through you.
He started to probe the hole with a dirty finger, and Stark cursed him violently.
Curse yourself, infidel, the man said. Curse yourself, not me. Perhaps God in his mercy gave you your life back, though why God would do that—
He shrugged and got up, looked at his dead comrade nearby and the other wounded, shrugged again, and sauntered over to Ibrahim Kiabi, who lay in the dirt like a bag of old rags, and began to go through his pockets. The crowd in the square was pressing forward, encroaching on the two of them, so Hussein got up and waved them away.
God is great! God is great! He shouted. Keep back! Help those who are hurt!
When they had space again, he knelt beside Stark.
Didn't I warn you your time was short? God protected you this time to give you another chance.
But Stark hardly heard him. He had found his handkerchief and was stuffing it against the hole, trying to stanch the blood, feeling the warm trickle down his back, muttering and cursing, now over his black terror, but not over the fear that he would still shame himself by running away.
"What the hell was that bastard trying to kill me for?" he muttered. "Son of a bitch! Goddamn crazy!"
He was trying to kill me, not you.
Stark stared up at him.
Fedayeen? Mujahideen? Or Tudeh? What does it matter? He was an enemy of God. God killed him.
Another pain knifed into Stark's chest. He muffled a curse, hating all this God talk, not wanting to think about God, but only about the kids and Manuela and Normandy and getting the hell out. I'm sick to death of all this madness and killing in the name of their own narrow version of God. Sons of bitches, he muttered, his words swallowed in the noise. His shoulder was throbbing, the pain spreading. As best he could, he balled the handkerchief, using it as a dressing, and closed his parka, muttering obscenities.
"What the hell am I going to do now, for Christ's sake? Goddamn crazy bastard! How the hell am I going to fly now?"
He shifted his position slightly. Pain dragged another involuntary groan from him, and he cursed again, disgusted with himself, wanting to be stoic. Hussein came out of his reverie, anguished that God had decided to leave him alive when, again, he should have been martyred.
Why am I so cursed? And this American, impossible for the spray of bullets not to have killed him also. Why was he too left alive?
"We'll go to your base. Can you stand up?"
Sure. Just a moment.
Stark readied.
Okay, careful. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Even so, he stood, weaving slightly, pain nauseating him.
"Can one of your men drive?"
"Yes."
Hussein called out to the green band kneeling beside Kiabi.
"Firuz, hurry up."
Obediently, the man came back.
"Just these coins in his pockets, Excellency, and this. What's it say?"
Hussein examined it closely.
"It's a current Tehran University identity card."
The photo showed a handsome youth smiling at the camera. Ibrahim Kiabi, 3rd year, engineering section. Birth date, the 12th of March, 1955. Hussein glanced at the back of the card.
"There's a Tehran address on it." "Stinking universities," another young green band said. "Hotbeds of Satan and Western evil. When the Imam reopens them, God grant him peace, mullahs will be in charge. We'll stamp out all Western anti-Islam ideas forever. Give the card to the Comité, Firuz. They can pass it on to Tehran. Comités in Tehran will interrogate his family and friends and deal with them."
Hussein saw Stark looking at him.
"Yes, Captain?"
Stark had seen the photo.
"I was just thinking, in a few days he'd have been 24. Kind of a waste, isn't it?"
"God punished his evil. Now he is in hellfire."
north of Coes, 4:10 p.m. The 206 was cruising nicely over the Zagros foothills, MacIver at the controls, Ali Kiar dozing beside him. MacIver was feeling very good. Ever since he had decided to fly Kiar himself, he had been light-headed. It was the perfect solution, the only one. So my medical's not current. So what? We're in a war operation. We have to take risks, and I'm still the best bloody pilot in the company. He looked across at Kiar. If you weren't such a horse's ass, I'd hug you for giving me the excuse. He beamed and clicked on the sender. Coes, this is Hotel Tango X-Ray at 1000, heading 185 degrees inbound from Tehran with Minister Ali Kiar aboard. HTX, maintain heading, report at outer marker. His flight and refueling at Isfahan International Airport had been uneventful, except for a few minutes after landing when excited, shouting green bands had surrounded the helicopter threateningly, even though he had had clearance to land and refuel. "Get on the radio and insist the station supervisor come at once," Kiar had said to MacIver, seething. "I represent the government." MacIver had obliged. The tower says if we're not refueled and away within the hour, the comité will impound us." He added sweetly, delighted to pass on the message. "They, said, foreign pilots and foreign airplanes are not welcome in Isfahan, nor running dogs of Bazargan's foreign-dominated government." "Barbarians, illiterate peasants," Kiar had said disgustedly, but only when they were safely airborne again. MacIver enormously relieved that he had been allowed into the civilian airport and had not had to use the Air Force base where Lockhart had refueled. MacIver could see the whole Coes airbase now. On the far side of the field, near their IHC complex, he saw the Company 125 and his heart did a flip. "I told Stark to get the lads off early," he thought irritably. "IHC control, HTX from Tehran with Minister Kiar aboard." "IHC control, HTX land on helipad 2. Winds 30 to 35 knots at 135 degrees. MacIver could see green bands on the main gate, some near the helipad with Esfandiari and the Iranian staff. A group of mechanics and pilots was also collecting nearby. "My reception committee," he thought, recognizing John Hogg, Lockhart, Jean-Luc, and Eyre. "No Stark yet, so I'm illegal. What can they do? I outrank them, but if the ICAA find out, they could be plenty bloody mad." He had his speech all ready in case. "I apologize, but the exigencies of Minister Kiar's order necessitated an immediate decision. Of course, it won't happen again." It wouldn't have happened at all if Whirlwind wasn't planned. He leaned over and shook Kiar awake. "We'll be landing in a couple of minutes, Aga." Kiar rubbed the fatigue out of his face, glanced at his watch, then straightened his tie, combed his hair, and carefully readjusted his astrakhan hat. He studied the people below, the neat hangars and all the helicopters neatly lined up, 2 212s, 3 206s. My helicopters, he thought with a glow. "Why was the flight so slow?" he said curtly. "We're on time, Minister. We've had a bit of a headwind." MacIver was concentrating on the landing, needing to make it very good. It was. Esfandiari swung Kiar's door open. "Excellency Minister, I'm Khurram Esfandiari, Chief of Iran Oil in this area. Welcome to Coes. Aga Managing Director Siamaki called to make sure we were prepared for you. Welcome." "Thank you," ostentiously Kiar said to MacIver. "Pilot, be ready to take off at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I may want to go around some oil sites with Excellency Esfandiari before going back. Don't forget, I have to be in Tehran for my 7 p.m. meeting with the Prime Minister." He got out and was bustled off to inspect the choppers. Immediately, Eyre, Lockhart, and the others ducked under the blades and came quickly alongside MacIver's window. He disregarded their faces and beamed. "Hello, how are tricks?" "Let me finish the shutdown for you, Mac," Eyre said. Thanks, but I'm perfectly capable," MacIver said crisply, then into the mic, "HTX closing down." He saw Lockhart's face and sighed again. "So I'm slightly out of whack, Tom. So?" "It's not that, Mac. Lockhart said in a rush. "Duke's been shot." McIver listened appalled as Lockhart told him what had happened. "He's in the infirmary now. Doc Nutt says his lung may be punctured." "Christ almighty! Then put him aboard the 125. Go on, Johnny, He can't, Mac." Lockhart overrode him with the same urgency. "Hotshots held up her departure till after Kia's inspection. Yesterday old Duke tried every which way to get her in and out before you arrived, but Hotshot's a son of a bitch. And that's not all. I think Tehran's rumbled us." "What?" Lockhart told him about the telexes and the HF calls. "Siamaki's been bending Hotshot's ear, getting him worked up. I took Siamaki's last call. Duke had gone to the Mullahs, and he was mad as a son of a bitch. I told him the same as Duke and sloughed him off, saying you'd call when you got in, but Jesus, Mac, he knows you and Charlie have cleaned out your apartment." "Ali Baba! He must have been a plant." McIver's head was reeling. Then he noticed the little gold St. Christopher that habitually he hung around the magnetic compass when flying. It was a present from Jenny, a first present, a war present, just after they'd met, he in the RAF, she a WAF. "Just so you don't get lost, my lad," she had said. "You don't have much of a nose for North." He smiled now and blessed her. "First I'll see Duke." He could see Esfandiari and Kia wandering down the line of choppers. "Tom, you and Jean-Luc see if you can chivvy Kia along. Butter the bugger up. Flatter the balls off him. I'll join you as quick as I can." They went off at once. "Freddie, you spread the word that the moment we get the OK for the 125 to leave, everyone's to board fast and quietly. Is all the baggage aboard?" "Yes, but what about Siamaki?" "I'll worry about that bugger. Off you go." McIver hurried away. Johnny Hogg called out after him, "Mac, a word in your ear as soon as poss." The underlying urgency stopped him. "What, Johnny?" "Urgent and private from Andy. If the weather worsens, he may postpone Whirlwind from tomorrow till Saturday. The wind's changed. It'll be a headwind now instead of a tail—" "You saying I don't know southeast from northwest?" "Sorry. Andy also said, as you're here, he can't give you the overriding yes or no he promised." "That's right. Ask him to give it to Charlie. What else?" "The rest can wait. I haven't told the others." Doc Nutt was in the infirmary with Stark. Stark lay on a cot, arm in a sling, his shoulder heavily bandaged. "Hello, Mac. You have a good flight?" he said witheringly. "Don't you start." "Hi, Doc. Duke, we'll get you out on the 125. "No, there's tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care of tomorrow, and meanwhile you're on the 125. For Christ's sake," McIver said irritably, his relief at having made the flight safely and at seeing Stark alive peeled away his control. "Don't act like you're dead-eyed Dick at the Alamo." "He wasn't at the goddamn Alamo," Stark slammed back angrily. "And who the hell are you to act like Chuck Yeager?" Doc Nutt said mildly, "If you both don't slow down, I'll order the two of you bloody enemies." Abruptly, both men laughed, and Stark gasped as pain rocked him. "For Christ's sake, Doc, don't make me laugh." And McIver said, "Duke, Kia insisted I accompany him. I couldn't tell him to push off." "Sure," Stark grunted. "How was it?" "Grand." "What about the wind?" "It's not a plus for tomorrow," McIver said carefully. "It can change back again just as quickly. If it stays this way, it's a 30-knot headwind or worse, and we can't make it across the Gulf. There's no way we can carry enough fuel—" "Yes, Doc, what's the poop?" "Duke should be x-rayed as soon as possible. Shoulder blades shattered, and there's some tendon and muscle damage, wounds clean. There might be a splinter or two in the left lung. He's lost a pint or so, but all in all, he's been very bloody lucky." "I feel okay, Doc. I'm mobile," Stark said. "One day won't make that amount of difference. I can still go along tomorrow." "Sorry, old top, but you're shook. Bullets do that. You may not feel it now, but in an hour or two you will, guaranteed." Doc Nutt was very glad he was leaving with the 125 today. "Don't want to cope any more," he told himself. "Don't want to see any more fine young bodies bullet-torn and mutilated. I've had it.
Yes, but I'll have to stick to it for a few more days. There are going to be others to patch up because Whirlwind's just not going to work. It's not. I feel it in my bones. Sorry, but you'd be a hazard on any op, even a little one.
Duke, McIver said, it's best you go at once. Tom, you take one. No need for Jean-Luc to stay. And what the hell you figure I'm doing? McIver beamed. Me? I'll be a passenger. Meanwhile, I'm just bloody Kiar's very private bloody pilot. In the tower, 4:50 p.m. I repeat, Mr. Siamaki, McIver said tightly into the mic, there's a special conference in Alsha, and I repeat, why wasn't I informed at once? The voice over the loudspeaker was shrill and irritated. McIver's knuckles were white from the grip on the mic stem, and he was being watched intently by a green band and Wazari, whose face was still swollen from the beatings Zataki had given him. I repeat, Aga Siamaki, he said, his voice tidy. Captains Pettigan and Lane were needed for an urgent conference in Al-Shagaz, and there was no time to inform you. Why? I'm here in Tehran. Why wasn't the office informed? Where are their exit permits? Where? McIver pretended to be slightly exasperated. I already told you, Aga, there was no time. Phones in Tehran aren't working, and I clear their exits with the comité at the airport, personally with His Excellency the Mullah in charge. The green band yawned, bored, non-English speaking, and noisily cleared his throat. Now, if you'll excuse— But you and Captain Pettigan have removed your valuables from your apartment. Is that so? Merely a precaution to remove temptation from vile mujahideen and fedayeen burglars and bandits while we're away, McIver said airily, very conscious of Wazari's attention, and sure that the tower at the airbase was monitoring this conversation. Now, if you'll excuse me, Minister Kiar requires my presence. Ah, Minister Kiar. Ah, yes. Siamaki's irritability softened a little. What time do you both arrive back in Tehran tomorrow? Depending on the winds. McIver's eyes almost crossed as he had a sudden, almost overwhelming desire to blurt out about Whirlwind. I must be going potty, he thought. With an effort, he concentrated. Depending on Minister Kiar, the winds and refueling, sometime in the afternoon. I will be waiting for you. I may even meet you at the airport if we know your ETA. There are checks to be signed and many rearrangements to be discussed. Please give Minister Kiar my best wishes and wish him a pleasant stay in Kowis. Salam. The transmission clicked off. McIver sighed, put the mic down. Sergeant, while I'm here, I'd like to call Bandar Delam and Lenge. I'll have to ask base, Wazari said. Go ahead. McIver looked out the window. The weather was deteriorating, the southeaster crackling the windsock and the stays of the radio mast. 30 knots, gusting to 35 on the counter. Too much, he thought. The upended mud tank that had crashed through the roof was only a few yards away. He could see Hogg and Jones patiently waiting in the 125 cockpit, the cabin door invitingly open. Through the other window he saw Kiar and Esfandiari had finished their inspection and were heading this way toward the offices directly below. Idly he saw that a connector on the main roof aerial was loose, then noticed the wire almost free. Sergeant, you'd better fix that right smartly. You could lose all transmission. Jesus, sure, thanks. Wazari got up, stopped. Over the loudspeaker came, This is Kowis Tower. Request to call Bandar Delam and Lenge approved. He acknowledged, switched frequencies, and made the call. This is Bandar Delam. Go ahead, Kowis. McIver's heart picked up, recognizing Rudy Lutz's voice. Wazari handed the mic to McIver, his eyes outside on the faulty connection. Son of a bitch, he muttered, picked up some tools, opened the door onto the roof, and went out. He was still within easy hearing distance. The green band yawned, watching disinterestedly. Hello, Captain Lutz, McIver. I'm overnighting here, McIver said matter-of-factly, choosing the words very carefully. Had to escort a VIP, Minister Kiar, from Tehran. How are things at Bandar Delam? We're 5 by 5, but if— The voice stopped. MacIver had heard the inrush of breath and concern, quickly bottled. He glanced at Wazari, who was squatting beside the connector.
How long are you staying, Mac?"
Rudy asked.
"I'll be en route tomorrow as planned, providing the weather holds," he added carefully.
"Understand. No sweat."
"No sweat. All systems go for a long and happy year. How about you?"
Another pause.
"Everything 5 by 5. All systems go for a long and happy year, and vive the Imam."
"Quite right. Reason for the call is that HQ Aberdeen urgently wants information about your updated impress file."
This was code for Whirlwind's preparations.
"Is it ready?"
Yes, it is. Where should I send it?"
Code for, do we still head for Al-Shagaz?
"Gavallen's in Al-Shagaz on an inspection trip, so send it there. It's important you make a special effort and get it there quickly. I heard in Tehran there was a BA flight going into Abadan tomorrow. Get it on that flight for Al-Shagaz tomorrow, all right?"
"Loud and clear. I've been working on the details all day."
"Excellent. How's your crew change situation?"
"Great. Outgoing crew have gone. Incoming replacements due Saturday, Sunday at the latest. Everything's prepared for their arrival. I'll be on the next crew change."
"Good. I'm here if you want me. How's your weather?"
A pause.
"Stormy. It's raining now. We've a southeaster."
"Same here. No sweat."
"By the way, Siamaki called Numia, our Iran oil manager, a couple of times."
"What about?"
MacIver said.
"Just checking on the base," Numia said.
"Good,"
MacIver said carefully.
"Glad he's interested in our operations. I'll call tomorrow. Everything's routine. Happy landings."
"You too. Thanks for calling."
MacIver signed off, cursing Siamaki.
Nosy bloody bastard.
He looked outside. Wazari still had his back to him, kneeling beside the base of the aerial, near the skylight of the office below, totally concentrated, so he left him to it and made the call to Lenge. Scraggo was quickly on the other end.
"Hello, Sport. Yes, we heard you were on the routine side trip escorting a VIP, and he called from Al-Shagaz. What's the poop?"
"Routine. Everything's as planned. HQ Aberdeen needs information of your updated impress file. Is it ready?"
"Ready as she'll ever be. Where should I send it?"
"Al-Shagaz, that's easiest for you. Can you get it over tomorrow?"
"Gotcha, old sport. I'll plan on it. How's your weather?"
"Southeasterly, 30 to 35 knots. Johnny said it might lighten tomorrow. You?"
"About the same. Let's hope she dies down. No problem for us."
"Good. I'll call tomorrow. Happy landings."
"Same to you. By the way, how's Lulu?"
MacIver cursed under his breath, because in the excitement of the change of plan, having to escort Kiar, he had totally forgotten his pledge to his car to save her from a fate worse than. He had just left her in one of the hangars as a further indication to the staff there he was returning tomorrow.
"She's fine," he said. "How's your medical?"
"Fine. How's yours, old sport?"
"See you soon, Scrag."
Wryly, MacIver clicked off the sender. Now he was very tired. He stretched and got up, noticed that the green band had gone, and Wazari was standing at the doorway from the roof, his face strange.
"What's the matter?"
Nothing, Captain."
The young man closed the door, chilled, was startled to see the tower empty but for the two of them.
"Where's the green band?"
"I don't know." Quickly, Wazari checked the stairwell, then turned on him and dropped his voice.
"What's going on, Captain?"
MacIver's fatigue left him.
"I don't understand."
"All those calls from Siamaki, telexes, guys leaving Tehran without permits, all the guys leaving here, spares going out, sneaked out."
He jerked a thumb at the skylight.
"Minister arriving all of a sudden."
"Crews need replacements, spares become redundant. Thanks for your help."
MacIver began to walk around him, but Wazari stood in his way.
"Something's mighty goddamn crazy. You can't tell me that—"
He stopped, footsteps approaching from downstairs.
"Listen, Captain," he whispered urgently. "I'm on your side. I've a deal with your Captain Eyre. He's gonna help me."
The green band came stomping up the stairs into the room, said something in Farsi to Wazari, whose eyes widened.
"What did he say?" McIver asked.
"Esfandiari wants you below."
Wazari smiled sardonically, then went back out onto the roof again and squatted beside the connector, fiddling with it. In Esfandiari's office, 5:40 p.m. Tom Lockhart was frozen with rage, and so was McIver.
"But our exit permits are valid, and we've clearance to send personnel out today, right now."
"With Minister Kia's approval, the permits are held up until the replacements arrive," Esfandiari said curtly.
He sat behind the desk, Kia beside him, Lockhart and McIver standing in front of him. On the desk was the pile of permits and passports. It was nearing sunset now.
"Aga Siamaki agrees too."
"Quite correct." Kia was amused and pleased at their discomfiture. Damned foreigners.
"No need for all this urgency, Captain. Much better to do things in an orderly fashion. Much better."
"The flight is orderly, Minister Kia," McIver said, tight-lipped. "We've the permits. I insist the plane leaves as planned."
"This is Iran, not England," Esfandiari sneered. "Even there, I doubt if you could insist on anything."
He was very pleased with himself. Minister Kia had been delighted with his pishkesh, the revenue from a future oil well, and had at once offered him a seat on the IHC board. Then, to his vast amusement, Kia had explained that exit permits should have fees attached to them. "Let the foreigners sweat," the minister had added. "By Saturday they will be most anxious of their own accord to press on you, say, $300 in cash per head. As the minister says," he said importantly, "we should be orderly. Now I'm busy. Good after—" The door swung open, and now Stark was in the small office, his face blotchy, his good fist bunched, left arm in a sling. "What the hell's with you, Esfandiari? You can't cancel the permits." McIver burst out, "For God's sake, Duke, you shouldn't be here." "The permits are postponed, not cancelled. Postponed." Esfandiari's face contorted. "And how many times do I have to tell you ill-mannered people to knock? Knock! This isn't your office, it's mine. I run this base, you don't. And Minister Kia and I are having a meeting that you've all interrupted. Now get out! Get out, the lot of you!" He turned to Kia as though the two of them were alone and said in Farsi in a new voice, "Minister, I do apologize for all of this. You see what I have to deal with. I strongly recommend we nationalize all foreign airplanes and use our own Stark's jaw jutted. He bunched his fist. "Listen, you son of a bitch. Get out!" Esfandiari reached into his drawer where there was an automatic, but he never pulled it out. The Mullah Hussein came through the door, green bands behind him. A sudden silence pervaded the room.
"In the name of God, what's going on here?"
Hussein said in English, cold, hard eyes on Esfandiari and Kia. At once Esfandiari got up and began to explain, speaking Farsi. Stark cut in with their side, and soon both men were getting louder and louder. Impatiently, Hussein held up his hand. "First you, Aga Esfandiari. Please speak Farsi so my committee can understand." He listened impassively to the long-winded Farsi address, his 4 green bands crowding the door. Then he motioned to Stark. "Captain?" Stark was carefully brief and blunt. Hussein nodded at Kia. "Now you, Excellency Minister. May I see your authority to override Coisi authority and exit permits?" "Override, Excellency Mullah? Postpone? Not I," Kia said easily. "I'm merely a servant of the Imam, God's peace upon him, and of his personally appointed Prime Minister and his government. Excellency Esfandiari said you approved the postponement. I merely agreed with his wish for an orderly rearrangement of foreign personnel." Hussein looked down at the desk. "Those are the exit permits with passports?" Esfandiari's mouth went dry. "Yes, Excellency." Hussein scooped them up and handed them to Stark. "The men and airplane will leave at once." "Thank you, Excellency," Stark said, the strain of standing getting to him. "Let me help." McIver took the passports and permits from him.
"Thank you, Aga," he said to Hussein, elated with their victory. Hussein's eyes were just as cold and hard as ever. "The Imam has said, if foreigners want to leave, let them leave. We have no need of them." Yes, thank you," McIver said, not liking to be near this man at all. He went out. Lockhart followed. Stark was saying in Farsi, "I'm afraid I have to go on the airplane too, Excellency." He told him what Doc Nutt had said, adding in English, "I don't want to go, but, well, that's it. Inshallah." Hussein nodded absently. "You won't need an exit permit. Go aboard. I will explain to the committee. I will see the airplane leave." He walked out and went up to the tower to inform Colonel Changiz of his decision. It took no time at all for the 125 to be filled. Stark was last to the gangway, legs very shaky now. Doc Nutt had given him enough painkillers to get him aboard. "Thank you, Excellency," he said to Hussein over the howl of the jets, still afraid of him, yet liking him, not knowing why. "God's peace be with you." Over Hussein now hung a strange pall. "Corruption and lies and cheating are against the laws of God, aren't they?" Yes, they are." Stark saw Hussein's indecision. Then the moment passed. "God's peace be with you, Captain." Hussein turned and stalked off. The wind freshened slightly. Weakly, Stark climbed the steps, using his good hand, wanting to walk tall. At the top, he held onto the handrail and turned back a moment, head throbbing, chest very bad. So much left here, so much, too much, not just choppers and spares and material things, so much more. God damn, I should be staying, not leaving. Bleakly he waved farewell to those who were left behind and gave them a thumbs up, achingly aware that he was thankful not to be among them. In the office, Esfandiari and Kiar watched the 125 taxiing away. "God's curse on them! May they all burn for interfering," Esfandiari thought. Then he threw off his fury, concentrating on the vast feast that selected friends who desperately wished to meet Minister Kiar, his friend and fellow director, had arranged, the entertainment of dances to follow, then the temporary marriages. The door opened. To his astonishment, Hussein came in, livid with rage, green bands crowding after him. Esfandiari got up. "Yes, Excellency? What can I do?" He stopped as a green band roughly pulled him out of the way to allow Hussein to sit behind the desk. Kiar sat where he was, perplexed. Hussein said, "The Imam, God's peace on him, has ordered comités to cast out corruption wherever it is to be found. This is the Kowis Air Base Committee. You are both accused of corruption." Kiar and Esfandiari blanched, and both started talking, claiming that this was ridiculous and they were falsely accused. Hussein reached over and jerked the gold band of the gold watch on Esfandiari's wrist. "When did you buy this, and with what did you pay?" My savings and—" "Liar! Pishkesh for 2 jobs. The committee knows. Now, what about your scheme to defraud the state, secretly offering future oil revenues to corrupt officials for future services?" "Ridiculous, Excellency! Lies, all lies!" Esfandiari shouted in panic. Hussein looked at Kiar, who also had gone pasty grey. "What officials, Excellency?" Kiar asked, keeping his voice calm, sure that his enemies had set him up to be trapped far away from the seat of his influence. "Siamaki. It has to be Siamaki." Hussein motioned to one of the green bands, who went out and brought in the radio operator, Wazari. "Tell them, before God, what you told me," he ordered. "As I told you earlier, I was on the roof, Excellency," Wazari said nervously. "I was checking one of our lines and overheard them through the skylight. I heard him make the offer." He pointed a blunt finger at Esfandiari, delighted for an opportunity for revenge. "If it hadn't been for Esfandiari, I'd never have been picked on by that madman Zataki, never been beaten and hurt, never been almost killed. They were speaking English, and he said, 'I can arrange to divert oil revenues from new wells. I can keep the wells off the lists and can divert funds to you." Esfandiari was appalled. He had carefully sent all the Iranian staff out of the office building and, further, for safety, talked English. Now he was damned. He heard Wazari finish, and Kiar began to speak, quietly, calmly, avoiding all complicity, saying he was only leading this corrupt and evil man on. "I was asked to visit here for just this purpose, Excellency, sent here by the Imam's government, God protect him, for just this purpose, to root out corruption wherever it existed. May I congratulate you on being so zealous. If you will allow me, the moment I get back to Tehran, I will commend you directly to the Revolutionary Comité itself, and of course to the Prime Minister." Hussein looked at the green bands. "Is Esfandiari guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty, Excellency." "Is the man Kiar guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty!" Esfandiari shouted before they could answer. One of the green bands shrugged. "All Tehranis are liars. Guilty." And the others nodded and echoed him. Kiar said politely, "Tehrani mullahs and ayatollahs are not liars, Excellencies. The Revolutionary Comité are not liars, nor the Imam, God save him, who perhaps could be called Tehrani because he lives there now. I just happen to live there too. I was born in Holy Qum, Excellencies," he added, blessing the fact for the first time in his life. One of the green bands broke the silence. "What he says is true, Excellency, isn't it?" He scratched his head. "About all Tehranis?" "That not all Tehranis are liars? Yes, that's true." Hussein looked at Kiar, also unsure. "Before God, are you guilty or not?" "Of course not guilty, Excellency, before God." Kiar's eyes were guileless. "Fool, do you think you can catch me with that? Taqiyya gives me the right to protect myself if I consider my life threatened by false mullahs." "How do you explain you're a government minister, but also a director of this helicopter company?" "The minister in charge—" Kiar stopped, for Esfandiari was blubbering loudly and mouthing accusations. "I'm sorry, Excellencies, as God wants, but this noise, it's difficult to speak without shouting." "Take him outside." Esfandiari was dragged away. "Well?" "The minister in charge of the Civil Aviation Board asked me to join the IHC board as the government's representative," Kiar said, telling the twisted truth as though he were imparting a state secret, adding other exaggerations equally importantly. "We're not sure of the loyalty of the directors. Also, may I tell you privately, Excellency, that in a few days all foreign airplane companies are being nationalized." He talked to them intimately, modulating his voice for the most effect, and when he considered the moment perfect, he stopped and sighed. "Before God, I confess I am without corruption like you, Excellency, and though without your great calling, I too have dedicated my life to serving the people." "God protect you, Excellency," the green band burst out. The others agreed, and even Hussein had had most of his doubt pushed aside. He was about to probe a little more when they heard a distant muezzin from the airbase calling to evening prayer, and he chided himself for being diverted from God. "Go with God, Excellency," he said, ending the tribunal, and got up. "Thank you, Excellency. May God keep you and all mullahs safe to rescue us and our great Islamic nation from the works of Satan." Hussein led the way outside. There, following his lead, they all ritually cleansed themselves, turned toward Mecca, and prayed. Kiar, green bands, office staff, labourers, kitchen workers, all pleased and content that once more they could each openly testify their personal submission to God and the Prophet of God. Only Esfandiari wept through his abject prayers. Then Kiar came back into the office. In the silence, he sat behind the desk and allowed himself a secret sigh and many secret congratulations. How dare that son of a dog Esfandiari accuse me? Me, Minister Kiar. May God burn him and all enemies of the state. Outside there was a burst of firing. Calmly he took out a cigarette and lit it. The sooner I leave this dung-heap, the better, he thought.
A squall shook the building. Drizzle spotted the windows. Chapter 57. Lenge, 6:50 p.m. The sunset was malevolent, clouds covering most of the sky, heavy and black-tinged. "It'll be closed in by morning, Scrag," the American pilot Ed Vossi said, his dark, curly hair tugged by the wind that blew from the Hormuz up the Gulf toward Abadan. "Goddamn wind." "We'll be all right, sport. But Rudy, Duke, and the others, if she holds or worsens, they'll be up Shit Creek without a paddle." "Goddamn wind. Why choose today to change direction? Almost as though the gods are laughing at us." The two men were standing on the promontory overlooking the Gulf beneath their flagpole, the waters grey and out in the strait, white-topped. Behind them was their base and the airfield, still wet from this morning's passing rain squall. Below and to the right was their beach and the raft they swam from. Since the day of the shark, no one had ventured there, staying close in the shallows in case another lay in wait for them. Vossi muttered, "I'll be goddamned glad when this is all over." Scragger nodded absently, his thoughts reaching into the weather patterns, trying to read what would happen in the next 12 hours, always difficult in this season, when the usually placid Gulf could erupt with sudden and monstrous violence. For 363 or 364 days a year, the prevailing wind was from the northwest. Now it wasn't. The base was quiet. Only Vossi, Willi Neuchtreiter, and 2 mechanics were left. All the other pilots and mechanics and their British office manager had gone 2 days ago, Tuesday, while he was en route back from Bandar Delam with Kashigi. Willi had got them all out to Al-Shagaz by sea. "We had no trouble, Scrag, by God, Harry," Willi had told him delightedly when he landed. "Your plan worked. Sending them by boat was clever, better than by chopper, and cheaper. The Comité just shrugged and took over one of the trailers." "They're sleeping on base now?" "Some of them, Scrag. 3 or 4. I've made sure we feed them plenty of rice and horisht. They're not a bad group. Massoud's trying to keep in their good books, too." Massoud was their Iran oil manager. "Why did you stay, Willi? I know how you feel about this caper. I told you to be on the boat. No need for you." "Sure there is, Scrag. By God, Harry. But you'll need a proper pilot along with you. You might get lost." Good old Willi, Scragger thought. Glad he stayed. And sorry. Since getting back from Bandar Delam on Tuesday, Scragger had found himself greatly unsettled, nothing that he could isolate, just a feeling that elements over which he had no control were waiting to pounce. The pain in his lower stomach had lessened, but from time to time there was still a flick of blood in his urine. Not forewarning Kashigi about the whirlwind pull-out had added to his unease. Hell, he thought, I couldn't have risked that, spilling whirlwind. I did the best I could, telling Kashigi to go to Gavalin. Yesterday, Wednesday, Vossi had taken Kashigi across the Gulf. Scragger had given Vossi a private letter to Gavalin, explaining what had happened in Bandar Delam and his dilemma about Kashigi, leaving it to Gavalin to decide what to do. Also in the letter he had given details of his meeting with Georges de Plessis, who was gravely concerned that troubles would again spill over into the Syrie complex. Damage to pumping and piping at Syrie is worse than first thought, and I don't think she'll be pumping this month. Kashigi's fit to be tied, as he's got 3 tankers due at Syrie for uplifts in the next 3 weeks, according to the deal he worked out with Georges. It's a carve-up, Andy. Nothing we can do. There's little chance of avoiding sabotage if terrorists really decide to have at them. Of course, I haven't told Georges about anything. Do what you can for Kashigi, and see you soonest. Scrag. On this morning's routine call from Al-Shagaz, Gavalin had said only he had received his report and was dealing with it. Otherwise, he was non-committal. Scragger had not mentioned McIver, nor had Gavalin. He beamed. Bet my life Dirty Dunk flew the 206. Never would have bet old by-the-book McIver'd have done it. Even so, bet my life he was like a pig in shit at the chance, and no bloody wonder. I'd have done the same. Scrag? He glanced around. One look at Willi Neuchtreiter's face was enough. What's up? I just found out Massoud's given all our passports to the gendarmes. Every last one. Vossi and Scragger gaped at him. Vossi said, "What the hell he do that for?" Scragger was more vulgar. "It was Tuesday, Scrag, when the others left on the boat. Of course a gendarme was there to see them off, count them aboard, and that's when he asked Massoud for our passports. So Massoud gave them to him. If it had been me, I'd have done the same." "What the hell did he want them for?" Vili said patiently. "To re-sign our residence permits in Khomeini's name, Scrag. He wanted us to be legal. You've asked them enough times, haven't you?" Scragger cursed for a full minute and never used the same word twice. "For Christ's sake, Scrag, we gotta get 'em back," Vossi said shakily. "We gotta get 'em back or Whirlwind's blown." "I know that, sport." Blankly, Scragger was sifting possibilities. Vili said, "Maybe we could get new ones in Al-Shagaz or Dubai. Say we'd lost them." "For Christ's sake, Vili," Vossi exploded. "For Christ's sake, they'd put us in the slammer so fast we wouldn't know which way was up. Remember Masterson?" One of their mechanics, a couple of years ago, had forgotten to renew his Al-Shagaz permit and had tried to bluff his way through immigration. Even though the visa was only 4 days out of date and his passport otherwise valid, immigration had at once marched him into jail, where he languished very uncomfortably for 6 weeks, then to be let out but banished forever. "Damn it," the resident British official had said. "You're bloody lucky to get off so lightly. You knew the law. We've pointed it out until we're blue in the face." "God damned if I'll leave without mine," Vossi said. "I can't. Mine's loaded with goddamn visas for all the Gulf states, Nigeria, the UK, and hell and gone. It'd take me months to get new ones, months, if ever. And what about Al-Shagaz, huh? That's one mighty fine place, but without a goddamn passport and their valid visa, into the slammer." "Too right, Ed. Bloody hell, and tomorrow's holy day when everything's shut tighter than a gnat's arse. Vili, you remember who the gendarme was? Was he one of the regulars, or a green band?" After a moment, Vili said, "He wasn't a green band, Scrag. He was a regular. The old one, the one with grey hair." "Keshimi? The sergeant?" "Yes, Scrag. Yes, it was him." Scragger cursed again. "If old Keshimi says we've got to wait till Saturday or Saturday week, that's it." In this area, gendarmes still operated as they had always done, as part of the military, without green band harassment, except that now they had taken off their Shah badges and wore armbands with Khomeini's name scrawled on them. "Don't wait supper for me." Scragger stomped off into the twilight. At the Lenge police station, 7:32 p.m. The corporal gendarme yawned and shook his head politely, speaking Farsi to the base radio operator, Ali Pash, whom Scragger had brought with him to interpret. Scragger waited patiently, too used to Iranian ways to interrupt them. They had already been at it for half an hour.
"Oh, you wanted to ask about the foreigners' passports. The passports are in the safe, where they should be," the gendarme was saying. "Passports are valuable, and we have them locked up."
"Perfectly correct, Excellency, but the captain of the foreigners would like to have them back, please. He says he needs them for a crew change."
"Of course he may have them back. Are they not his property? Have not he and his men flown Merry Mercy missions over the years for our people?" "Certainly, Excellency, as soon as the safe is opened."
"Please may it be opened now. The foreigner would appreciate your kindness very much."
Ali Pash was equally polite and leisurely, waiting for the gendarme to volunteer the information he sought. He was a good-looking Tehrani in his late 20s, who had been trained at the U.S. radio school at Isfahan, and had been with IHC at Lenge for 3 years.
"It would certainly be a kindness."
"Certainly, but he cannot have them back until the key reappears."
"Ah, may I dare ask where the key is, Excellency?"
The corporal gendarme waved his hand to the big, old-fashioned safe that dominated this outer office.
"Look, Excellency, you can see for yourself. The key is not on its peg. More than likely the sergeant has it in his safekeeping."
"How very wise and correct, Excellency. Probably His Excellency the sergeant is at home now?"
"His Excellency will be here in the morning."
"On Holy Day?" May I offer an opinion that we are fortunate our gendarmerie have such a high sense of duty to work so diligently. I imagine he would not be early.
The sergeant is the sergeant, but the office opens at 7:30 in the morning, though of course the police station is open day and night. The gendarme stubbed out his cigarette. Come in the morning.
Ah, thank you, Excellency. Would you care for another cigarette while I explain to the captain?
Thank you, Excellency. It is rare to have a foreign one. Thank you. The cigarettes were American and highly appreciated, but neither mentioned it.
May I offer you a light, Excellency?
Ali Pash lit his own too, and told Scragga what had been said. Ask him if the sergeant's at home now, Ali Pash.
I did, Captain. He said His Excellency will be here in the morning.
Ali Pash hid his weariness, too polite to tell Scragga he had realized in the first few seconds that this man knew nothing, would do nothing, and this whole conversation and visit was a total waste of time. And of course gendarmes would prefer not to be disturbed at night about so insignificant an affair. What does it matter? Have they ever lost a passport? Of course not. What crew change?
If I may advise you, Aga, in the morning?
Scragga sighed. In the morning could mean tomorrow or the following day. No point in probing further, he thought irritably. Thank him for me and say I'll be here bright and early in the morning. Ali Pash obeyed. As God wants, the gendarme thought wearily, hungry, and worried that another week had gone by and still there was no pay. No pay for months now, and the Bazari moneylenders were pressing for their loans to be repaid, and my beloved family near starving. Shab Bakhair, Aga, he said to Scragga. Good night. Shab Bakhair, Aga. Scragga waited, knowing their departure would be as politely long-winded as the interview. Outside in the small road that was the main road of the port town, he felt better. Curious bystanders, all men, surrounded his battered old station wagon, the winged SG symbol on the door. Salam, he said breezily, and a few greeted him back. Pilots from the base were popular, the base and the oil platforms a main source of very profitable work, their mercy missions in all weather known and Scragga easily recognizable.
That's the chief of the pilots,
one old man whispered knowledgeably to his neighbor.
He's the one who helped young Abdullah Turik into the hospital at Bandar Abbas that only the highborn get into normally. He even went to his village just outside Lenge, even went to his funeral. Turik. Abdullah Turik, my sister's son. The young man who fell off the oil platform and was eaten by sharks. Oh, yes, I remember. The young man, some say, was murdered by leftists. Not so loud, you never know who's listening. Peace be with you, pilot. Greetings, pilot.
Scragga waved to them cheerily and drove off.
But the base is the other way, Captain. Where do we go?
Ali Pash asked. To visit the sergeant, of course. Scragga whistled through his teeth, disregarding Ali Pash's obvious disapproval. The sergeant's house was on the corner of a dingy dirt street, still puddled from this morning's squall, just another door in the high walls across the Jube. It was getting dark now, so Scragga left the headlights on and got out. No sign of life in the whole street. Only a few of the high windows dimly lit. Sensing Ali Pash's nervousness, he said, You stay in the car. There's no problem. I've been here before. He used the iron knocker vigorously, feeling eyes everywhere. The first time he had been here was a year or so ago, when he had brought a huge food hamper with 2 butchered sheep, some sacks of rice, and cases of fruit as a gift from the base to celebrate their sergeant getting the Shah's Bronze Sepah medal for bravery in action against pirates and smugglers who were endemic in these waters. The last time, a few weeks ago, he had accompanied a worried gendarme who wanted him to report at once the tragedy at Siri 1, picking Abdullah Turik out of the shark-infested water. Neither time had he been invited into the house, but had stayed in the little courtyard beyond the tall wooden door, and both times had been in daylight. The door creaked open. Scragga was not prepared for the sudden flashlight that momentarily blinded him. The circle of light hesitated, then went to the car, and centered on Ali Pash, who almost leapt out of the car, half bowed, and called out,
"Greetings, Excellency Chief Officer. Peace be upon you. I apologize that the foreigner disturbs your privacy and dares to come—"
"Greetings." Keshimi overrode him curtly, clicked the light off, turning his attention back to Scragger. "Salam, Aga Keshimi," Scragger said, his eyes adjusting now. He saw the strong-featured man watching him, his uniform coat unbuttoned and the revolver loose in its holster.
"Salam, Captain."
"Sorry to come here, Aga, at night," Scragger said slowly and carefully, knowing Keshimi's English was as limited as his own Farsi was almost non-existent. "Lotfan Gazar Name, Lotfan. Please, need passports, please." The gendarme sergeant grunted with surprise, then waved a hard, tough hand toward the town.
"Passports in the station, Captain."
"Yes, but sorry, there is no key." Scragger parodied opening a lock with a key. "No key," he repeated.
"Ah, yes. Understand. Yes, no key. Tomorrow. Tomorrow you get."
"Is it possible tonight? Please? Now?" Scragger felt the scrutiny.
"Why tonight?"
For a crew change. Men to Shiraz, crew change."
"When?"
Scragger knew he had to gamble. "Saturday. If I have key, go station and return at once." Keshimi shook his head.
"Tomorrow."
Then he spoke sharply to Ali Pash, who at once bowed and thanked him profusely, again apologizing for disturbing him.
"His Excellency says you can have them tomorrow. We'd better leave, Captain."
Scragger forced a smile.
"Mamnun Aga."
"Thank you, Excellency."
"Mamnun Aga Keshimi."
He would have asked Ali Pash to ask the sergeant if he could have the passports as soon as the station opened, but he did not wish to agitate the sergeant unnecessarily. "I will come after first prayer. Mamnun Aga." Scragger put out his hand and Keshimi shook it. Both men felt the other's strength. Then he got into the car and drove off. Thoughtfully, Keshimi closed and rebolted the door. In summertime, the small patio with its high walls and trellised vines and small fountain was cool and inviting. Now it was drab. He crossed it and opened the door opposite that led into the main living room and rebolted it. The sound of a child coughing somewhere upstairs. A wood fire took off some of the chill, but the whole house was draughty, none of the doors or windows fitting properly.
"Who was it?"
his wife called down from upstairs.
Nothing important. A foreigner from the airbase. The old one. He wanted their passports."
"At this time of night? God protect us. Every time there's a knock on the door, I expect more trouble. Rotten greenbands or vile leftists."
Keshimi nodded absently, but said nothing, warming his hands by the fire, hardly listening to her rattle on.
"Why should he come here? Foreigners are so ill-mannered. What will he want passports for at this time of night? Did you give them to him?"
"They're locked in our safe. Normally I bring the key with me, as always, but it's lost."
The child coughed again.
"How's little Susan?"
"She still has a fever. Bring me some hot water. That'll help. Put a little honey in it."
He set the kettle on the fire, sighed, hearing her grumbling.
"Passports at this time of night. Why couldn't they wait till Saturday? So ill-mannered and thoughtless. You said the key's lost?"
"Yes. Probably that goat had excuse for a policeman Lafti, has it, and forgot to put it back again. As God wants."
"Mohammed, what would the foreigner want with passports at this time of night?"
"I don't know. Curious. Very curious."
Chapter 58. At Bandar Dalam Airfield, 7:49 p.m. Rudy Lutz stood on the veranda of his trailer under the eaves, watching the heavy rain. "Scheiße," he muttered. Behind him his door was open, and the shaft of light sparkled the heavy raindrops. Soft Mozart came from his tape deck. The door of the next trailer, the office trailer, opened, and he saw Pop Kelly come out, holding an umbrella over his head, and slop through the puddles toward him. Neither noticed the Iranian in the shadows. Somewhere on the base a tomcat was spitting and yowling.
"Hi, Pop. Come on in. You get it?"
"Yes, no problem."
Kelly shook the rain off. Inside the trailer it was warm and comfortable, neat and tidy. The cover was off the built-in, reconnected HF that was on standby, muted static mixing with the music. A coffee pot percolated on the stove.
"Coffee?"
"Thanks, I'll help myself."
Kelly handed him the paper and went over to the kitchen area. The paper had hastily jotted columns of figures on it, temperatures, wind directions, and strengths for every few thousand feet, barometric pressures, and tomorrow's forecast.
Abadan Tower said it was up to date. They claimed it included all today's incoming BA data. Doesn't look too bad, eh? If it's accurate.
The forecast predicted lessening precipitation around midnight and reduced wind strength. Rudy turned up the music, and Kelly sat down beside him. Rudy dropped his voice.
"It could be all right for us, but a bitch for Coes. We'll still have to refuel in flight to make Bahrain."
Kelly sipped his coffee with enjoyment, hot, strong, with a spoon of condensed milk.
"What did you do if you were Andy?"
"With the 3 bases to worry about, I'd—"
A slight noise outside. Rudy got up and glanced out of the window. Nothing. Then again the sound of the tomcat, closer.
"Damn cats. They give me the creeps." "I rather like cats."
Kelly smiled.
"We've 3 at home, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. 2 are Siamese, the other's a tabby. Betty says the boys are driving her mad to get John to round it off." "How is she?"
Today's BA flight into Abadan had brought Shandor Petrofi for the 4th 212, along with mail from Gavalan, routed since the troubles through HQ at Aberdeen, their first for many weeks.
"Fine, super in fact. 3 weeks to go. The old girl's usually on time. I'll be glad to be home when she pops."
Kelly beamed.
"The doc says he thinks it's going to be a girl at long last."
"Congratulations. That's wonderful." Everyone knew that the Kellys had been hoping against hope.
7 boys and 1 girl. That's a lot of mouths to feed.
Rudy thought how hard he found it to keep up with the bills and school fees with only 3 children and no mortgage on the house left to his wife by her father. God bless the old bastard.
"Lots of mouths. Don't know how you do it." "Oh, we manage, glory be to God."
Kelly looked down at the forecast, frowned.
"You know, if I was Andy, I'd press the tit and not postpone. If it was up to me, I'd cancel and forget the whole crazy idea."
Rudy kept his voice down and leaned closer.
"I know it'll be rough for Andy. Maybe the company'll close, maybe. But we can all get new jobs, even better paying ones. We've families to think of, and I hate all this going against the book. How in the hell can we sneak out? Not possible. If we—"
Car headlights splashed the window, the approaching sound of the high-powered engine growing, then stopping outside. Rudy was the first at the window. He saw Zataki get out of the car with some green bands, then Numir, their base manager, came from the office trailer with an umbrella to join him.
"Scheiße,"
Rudy muttered again, turned the music down, quickly checked the trailer for incriminating evidence, and put the forecast into his pocket.
"Salam, Colonel,"
he said, opening the door.
"You were looking for me?"
"Salam, Captain. Yes, I was." Zataki came into the room, a U.S. Army submachine gun over his shoulder.
"Good evening," he said. "How many helicopters are here now, Captain?"
Numir began.
4 212s.
"I asked the captain," Zataki flared. "Not you. If I want information from you, I'll ask." "Captain?"
4 212s, 2 206s, Colonel." To their shock, particularly Numir's, Zataki said,
"Good. I want 2 212s to report to Iran Toda tomorrow at 8 a.m. to work under instructions of Aga Watanabe, the chief there. From tomorrow you'll report daily. Have you met him?"
Yes, once they had a Kazovac, and we helped them out."
Rudy tried to collect himself.
Well, will they be working on Holy Day, Colonel?" "Yes. So will you."
Numir said,
"But the Ayatollah's—"
"He's not the law. Shut up."
Zataki looked at Rudy.
"Be there at 8 a.m.
Rudy nodded.
Yes.
Can I offer you coffee, Colonel?
Thank you. Zataki propped his submachine gun against the wall and sat at the built-in table, eyes on Pop Kelly.
Didn't I see you at Coe's?
Yes, you did, the tall man said.
That's my normal base. I brought down a 212. I'm Ignatius Kelly.
Weakly, he sank back into his chair opposite him, as blown as Rudy, wilting under the searching gaze.
A night for fishes, isn't it?
What?
The rain.
Ah, yes, Zataki said. He was glad to be speaking English, improving his, convinced that Iranians who could speak the international language and were educated were going to be sought after, mullahs or no mullahs. Since taking the pills Dr. Nutt had given him, he felt much better, the blinding headaches lessening.
Will the rain prevent flying tomorrow?
No, it depends, Rudy called out quickly from the kitchen. If the front worsens or improves.
He brought the tray with 2 cups of sugar and condensed milk, still trying to cope with this new disaster.
Please help yourself, Colonel. About Iran Toda, he said carefully. All our choppers are on lease, are contracted to Iran Oil, and Aga Numir is in charge.
Numir nodded, started to say something, but thought better of it.
We've contracts with Iran Oil.
The silence thickened. They all watched Zataki. Leisurely, he put 3 heaped teaspoons of sugar into his coffee, stirred, and sipped it.
It's very good, Captain. Yes, very good. And yes, I know about Iran Oil, but I have decided Iran Toda takes preference over Iran Oil for the time being, and tomorrow you will supply 2 212s at 8 a.m. to Iran Toda.
Rudy glanced at his base manager, who avoided his eyes.
But, well, presuming this is all right with Iran Oil, it is all right, Zataki said to Numir. Isn't it, Aga?
Yes, Aga.
Meekly, Numir nodded.
I will, of course, inform area headquarters of your eminent instructions.
Good. Then everything is arranged. Good.
It's not arranged,
Rudy wanted to shout out in dismay.
May I ask how we'll be paid for the new contract? He asked, feeling stupid.
Zataki shouldered his gun and got up.
Iran Toda will make arrangements. Thank you, Captain. I will be back after first prayer tomorrow. You will fly 1 helicopter and I will accompany you.
Smashing idea, Colonel.
Pop Kelly burst out suddenly, beaming, and Rudy could have killed him.
No need to come before 8 a.m. That'd be better for us. That's plenty of time to get there by, say, 8:15. Smashing idea to service Iran Toda. Smashing. We've always wanted that contract. Can't thank you enough, Colonel. Fantastic. In fact, Rudy, we should take all 4 birds. Put the lads into the picture at once. Save time at once. Yes, sir. I'll set them up for you.
He rushed off. Rudy stared after him, almost cross-eyed with fury. Chapter 59. Near Al-Shagaz Airport, 8:01 p.m. The night was beautiful and balmy, heavy with the smell of flowers, and Gavalin and Pettigan were sitting on the terrace of the Oasis Hotel, on the edge of the airfield on the edge of the desert. They were having a pre-dinner beer, Gavalin smoking a thin cigar and staring into the distance, where the sky, purple-black and star-studded, met the darker land. The smoke drifted upward. Pettigan shifted in his lounging chair.
Wish to God there was something more I could do.
Wish to God old Mac was here. I'd break his bloody neck, Gavalin said, and Pettigan laughed.
A few guests were already in the dining room behind them. The Oasis was old and dilapidated, Empire Baroque, the home of the British resident when British power was the only power in the Gulf, and until 71 kept down piracy and maintained the peace. Music as ancient as the 3-piece combo wafted out of the tall doors, piano, violin, and double bass, 2 elderly ladies and a white-haired gentleman on the piano.
My God, isn't that Chu Chin Chow? You've got me, Andy.
Pettigan glanced back at them, saw Jean-Luc among the diners, chatting with Nogger Lane, Rodriguez, and some of the other mechanics. He sipped his beer, noticed Gavalin's glass was empty.
Like another?
No, thanks. Clavell let his eyes drift with the smoke. I think I'll go over to the Met Office, then look in on ours.
I'll come with you.
Thanks, Charlie, but why don't you stay in case there's a phone call?
Sure, just as you like.
Don't wait for me to eat. I'll join you for coffee. I'll drop by the hospital to see Duke on my way back. Clavell got up, walked through the dining room, greeting those of his men who were there, and went into the lobby that also had seen better days.
Mr. Clavell, excuse me, Effendi, but there's a phone call for you.
The receptionist indicated the phone booth to one side. It had red plush inside, no air conditioning and no privacy. "Hello? Clavell here," he said.
"Hello, boss. Liz Chen. Just to report we've had a call about the 2 consignments from Luxembourg, and they'll arrive late."
Consignment from Luxembourg was code for the 2 747 freighters he had chartered.
"They can't arrive Friday. They'll only guarantee Sunday 4 p.m.
Clavell was dismayed. He had been warned by the charterers that they had a very tight schedule between charters, and there might be a 24-hour delay. He had had great difficulty arranging the airplanes. Obviously none of the regular airlines that serviced the Gulf or Iran could be approached, and he had had to be vague about the reason for the charters and their cargo.
"Get back to them at once, and try and bring the date forward. It'd be safer if they'd arrive Saturday. Much safer."
"What's next?"
"Imperial Air have offered to take over our position on our new X-63s.
Tell them to drop dead. Next?"
X-Techs have revised their offer on the new Saudi, Singapore, Nigerian contracts, 10% downward.
Accept the offer by telex. Fix a lunch for me with the brass in New York on Tuesday. Next?"
"I've a checklist of part numbers you wanted."
"Good. Hang on." Clavell took out the secretarial notebook he always carried and found the page he sought. It listed the present Iranian registration call signs of their 10 remaining 212s, all beginning with EP, standing for Iran, then H for helicopter, and the final 2 letters.
"Ready. Off you go. AB, RV, KI.
As she read out the letters, he wrote them alongside the other column. For security, he did not put the full new registration, G denoting Great Britain, H for helicopter, just jotted the 2 new letters. He reread the list, and they tallied with those already supplied.
"Thanks. They're spot on. I'll call you last thing tonight, Liz. Give Maureen a call and tell her all's well." "All right, boss. Sir Ian called half an hour ago to wish you luck."
"Oh, great." Clavell had tried unsuccessfully to reach him all the time he was in Aberdeen and London.
"Where is he? Did he leave a number?"
Yes, he's in Tokyo, 737384. He said he'd be there for a while, and if you missed him, he'd call tomorrow. He also said he'll be back in a couple of weeks and would like to see you.
Even better. Did he say what about?
Oil for the lamps of China,
his secretary said cryptically. Clavell's interest picked up.
Wonderful. Fix a date at his earliest convenience. I'll call you later, Liz. Got to rush.
All right. Just to remind you it's Scott's birthday tomorrow.
God almighty, I forgot. Thanks, Liz. Talk to you later.
He hung up, pleased to hear from Ian Dunross, blessing the Al-Shagaz phone system and distance dialing. He dialed. Tokyo was 5 hours ahead, just after 1 a.m.
Hi,
the Japanese woman's voice said sleepily.
Good evening. Sorry to call so late, but I had a message to call Sir Ian Dunross, Andrew Clavell.
Ah, yes. Ian is not here for the moment. He will not be back until tomorrow, so sorry. Perhaps at 10 o'clock. Please, can I have your number, Mr. Clavell?
Clavell gave it to her, disappointed.
Is there another number I can reach him at, please?
Ah, so sorry. No.
Please ask him to call me. Call any time.
He thanked her again and hung up thoughtfully. Outside was his rented car, and he got in and drove to the main airport entrance. Overhead, a 707 was coming around for final, landing lights on, tail and wing lights winking.
Evening, Mr. Clavell,
Sibbles, the Met officer, said. He was British, a small, thin, dehydrated man, 10 years in the Gulf.
Here you are.
He handed him the long photocopy of the forecast.
Weather's going to be changeable here for the next few days.
He handed him 3 other pages. "Lenge Coes and Bandar Alarm." "And the bottom line is?" "They're all about the same, give or take 10 or 15 knots, a few 100 feet of ceiling. Sorry, just can't get used to metrics. 100 meters or so of ceiling. Weather's gradually improving. In the next few days the wind should come back to our standard friendly northwesterly. From midnight we're forecasting light rain and lots of low clouds and mist over most of the Gulf. Wind southeasterly, about 20 knots overall, with thunderstorms, occasional small turbulences." He looked up and smiled. "And whirlwinds." Clavell's stomach heaved, even though the word was said matter-of-factly and Sybil's was not party to the secret. "At least, I don't think he is," he thought. "That's the second curious coincidence today." The other was the American lunching at a nearby table with a Shagazi whose name he had not caught. "Good luck for tomorrow," the man had said with a pleasant smile, full of bonhomie, as he was leaving. "Sorry?" "Glenn Wesson, Wesson Oil Marketing. You're Andrew Clavell, right? We heard you and your guys were organizing a camel race tomorrow out at the Des Al Oasis, right?" "Not us, Mr. Wesson. We don't go in much for camels." "That a fact? You should try it." "Yes, sir. A lot of fun. Good luck, anyway." Could have been a coincidence. Camel races were a diversion here for expats, a hilarious one, and the Des Al a favourite place for the Islamic weekend. "Thanks, Mr. Sybils. See you tomorrow." He pocketed the forecasts and went down the stairs into the terminal lobby, heading for their office, which was off to one side. Neither a positive yes nor a positive no, he was thinking. Saturday safer than tomorrow. You pays your money and you takes your chances. I can't put it off much longer. "How are you going to decide?" his wife Maureen had asked, seeing him off at dawn the day before yesterday, Aberdeen almost socked in and pouring. "Don't know, lassie. Mac's got a good nose, he'll help." And now, no Mac. Mac gone bonkers, Mac flying without a medical, Mac conveniently stuck at Coes and no way out but whirlwind. Erky still God knows where, and poor old Duke fit to be tied that he's off the roster, but bloody lucky he came here. Doc Nutt had been right. X-rays showed several bone splinters had punctured his left lung with another 6 threatening an artery. He glanced at the lobby clock. 8:27 p.m. Should be out of the anesthetic by now. Got to decide soon. In conjunction with Charlie Pettikin, I've got to decide soon. He went through the "no admittance except on official business" door, down the corridor, double-glazed windows the length of it. On the apron, the 707 was being guided into its disembarking slot by a "Follow Me" car, the sign in English and Farsi. Several Focke-Wulf 40-passenger prop feeders were parked neatly, a Pan Am jumbo that was part of the evacuation milk run to Tehran, and 6 private jets, their 125 among them. Wish it was Saturday, he thought. No, perhaps I don't. On the door of their office suite was SG Helicopters, Sheikh Aviation. "Hello, Scott." "Hello, Dad." Scott grinned. He was a lone duty officer, and he sat in front of the HF that was on standby, a book in his lap, his right arm in a sling. "Nothing new except a message to call Roger Newbury at home. Shall I get him?" "In a moment, thanks." Clavell handed him the Met reports. Scott scanned them rapidly. The phone rang. Without stopping reading, he picked it up. "SG?" He listened a moment. "Who?" "Oh, yes. No, he's not here. Sorry. Yes, I'll tell him. Bye." He replaced the phone, sighed. "Johnny Hogg's new bird, Alexandra, the hot tamale, Manuela calls her, because she's certain he's going to get his pecker burned." Clavell laughed. Scott looked up from the reports. "Neither one thing or the other. Could be very good, lots of cover. But if the wind picks up, could be rotten. Saturday better than Friday." His blue eyes watched his father, who stared out of the window at the apron traffic, passengers disembarking from the jet. "I agree," Clavell said, non-committally. "There's something—" He stopped as the HF came to life. "Al-Shargaz, this is Tehran head office. Do you read?" "This is Al-Shargaz head office. You're 4x5. Go ahead," Scott said.
Director Siamaki wants to talk to Mr. Gavalan immediately.
Gavalan shook his head.
I'm not here, he whispered.
Can I take a message, head office? Scott said into the mic.
It's a little late, but I'll get it to him as soon as possible.
Waiting. Static. Then the arrogant voice Gavalan detested.
This is Managing Director Siamaki. Tell Gavalan to call me back tonight. I'll be here until 10:30 tonight, or any time after 9 a.m. tomorrow. Without fail. Understand?
5 by 5, head office, Scott said sweetly. Over and out.
Bloody twit, Gavalan muttered.
Then, more sharply, what the devil's he doing in the office at this time of night? Snooping has to be, and if he plans to work on Holy Day, that's pretty suspicious, isn't it?
Max said he would clean the safe out of important stuff and throw his key and the spare into the jube. Bet those buggers have duplicates, Gavalan said testily. I'll have to wait until tomorrow for the pleasure of talking with him. Scott, is there any way we can jam him listening to our calls?
No, not if we use our company frequencies, which is all we've got. His father nodded.
When Johnny comes in, remind him I may want him airborne tomorrow at a moment's notice.
It was part of the Whirlwind plan to use the 125 as a high-altitude VHF receiver transmitter to cover those choppers only equipped with VHF.
From 7 o'clock onward.
Then it's a go for tomorrow?
Not yet.
Gavalan picked up the phone and dialed.
Good evening. Mr. Newbury, please. Mr. Gavalan returning his call.
Roger Newbury was one of the officials at the British consulate who had been very helpful, easing permits for them.
Hello, Roger, you wanted me. Sorry, you're not at dinner, are you?
No, glad you called. Couple of things. First, bit of bad news. We've just heard George Talbot's been killed.
Good God! What happened?
Afraid it's all rather rotten. He was in a restaurant where there were some rather high-level Ayatollahs. A terrorist car bomb blew the place to bits and him with it yesterday lunchtime.
How bloody awful!
Yes, there was a Captain Ross with him. He was hurt too. I believe you knew him.
Yes, I'd met him. He helped the wife of one of our pilots get out of a mess at Tabriz. A nice young man. How badly was he hurt?
We don't know. It's all a bit sketchy, but our embassy in Tehran got him to the Kuwait International Hospital yesterday. I'll get a proper report tomorrow and we'll let you know. Now, you asked if we could find out the whereabouts of your Captain Erkki Erkkonen. A pause, and the rustle of papers, and Gavalan held on to his hope. We had a telex this evening from Tabriz, just before I left the office. Please be advised, in answer to your query about Captain Erkki Erkkonen, he is believed to have escaped from his kidnappers and is now believed to be with his wife at the palace of Hakim Khan. A further report will be forthcoming tomorrow as soon as this can be checked.
You mean Abdullah Khan, Roger?
Excitedly, Gavalan covered the mouthpiece and whispered to Scott,
Erkki's safe.
Fantastic, Scott said, wondering what the bad news had been. The telex definitely says Hakim Khan, Newbury was saying.
Never mind. Thank God he's safe.
And thank God another major hurdle against Whirlwind is removed.
Could you get a message to him for me?
I could try. Come in tomorrow. Can't guarantee it'll reach him. The situation in Azerbaijan is quite fluid. We could certainly try.
I can't thank you enough, Roger. Very thoughtful of you to let me know. Terribly sorry about Talbot and young Ross. If there's anything I can do to help Ross, please let me know.
Yes, I will. By the way, the word's out. It was said flat.
Sorry?
Let's say turbulences, Newbury said delicately. For a moment Gavalan was silent, then he recovered.
Oh?
Oh. It seems a certain Mr. Kashigi wanted you to service Iran Toda from yesterday, and you told him you wouldn't be able to give him an answer for 30 days. So, we added 2 to 2, and with all the rumours, got a bullseye. The word's out. Gavalan was trying to get cool.
Not being able to service Iran Toda's a business decision, Roger, nothing more. Operating anywhere in Iran's bloody now, you know that. I couldn't handle Kashigi's extra business.
Really? Newbury's voice was withering. Then, sharply, Well, if what we hear is true, we'd strongly, very strongly advise against it. Gavalan said stubbornly, You surely don't advise me to support Iran-Toda when all Iran's falling apart, do you? Another pause. A sigh. Then, Well, mustn't keep you, Andy. Perhaps we could have lunch. On Saturday.
Yes, thank you. I'd like that.
Gavalan hung up.
What was the bad?
Scott asked. Gavalan told him about Talbot and Ross and then about turbulences.
That's too close to Whirlwind to be funny.
What's this about Kashigi?
He wanted 2 212s from Bandar Dalam at once to service Iran-Toda. I had to stall.
Their meeting had been brief and blunt.
Sorry, Mr. Kashigi, it's not possible to service you this week or the next. I couldn't consider it for 30 days.
My chairman would greatly appreciate it. I understand you know him.
Yes, I did, and if I could help, I certainly would. Sorry, it's just not possible.
But then can you suggest an alternative? I must get helicopter support.
What about a Japanese company?
There isn't one. Is there someone else to hold me over?
Not to my knowledge. Kearney'll never go back, but they might know of someone.
He had given him their phone number, and the distraught Japanese had rushed off. He looked at his son.
Damned shame, but nothing I could do to help him.
Scott said,
If the word's out—
He eased the sling more comfortably.
If the word's out, then it's out. All the more reason to press the titty. Or to cancel. Think I'll drop by and see Duke. Track me down if anyone calls. Nogger's taking over from you?
Yes, midnight. Jean-Luc still booked on the dawn flight to Bahrain, Petekin to Kuwait. I've confirmed their seats. Scott watched him. Gavalan did not answer the unsaid question.
Leave it like that for the moment.
He saw his son smile and nod, and his heart was suddenly overflowing with love and concern and pride and fear for him, intermixed with his own hopes for a future that depended on his being able to extract all of them from the Iranian morass. He was surprised to hear himself say,
Would you consider giving up flying, laddie?
Eh? Gavalan smiled at his son's astonishment, but now that he had said it, he decided to continue.
It's part of a long-term plan, for you and the family. In fact, I've 2, just between ourselves. Of course, both depend on whether we stay in business or not. The first is you give up flying and go out to Hong Kong for a couple of years to learn that end of Struan's, back to Aberdeen for perhaps another year, then back to Hong Kong again where you'd base. The second's that you go for a conversion course on the X-63s, spend 6 months or so in the States, perhaps a year learning that end of the business, then to the North Sea for a season, then out to Hong Kong.
Always back to Hong Kong.
Yes, China will open up sometime for oil exploration, and Ian and I want Struans to be ready with a complete operation, support choppers, rigs, the whole kit and caboodle.
He smiled strangely.
Oil for the lamps of China was code for Ian Dunross's secret plan, most of which Lindbar Struan was not party to. Air Struan will be the new company, and its area of responsibility and operation would be China, the China Seas, or the whole China Basin. Our end plan is that you'd head it.
Not much potential there, Scott said with pretended diffidence.
Do you think Air Struan would have a future?
Then he let his smile out.
Again, this is all just between us. Lindbar's not been given all the facts yet.
Scott frowned.
Will he approve me going out there, joining Struan's and doing this? He hates me, Scott, not you. He hasn't opposed you seeing his niece, has he?
Not yet.
No, he hasn't, not yet. The timing's right, and we have to have a future plan for the family. You're the right age. I think you could do it.
Gavalan's eyes picked up light.
You're half Dunross. You're a direct descendant of Dirk Struan, and so you've responsibilities above and beyond yourself. You and your sister inherited your mother's shares. You'd qualify for the inner office if you're good enough. That Burke Lindbar'll have to retire one day. Even he can't destroy the noble house totally. What do you say to my plan?
I'd like to think it over, Dad.
What's there to think over, laddie? He thought. Night, Scott.
I may drop back later."
He gave him a careful pat on his good shoulder and walked out.
"Scott won't fail me," he told himself proudly.
In the spacious Customs and Immigration Hall, passengers were trickling in from immigration, others waiting for their baggage. The arrival board announced that the Gulf Air Flight 52 from Muscat, Oman's capital, had arrived on time and was due to leave in 15 minutes for Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, and Kuwait. The newsstand was still open, so he wandered over to see what papers were in. He was reaching for the London Times when he saw the headline, "Prime Minister Callaghan cites Labour's successes," and changed his mind. "What do I need that for?" he thought. Then he saw Jenny McIver. She was sitting alone near the boarding gate with a small suitcase beside her. "Hello, Jenny, what are you doing here?" She smiled sweetly. "I'm going to Kuwait." He smiled sweetly back. "What the hell for?" "Because I need a holiday." "Don't be ridiculous. The button's not even pushed yet, and anyway, there's nothing you can do there. Nothing. You'd be in the way. You're much better off waiting here. Jenny, for God's sake, be reasonable." The set smile had not even flickered.
"Are you finished?"
"Yes."
"I am reasonable. I'm the most reasonable person you know. Duncan McIver isn't. He's the most misguided, misbegotten twit I've ever come across in all my born days, and to Kuwait I am going."
It was all said with an Olympian calm. Wisely, he changed tactics.
"Why didn't you tell me you were going instead of sneaking off like this? I'd have been worried to death if you'd been missing."
"If I'd asked you, you'd have shanghaied me. I asked Manuela to tell you later, flight time, hotel, and phone number. But I'm glad you're here, Andy. You can see me off. I'd like someone to see me off. Hate seeing myself off. Oh, you know what I mean."
It was then he saw how frail she seemed.
"You all right, Jenny?"
"Oh, yes. It's just, well, I just must be there. Have to be. I can't sit here, and anyway, part of this was my idea. I'm responsible too, and I don't want anything to go wrong."
"It won't," he said, and both of them touched the wooden seat. Then he slipped his arm through hers.
"It's going to be all right. Listen, one good piece of news." He told her about Erki.
"Oh, that's wonderful. Hakim Khan."
Jenny searched her memory.
"Wasn't Azadeh's brother the one who was living in Blast? I've forgotten. Someplace near Turkey. Wasn't his name Hakim?"
"Perhaps the telex was right, and it is Hakim Khan. That should be great for them."
"Yes. Her father sounded like an awful old man."
She looked up at him.
"Have you decided yet? If it's tomorrow?"
"No, not yet. Not finally."
"What about the weather?"
He told her.
"Not much of a decider either way," she said.
"Wish Mac was here. He'd be wise in a situation like this."
"No wiser than you, Andy."
They looked across at the departure board as the announcer called for passengers on Flight 52. They got up.
"For what it's worth, Andy, all other things being equal, Mac's decided it's tomorrow."
"Eh? How do you know that?"
"I know Duncan. Bye, darling Andy."
She kissed him hurriedly and did not look back. He waited until she had vanished. Deep in thought, he went outside, not noticing Wesson near the newsstand, putting his fountain pen away. Book 4. Friday, March the 2nd, 1979. Chapter 60. Al-Shagaz, the Oasis Hotel, 5:37 a.m. Gavallan stood at his window, already dressed, night still heavy except to the east, dawn due soon now. Threads of mist came in from the coast, half a mile away, to vanish quickly in the desert reaches. Sky eerily cloudless to the east, gradually building to thick cover over all. From where he was, he could see most of the airfield. Runway lights were on, a small jet already taxiing out, and the smell of kerosene was on the wind that had veered more southerly. A knock on the door.
"Come in." "Ah, morning, Jean-Luc. Morning, Charlie."
"Morning, Andy. If we're to catch our flight, it's time to leave," Pettigan said, his nervousness running the words together.
He was due to go to Kuwait, Jean-Luc to Bahrain.
"Where's Rodriguez?" "He's waiting downstairs." "Good, then you'd best be on your way."
Clavell was pleased that his voice sounded calm. Pettigan beamed. Jean-Luc muttered, "Merde."
"With your approval, Charlie, I propose pushing the button at 7 a.m. as planned, provided none of the bases pull the plug beforehand. If they do, we'll try again tomorrow. Agreed?"
"Agreed. No calls yet?"
"Not yet."
Pettigan could hardly contain his excitement.
"Well, off we go into the wild blue yonder. Come on, Jean-Luc."
Jean-Luc's eyebrows soared.
"Mon Dieu, it's Boy Scouts time."
Then he went for the door.
"Great news about Erky, Andy, but how's he going to get out?"
"I don't know. I'm seeing Newbury at the consulate first thing to try to get a message to him, to get out via Turkey. Both of you call me the second you land. I'll be in the office from 6. See you later." He closed the door after them. Now it was done, unless one of the bases aborted. At Lenge, 5:49 a.m. False dawn's light was barely perceptible through the overcast. Scragger wore a raincoat and trudged through the drizzle and puddles toward the cookhouse that had the only light on in the base. The wind pulled at his peaked flying cap, driving the soft rain into his face. To his surprise, Villy was already in the cookhouse, sitting near the wood stove drinking coffee.
"Morning, Scrag. Coffee? I've just made it."
He motioned with his head into a corner. Curled up on the floor, fast asleep and near to the warmth, was one of the camp green bands. Scragger nodded and took off his raincoat.
"Tea for me, me son. You're up early. Where's the cook?"
Villy shrugged and put the kettle back on the stove.
"Late. I thought I'd have an early breakfast. I'm going to have some scrambled. How about if I cook for you, too?"
Scragger was suddenly famished.
"You're on. 4 eggs for me and 2 pieces of toast, and I'll go easy at lunch. We have any bread, sport?"
He watched Villy open the refrigerator. 3 loaves, plenty of eggs and butter.
"Good-o. Can't eat eggs without buttered toast. They don't taste right."
He glanced at his watch.
"Wind's veered almost south and up to 30 knots. My nose says she'll lessen. My arse says she'll lessen too, but still she's shitty."
Scragger laughed.
"Have confidence, mate." "I'll be much more confident with my passport." "Too right, so will I, but the plan stays."
When he had got back last night from the sergeant, Vossi and Villy had been waiting for him. Well away from prying ears, he had told them what had happened. Villy had said at once, and Vossi agreed, "We better alert Andy. We may have to abort."
"No," Scragger said. "I figure it this way, sport. If Andy doesn't call for Whirlwind in the morning, I've all day to get our passports. If he calls for Whirlwind, it'll be exactly at 7. That gives me plenty of time to get to the station at 7:30 and back by 8. While I'm away, you start the plan rolling."
"Jesus, Scrag,
we've been through Ed. Will you listen? We leave anyway, but bypass Al-Shagars, where we know we'd have trouble, and duck into Bahrain. I know the port officer there. We throw ourselves on his mercy, maybe even have an emergency on the beach. Meanwhile, we radio Al-Shagars the moment we're clear of Iran's skies for someone to meet us and bail us out. It's the best I can think of, and at least we've covered either way."
"And it's still the best I can think of," he told himself, watching Villy at the stove, the butter in the frying pan beginning to sizzle.
"I thought we were having scrambled."
"This is the way to scramble," Villy's voice edged.
"Bloody isn't, you know,"
Scragger said sharply.
"You have to use water or milk. By God, Harry," Villy snapped. "If you don't want the—" "Scheiße. Sorry, didn't mean to bite your head, Scrag. Sorry." "I'm touchy too, sport. No problem. This way's the way my mother does them. You put the eggs in without beating them. The whites cook white, and then, quick as a wink, you put in a little milk and you mix her. Then the white's white and the yolk's yellow."
Villy found himself not able to stop. He had had a bad night, bad dreams, and bad feelings, and now with the dawn he felt no better. Over in the corner the green band stirred, his nose filled with the smell of cooking butter, and he yawned, nodded to them sleepily, then settled more comfortably and dozed off again. When the kettle boiled, Scragger made himself some tea, glanced at his watch, 5:56 a.m. Behind him the door opened, and Vossi wandered in, shook the rain off the umbrella. "Hi, Scrag. Hey, Villy, coffee and 2 over easy with a side order of crisp bacon and hash brown for me." "Get stuffed." They all laughed, their anxiety making them light-headed. Scragger glanced at his watch again. "Stop it, stop it," he ordered himself. "You've got to keep calm, then they'll be calm. Easy to see they're both ready to blow." At Coes, 6:24 a.m. McIver and Lockhart were in the tower, looking out at the rain and overcast. Both were dressed in flight gear, McIver seated in front of the HF, Lockhart standing at the window. No lights on, just the reds and greens of the functioning equipment. No sound but the pleasing hum and the not-so-pleasing whine of the wind that came in the broken windows, rattling the aerial stanchions. Lockhart glanced at the wind counter. 25 knots, gusting 30 from the south-southeast. Over by the hangar 2 mechanics were washing down the already clean 2 212s, and the 206 McIver had brought from Tehran. Lights on in the cookhouse. Except for a skeleton cookhouse staff, McIver had told the office staff and labourers to take Friday off. After the shock of Esfandiari's summary execution for corruption, they had needed no encouragement to leave. Lockhart glanced at the clock. The second hand seemed interminably slow. A truck went by below. Another. Now it was exactly 6:30 a.m. "Sierra 1, this is Lange." It was Scragger reporting in as planned. McIver was greatly relieved. Lockhart became grimmer. "Lange, this is Sierra 1, your 5x5. Scott's voice from Al-Shagaz was clean and clear. Sierra 1 was code for the office at Al-Shagaz airport, Gavalin not wanting to draw any more attention to the sheikdom than necessary. McIver clicked on the HF transmit. "Sierra 1, this is Coes. Coes, this is Sierra 1, your 4x5. Sierra 1, this is Bandar Dalam." Both heard the tremble in Rudy's voice. "Bandar Dalam, this is Sierra 1, your 2x5. Now only static from the loudspeaker. McIver wiped his palms. So far, so good. The coffee in his cup was cold and tasted awful, but he finished it. "Rudy sounded uptight, didn't he?" Lockhart said. "I'm sure I did too. So did Scrag." McIver studied him, concerned for him. Lockhart did not meet his eyes, just went over to the electric kettle and plugged it in. On the desk were 4 phones, 2 internal and 2 outside lines. In spite of his resolve, Lockhart tried one of the outside phones, then the other. Both still dead. Dead for days now. Dead like me. No way of being in touch with Shahrazad. No post. "There's a Canadian consul in Al-Shagaz," McIver said gruffly. "They could get through to Tehran for you from there." "Sure." A gust rattled the temporary boarding over the broken window. Lockhart paid the outside no attention, wondering about Shahrazad, praying she would join him. Join me for what? The kettle began to sing. He watched it. Since he had walked out of the apartment, he had blocked the future out of his mind. In the night it had surged back, much as he tried to prevent it. From the base came the first call of a muezzin. "Come to prayer, come to progress. Prayer is better than sleep." At Bandar Dalam, 6:38 a.m. A sodden dawn, rain slight, wind less than yesterday. At the airfield, Rudy Lutz, Shando Petrofi, and Pop Kelly were in Rudy's trailer, no lights on, drinking coffee. Outside on the veranda, Marc Dubois was stationed on guard against eavesdroppers. No lights on elsewhere in the base. Rudy glanced at his watch. "Hope to God it's today," Rudy said. "It's today or never." Kelly was very grim. "Make the call, Rudy." "A minute yet." Through the window, Rudy could see the maw of the hangar and their 212s. None of them had long-range tanks. Somewhere in the darkness, Fowler Joins and 3 mechanics were quietly putting the last of the spare fuel aboard, finishing preparations begun cautiously last night while the pilots diverted the camp guards and Numir. Just before going to bed, the 4 of them had individually made their range calculations. They were all within 10 nautical miles of each other.
"If the wind holds at this strength, we're all in the goddamn sea,"
Shandor had said softly, difficult to talk over the music, but not safe without it. Earlier Fowler Jones had spotted Numir lurking near Rudy's trailer.
"Yes," Mark Dubois had agreed. "About 10 kilometers out."
"Maybe we should blow Bahrain and divert to Kuwait, Rudy?"
"No, Shandor. We've got to leave Kuwait open for Koweït. 6 Iranian-registered choppers all zeroing in there. They'd have a hemorrhage."
"Where the hell are the new registration numbers we were promised?" Kelly said, his nervousness growing every moment.
"We're being met. Charlie Pettigan's going to Kuwait, Jean-Luc to Bahrain."
"Mon Dieu, that's our bad luck," Dubois had said disgustedly. "Jean-Luc's always late, always. Those pieds noirs, they think like Arabs."
"If Jean-Luc screws up this time," Shandor had said, "he'll be goddamn burger meat. Listen, about the gas. Maybe we can get extra from Iran Toda. It's gonna look mighty suspicious to be loaded with all that gas just to go down there."
"Rudy, make the call. It's time."
Okay.
Rudy took a deep breath, picked up the mic.
"Sierra 1, this is Bandar Dalam. Do you read? This is—"
At Al-Shagar's HQ, 6:40 a.m.
"Bandar Dalam, do you read?"
Clavell was sitting in front of the HF, Scott beside him, Nogger Lane leaning against a desk behind them, Manuela in the only other chair. All were rigid, staring at the loudspeaker, all sure the call meant trouble, as the Whirlwind plan called for radio silence before 7 a.m. and during the actual escape, except in emergencies.
"Bandar Dalam, Sierra 1, Scott said throatily. "You're 2x5. Go ahead. We don't know how your day is, but we've some planned flights this morning, and we'd like to bring them forward to now. Do you approve?" "Stand by 1, Scott said.
"Damnation," Clavell muttered. "It's essential all bases leave at the same time."
Then again the airwaves crackled into life.
"Sierra 1, this is Lange."
Scragger's voice was much louder and clearer and more sharp.
"We've flights too, but the later the better. How's your weather?" "Stand by 1, Lange."
Scott glanced across at Clavell, waiting.
"Call Koweït," Clavell said, and everyone relaxed a little. "We'll check with them first."
"Koweït, this is Sierra 1. Do you read?"
Silence.
"Koweït, this is Sierra 1. Do you read?"
"This is Koweït. Go ahead."
McIver's voice sounded strained and was intermittent.
"Did you copy?"
"Yes. Prefer firm forecast as planned."
"That decides it."
Clavell took the mic.
"Sierra 1, all bases. Our weather's changeable. We will have your firm forecast at 0700. "We copy," Scragger said. "We copy."
Rudy's voice was brittle.
"We copy."
McIver sounded relieved. Again the airwaves were silent.
Clavell said to no one in particular, "Better to stick to the plan. Don't want to alert ATC unnecessarily, or get that bugger Siamaki more difficult than usual. Rudy could have aborted if it was urgent. He still can."
He got up and stretched, then sat down again. Static. They were also listening on the emergency channel, 121.5. The Pan Am Jumbo took off, rattling the windows. Manuela shifted in her seat, feeling she was encroaching, even though Clavell had said,
"Manuela, you listen with us too. You're the only Farsi speaker among us."
The time did not weigh so heavily for her. Her man was safe, a little damaged, but safe, and her heart was singing with joy for the blessed luck that brought him out of the maelstrom.
"Because that's what it is, honey," she had told him last night at the hospital.
"Maybe, but without Hussein's help, I'd still be in Koweït."
"If it wasn't for that mullah, you would never have been hit," she had thought, but did not say it, not wanting to agitate him. "Can I get you anything, darling?"
"A new head?"
"They're bringing a pill in a minute. Doctor said you'll be flying in 6 weeks, that you've got the constitution of a roan buffalo."
"I feel like a bent chicken."
She had laughed. Now she let herself drift comfortably, not having to sweat out the waiting like the others, particularly Jenny. 2 minutes to go. Static. Gavalen's fingers drumming. A private jet took off, and she could see another airplane on final, a jumbo with Alitalia colours. Wonder if that'll be Paula's flight back from Tehran. The minute hand on the clock touched 12. At 7 a.m., Clavell took the mic. Sierra 1 to all bases. Our forecast settled, and we expect improving winds, but watch out for small whirlwinds. Do you copy? Sierra 1, this is Lenge. Scragger was breezy. We copy and will watch for whirlwinds. Out. Sierra 1, this is Bandar Dalam. We copy and will watch for whirlwinds. Out. Silence. The seconds ticked by. Unconsciously, Clavell bit his lower lip. Waiting. Then he clicked the transmit button. Cois, do you read? At Cois, 7:04 a.m. McIver and Lockhart were staring at the HF. Almost together, they checked their watches. Lockhart muttered, It's an abort for today, wet with relief. Another day's reprieve, he thought. Maybe today the phones will come back in. Maybe today I can talk to her. They'd still call, that's part of the plan. They call either way. McIver clicked the switch on and off. The lights all checked out, so did the dials. To hell with it, he said, and clicked on the sender. Sierra 1, this is Cois. Do you read? Silence. Again, even more anxiously, Sierra 1, this is Cois. Do you read? Silence. What the hell's with them? Lockhart said through his teeth. Lenge, this is Cois. Do you read? No answer. Abruptly, McIver remembered and jumped to his feet and ran to the window. The main cable to the transmitter-receiver aerial was hanging loose, flapping in the wind. Cursing, McIver tore the door to the roof open and went out into the cold. His fingers were strong, but the nuts were too rusted to move, and he saw that the soldered wire ring was eaten away by rust and had fractured. Bloody hell! Here. Lockhart was beside him and gave him the pliers. Thanks. McIver began to scrape the rust away. The rain had almost stopped, but neither noticed it. A rumble of thunder. Sheet lightning flickered in the Zagros, most of the mountains clouded. As he worked hurriedly, he told Lockhart how Wazari had spent so much time on the roof yesterday fixing the cable. When I came on this morning, I made a routine call, so I knew she was working, and we were loud and clear at 6:30 and again at 6:40. The wind must have pulled the wire between then and now. The pliers slipped, and he ripped a finger and cursed more. Let me do it? No, it's fine. Couple of seconds. Lockhart went back into the tower cabin, 7:07. The base still quiet. Over at the airbase, some trucks were moving around, but no airplanes. Down by the hangar, their two mechanics still fiddled with the 212s, according to plan, Freddie Air with them. Then he saw Wazari cycling along the inside perimeter road. His heart flipped. Mac, there's Wazari, coming from the base. Stop him. Tell him anything, but stop him. Lockhart rushed off down the stairs. McIver's heart was thundering. Come on, for God's sake, he said, and cursed himself again for not checking. Check, check, and recheck. Safety is no accident, it has to be planned. Again the pliers slipped. Again he applied them, and now the nuts were moving down the bolt. Now one side was tight. For a second he was tempted to risk it, but his caution overcame his anxiety, and he tightened the other side. A tentative pull on the cable. Tight. He hurried back, sweat pouring off him. 7:16. For a moment he could not catch his breath. Come on, McIver, for the love of God! He took a deep breath, and that helped. Sierra 1, this is Cois. Do you read? Scott's anxious voice came back at once. Cois, Sierra 1, go ahead. Do you have any information on any weather for us? At once, Clavell's voice, even more anxious. Cois, we sent out the following at exactly 0700. Our forecast's settled, and we expect improving weather, but watch out for small whirlwinds. Do you copy? McIver exhaled. We copy, and we'll watch for small whirlwinds. Did the others copy? Affirmative. At Al-Shagar's HQ. I say again, affirmative. Clavell repeated into the mic. What happened?
No problem.
McIver's voice came back, his signal weak.
See you soon. Out.
Now the airwaves were silent. A sudden cheer erupted in the room. Scott embraced his father and gasped as pain ripped up from his shoulder, but no one noticed in the pandemonium. Manuela was hugging Clavell, and she said,
I'm going to phone the hospital, Andy. I'll be back in a second,
and ran off. Nogga was jumping up and down with glee, and Clavell said happily,
I think all non-pilots deserve a large bottle of beer.
At Coe's. McIver switched off the set and slumped back in the chair, collecting himself, feeling strange, light-headed and heavy-handed.
Never mind that, it's a go, he said.
It was quiet in the tower except for the wind that creaked the door he had left open in his haste. He closed it and saw the rain had stopped, the clouds still gloomy. Then he noticed his finger was still bleeding. Beside the HF was a paper towel, and he tore a piece off and wrapped it crudely around the wound. His hands were trembling. On a sudden impulse, he went outside and knelt beside the connecting wire. It took all his strength to pull it loose. Then he double-checked the tower, wiped the sweat off his brow, and went down the stairs. Lockhart and Wazari were in Esfandiari's office. Wazari unshaven and grubby, a curious electricity in the air.
No time to worry about that, McIver thought. Scragg and Rudy are already airborne. Morning, Sergeant, McIver said curtly, aware of Lockhart's scrutiny. I thought I gave you the day off. We've no traffic of any importance.
Yeah, Captain, you did, but I couldn't sleep, and I don't feel safe over in the base.
Wazari noticed McIver's flushed face and the crude paper bandage.
You okay?
Yes, I'm all right. Just cut my finger on the broken window.
McIver glanced at Lockhart, who was sweating as much as he was.
We'd better be going, Tom. Sergeant, we're ground-testing the 212s.
He saw Lockhart glance at him abruptly.
Yes, sir. I'll inform base,
Wazari said.
No need for that.
Momentarily, McIver was at a loss. Then the answer came to him.
For your own sake, if you're going to hang around here, you'd better get ready for Minister Kiar.
The colour went out of the man's face.
What?
He's due shortly for the return flight to Tehran. Weren't you the only witness against him and poor bloody Hotshot?
Sure, but I heard them,
Wazari flared, needing to justify himself.
Kiar's a bastard and a liar, and so's Hotshot, and they had this deal cooking. Have you forgotten Hotshot was the one who ordered Air beaten up? They would have killed him. Have you forgotten that? Esfandiari and Kiar, everything I said was true. It was true.
I'm sure it was. I believe you. But he's bound to be plenty bloody aggravated if he sees you, isn't he? So will the office staff. They were all very angry. They'll certainly give you away. Perhaps I can divert Kiar, McIver said as a sop, hoping to keep him on their side. Perhaps not. If I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Don't hang around here. Come on, Tom.
McIver turned to go, but Wazari stood in his way.
Don't forget, I'm the one who stopped the massacre by saying Shandor's load shifted. But for me, he'd be dead. But for me, you'd all be up before a comité. You've got to help me.
Tears were streaming down his face now.
You've got to help me.
I'll do what I can,
McIver said, sorry for him, and walked out. Outside, he had to stop himself from running over to the others, seeing their anxiety. Then Lockhart caught up with him.
Whirlwind?
He asked, having to hurry to keep alongside.
Yes, and he pressed the button on the dot at 0700 as planned. Scragg and Rudy copied and are probably already on their way, McIver said, the words tumbling over one another, not noticing Lockhart's sudden despair. Now they reached Air and the mechanics. Whirlwind, McIver croaked, and to all of them the word sounded like a clarion call.
Jolly good. Freddie Air kept his voice flat, holding his excitement inside. The others did not.
Why the delay? What happened? Tell you later. Start up. Let's get on with it.
McIver headed for the first 212, Air the second, the mechanics already jumping into the cabins. At that moment a staff car with Colonel Changiz and some airmen swung into the compound and stopped outside the office building. All the airmen carried guns. All wore green armbands.
"Ah, Captain, you're flying Minister Kia back to Tehran?"
Changiz seemed a little flustered and angry.
Yes, I am, at 10 o'clock. I had a message that he wants to bring his departure forward to 8 o'clock, but you're not to leave until 10 as your clearance states. Clear? Yes, but I would have phoned, but your phones are out again, and there's something wrong with your radio. Don't you service your equipment? It was working, then went off.
MacIver saw the colonel look at the 3 choppers lined up, begin to go toward them.
I didn't know you had revenue flights today. Just ground testing one, and the other has to test avionics for tomorrow's crew change at Rig Abu Sal, Colonel, MacIver said hastily, and to further divert him, "What's the problem with Minister Kia?" "No problem," he said irritably, then glanced at his watch and changed his mind about inspecting the helicopters. "Get someone to fix your radio, and you come with me. The Mullah Hussein wants to see you. We'll be back in good time."
Lockhart got his mouth moving.
"I'd be glad to drive Captain MacIver over in a minute. There are a few things here he should—" "Hussein wants to see Captain MacIver, not you. Now. You deal with the radio."
Changiz told his men to wait for him, got into the driver's seat, and beckoned MacIver to sit beside him. Blankly, MacIver obeyed. Changiz drove off, and his driver wandered toward the office. The other airmen, spread out, peered at the choppers. Both 212s were crammed with the last of the important spares loaded last night. Trying to be nonchalant, the mechanics closed the cabin doors, started polishing. Eyre and Lockhart stared after the departing car. Eyre said, "Now what?"
"I don't know. We can't leave without him."
Lockhart felt nauseous. At Bandar Dalaam, 7:26 a.m. The 4 212s were out of the hangar, parked for takeoff. Fowler Joins and the other 3 mechanics were pottering in the back of the cabins, waiting impatiently. Unwieldy 40-gallon drums of reserve gasoline were lashed in place, many crates of spares, suitcases hidden under tarpaulins.
"Come on, for F's sweet sake,"
Fowler said, and wiped the sweat off, the air of the cabin heavy with gasoline. Through the open cabin door he could see Rudy, Shandor, and Pop Kelly still waiting in the hangar, everything ready as planned except for the last pilot, Dubois, 10 minutes late, and no one knowing if base manager Numir or one of the staff or green bands had intercepted him. Then he saw Dubois come out of his door and almost had a fit. With Gallic indifference, Dubois was carrying a suitcase, his raincoat over his arm. As he strolled past the office, Numir appeared at the window.
"Let's go,"
Rudy croaked, and went for his cabin as calmly as he could, clipped on his seatbelt and stabbed engines start. Shandor did likewise, Pop Kelly a second behind him, their rotors gathering speed. Leisurely, Dubois tossed his suitcase to Fowler, laid his raincoat carefully on a crate, and got into the pilot's seat, at once started up, not bothering with his seatbelt or checklist. Fowler was swearing incoherently. Their jets were building nicely, and Dubois hummed a little song, adjusted his headset, and now, when all was prepared, fastened his seatbelt. He did not see Numir rush out of his office.
"Where are you going?"
Numir shouted to Rudy through his side window.
"Iran Toda, it's on the manifest."
Rudy continued with the startup drill. VHF on, HF on, needles coming into the green.
"But you haven't asked Abadan for engine starter."
"It's holy day, Aga. You can do that for us."
Numir shouted angrily,
"That's your job. You're to wait for Zataki. You must wait for the
Quite right. I want to make sure my chopper's ready the instant he arrives. Very important to please him, isn't it?"
"Yes, but why was Dubois carrying a suitcase?"
"Oh, you know Frenchmen,"
he said, saying the first thing that came into his head.
"Clothes are important. He's sure he's going to be based at Iran Toda, and he's taking a spare uniform."
His gloved thumb hovered over the transmit switch on the column.
"Don't," he ordered himself. "Don't be impatient. They all know what to do. Don't be impatient."
Then, behind Numir, through the haze, Visibility down to 100 yards. Rudy saw the green band truck lumber through the main gate and stop, its noise covered by their jets. But it wasn't Zataki, just some of their normal green band guards, and they stood there in a group, watching the 212s curiously. Never before had 4 212s been started up at once. In his headphones he heard Dubois, "Ready, mon vieux?" Then Pop Kelly, then Shandor, and he clicked the send switch and said into the boom mic, "Go," leaned closer to the window and beckoned Numir. "No need for the others to wait. I'm waiting."
"But you were ordered to go in a group, and your clearances—"
The base manager's voice was drowned by the massive engines shoved to full power, emergency takeoff procedure, conforming to the plan the pilots had secretly agreed on last night, Dubois going right, Shandor left, Kelly straight ahead like a covey of snipe scattering. In seconds they were airborne and away, staying very low. Numir's face went purple.
"But you were told—"
"This is for your safety, Aga. We're trying to protect you,"
Rudy called over the jets, beckoning him forward again, all his own needles in the green.
"This way's better, Aga. This way will do the job and no problem. We've got to protect you and Iran Oil."
In his earphones he heard Dubois break mandatory radio silence and say urgently, "There's a car almost at the gates." At that instant Rudy saw it and recognized Zataki in the front seat. Maximum power.
"Aga, I'm just going to take her up a few feet. My torque counter's jumping."
Whatever Numir was screaming was lost in the noise. Zataki was barely 100 yards away. Rudy felt the rotors biting into the air, then lift-off. For a moment it looked as though Numir were going to jump onto a skid, but he ducked out of the way, the skid scraping him, and fell as Rudy got forward momentum and lumbered away, almost bursting with excitement. Ahead the others were in station over the marsh. He waggled his chopper from side to side as he joined them, gave them the thumbs up, and led the rush for the Gulf, 4 miles distant. Numir was choked with rage as he picked himself up, and Zataki's car skidded to a halt beside him.
"By God, what's going on?"
Zataki said furiously, jumping out. The choppers already vanished into the haze, the sound of the engines dying away now.
"They were supposed to wait for me." I know, Connor. I told them, but they just took off and—"
Numir screamed as the fist smashed him in the side of the face and felled him. The other green bands watched indifferently, used to these outbursts. One of the men pulled Numir to his feet, slapped his face to bring him around. Zataki was cursing the sky, and when the spasm of rage had passed, he said, "Bring that piece of camel's turd and follow me." Storming past the open hangar, he saw the 2 206s parked neatly in the back, spares laid out here and there, a fan drying some new paintwork, all Rudy's painstaking camouflage to give them an extra few minutes. "I'll make those dogs wish they'd waited," he muttered, his head aching. He kicked the door of the office open and stormed over to the radio transmitter and sat down near it. "Numir, get those men on the loudspeaker."
"But, Jahan, our radio operator isn't here yet, and I don't—"
"Do it!"
The terrified man switched on the VHF, his mouth bleeding and hardly able to talk.
"Base, calling Captain Lutz."
He waited, then repeated the order, adding,
"Urgent."
In the airplanes. They were barely 10 feet above the marshland and a few hundred yards away when they heard Zataki's angry voice cut in. "All helicopters are recalled to base. Recalled to base. Report in." Rudy made a slight adjustment to the engine power and to the trim. In the chopper nearest to him he saw Marc Dubois point at his headset and make an obscene gesture. He smiled and did likewise, then noticed the sweat running down his face. "All helicopters report in. All—" At the airfield. "Helicopters report in." Zataki was shrieking into the mic. "All helicopters report in." Nothing but static answered him. Suddenly Zataki slammed the mic onto the table. "Get Abadan Tower! Hurry up!" he shouted, and the terrified Numir, blood trickling into his beard, switched channels, and after the 6th call, this time in Farsi, got the tower. "Here is Abadan Tower. Aga, please go ahead." Zataki tore the mic out of his hand.
"This is Colonel Zataki, Abadan Revolutionary Comité," he said in Farsi, "calling from Bandar Delam airfield." "Peace be upon you, Colonel." The voice was very deferential. "What can we do for you?" "4 of our helicopters took off without approval, going to Iran Toda. Recall them, please." "Just a moment, please." Muffled voices. Zataki waited, his face mottled. Waiting and waiting.